I love this. I love this quote. When you're good at something, you'll tell everyone. When you're great at something, they'll tell you. Walter Payton. That's my dog, man, from the Bears. All right, here we go. All right, they got me with the intro already. Nice try, Mark Jackson. You know, seeing Mark Jackson just kind of triggered something for me. I happened to casually watch something from a couple days ago. It was Mark Jackson interviewing Stan Van Gundy, and he asked Stan like who's the GOAT, and Stan answered very, very responsibly because he was laughing. He's like, "You're putting me in a bad position. You're trapping me," but he put it very simply. He said LeBron James had the best longevity career, as far as longevity accomplishments, but he said the best basketball player of all time is no doubt Michael Jordan, hands down. And that's a fair assessment. I always give LeBron the longevity award because he's lasted so damn long. So he's racked up stats and all that stuff, but the best basketball player, all you got to do is watch. Anybody who actually watches them play, it's obvious who's better. I'm sorry, not Stan Van Gundy, Jeff Van Gundy. All right, Danger Productions, let's do it. The definitive GOAT analysis.
Jordan versus LeBron. LeBron versus Jordan. It's a debate that has captured the public's attention for the last several years.
Yeah.
Especially after this moment in 2016, when LeBron James beat the Golden State Warriors to win the third championship of his career. In LeBron's own words,
that one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
Oh, man.
That's what I felt. I was like, that one right there made you the greatest player of all time.
Oh, he did the lying thing again. A comment pointed that out to me, and it's so true. Look, he's going to look down to the left while he makes that lying statement. Watch this. Watch.
That
there
one right
it is.
there made you the greatest player of all time.
But did it?
When you're pondering something, this psychology stuff, when you're pondering something, you look up to the left. All right? We all look up when we're thinking. When we're lying, we're shameful, so we look down. So he looks down to the left. Can't make this stuff up.
Is everything since that moment simply icing on LeBron's cake? Or is LeBron destined to finish his career in Michael Jordan's shadow? We've all heard the arguments from LeBron supporters.
He's bigger, he's stronger, he's faster, he's more durable.
And from Jordan supporters.
Michael Jordan was merely 6-0 with 6 MVPs in the finals.
But the GOAT debate isn't as simple as the pundits make it seem. There are a number of factors relevant in determining the greatest basketball player of all time. In fact, I would say there are 5 things that really matter when determining the GOAT of any sport. These criteria are, in no particular order, accomplishments, longevity, winning, statistics, and what we'll refer to in this video as the eye test.
The eye test is huge. I would like to add willpower to that. Just having completed watching The Last Dance again, last night, in fact. Willpower is something when we're talking about the GOAT. But the eye test will do.
And to be the GOAT, you don't need to be the best in any specific category, but you need to be pretty good across the board.
Yep.
So simply winning 7 championships, like Robert Horry did, isn't enough to get you into the conversation. When we're finished with this video, it'll be plainly obvious that one guy comes out on top. But before we get started, I want to clarify that this is not a comparison of legacies. It's about who was the better basketball player.
That's what, yeah.
If we were talking about legacies, Jordan's is nearly untouchable. Not only did he lead basketball to global popularity, he helped transform Nike into an empire, changed the way players played and how they dressed, and he even made it cool for guys to be bald. And while those things certainly contribute to MJ's iconic status,
He also made the game global. David Stern credits him solely for it after what happened in Barcelona in '92. The NBA went from an 80, I think it was an 82 country league to over 200, like in an instance, because the Michael Jordan craze hit hard across the world.
they don't make him a better player on the court. So let's evaluate the criteria that matter.
Yeah.
And we'll start with individual accomplishments. Take a look. Jordan had more regular season MVPs, twice as many finals MVPs, 9 more scoring titles, and several more selections to the NBA's all-defensive team, including once being named Defensive Player of the Year. LeBron has more All-Star appearances, but that's largely due to his having played more seasons. In fact, when taking into account retirements and major injuries, Jordan essentially played 13 seasons compared to 17 seasons for LeBron, making Jordan's significant lead in accomplishments all the more impressive.
Yep.
And that's to say nothing of MJ's brilliant college career, which saw him twice named All-American and once awarded College Player of the Year, at a time when the country's best players actually went to college.
I know. Yeah, it is. I mean, that little grid that they had there, that stack up was, I mean, it just, that already should answer the question. But then you want to add on NCAA champion and then 2-time Olympic gold medalist for MJ. He never once lost in a championship situation. If he got to the top of the mountain, he won every single time. You can say he's 9 for 9.
So regardless of whether you're a LeBron fan or MJ fan, you have to give the accomplishments checkmark to Jordan.
Yeah, easy one.
The second criteria in our GOAT analysis is longevity.
Oh yeah, LeBron all the
And
way.
this one is also a no-brainer, but this time in favor of LeBron. Not only has LeBron played more seasons in the league, but he's had a longer peak than Jordan. Jordan's peak lasted about 10 years, whereas LeBron's peak has lasted 16 years and is still going. And he's been incredibly durable during that time, missing significant time to injury only in 2019. That said, the claim that LeBron has been much more durable than Michael has been a bit overblown. Consider that Jordan played in at least 80 regular season games 11 times in his career, including all 82 games an incredible 9 times. Compare that to LeBron, who played in at least 80 regular season games just twice, and in all 82 games just once. So both LeBron and Jordan get high marks for their durability. But durability aside, the bottom line is that LeBron has sustained his level of excellence for a much longer period of time than Jordan.
Yeah, if it was the topic was durability, then we'd have an argument. But longevity, it goes to LeBron all the way. And I know before you guys commented, it's not a fair comparison because Jordan was playing in the 80s and the 90s. And you guys have seen it. I'm sure you've at least seen the clips if you haven't watched the games like I have. But Jordan was getting, like, literally thrown on the ground on a daily basis, hit all the time. So of course his longevity couldn't be what LeBron's is. LeBron gets hit by air and he flies back 10 feet. So it's not the same kind of basketball, but we have to compare apples and apples, and it is what it is. LeBron played when he did and Jordan played when he did, and the longevity award goes to LeBron James, hands down. I can't argue that one. I gotta be fair.
Which puts the longevity checkmark squarely in LeBron's corner.
Yep.
That brings us to the third GOAT criteria, winning.
Oh yeah, MJ all day.
As we all know, Jordan won 6 championships. LeBron has won 3.
Okay.
Jordan is 6-0 in the NBA Finals. LeBron is 3-6. Yes, LeBron has made the finals 9 times compared to only 6 times for Jordan. But let's not pretend that making the finals is the same thing, or even close to the same thing, as winning a title.
Nope.
Take a prime example from another sport, the Buffalo Bills. They're the only team in NFL history to appear in 4 consecutive Super Bowls. But is there a single player or fan of that team that wouldn't trade all 4 of those appearances for just 1 Super Bowl win?
Yep. I actually make this argument with my friends who understand football all the time because the Bills were my favorite team when I was a kid. I was a Bills and a Giants fan. But I loved Thurman Thomas, Jim Kelly, like these guys, these were my boys. And I had to live through this, watching it, 4 years of making it to the Super Bowl just to lose it. We walked away with nothing. No respect, anything. So it blows my mind that LeBron making it to the finals is something that we celebrate. Y'all remember 1992 Barcelona? Does anybody celebrate Croatia for losing to the USA in the gold medal game? No. We don't celebrate second place. That's not how sports goes. We celebrate the winner.
Frankly, talk to any fan whose team lost the season's final game and ask them how they felt afterward.
I just told you, yeah.
Almost universally, their feelings are of sadness, anger, and disappointment. And
we wish we didn't even make it that far at that point. Like, I did the same thing as a Suns fan. I've lived through 2 NBA finals as a Suns fan, one in 93 and the last one was in 2021. I'd rather not even make it, man, because it hurts. It hurts to get to the top and then lose.
Just the fans. For players, those feelings are only magnified.
Oh, I bet.
Listen to Charles Barkley talk about losing in the NBA Finals.
Oh, speaking of devil, man.
And I was just in shock when it was over because I was frustrated because I couldn't wheel my team past Michael and the Bulls. And first of all, I don't think I've ever gotten over it, number one. Mm-hmm. But that was traumatic, and it's painful.
So we can all stop with this false equivalence between winning the championship and finishing runner-up.
Okay, by the way, I'm starting to realize why all the comments were telling me to watch this, because I'm starting to see I'm very eye to eye with this line of thinking, because yeah, when it comes to the Bills and the Suns, like both of these examples, I've literally lived this life.
In the words of Herm Edwards,
you play to win the game.
Yep.
Hello? You play to win the game.
Yep.
Now back to Jordan and LeBron. As mentioned, on basketball's biggest stage, the NBA Finals, Jordan was 6-0. LeBron was 3-6.
4-6,
and frankly,
but still.
that doesn't even show how lopsided their records really are. In terms of individual finals games, Jordan was 24-11. LeBron is 18-31.
Wow.
And that's because in 4 of his 6 finals losses, LeBron's team hasn't even been competitive. Twice he got swept, and 2 other times he lost 4 games to 1. Mm-hmm. That includes being on the wrong side of the 2 most lopsided finals by margin of loss in NBA history.
It's because they had no business being in the finals. It was such a trash Eastern Conference back then. And he stacked the deck by taking some of the best players in the East and putting them on his team as well. So the East became even weaker than when he was with Cleveland. So at that point, making the finals was a gimme. You know he's going to make the finals. But what happens when he meets a real team from the West? He got his ass whooped.
Of course, LeBron fans will tell you that the only reason for LeBron's poor finals record is that his competition was so tough. Ironically, some of these same fans criticized Jordan for losing early in his career to a Celtics team stacked with 5 Hall of Famers, and they conveniently gloss over the fact that LeBron reached the finals so many times in part because the competition in his own conference was so weak.
Yep.
During the vast majority of his career, LeBron played in what many dubbed the Leastern Conference because the East was so much weaker than the West. On the other hand, during Jordan's playing days, the East was generally considered the stronger conference, as Jordan had to battle through hard-fought rivalries against the Bad Boy Pistons,
who just won back-to-back championships, by the way. So it was the East. It was the way that the West was in the 2010s. Like, that was what the East was in the 90s. Completely dominant.
Patrick Ewing's Knicks, the Shaq Penny-led Magic, and Reggie Miller's Pacers. That said, if you want to blame...
you got to throw in the Cleveland Cavaliers, too. I know people might laugh at that, but if you know, you know. The Cavs were freaking awesome, and the only reason they didn't get to the finals or win a championship was because of Jordan himself.
LeBron's failure in the finals on the level of his competition, I won't argue with you. But let's also not blow it out of proportion. If you look at the average number of wins of their finals opponents, you'll see that LeBron's finals opponents averaged 60.8 wins per season, whereas Jordan's finals opponents averaged 61.2 wins per season. Mm-hmm. So as it turns out, both players faced stiff competition in the finals. But a big reason we don't hold the 93 Suns, the 96 Sonics, or the 98 Jazz in the same regard as some of LeBron's finals opponents is because, unlike LeBron's adversaries, Jordan's opponents never actually won the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
Yeah.
Which goes to my original point. that the difference between winning the title and finishing runner-up is huge. And the reason those teams never won the title?
Michael Jordan.
This guy.
Yeah. Once again, just rewatching The Last Dance, and the last episode was covering that 98 finals. That's one of the best teams I've ever seen. It all came back to me. That Utah Jazz team came back even better than they were in 97. And I would leave the Sonics off of there as far as like it, not the top two. The second hardest one had to be the Phoenix Suns. That's also one of the greatest teams I've ever seen. And I got to watch every single game here in 92, 93. So, yeah, they were no joke. The reason that they're not remembered is because Jordan beat them. The reason that you can't say, oh, yeah, well, they won championships, so that's why LeBron couldn't, it's okay that LeBron lost. No, the reason that these guys never won championships was because of Michael Jordan. There's no reason to disrespect these teams. They were amazing teams stacked with amazing Hall of Fame players, but just Jordan was that great.
Look, I'm not trying to say that Jordan's opponents were as good as the Warriors teams that LeBron faced 4 times in the finals. The truth is that Jordan never played a juggernaut quite like that. But there's a pretty good reason for that. Jordan's Bulls were the juggernaut. They were the team winning 70-plus games. They were the team with the target on their back every year. And as the Warriors showed us, that's not an easy place to be. As great as the Warriors were, they were never able to string together 3 consecutive championships.
Yeah.
Jordan's Bulls did it twice.
Repeat.
So what's the greater achievement? Beating the juggernaut or being the juggernaut? Or to be more specific, beating the juggernaut 1 time out of the 4 times you faced them? Or being the juggernaut year after year after year?
And to be fair, the Bulls had to beat the juggernaut first. They had to get through the Pistons coming off of back-to-back championships. So they had to beat the juggernaut, knock them off the top of the mountain, and then they became the juggernaut. And then the hard part is to remain the juggernaut.
And then doing it again, year
After
after
year.
year after year.
6 out of 8 years.
There's no doubt that LeBron's victory over the 73-win Warriors was the highlight of his career. But it's not the first time that an underdog has won the championship, and there actually have been much bigger underdogs who ended up winning the title. But how many times have we seen a player lead his team to 6 championships in 8 years? Prior to Jordan's Bulls, only Bill Russell's Celtics ever accomplished that feat in the NBA, when they incredibly won 11 championships in 13 seasons. However, back then, there was an average of less than 10 teams in the league, and only a couple rounds of playoffs, so it was considerably easier to win a title. And no player, not even Bill Russell, ever had a run of winning 25 of 26 playoff series, as Michael Jordan did. And Michael's pattern of winning goes beyond the NBA. Let's not forget that Jordan has never won anything but gold in the Olympics. And he also earned an NCAA championship, in which he hit the first of 2 iconic championship-winning shots in his career.
And for those of you who don't know, because they just showed the 92 one, he did it in 84 as a soon-to-be rookie as well, coming fresh out of college. And they ran scrimmage games on TV back then against it was Olympics versus NBA All-Stars. And we're talking the big dogs, the Magics, the Birds, the you name it. And Jordan was whooping their ass. It's amazing to see. I went back and watched it. The footage is so grainy though, so it's hard to watch. But man, MJ went in with something to prove. But yeah, to my point, he did it as a rookie too. So back-to-back golds, 1 in 84, 1 in 92, NCAA championship, 6-time
All that is to say,
NBA.
when it
Man,
comes
it's
to winning,
crazy.
the checkmark clearly goes to Jordan.
Easy win.
On to the 4th GOAT criteria, statistics. This one is a bit more complicated. I mean, how do you statistically evaluate 2 players who played in different eras under different rules at different positions?
I think all you can do is averages.
One way of doing it is to simply look at the 8 traditional statistics of basketball. Points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, field goal percentage, free throw percentage, and turnovers. And we'll focus on per game stats rather than cumulative stats.
Good, yeah. It's still going to be stacked in LeBron's favor because of the change of play style in this era. But at least, yeah, averages is the way to go. It's the most fair way to go.
His cumulative stats, such as total career points and total career assists, really speak to longevity,
then Karl Malone
which is
is one of the
already its own
greatest.
category of the GOAT analysis. Per game stats, on the other hand, is more of an apples-to-apples comparison. So looking at the 8 traditional stats, we see that Jordan leads LeBron in 5 of them: points per game, steals per game, blocks per game, free throw percentage, and fewer turnovers.
Yeah.
LeBron leads in the other 3: assists per game, rebounds per game, and field goal percentage. But that's a pretty simplistic way of looking at statistics. What if we instead turn to analytics? Probably the most well-known analytic stat is player efficiency rating, or PER for short. This metric was created by respected basketball analyst John Hollinger to give an overall rating to a player's performance based on traditional stats like the ones we just mentioned. Jordan has led the league in PER 7 times, LeBron 6 times. Jordan has finished top 3 in PER 10 times, LeBron 9 times. In fact, Jordan has the highest career PER in both the regular season and the playoffs. Another popular analytics stat is win shares. Jordan has led the league in win shares 8 times, LeBron 5 times. Jordan has finished top 3 in win shares 11 times, LeBron 6 times. And when it comes to win shares per 48 minutes, Jordan has the highest career rating in both the regular season and the playoffs. What about box plus minus?
This is fun.
Until recently, LeBron was actually ahead of Jordan in career box plus minus. But after the 2017 season gave Russell Westbrook the greatest single-season box plus minus in history by a wide margin, the architect of box plus minus realized that the stat was fundamentally flawed. So he made some changes to improve its formula. As a result, Michael Jordan now has the highest career box plus minus in both the regular season and the playoffs. And lastly, what about value over replacement player, which on its face seems to favor LeBron James? Well, value over replacement player is a cumulative stat, and as previously noted, cumulative stats speak more to longevity than they do game-to-game dominance. That said, according to value over replacement player, Jordan owns 6 of the 9 greatest individual seasons ever played.
I love Steven Dave Robinson right there at number 4. So underrated. KG shout out at number 10.
And on a per game basis, MJ's career rating in value over replacement player is the highest of all time in both the regular season and the playoffs. Are you noticing a theme here? Not only does Jordan beat LeBron in every ratable analytics stat, he consistently ranks as the best ever across the board. Before we move on from analytics,
That's a cool image. And the crazy thing is, he actually, what's the word? He like inflates his game during the playoffs every single year. So all of his numbers go up.
he ranks as the best ever across the board. Before we move on from analytics, I want to mention a lesser known stat called game score, another brainchild of John Hollinger. Game score measures a player's performance in a single game, so it won't tell us who's had the better career, but it does provide insight into who's had the greatest games. Now, we only have game score stats since 1983, so you won't see any mentions of Wilt Chamberlain here. That said, of the 100 highest game scores ever recorded, incredibly 19 of them belong to Michael Jordan. In other words, nearly 1 out of every 5 of the best single game performances over the last 4 decades has been by MJ.
Not surprised.
That includes the highest game score of all time for Jordan's 69.18 rebound masterpiece.
Everyone forgets. It wasn't just 69 points. It was 18 freaking rebounds. He's in there doing the dirty work too.
LeBron has had only 3 of the top 100 game scores. When discussing the GOAT, Nick Wright is fond of asking this question.
The aliens come down. You have 1 game to save humanity. Who's your first pick in the history of the world?
MJ or Larry Bird? Not LeBron. No way. 1 game? That much pressure? No way. He's going to crumble.
Well, Nick, I think we have our answer. Now that I've finished drowning you in numbers, let's be real. Hardly anyone watching this video knows how to calculate PER, win shares, box plus minus, value over replacement player, or game score. And why should you? This is basketball, not Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah, eye test time.
So let's go back to the traditional stats that we all know and understand. But this time, let's add context to them. What do I mean by context? Well, some positions are simply better than others at racking up certain stats. Let's take rebounding as an example. In a vacuum, if we simply compare the number of rebounds per game of Brook Lopez and Jason Kidd, we might think that Lopez was the better rebounder. The truth is, relative to their positions, Lopez is statistically one of the worst rebounding centers in NBA history.
Oh, this is fair. Yeah, because Jordan played the 2 guard, and LeBron has played now the small forward position the majority of his career, and this won't really cover the fact that he's been playing power forward as well now.
Whereas Kidd is statistically one of the best rebounding guards in NBA history. But even a poor rebounding center can grab more rebounds than a great rebounding guard solely by virtue of their roles on the court. So it makes sense that, to understand the context of a player's stats, we should compare them to the respective positions that they played. When comparing LeBron James to the other small forwards who have played at least 500 NBA games, this is where he ranks. Overall,
Rebounds,
that's
12.
pretty impressive.
Blocks 17th. Steals 9th. Yeah, that's why I have such a gripe with people claiming that he's such a good defender. He's really not. He's really not. Assist number 1 is cool.
Now let's see how Jordan compares to all shooting guards who have played at least 500 NBA games. As good as LeBron is compared to other small forwards, Jordan is on another level when compared to other shooting guards.
See the defense discrepancy here? I think it's very clear who's the better defender. And when it comes to rebounds too. Assist, of course, because MJ was putting up so many points because he had to.
He's darn near the top of every major statistical category, and there isn't a single category where LeBron is better than MJ relative to his position, other than assists. So to sum up statistics, whether comparing traditional stats or analytics, and especially when judging these players in the context of the positions they played, Jordan has a noticeable edge over LeBron. As such, we have to give the check mark to Jordan. And that takes us to the last category in our GOAT analysis, the eye
This
test.
one's so obvious.
And to be clear, by eye test, I don't mean which of these players is bigger, faster, or jumps higher. None of that is relevant unless we're having a track and field competition.
Yeah.
And frankly, if physical measurables mattered, then George Murasan would be in the GOAT conversation.
George!
No, what I mean by the eye test is, if you sat an average basketball fan in front of a TV to watch a player in action, what would he notice that the player is and is not great at? Thankfully, I happen to be an average basketball fan, and I've had the privilege of watching both LeBron and Jordan during their playing days.
Yeah,
So
me too.
unlike a lot of my fellow YouTubers, I haven't merely relied on highlight videos. Here's what my eyes told me when I saw Michael Jordan play, particularly during his playing days with the Chicago Bulls. He was the best offensive player in the game. He was arguably the best defensive player in the game. He had the best mid-range game. He was the best finisher at the rim. He had the best post-up game, which is incredible considering most players who dominated the post were big men. He was widely considered the most clutch player in the game. He was regarded by opponents as the fiercest competitor on the court. He was regarded by teammates as the hardest worker in practice. And when all was said and done, amongst the other stars of his generation, he was the greatest winner. Now, when you're playing against the elite of the elite athletes of the world, to be the best at any one of those things is pretty remarkable. But to be the best at all of them? I tell you, it's impossible, but for the fact that we saw Michael Jordan do it. And when it comes to the GOAT debate, that's the biggest hurdle facing LeBron. He's basically being compared to a guy who was great at everything and practically had no weaknesses.
You know what? As I've grown older, I've realized how unfair it is. Because us who grew up watching Michael Jordan, we are spoiled. We are so spoiled to get to watch this man's career. Because a player doesn't exist like this. That's literally the best at everything. And has the craziest willpower that we've ever seen. Will not lose. Refuses to lose. Does not accept failure. Like, once we've seen somebody like this, nobody else could stack up. So it's really not fair because these modern players, it's not that they're really that bad. They're not. They're good basketball players. But we have these expectations now. You know, we've seen what can be, what a basketball player can be. But I've grown to understand that it's not fair. No one can live up to this. Nobody could be like him. It's almost like he was built in a freaking laboratory or something.
Seriously, judging by the eye test, what's the worst thing we could say about Michael Jordan's game? Probably that he wasn't a very good three-point shooter. Jordan shot 33% from beyond the arc in an era when the average player also shot 33%.
Yeah, so he was average back then.
So when it came to three-point shooting, he wasn't good, he wasn't bad, he was just average. But remember that Michael played in an age when the three-point shot wasn't a big part of the game. During Jordan's years, teams averaged only 9.5 three-point attempts per game, and Michael himself attempted less than 2 threes per game. And if being an average three-point shooter is a weakness of Michael's game, well, then we also have to call it a weakness of LeBron's game. The difference is that LeBron plays in an era where the three-point shot is a huge part of the game. During the years in which LeBron played, teams attempted on average over 21 threes per game.
It's fair. I like where he's going. Because if we talk about him having a bad three-point percentage, that would be the same equivalent of if MJ had a bad percentage in the paint and in the post, in the mid-range. Yet he shot over 50% in those areas.
And LeBron himself averaged 4.3 three-point attempts per game, or 2.5 times as many as Jordan. Despite the increased emphasis on threes, LeBron's career shooting percentage from beyond the arc is only a hair better than Jordan, at 34%. And it's actually slightly below his peers, who averaged 35% from three during his era. But to reiterate, being an average three-point shooter was by far the worst part of MJ's game. For LeBron, it's not even close. LeBron, in fact, has 4 major weaknesses as a basketball player, each of which is readily apparent to anyone who has actually watched him play. First, he's not a good free throw shooter.
His mid-range sucks because he's got no jumper. His three-pointer sucks, and his defense is pretty weak. Turnovers.
For his career, LeBron has shot around 73.5% from the free throw line, which is pretty poor for a player who handles the ball as much as he does. In fact, many analysts point out that at the end of games, LeBron shies away from driving to the basket because he's afraid of being sent to the line.
There it is. How many times have I said that in my videos, guys? Because I watch it. I watch it live, and I see him do it. This is worst nightmares going to the free throw line in the clutch time.
I don't know whether that's true, but what I do know is that the odds of LeBron hitting 2 consecutive free throws is statistically not much better than a coin flip.
Yeah.
Jordan, on the other hand, shot a solid 83.5% from the free throw line during his career. And MJ never shied away from contact at the end of games. LeBron's second weakness is that he's an inconsistent defender. Sure, he's had some years where he was elite defensively, which is evidenced by his numerous selections to the NBA's all-defensive team, but he's also had several years where he's practically been a liability on the defensive end. Compare that to MJ, who during his Bulls days was a consistently elite defender. In fact, Jordan is the only player to rank in the top 5 amongst all guards in both steals per game and blocks per game for
Alvin Robinson, Michael Richardson, Jerry West. Damn, Jerry West, nice. MJ, Mookie Blaylock. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. All right, blocks, George Gervin. D. Wade actually inched out MJ. I forgot about that. Yeah. David Thompson, Danny Green. That's a cool list. Those are both cool lists.
his career. Additionally, Michael led his position in defensive win shares practically every year that he played for the Bulls, an incredible 10 times. LeBron, comparatively, has led his position in defensive win shares on just 4 occasions, and in 5 of his last 7 seasons, he didn't even crack the top 10 at his position in defensive win shares. Now, some will excuse LeBron's recent fall-off on the defensive end as a byproduct of his resting on defense so that he can have more energy on offense. And we can debate the merits of that strategy, but resting on defense is not something Michael Jordan was ever accused of doing. Heck, even as a 40-year-old, he was busting his tail on the defensive end.
I love that block.
But what about the notion that LeBron's been the more versatile defender? LeBron supporters will argue that he can guard positions 1 through 5 on the court.
He can, but he doesn't guard any of those positions well.
Which is when he guarded Derrick Rose for stretches in the 2011 playoffs. But LeBron's guarding the opposing team's point guard or center isn't something that happens very often. In fact, during his career, LeBron has spent less than 5% of his total minutes guarding the opposing players 1 or 5. So the versatility argument is highly exaggerated. And look, when it comes to versatility, Hometown Buffet may have a more versatile menu than Spago. That doesn't make it a better restaurant.
Hey, throw it in the comments. Is Hometown Buffet still around? They used to be all over the valley here, and I used to go quite a bit when I was younger. Oh, I miss those days. Do I, though? I bet the quality is so bad now.
LeBron's third weakness is that he's not a very good shooter. And this is a pretty significant flaw for someone claiming to be the GOAT. I mean, shooting the ball is the quintessential skill in the game of basketball. It's the part of the game that everyone practices, whether on the playground, at the YMCA, or in the NBA. Now, some people will contend that LeBron is actually a better shooter than Jordan because he has a better career field goal percentage. And yes, LeBron's career field goal percentage is 50.4% compared to Jordan's 49.7%.
Yeah, a lot of that is those cherry picking fast break dunks. But if you look at the variety of shots that Jordan takes, plus the majority of his career, he was above 50%.
But recall what I said about placing stats into proper context. To help us understand context when it comes to shooting, allow me to introduce DeAndre Jordan and Tyson Chandler.
Yeah.
We all know that DeAndre and Tyson were great rebounders and defenders. But what if I told you that they were also two of the greatest shooters of all time? That would be certifiably crazy. Yet if you look at all the shooting metrics, field goal percentage, effective field goal percentage, true shooting percentage, both of these guys rank near the top in NBA history.
Yeah, think about it for 1 second. What comes to mind when you think of DJ here? I'll give you a second. Just dunking, right? Alley-oops and dunking. So yeah, of course you're gonna have a high field goal percentage if all you do is freaking dunk. You know, that's why guys like Steph are pretty impressive to me, because he has to shoot a lot of long bombs, and if he still has a decent shooting percentage, that says a lot. MJ shot from all over, inside, outside, even shot a couple threes per game, and he still shot 50%. Very impressive.
Of course, there's an obvious reason for that. As we all know, both DeAndre Jordan and Tyson Chandler take a lot of their shot attempts on dunks, layups, and putbacks, which are extremely high percentage shots. Well, guess what? So does LeBron James. In fact, every single year of his career, the shot that LeBron James has taken the most has been within 0 to 3 feet from the basket. In other words, dunks, layups, and putbacks.
0 to 3 feet. So think about it. Visualize it.
More than 1 of every 3 of LeBron's shots has been within this point-blank range, which is aided by his playing in an era where it's been relatively easy to get to the rim, particularly when compared to the physical era in which Jordan played. And just like every other player, LeBron is really effective from 0 to 3 feet, hitting over 73% of these shots. But how does LeBron fare from outside this range? According to basketballreference.com, LeBron's shooting percentage from outside 3 feet is 37.5%.
Ooh, that's abysmal. That's abysmal.
%. It's even poorer in the playoffs, where he shoots 35.9%. And it gets even worse in close and late situations. In the last 2 minutes of games where the score is within 5 points,
29.
LeBron hits only 31.7% of his jumpers.
That's embarrassing. By the way, this just goes to show. This is, when I call LeBron a choker, this is why. Because when there's more pressure, the more pressure that's going on, the more likely he is to choke and to fail. And that's what makes a choker. A clutch player is somebody who would take this number, but when it's a high pressure situation like this, the number actually goes up. So that should have been like 45%. Then we'd be like, ooh, LeBron played clutch. But no, it drops significantly when when everything is on the line. And I'm talking about players like Bird and Jordan and Reggie Miller and guys like that would step up in those moments where everything is on the line, and they're more likely to succeed. That's a winner's thing.
Look, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that these numbers aren't very good, which is probably why in the 2013 finals, the Spurs' defensive strategy against the Heat was to basically dare LeBron James to shoot.
Yeah, the Boston Celtics did it to him in 2007, 2008. I can't remember the year now, too. Same strategy. Keep him out of the paint, force him to take jumpers. And then he couldn't. He couldn't do it at all. That's where I started seeing the crab dribble for the first time, because he didn't know what to do out there. He couldn't get into the paint.
And keep in mind, this was against LeBron in his prime. Can you imagine an opposing coach using a similar strategy against MJ?
He'd have a field day.
Now, LeBron actually credits the Spurs for forcing him to work on his jump shot, but it's not as if his results have gotten much better since then. Here's LeBron's shooting percentage from outside 3 feet over the last 6 years.
Yikes.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give him this. He is consistent.
Damn.
For comparison, consider that in the last year of Michael Jordan's career, as an aging player on the Washington Wizards, Jordan shot close to 42% from outside 3 feet.
With a busted rib and a surgically repaired knee.
While that's certainly not great, it means that even as a 40-year-old shell of his former self, Jordan was still a better shooter, a far better shooter than LeBron James. Unfortunately, Basketball Reference doesn't have advanced shooting metrics from Michael's Bulls days, when he was a significantly more efficient scorer, but few would argue that Michael was anything but a lethal jump shooter when he was wearing red and black. When it comes to shooting, all of us can recall practicing shots on the blacktop, counting down 3, 2, 1, before launching a shot at the rim. Well, if you were pretending to be LeBron James, you'd brick almost 2/3 of the time. Actually, that's not entirely true. If you were playing against a countdown, it would be much worse.
Man, yeah. There's a reason. My generation, that's what we did. We were like, Jordan, you know. But the next generation, it became Kobe, you know, because Kobe was the next awesome clutch performer after MJ. It was never LeBron. When LeBron was a rookie, his first 2 seasons, I would watch him collapse in fourth quarters, but I'd say, okay, dude, you know, I like this kid, and he just came out of high school. He's young, he's nervous. He's gonna figure this out. And then year 3 and year 4 and year 5 happened, and then he ran away from his problems and went to Miami, and it was still happening. And now we're 21 years in, and it's still happening. There's no excuse anymore. He's an old man like me. You know, he never overcame that anxiety and that fear. He's got the Ben Simmons syndrome.
And that gets me to the last major weakness of LeBron's game, his performance, or more accurately, lack of performance, in the clutch. Remember when people were praising LeBron for making a couple of buzzer beaters in the playoffs 2 years ago? They used these stats to claim that LeBron was better in the clutch than Jordan.
I remember this argument. It was freaking clutch sports, man. They'll try anything.
But look at these numbers carefully. What stands out to you? How about this? People were using a sample size of less than 1 shot per season to make the case that LeBron was more clutch than Jordan. That would be the equivalent of polling just 100 people in the country to try to predict the winner of the next presidential election. So let's use more telling stats, shall we? Here's a situation that's often used to determine a player's clutchness. 5 seconds to go in the fourth quarter or overtime, and your team needs a bucket to either win or tie the game. It answers the age-old question, who do you want taking the last shot with the game on the line?
Once again, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and off the top of my head for number 3, Reggie Miller. I'm sure there's others. Maybe Damian Lillard.
It turns out that in the regular season and playoffs combined, LeBron has taken 94 such shots. That's a pretty good sample size. And how many of those 94 shots has LeBron made?
I'm going to guess here. 12.
19.
Okay.
For a shooting percentage of 20%.
20%. One out of 5.
20%. Guys, that's not bad in the clutch. That's atrocious.
I'd rather give the ball to Dennis Rodman. just chuck one. He had a better shooting percentage than that.
Michael Jordan in the same situation shot roughly 50%. Yes, that's right. Jordan's performance under pressure was the same as it was throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, he had no fear.
And that, my friends, is the definition of clutch. So there you go. When it comes to the eye test, our eyes tell us that one player, Michael Jordan, is great at everything and has practically no weaknesses. And the other player, LeBron James, while also having a ton of strengths, has several obvious flaws to his game. And when all is said and done, after analyzing the 5 key factors of being the GOAT, Jordan gets 4 check marks to LeBron's 1, making this GOAT debate, well, not much of a debate at all.
I told you guys in the beginning of the video, I didn't know what angle this video was going to go at, but to me, this debate has not been a debate. It's not. It shouldn't exist. It's fabricated. This is a fake debate created by Clutch Sports. It's not even close. It's embarrassing at this point. Why can't we just say LeBron is one of the greatest players of all time, and his and him be satisfied with that. I'd be satisfied with that. Hell, man, I wish I was a billionaire and I was known as one of the greatest players of all time. Hell yeah. You see D Wade talk about how grateful he is that he's in a conversation of one of the greatest shooting guards of all time. You know, he's a humble man. I like that about him. But LeBron, no, it's not good enough. He's got to be number one. And it's just embarrassing because he's chasing the impossible. He cannot beat him. It's not going to happen. It's already way too late. You can't go back in time. He'd have to redo his whole career. It's too late. It's time to give it up, man.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that LeBron James is a bad player.
He's not.
He's a phenomenal player. Personally, I have him on basketball's Mount Rushmore, along with Jordan, Kareem, Wilt Chamberlain, and Bill Russell. He's just not Michael Jordan. And just to underscore how good MJ was, let's ignore LeBron and Jordan for a minute and focus on the other three players highlighted here: Kareem, Wilt, and Bill Russell.
Big man.
Most would agree that these are the three greatest centers in NBA history, and each of them has a strong case to justify his standing among basketball royalty. Wilt is an all-time great because he was an offensive force of nature, and he holds a ton of NBA records. Russell is in the conversation because he was a dominant defender and a perennial champion. Kareem also led his team to numerous titles, and in terms of individual awards and accolades, was the most decorated of the three. Not to mention, he had the NBA's most unguardable shot. Now imagine a center that had all the best qualities from these three titans. A player like that would be the basketball equivalent of Thanos. Now add to that player the highest level of intangible attributes, such as a tireless work ethic, unmatched killer instinct, and an ability to deliver in the clutch. And now you'd essentially be looking at Thanos with all of the Infinity Stones, and no one would question whether this player was the greatest of all time. But the truth is, we don't have to imagine such a player. That player already existed. He just happened to be a shooting guard, not a center. When you think about it, Michael Jordan is the real-life version of an overpowered video game character.
He is.
He had all the qualities we look for in a superstar athlete, and he had it in spades. He's basically Babe Ruth, if Babe Ruth played defense like Willie Mays. And that's why, even in comparison to the other all-time greats, he is truly in a class of his own. Simply put, he is the GOAT,
man. It just is what it is. God damn. Bang. Good editing timing, man. Bang. That was great editing. The GOAT. Man.
Thanks for watching.
My pleasure.
This was my first video, but if you want me to make more content like this, please subscribe to my channel. Also, if you like what you saw, please click the like button below and share this video with your friends. And leave a comment to give your thoughts on the GOAT debate.
All right, well, I'm going to share this video with, check this out.
A guy with no coaching experience and LeBron's podcast partner is about to be the Lakers coach, and Bron wants us to think he has nothing to do with it. Oh, really?
By the way, very unprofessional of me. This is by AM Hoops. It's called Breaking. LeBron hires JJ Redick as head coach. I love that. I love that title. All right, my bad. As always, I'm going to link the video down below for the AM Hoops vid. You guys know the drill. All right, here we go.
We know that the LA front office wanted Dan Hurley, but not that bad. They made him an offer to be the 6th highest paid head coach. Not exactly a Godfather offer.
Sources have described Lakers officials as infatuated with Redick and view him as a Pat Riley-like coaching prospect. What? Pat Riley? Guy who's won 5 titles as a coach, 3-time coach of the year. It is so Lakers to set the bar that high when they don't have to. But other
Seriously, why put that kind of pressure on JJ? Pat Riley's the freaking godfather.
people like Hall of Famer George Karl say, it's kind of like the start of a joke. One of the most hated Dukies ever with 0 coaching experience is offered the ultimate head coaching position with the LA Lakers. Ex-Laker Byron Scott isn't sure. Paul Pierce says LA's not even serious about winning anymore. But my favorite comment was Colin Cowherd on JJ's backwards hat.
I didn't hear a word LeBron said. I couldn't stop staring at the hat. JJ Redick's going for NBA head coaching jobs. He looks like a guy that's going to move my couch. Didn't like it.
Ha! That made...
All right. I'm not saying JJ's going to do a bad job. I have no idea, really. I don't think any of us do. We could just make predictions. But the whole thing's just hilarious to me because, like I said in the previous video, it seems completely scripted that JJ's going to get the job. And now that it's real, I'm not surprised at all, you guys. I don't know about you. I left that last video going, I know 100% JJ's going to get the job, no matter how ridiculous this seems, because it makes perfect sense. He gets to skip being an assistant coach. He gets to skip all of that work now, right into head coaching. Yes, he's going to be LeBron's scapegoat, and I think JJ knows it, but he doesn't care because he gets to be a head coach now. For the rest of his life, he gets to be a head coach because of this.
Might be a little too far, but there is a huge thing all these people are missing about JJ Redick. Dude was the LeBron of his town growing up. JJ was 5'6" as an 8th grader, but was so athletic he starred in basketball and baseball. In 6th grade, JJ led his AAU team deep in the national tournament with a broken thumb. After that, flew home to pitch in the AAU national title game. So after a 2-week hoops tournament on very little sleep, he pitched 8 innings and struck out 15 batters.
Dude, did you guys know about this? That he played baseball? I know in college he was solid as a basketball player. I didn't know he played baseball too. He looks like a baseball player. Look at that picture. This fits JJ Redick more than it fits basketball. Wow.
The championship. As a senior in high school, he played with a painful heel injury, but scored 43 to win the state title. The next day, he couldn't walk, but legendary Duke coach Mike Krzyzewski was in the gym. He liked pressure. He liked to be the one to produce under pressure. Not many kids show that ever, but certainly not that early. JJ got that style from his parents, who were vegetarians and homeschooled him until high school, which turned out to be a problem. When JJ got to Duke, he got in so much trouble, it almost cost him everything. He had immediate success as a freshman, scoring 15 points, 16 as a sophomore. But in the Final Four, Duke lost an 8-point lead to UConn. With 5 seconds left, down 2. JJ got an open look to send Duke to the national championship and missed the biggest shot of his life.
Damn.
Instead of sympathy and a pat on the back, Coach K told him, "You are overweight, under-disciplined, and uncommitted to fulfilling your potential." See, after
Wow. Coach K, man. Coach K saying it as it is.
going to college, JJ went crazy with his new freedom. Ate fried chicken and burritos every day. Was once caught in a dorm by police with people smoking weed.
Yeah.
But coach calling him out only made things worse.
I would wake up at like 2 p.m. in the afternoon. I'd start chugging beers. I'd have a burrito, party through the night, wake up at 2 p.m. I did that for 2 straight weeks. No one knew where I was. One day I get a rap at noon on the door of the apartment, and it's Coach Collins and Coach Wojo. I weigh 195. I'm 225, bro. I'm fat. I'm fat as. It was basically an ultimatum. It was like, dude, we're not going to kick you off the team. We're not going to kick you off camp, out of school, but you need to get together, and like we're going to get you, the help you need. So like I started seeing a therapist. They put me on a hourly schedule that summer. 8 a.m. wake up, 9 a.m. check-in, 10 a.m. class. That was life-changing.
Yeah.
Because that became the rest of my life.
It's true.
Wow. See, I didn't know it went that far with him in college. He was really living up that university life.
JJ became famous for his work ethic in the league. He attempted 342 game speed shots every day in the offseason. There are 7 spots on the floor to shoot from. 20 threes, 20 mid-range twos from each spot, 3 one-dribble pull-ups going left, 3 going right, plus 20 free throws. 342, obviously. But even with that work ethic, he was almost a bust. JJ slipped to 11th in the 06 draft despite winning College Player of the Year. Critics said, yeah, teams got him in workouts, and he was just another white, overrated system player at Duke. He got to a good Orlando team that made the finals his 3rd year, which also meant very little playing time, and he requested a trade in year 2. But 2 teammates got injured, which opened up opportunity. By his 5th year, JJ averaged double digits and got votes for 6th Man of the Year. The Magic traded him in 2013 to the Bucks, where he struggled again to find a role. He was bad on defense, lacked size and strength, but everything changed in LA. Not only did the Clippers need a shooter to space for CP3 and Blake Griffin, the NBA was becoming a 3-point dominated league. So the next 4 years, he averaged 16 points on 44% from deep, one of the best role players in the game. He was more valuable in his 30s than he was in his 20s.
Yeah, if he got drafted now in today's game, like right now, and he just started, I think he'd have a much more successful career. But by the time he was on his final years, that's when the game shifted in his favor.
And that almost never happens. So I can see why the Lakers like him so much. He's got chemistry with LeBron, an insane work ethic, and is obsessed with the game. But is JJ being set up to fail? The last 2...
Oh yeah, 100%. This whole thing is really cut and dry for me. It's really simple. Jeannie already said a while back that her main priority is to make LeBron happy. So, is it a surprise to any of you watching the podcast, watching the breakdowns in the beginning of the podcast where JJ's breaking down all these different plays? He's basically, that was he's building a resume for applying for the coaching spot. And then you've got LeBron in Jeannie's ear saying, you know, hey, I like this guy. I want this guy to coach me. Well, what do you guys think was going to happen when you've got someone like Jeannie who's not gonna go out and do the thing that's best for the team, but is just going to appease LeBron? This was all scripted. Like, this was all going to happen no matter what. No matter what. It makes me wonder about that offer to Dan. Like, was that even a real offer? I don't know. I really don't know. Somebody on the side might have just said, like, hey, this ain't real. We're just doing this for media. But, yeah, JJ's going to be the scapegoat. He knows it. He's set up to fail. He's going to coach an old-ass LeBron James who's angry and is going to blame the coach at the end of the year. It's going to happen. It'll start out all lovey-dovey, you know, all honeymoonish, and it's going to end with a blaze of fire. But guess what? Even if JJ gets fired, it don't matter. He's going to find another job as a coach right afterwards, so it's worth it for him. And LeBron, maybe he'll retire after 1 year, so maybe JJ doesn't have to get fired, and he gets to continue being the Lakers head coach. He just has to put up with abuse for a year. You know? I think it's worth it for JJ. Straight up. I think it's worth it for JJ. I see what he's doing. And if he really wants to be a head coach, this is the simplest path to get there. It's not the most respectable path, but it's the most simple one. I'm not saying I support any of this stuff. I'm just saying it's so obvious. You know, if you take a step out and you just look at it, this whole thing is so obvious.
Coaches were Frank Vogel and Darvin Ham. Vogel won an NBA championship and was fired. Ham made the conference finals in year 1 and was let go. Yep. How much more do they want? Well, the number one thing actually is to connect with LeBron. And it's obvious watching their pod, they respect each other. But JJ is one of the only players in the world that knows what it feels like to be criticized like LeBron James. He was the number 1 most hated player in college basketball. Wow. There were signs at every game about how much he was despised. But on January 21st, 2004, Duke was at Maryland. JJ was having an amazing game, 26 points, 5-6 from deep, but one sign bragged about sleeping with his 12-year-old sister. JJ couldn't believe how low they...
Oh, that's low. That's sick, actually.
Sunk. At the free throw line, the usual FUJJ.
Damn, listen to that.
And that is a big reason why people are hating on him now. Even though JJ stopped celebrating after every bucket, turned his life around, people just still don't like him and his vibes. It's not unheard of for a coach with no experience to be successful. Just look at Steve Kerr, won a chip year one, though he was an NBA GM before that. But does vibing with LeBron also mean they will draft Bronny James? A lot of people on the internet think so. When he's hired after the finals, it will be 3 days max to the NBA draft. JJ won't have final say, obviously, but he will be in the room.
You know, that's the other thing. So, yeah, Jeannie did say what I said she said. She's going to do, her priority is to make LeBron happy. So, do you guys think Bronny's next? I think Bronny's next. And I'm so sorry, Lakers fans. I'm so sorry. This is all scripted. I think it's going to happen. Which means fucking great news for my Suns, because I was so scared we were going to draft Bronny. But if JJ's in LA, that means LeBron is going to stay in LA. That's the other part of the script. So I was hoping JJ gets hired. Sorry again, Lakers fans. I know this sucks, but you know, just hang in there for one more year. I figured JJ gets hired, then then they draft Bronny, LeBron stays, and then it's all the way it was supposed to end.
The Lakers officially have 2 picks. Number 17 in the first round, 55th in the second round. JJ hasn't talked much about Bronny as a player, but he did tell LeBron he was impressed by his son's maturity at such a young age. I think anyone who got the Lakers job was in a tough position no matter what. They just barely made the play-in with LeBron and AD healthy and have high expectations. But I am not writing off JJ Redick at all as a head coach. After playing, he's been in the media, but that's not really his thing. I mean, even when he went off on Doc Rivers on First Take saying he never takes accountability, it felt awkward. JJ eventually apologized, said that's not even me. Coaching, though, seems like a perfect fit for him as a person. We'll see about the Lakers.
But anything less than an NBA Finals is a failure in LeBron's world, and the Mavs just lost in the finals. Big props to the Celtics for pulling it off, but Luka now has a big decision to make.
I'm feeling dangerous today.
Ace Ventura.
So I've decided to make a critical video about LeBron James because no one's ever done that before.
It's about damn time.
But unlike many of his ops on the internet, who are they themselves as annoying as the bronsexuals they wage war against every day?
Crowd wasn't.
This won't be a video as to why I hate LeBron James, because I don't hate LeBron James. I have him number 2 to Jordan. This is a video as to why many people hate LeBron James.
All right, let's do it.
Contrary to what LeBron would like you to believe as to why others hate him for no reason, it's not for no reason. Most of it is his fault.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I got to tell you, if it was just basketball and like the dude just went out and balled out, like I wouldn't make any videos, you know, about LeBron James in a negative light. Like if he just went out there and like played good, solid basketball, man, it would be a lot different. If you guys haven't noticed, pretty much every other basketball player that I cover, it's nothing but praise and like good memories about him. But with LeBron, man, it's all flopping and traveling and that crab dribble and oh.
Can you tell me?
No!
I'll show you.
Oh, snap.
Hear the music.
With the first pick
all right,
in
Dynamo.
the 2003 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select LeBron James.
Hype is a cruel mistress. It can make or break you. First, you get the notoriety. And you get the notoriety, you get the clout.
Okay.
Then we get the clout, you get the hype. And then when you get the hype, you get the haters.
Got enemies, got a lot of enemies, got a lot of people trying to drain me of my energy.
Look no further than Victor Wembanyama. Malice and contempt are just part of the territory of fame. They're calling Victor the greatest prospect ever in any team sport. But imagine if they were calling him king.
So when LeBron James came in, they was already calling him the king with commercials.
Kids kept like running around the hotel talking about King James. Man, the craziest thing is going on downstairs is people are running around here calling you King James. And he laughed like, yeah, that's what they've been calling me.
Well, he didn't have to feed into it by getting a tattoo saying chosen and calling himself the chosen one like he's freaking Neo from the Matrix. Okay.
Chamberlain was called Wilt the Stilt or the Big Dipper, Kobe Bryant the Black Mamba, Magic Johnson, Clyde the Glide, Air Jordan, Dr. J, The Answer, The Truth, the Human Highlight Film. But now we have someone called King.
Ooh, king.
For those who are literary intolerant, a king can be defined as a male sovereign or monarch, usually by hereditary right, the chief authority over a country or people, God or Christ. And he was called this all while never having played a single minute in the NBA, let alone having won a championship yet.
I know, and that's a problem, being having a nickname as king, as royalty. That's a big freaking problem because, okay, I hate to say it, man. I hate to say it. But you know how like he needs to team up with dudes who are closers and are going to go out there and do all the dirty work for him and close the games out for him, win him championships? Doesn't that sound like a king? Send his troops out. Send his troops out, and then he gets to rule the land. I do think he acts like a fucking king, like he's royalty.
That is blasphemous.
That isn't LeBron's fault. True, but why did he wear number 23?
You told a group of kids at a skills camp that you are chasing the ghost of this guy who played in Chicago.
Still chasing at the age of 40, 21 years in.
You want 6 rings? Or you is it that specific? What are we talking about here?
Everyone automatically kind of like, oh, he's trying to be, he's talking down on MJ, trying to be better than MJ. What actually is he talking about? What actually is he talking about? What actually is he talking about?
Oh my God. Dude, Commissioner Dynamo is so good. Holy shit. What the hell did he just do?
What are you talking about here?
Everyone automatically kind of like, oh, he's trying to be, he's talking down on MJ, trying to be better than MJ. What actually is he talking about? What actually is he talking about? What actually is he talking about?
That bit of confusion that LeBron himself acknowledged breeds resentment and anger among those who don't know any better. I remember when Justin Bieber first came out, people were saying he could be the next Michael Jackson. Immediately, people started hating him for it. And those words at that time had never come out of his mouth. The media builds you up to tear you down by saying, hey, this is the newer version of that thing that you really love.
Yeah.
Only this time far more hip. It's wow. Causing down bad stands and fans of the original to get pissed off. Now imagine if everywhere Justin Bieber went, he was dressing like Michael Jackson. People would be even angrier. Who does he think he is, they'll say.
That's damn true. If Bieber did do that, we would hate him so much more. So much more. Man, I don't know, dude. I never have had a problem with anybody trying to be a spiritual successor to somebody. Think like video games. Like once in a while there's like an old game franchise that I really loved. Like Wing Commander's one, for instance. And then years go by and, it's done. The franchise is done. And then somebody comes out and says, hey, this is a spiritual successor to Wing Commander because I really love that game. So I'm going to try to emulate that game and do my best. Dude, the community gets right behind it and backs it. But if you come out and say, like, this is the king of all games, this game is going to be better than Wing Commander, yeah, we're all going to bash the shit out of you at that point.
He thinks he's as good, if not better. This is what always happens. But now let's apply this to basketball, where you wear the same jersey number as a guy who everyone unilaterally sees as the 23. The most famous player in basketball history. Everyone knows his number, instantly recognizable, tied it to a face, a likeness. Now we have a player being called king going out of his way to wear 23.
Yeah.
LeBron should have picked a different number to be known for.
Straight up. That would have helped his cause so much. Or if by the time he went to Miami, he was wearing what, 6 or 8? I can't keep track of all his fucking jersey changes. Whatever. The second he stopped wearing 23, if he would have stopped forever and not gone back to 23 and just said, yeah, I was young back then, so I stopped doing it. This is my number. you know, and he was like number 7 or number 25. I would have respected 25 because MJ 23, Kobe 24, and then the next great can be 25. That would have been legit. But to try to go back to 23, man, that's when I was like, dude, this guy he won't stop. And what's his number now? He's again, he's back to 23.
He wears number 6 now. The only reason he didn't wear number 23 in Miami is because Heat organization retired in honor of MJ.
Cheers, Pat.
If I were someone new coming into the league with the amount of expectations that LeBron had, I would never pick the number as a guy known the world over. I just wouldn't.
Nope.
I want to be known as myself, not be thought of as someone else or that other guy's face popping into people's head instead of mine.
Yeah, I would have stayed away from 8, 23, 24, 32, 32, 33.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but it can also be damaging, and the ramifications can be permanent, sort of like a tattoo.
Chosen one.
Yes, Sports Illustrated called him this first, but as the media can build you up to tear you down, they can also set you up to fail. When I think of a chosen one, I think of a shepherd or someone handpicked by destiny to change the world. But the NBA had just got through having its biggest, most impressive decade ever. The Dream Team helped take the league global, and fan interest was at an all-time high.
Oh my God, I just had a reality check because he showed that clip of Star Wars. He really does have the Anakin story arc, doesn't he? Started out with all this potential, but he was called the Chosen One, and he embraced the Chosen One role. And now he's like all dark side. He's all greed. He doesn't care who he hurts in order to achieve more. And it's just like Anakin said, I want more, and I know I shouldn't. You know? I don't know. Am I crazy? Is it the wine? I think it makes some fucking sense.
The league or the sport doesn't need saving, so what exactly are you chosen to do? To the average person, branding yourself with this reeks of arrogance and makes them think you're here to do nothing other than try to supplant their favorite player. It would be like Jordan time he stepped foot in the league tattooing GOAT on his back or tattooing Black Jesus on his chest. If you're a relatively unknown player, most will see this as boasting and a lack of humility.
On pins and needles across the country, particularly those
the decision.
running for LeBron James. You ready to go, LeBron? Where's the powder?
Left it at home.
Where's the powder? What movie is this from?
If you know someone that hates LeBron, this was probably the start of their villain arc and reason why right here, as well as many other people. Looking back on it now, this was of course the best decision for his career, but the way in which he handled it was bad. It reeked of pomp and circumstance and led to the burning of LeBron jerseys nationwide. And the average person that hates LeBron probably won't even realize to this day that while this event was somewhat of an albatross, it generated millions of dollars for Boys and Girls Club charity.
Yeah, well, we don't remember that because we don't remember that. You could have done it some other way. You could have done a charity stream or something, but he did it this way. Yeah, this is the moment where I started hating LeBron. If y'all don't know, like for those of you who don't know, who I haven't talked to in the comments, I loved LeBron James when he was in Cleveland the first time. Loved him. I was backing him. I wanted him to win Cleveland a championship so bad. I wanted him to do it the right way, build a team around him. And then the decision happened. And when people were burning jerseys of his, I was glad I didn't have a jersey because I would have burned the shit out of that one too. But that was it. It was game over. He didn't have to pull a Kobe Bryant here, like because Kobe did the decision coming out of high school. You know, he was choosing whether or not he was going to go to college or go to the pros. So that's why there was a press conference around it. This to do a press conference thing, like a big televised event around you saying I'm going to leave the team that drafted me. This is fucked. Like this is stabbing everyone in the heart in Cleveland.
But up until this point in NBA history, no player who has ever been seen as a face or the best player in the league had ever made a spectacle out of their leaving a team.
No.
Leaving the team that drafted you up until this point was seen as taboo regardless. Most of the previous greats had won a championship for their team that had drafted them, being Bill Russell, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and they all stayed for their entire career.
And the only other time it was acceptable to bail was when you were at the final quarter of your career and you hadn't won yet, and you're thinking, I want to win a ring before I retire. That was totally fine. People did that. You know, I'm looking at you, Karl Malone, or, you know, Gary Payton and people. That's fine. Steve Nash, you know, but to do it in your youth and to just abandon your team and then to throw a celebration, like you're celebrating the fact that you abandoned them. It's like, dude, it's like cheating on your girl, and then you're gonna like post yourself like partying while like your new girl is like stripping on you, you know, and you're just like sitting back with some drinks and just partying your ass off, and you're gonna post that shit on social media, you know, like it's just some things you don't do, man.
So when LeBron did this, people saw him as someone unwilling to compete, and on top of him being branded a loser, many see him as unloyal.
Yeah.
He has a tattoo of loyalty on his body. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. Good riddance. Good riddance. Dan Gilbert will bring us a winner.
Not 2, not 3.
Not 4.
Another one.
Not 5.
Another one.
Not 6.
Another one.
Not 7.
So now,
my
after having
God.
left the team that drafted you in historic fashion with all this fanfare, all of this hero worship, despite not having won anything yet, you, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh stacked the deck in your favor. You were the overwhelming favorite to take home the NBA title that year, and you still managed to lose to a team that no one thought would beat you.
Yeah.
This is like if all the jocks in gym class teamed up and said we could beat anybody. And after all their boasting, they lose in embarrassing fashion in front of everyone.
Yeah.
On top of having just mocked the star player on the opposing team
Yeah.
for being sick during Game 4. 2011 was by far and away the worst year for LeBron. You made a circus out of your leaving in free agency. You stacked the deck with a super team, a player-created super team. And after having promised the world to these new fans that now idolize you, you let them down in historic fashion. And you got outplayed.
Yeah,
by
at this point, it's not only Cleveland fans that hate you. Now it's Miami fans that hate you. D-Wade did it on his own before.
Jason Terry. At this point, hating on LeBron had become a national pastime.
It's police, you know.
Call that flagrant? Oh, come on. What league are we
And the Grammy
becoming
goes
if
to
that's a flagrant foul?
LeBron's peak years is when the flopping became very egregious. I'm not going to sit here and say Jordan or no one else has ever flopped before LeBron.
No,
Jordan
not like
has
this.
flopped before. Many players have flopped. Unfortunately for LeBron, social media was just beginning to take off.
Yeah, okay. The previous greats, once the Europeans came into the league, I'm looking at you, Vladi. I'd say Drazen, but I don't remember him flopping. But Vladi, I'm just going to stick with Vladi because he's like the oldest European I can remember that flopped. He really introduced flopping into the game, in my opinion. Correct me down below if you got somebody who did it before him. But before that, people tried to take charges. Yes. Flopping is a whole different thing than trying to sell a charge. What LeBron James does is this kind of shit.
Players have flopped. Unfortunately for LeBron,
This.
social
What
media
is this?
was just
What was
beginning
that? That's not trying to take a charge. He's on offense right now.
to take off. And the stars that preceded LeBron
what is
had
that?
the luxury of not
What
having...
ghost just punched him in the face? Hold on. Sorry, man. This is an unhinged video here. I figured I introduced it to the point where you guys would know this shit's gonna be unhinged tonight. All right. Plus, there are Seinfeld long compilations on YouTube showing LeBron flopping more so than any other player. Seinfeld long compilations. Okay. Yeah, there are. Maybe we'll watch one after this.
Having phones and cameras everywhere to see their worst moments. The internet provided the means for multitudes of haters to coalesce and congregate amongst themselves and speak sweet nothings into each other's ear about how trash LeBron is. Jordan, Kobe, Magic, and Kareem also had the luxury of not having 2 billion news networks and their imaginary friends talk about them 24/7, 365. Thereby making the public feel drowned, washed with LeBron content, feeling stressed about it, and getting more angry at him.
Hey, man, but that's his own deal for doing for opening or owning a media company. Oh shit. This is about to be funny, isn't it?
Washed with LeBron content, feeling stressed about it, and getting more angry at him.
Hurry up and get your stuff! What y'all waiting for? You trade it! Trade it! Trade it!
I don't think I've seen any NBA player have as much control over an organization as LeBron does. When he gets on your team, it's win now. We've seen multiple different instances of half the damn team getting shipped out at a trade deadline at LeBron's whim. And when he leaves, there's nothing but bad contracts abound up and down the roster. I remember people talking highly of Lakers' young core of Brandon Ingram, Kyle Kuzma, Lonzo Ball, and Josh Hart. And after only a year of LeBron being there, the entire young core, with the exception of Kuzma, is thrown into the bushes.
I can't believe they did it. I can't believe they did it just for an old LeBron James. They really sold their entire future.
LeBron some years ago complained about the team being too top heavy. He needs another playmaker. The LeBron needs help narrative started
Isn't he
around.
not making like $50 million a year right now? He is. Yeah, they are too top heavy. He should take a pay cut. Once again, MJ, when he was 39 and 40, he took $1 million a year because he wanted to win. What's LeBron doing? A 50x on that? Doc.
This time in 2016, 2017, and ever since then, every single year LeBron needs more and more help. There's never enough help. He can never seem to get and keep help. And of course, other
And if he gets good help like Kyrie, then he tries to get him traded.
NBA history have had help, and they needed some more pieces to get to the next level. But unfortunately for LeBron, there exists this mercenary aura around him that permeates every team and every location he goes to and interacts with. And the sentiments of many, including NBA insiders and analysts, are if you don't get LeBron the help he requires or asks or demands, he's out of here. And the ironic part about this is that Kobe Bryant, someone everyone sees as one of the most loyal players and devoted players to this franchise ever, demanded to be traded several different times simply because things weren't going his way, they weren't working out, and he was in a perpetual slump of having to carry a team that doesn't have enough talent. And LeBron fans will use this against him and others who have complained and say, see, they're no different than LeBron, without realizing that the only difference is between them and LeBron is that LeBron is the only one who actually left. They didn't.
LeBron, we're just learning about your hand injury, and we can obviously see the brace. Can you take us through what happened and if it caused you any problems over the final 3 games?
This is the part of the video where I actually start to get angry. If you look at any of the worst losses for LeBron in recent
Hold
time.
on. LeBron says he's pretty much played the last 3 games. I thought he was just bitching about 1. The 3 games with a broken hand because he punched allegedly punched a fucking whiteboard. By the way, that's not what you wear if you have a broken hand. I'm sorry, dude. Get him, Commissioner.
Get angry. If you look at any of the worst losses for LeBron in recent times, be them sweeps, be them blowouts, anything like that, there's always an excuse. There's always some other thing that caused this.
Not him.
2018, you're up against the most powerful OP team in league history. That's not enough to just admit loss. No, I punched a wall. My arm and hand were messed up. I was basically playing the entirety of the series with a broken hand. Wow, aren't I powerful? Aren't I Iron Man? 2018-2019 season, after activating playoff mode and failing to gain any traction with the team or get into the playoff picture, LeBron says, I have a groin injury. That seems believable enough, but then his physical therapist says he shouldn't have came back at all. He should have been out 6 months, but he didn't want to disappoint the fans of the Lakers.
Get out of here. You don't want to disappoint the fans of the Lakers? Then you wouldn't fucking load manage.
2020-21 season, he says, we have so many injuries. We've never been able to play together. We all can't stay on the floor.
Oh, he said that in 2021 too? Because he just said that this year. We didn't get to play together. Oh, and by the way, what's up at the review center? Like, I don't know what the hell is going on with that. This video, hold up. This video is from 11 months ago. So he didn't get to see the review center bullshit and the coach blaming from this year. Oh, my God. History doesn't always repeat, but it tends to rhyme. I swear, man, because he's using the same excuses all over again.
We have so many injuries. We've never been able to play together. We all can't stay on the floor. If we had played together, we would have gotten farther. But yet the Clippers, missing more than half of their damn team for most of the year, was able to have a better record than the Lakers and be a higher seed than the Lakers. 2021-2022 didn't make the playoffs, but now we arrive to the present where LeBron was in a boot, and then shortly after that says he played the entirety of the playoffs on a torn tendon in his foot.
You can't keep getting away with it.
The legitimacy of his injuries are one thing, but the repetitive frequency at which these injuries seem to appear at his low lights, it's never in his best
Oh my
moments.
God.
It's always when he's either getting swept or he's losing. It looks suspect, and in some ways it's disrespectful to
God.
the other team. You're essentially
is.
ignoring their efforts and their prowess as a ball club in lieu of your injury being the thing that cost you to lose.
Straight up, Dynamo. Okay, all of our basketball heroes from the beginning of time to now, when they lose, they give props to the winning team. Man, we got to get better. Denver was just too good for us this year. I wish them luck. But we'll be ready next year. Even Steph Curry, who's younger than LeBron, does this. But what does LeBron do? Oh, man, that fucking review center, my fucking hand is broken, or, my foot hurts, and we didn't get to play together very often, and we had inconsistent lineups, and that's why. Dude, praise the winner. The winner deserved to win. The winner was better than you. So say, hey, congratulations to the winner. Oh my God, man. Dude, people ask me in the comments, why do you hate LeBron James? Just watch this. Maybe I'm going to title this video, Why I Hate LeBron James. Should I do it? That's it. I'm switching gears. Yeah, everything in the rest of this video is why I hate LeBron James. I'm not even going to hold back anymore. Fuck this shit.
Not their ability to play the game. Injuries are, of course, an unfortunate reality of the game, but they can also be used as a means of misdirection or passive aggressiveness while hiding your hand after throwing a stone.
LeBron James speaking out for the first time about the battle between the
China.
NBA and China, taking on Houston Rockets general manager.
I forgot about China, guys. I forgot about this whole thing. This was messed up. This was messed up.
Time about the battle between the NBA and China, taking on Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, whose tweet supporting anti-government protests in Hong Kong set off a firestorm between the country and the league.
But I believe he wasn't educated on the situation at
I
hand.
believe you're not fucking educated on the situation. Dude, I don't want to get into it, but Hong Kong is kind of a sensitive subject to me, bro. Shit's not okay there. I'm going to be careful because this video is going on a Google platform. Shit is not okay over there. Okay? Fuck you and your fucking money and you wanting to make more goddamn money. Because that's some bullshit, dude. What's going on there back then, still to this day, is not fucking okay. The fact that you had this platform and you didn't speak out against the crimes against Hong Kong, fuck you, bro.
Between the country and the league.
But I believe he wasn't educated on the situation at hand. People could have been harmed, not only financially, but physically, emotionally.
Financially.
Spiritually. So just be careful what we tweet and we say and what we do.
Oof.
That one didn't age quite so
Holy shit, Jontron.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
I'm not about to bombard you with my political philosophies. Politics stateside in America has descended into nothing but a joke. It's a circus.
Straight up.
I hate both sides of the political spectrum. That's as much as I'll tell you.
Yeah, man, straight
but
up.
what LeBron said here, I lost actual respect for him as a person, not just a basketball player. And if you simply
I forgot. This is when I lost respect for him as a human. I lost respect for him as a basketball player in 2010 or whatever. 2010, 2011 when he went to Miami as a human being. But this is when I realized he's just all about his bottom line. He doesn't give a shit except for making more money. And that's also why he's making $50 million a year right now as a 40-year-old. That's why. He don't give a shit.
don't understand the situation and you're trying to protect your Nike investors and the NBA's investors and jersey sales, simply shut the fuck up. especially when it pertains to the police brutality incident in which he tweeted recklessly without any and all information regarding the subject, potentially putting this officer's life in danger by putting his face out there for his millions of followers, then has the nerve and audacity to use the hashtag of accountability while applying none to himself.
Yeah, hashtag accountability for the, oh my God, he did this? The guy who has the least accountability in NBA history. Hashtag accountability. And this. I remember this. He put a hit on this guy, basically. Like, by doing this nowadays with social media, you post this shit on Twitter, you're next. He basically put a hit on this. Oh my God, the whole pandemic shit is coming back to me now. Like, this was disgusting. We had the whole, like, defund the police bullshit going on. Yeah, dude. Man, this video is getting to some crazy subjects. Okay, listen to me. Not all police officers are good. Not all police officers are bad. Defund them means stop giving them money. Meaning we don't have law enforcement anymore. I'd never back that. Meaning the solution is no law enforcement? No. Maybe subside some funding toward investigating some of these scummy police officers and in a rehabilitation, or we just fucking fire them. You know what I mean? But you keep the good officers because we need fucking law enforcement in any land. We need law enforcement. We need protectors of the fucking peace. Because someone robbing your house with a gun? Who are you going to call? The fucking Ghostbusters? No, we need law enforcement. So this happened. Holy shit. This is when it became hatred, guys, for me. Like this whole era during the pandemic, like it's the China thing happened, the Hong Kong, and this, and everything that followed, and then the fake hate crime that he reported. This is when it became hatred. Y'all want the answer why I fucking hate LeBron? This is why. It has nothing to do with basketball anymore. That's why I don't respect him. You know, his basketball play is why I don't respect him as a basketball player. This shit right here is why I hate him as a human being. Fuck this guy. I don't know what happened to him. I hope he didn't get fucking hit, murdered. I really hope it didn't happen. But I don't know, man. He basically put a target on this guy's head.
How are you an affluent and elite man in your 30s, but yet you behave on Twitter like a teenager?
Yeah.
When LeBron
Hold up, I want to back it up a little bit.
Applying none to has the nerve life in danger by putting his face out there for his millions of which he tweeted recklessly without any and all information regarding the subject, potentially putting this officer's life in danger by putting his face out there for his millions of followers, then has the nerve and audacity to use the hashtag of accountability while applying none to himself. How are you an affluent and elite man in your 30s, but yet you behave on Twitter like a teenager?
Dude, thank you, Dynamo. Fuck.
When LeBron and some others were told to shut up and dribble, I didn't like
No,
that.
I don't like that either. Shut up and dribble that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
That was highly disrespectful.
It is.
And came from a place of ignorance, like LeBron's tweet had also come from a place of ignorance.
Yeah, that's stooping to LeBron's level at that point. Don't do that. Shut up and dribble is some bullshit.
I may not agree with it, but I'll understand occasionally sometimes those who are on the right who do say shut up and dribble, because if this is all we have to expect from our so-called leaders and role models, you're better off just dribbling. You don't need to talk at all about politics at all. If I were in his position,
should we implement like an IQ test in order to have social media in the future or something?
or any meaningful position of
who posted that?
Politics at all. If I were
Daryl Morey, really? Yeah. Wow. I can't believe he's still props for posting that shit, man. Props for posting that, man. Not many people were brave enough to do it. I saw like Twitch streamers and like YouTubers and stuff who would say that line, you know, like we stand with Hong Kong, and then all of a sudden they disappear. Guys, if you don't know it yet, when it comes to anything tech, China owns it. Okay? China dominates it. So when they're trying to take over Hong Kong, and we post shit like this, they'll get rid of you. They'll find a way to get rid of you. Those camps, those work camps, and I'm doing quotation marks with my fingers right now, those are real. Okay? People disappear into those. I've known people who disappeared into those. I know one person who actually got out of that. And the stories that I heard, my God. My God. This is no joke, everybody. So yeah, Hong Kong does deserve their fucking freedom, man.
Were in his position or any meaningful position of stature and a voice to millions of people, I would apply the same level of energy, of disgust and outrage at the news of a black person killing another black person, as well as a white person killing a black person. At times, as black people, we are our own worst enemy. And in order for us to form a more perfect union, a more perfect people, we should strive to fight for the rights of all beings, not just our own. And that same power with which we fight will be returned to us tenfold. That's what we should hope anyway.
Lead by example. That's the way I was raised. Lead by example. Unfortunately, the world has not followed. But that's all you can do is lead by example, right?
Sentiments and teachings of Dr. King,
Yes, sir.
as well as a post-pilgrimage to Mecca, Malcolm X.
LeBron James read a whole one page of Malcolm X's book, so yeah, he's really loyal.
If LeBron ever made it past page 1 of his book, he would know that.
Yes, sir.
That one there was a violation, personally.
Yes, sir, Dynamo.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time. That's what I felt.
This is why I hate him as a basketball player. Like, this is one of the reasons I hate him as a basketball player. But my God, man. Well, he just, dude, Dynamo. Holy shit. What a real one. Guys, I found Dynamo by accident with the whole, like, cancel the We Done With the 90s thing. I had no idea Dynamo was this dude.
That one right there made you the greatest player of all time.
Dynamo is real as fuck.
Did he just say, "Hi"?
Yep.
I love LeBron, but I'm going to call timeout on this one. I have never heard Michael Jordan say he's the greatest of all
And
time.
Isaiah hates Michael Jordan, by the way.
Let other people say that for you.
That's it. Okay, I'm going to rewind this. But I just wanted to get my take in real quick. The greatest of all time, the greats, let other people say it for them. You don't need to go out there and promote yourself saying you're the greatest of all time. If you truly are the greatest of all time, everybody will say it for you. And then you're so great, like Michael Jordan, where when they ask you, do you believe you're the greatest of all time? You respond like he does and say, that's for like ESPN and those places to talk about. I'd prefer talking about like the greatest teams of all time. And then also, I don't want to crown myself the greatest of all time because I never got an opportunity to play against Wilt Chamberlain, you know? And he lists a bunch of other greats. And he says, so it'll never be decided. That's not for me to say. That's for everybody else to say. That's the respectful thing. What did LeBron do? What did LeBron do? Where is it? Here it is.
Violation, personally, I wouldn't have it.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
He said it himself.
That's what I felt. That one right there made you the greatest player of all time.
Did he just say, "Hi"? He did.
Those of you LeBron fans who came across this video tonight, I know you did. Because I know a bunch of you guys are subscribed to my channel because you guys put out those fucking hate comments in my videos every single day. How can you still respect him after this? How do you do it? Are you like him? Are you this way yourself? If so, shit. Man, I bet y'all don't have any real friends.
LeBron, but I'm going to call timeout on this one. I have never heard Michael Jordan say he's the greatest of all time.
But let other people say that for you. To me, it's just disrespectful for a lot of people that came before you that were great players.
There it is.
Only one
there it is, Kevin
athlete
McHale.
to have walked the face of this earth that has the eternal pass to utter such a statement.
I was gonna say Muhammad Ali, man.
Johnny listen, and I just turned 22 years old. I must be the greatest. I told the world, I talk to God every day. If God's with me, can't nobody be against me. I shook up the world. I shook up the world. I shook up the world.
In the words of NFL legend Walter Payton, if you're good at something, you'll tell everyone. When you're great at
Okay, real quick. Mike Tyson, I consider the greatest heavyweight champion of all time. My opinion. Mine. Okay? Just my opinion. You know what he says when they ask him who's the greatest of all time? He says, my greatest of all time is always going to be Muhammad Ali. That's what he says. Okay? In my mind, Mike Tyson, he's the most savage motherfucking boxer I've ever seen in my life. I think he's the greatest. And I respect him saying Muhammad Ali, because guess what? That's the guy who made him want to box.
legend Walter Payton, if you're good at something, you'll tell
Walter
everyone.
Payton.
When you're great at something, they'll tell you. Now, by no means am I saying that LeBron isn't great. He is definitely great. As I said, he is number 2 on my list to Jordan. But there are levels to greatness. Nowadays, so many people are so quick to call this person a GOAT or that person the GOAT without understanding the meaning of the phrase. I have Muhammad Ali at the top of my list of all athletes of all time. His greatness will never be seen again. It will not be achieved by anyone
Respect.
else. And that includes Michael Jordan. And no matter what happens going forward, I simply cannot put LeBron number 1 on this list when it comes to the NBA. Because you never will be the greatest winner as Bill Russell was. You'll never be the winner that Kareem was or the winner that Jordan was, because they didn't make excuses and they didn't rely on stacking debts in order to achieve championships. In the same bag, you place metrics and statistics. They all encompass greatness. And I believe if a pie chart were to be constructed and you look at everything that makes a quote-unquote GOAT, LeBron lacks in certain areas, which ultimately leads as to why people have disliked him to this point, and he has been the most hated athlete or the most hated NBA player in NBA history. And as I said at the beginning of the video, a majority of the reasons as to why are the direct result of LeBron's own hand. And of course, there will be many who will disagree with this video and what I've said. But the sad part is these same people who will disagree and get upset and leave hate comments, they themselves hate other players for some of the very same reasons I expressed as to why others may hate LeBron. They hate on other players all day. That's what sports is. They hate the Kevin Durant's, they hate the Floyd Mayweathers. You're hating on somebody. Just because it's your guy, you feel some type of way. Be objective and critically think. For nobody who makes Space Jam 2 a new legacy.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let me just pause for a second here. Actually, there's like 8 seconds left in this video. I'll hold it.
Better to go.
Fucking trash.
All right, hold up.
And critically think. For nobody who makes Space Jam 2 a new legacy can be considered the GOAT.
Fucking trash.
Okay. All right. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. All right. What? Oh man, that just distracted me. Hold on. The alcohol is starting to kick in.
You feel some type of way. Be objective and critically think. For nobody who makes Space Jam 2 a new legacy can be considered.
Okay, straight up. First of all, I'm going to leave this on here so I don't forget. But I get comments all the time about people saying that I'm a LeBron James hate channel. And it's hilarious to me because I know that those same people who are putting those comments in, they've got somebody in the league that they hate, you know? And they're slandering about. But all I do is remind them is, hey, the majority of my videos are about basketball players that I look up to and I praise. I was like, actually look up in my feed, man. Like, the majority of my videos are not this. But once in a while, I do put out a video like this. You know? Why? Because LeBron James is one of the most famous basketball players of all time. And currently, he's the most famous basketball player, you know, in the league at this moment. So, yeah, I am going to talk about it. But it's not all I talk about. I put out 2 videos a day, right? That's 14 videos a week. I do not put out 14 hate videos about LeBron James a week. That shit's not happening, but that's all they see. And why they get mad is because LeBron James is their guy, you know? But what's funny to me is if I've seen Michael Jordan hate channels out there, and literally every video, not like me, but for them, every video is devoted to Michael Jordan hate. What do? I don't watch their shit. So for you guys right now, all you LeBron James shills, why are you watching my videos, man? Why are you doing it? We ain't the same. We're not similar. Go ahead and comment down below. Tell me why. Why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? You know where I stand. And Space Jam 2. Holy shit. I refuse to watch it. I still have not watched it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to fucking do it. Guys, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I'm going to pour myself a little more wine, and we've got one more thing to do. Okay? We're going to watch some flop shit. All right? Why do I hate LeBron James? Well, it's because I fucking love basketball. And this bullshit that he's pulling in basketball goes against the game that I've loved since I was 5 years old. Hang tight for a second. Let's do it.
Well, credit Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka, who made a valiant effort to avoid kowtowing to LeBron James and acquiescing to his every flimsy whim in a desperate attempt to hijack the Lakers organization, which he has done at every stop along his pitiful ring-chasing NBA journey. Remember, it was less than a week after LeBron's daddy, Nikola Jokic, sent him packing for a second consecutive season that LeBron, the Lakers brass, decided to cut head coach Darvin Ham loose.
Sorry for Ham, but as far as Lebowko losing to, you know, I'm a Joker fan for life because what he's done with LeBron, it's been great.
And that's when LeBron started working behind the scenes to make sure his propaganda podcast co-host and latest wine-sipping bestie, JJ Redick, would be installed as the Lakers' latest head coach. Their fourth in the last 6 years during the LeBron James tenure.
I know. I got to interject real quick. It amazes me how many comments from LeBron James fans I get in the comments of my videos. And they literally straight face say that was a bad coach. They were bad coaches. And I'm like, all 9 of them about to be 10? Like literally, you can just keep, it blows my mind. So all 9 of these coaches were terrible, just turns out. They were all bad. It's never LeBron James's fault. Blows my mind. Yeah, I don't think any coach right now is dumb enough to take this job unless you're like JJ Redick. And the only reason he would be is because he wants a long future of coaching. So he can get his foot through the door now. But any established coach, any coach with a job or with a history is not going to take this freaking job.
Oh yeah, and here's your reminder that they have won just 2 total playoff series since the 2020 playoffs. So, yeah, maybe the coaches here aren't to blame, but nonetheless, the Lakers have fired another one. But in a stunning turn of events, LA decided to swing for the fences, not immediately hire a sycophantic Clutch Sports LeBron plant, and instead offer the job to the head coach of the 2-time defending national champion UConn Huskies, Dan Hurley.
I feel like this wasn't LeBron's move. I feel like this was the ownership and the management of the Lakers trying to do it their way. Saying, yeah, we know LeBron wants JJ, but we're going to go after this guy first. Now that this guy said no, I think LeBron's going to get his way, which is hilarious.
And by all indications, Hurley was very interested in this offer. Now, who the hell knows why that is, but he and his family did spend all of Friday in LA with Jeannie Buss and the Lakers brass. Hurley then spent the entire weekend mulling over the Lakers' reported 6-year contract worth a guaranteed $70 million. But in the end, he decided to remain in Storrs, Connecticut and hunt that historic three-peat.
Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that.
Wisely opting to bypass the absolute pending circus in LA. Once the soon-to-be 40-year-old narcissist king
narcissist king. I like that. I like that. LeBron James, the king of narcissism.
That max 3-year extension, eating up $50+ million a year moving forward,
That's disgusting.
while forcing the Lakers to draft his bum son fresh off of his elite freshman season with USC, where he averaged just 4.8 points per game.
By the way, that's another way you know that LeBron James is more about himself than about winning. If he really wanted to win, he would take a lower salary. And yeah, I could already hear the LeBron James fans like typing right now. You want to know what Michael Jordan took as a salary his final 2 years with the Wizards? $1 million. And you know what he did with that money? He donated it to a 9/11 fund. Yep.
So, alas, it is now back to the drawing board for that fourth coach in the last 6 years. And whoever that might be will be the 10th of LeBron's career. And lucky number 10 will join a list of names that include two-time Coach of the Year Mike Brown, Tyronn Lue, who just signed his own mega extension with the other LA team, good for 5 years and $70 million.
Oh, good for him. I didn't know about that. Good for T. Lue, man. Hell yeah.
Making him one of the highest paid coaches in the league at $14 million annually. And of course, the chosen one also famously played for Surefire Basketball Hall of Fame head coach Eric Spoelstra, who of course LeBron wanted fired. At least that is according to Heat team president Pat Riley himself.
And D-Wade.
On the record for the Ian Thompson book, The Soul of Basketball.
And I mean, when I say Andy Wade, I don't mean D-Wade wanted Spo fired. I mean, Spo confirmed. D-Wade confirmed that LeBron tried to do this and get Pat Riley to come down and take that job.
And here we stand on the precipice of this momentous occasion. Another scapegoat destined to be fired by LeBron to cover up for his own pathetic shortcomings and failures. Luckily for him, though, Dan Hurley has dodged that fate, while now Redick seems destined to slip right into that role. One he will fit perfectly with his zero coaching experience at any level.
Yeah.
Yes, JJ will be sure to make the perfect fall guy. And now, with basketball season drawing to an end, just what exactly is the holdup here, damn it?
Who's coming with me?
I know you're watching. Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Click that subscribe button now to stay up to date and informed with me. Until next time.
When it comes to the art of flopping, many players attempt to utilize it for their advantage. And surprisingly, it seems to actually work out most of the time, although it can be very annoying for us to watch. And perhaps the player most notorious for this action is LeBron James.
Lebowko, real quick interruption. So this was 3 years ago. This was before they instilled the no flop rule, thanks to LeBron.
Also known as LaFlop.
And the Oscar goes to LeBron James.
James has had a long history of flopping, and sometimes it got out of control.
Oh, come on. What kind of league are we becoming if that's a flagrant foul?
Oh, Stan knew what was happening, because that was nothing compared to what happens later.
Wonder why he's so talented. He even has a personal coach specifically for it.
My name is Frank Calhoun, and I'm the person who taught LeBron James how to flop. If you ask me, he was a pretty good player to begin with. But he wanted to add the flopping element to his game to try and help him take it to a whole new level. And man, does he sell it. I mean, there are times when He flops on the ground, nobody's even near him, and he will always get the call.
But on May 10th,
What was that? Was that like an SNL skit or something?
2013, all that
Near him, and he will always get the call.
But on May 10th, 2013, all that practicing might have caused him to go a little too far.
Okay.
Let's head back
2013
to
against
that
the Bulls.
good old Bulls and Heat playoff series. No, I'm not talking about the one in 2011. Let's revisit the 2013 playoff series between Miami and Chicago.
Okay, so 2013, this was a championship year for the Heat.
Remember, these two teams were never really the biggest fans of each other to begin with. Besides the series that took place 2 years prior, there's been multiple occasions where things got heated. When LeBron teamed up with Wade and Bosh, he instantly became a villain. So much so that even the Bulls fans cheered with excitement over a little injury LeBron suffered.
LeBron comes up hobbling.
Why is he limping?
So, yeah, this is an ugly moment on the part of the crowd. I just don't get it.
It's one thing to boo at the end of a quarter when he's going to take the last shot, but you don't cheer when a guy gets injured.
As you know, this was the season where we saw Miami go on an amazing 26.
Wait, why is he limping? I hate to do this, but I gotta go back. Why is he limping?
LeBron comes up hobbling.
Cheered with
Okay. He gets hit in the upper body.
Instantly
right?
became a villain. So much so that even the Bulls fans cheered.
Okay, so yeah, he got hit in the upper body.
With excitement.
I mean, maybe a little in the leg.
Over a little injury LeBron suffered.
I don't know, man.
When he's going to take the last shot, but you don't cheer when a guy gets injured.
As you know, this was the season where we saw Miami go on an amazing 27-game winning streak, pretty much looking unstoppable during this impressive run. And when you look at that, all of the teams that could have been the one to snap the streak, it just so happened to be the Chicago Bulls that put it to a stop. And LeBron was visibly frustrated at that embarrassing loss.
I think they're going to end up looking at that. Yep, they are. So they call it a flagrant foul.
So you know, heading into that Eastern Conference semifinals matchup,
that was a flagrant foul, by the way. And I just have to chime in. I've suffered some major leg injuries. I know what it's like. Dude, I would not be like visibly limping like that. I would be frozen. I would have tried to put weight on the leg a couple of times and then froze because I realized I can't walk anymore. Like, what he's doing is just, it's a show. It's an act.
It was gonna be an extremely intense series. Game 1 took place in Miami. Chicago was fresh off defeating the Brooklyn Nets in 7 games, pulling off a minor upset in the first round. And witnessing LeBron receive the MVP trophy before tip-off only gave them extra motivation.
Oh yeah.
As expected, it was a close game, only because of the fact that Miami had a long break heading into this series. So we knew they needed to find their rhythm again, but they couldn't quite get it together as the Bulls took Game 1 of the series. Game 2, the Heat came into this game much more focused, and predictably, it got a little chippy.
And that's an offensive foul. Oh, look out. James and Noah have words. James called for the push-off. A little pushing and shoving between James and we saw Robinson look to get involved. And here's Noah being restrained by teammates.
Remember this,
he's going to
this
get
goes
kicked
back.
out,
There's
isn't
some
he?
history here between these two teams.
Throughout the game, Chicago tried their best, but by the end of the night, Miami absolutely destroyed them to even up the series. Game 3 headed to Chicago, and almost right away, the two teams got into it again.
Damn. Noah and Birdman. Man, we didn't appreciate that when we had it. Noah versus Birdman. Two of the craziest dudes on D.
After the whistle, pushing and shoving looks like in game 2. Passed into him after the play.
Oh man, he shoves him while he's sitting.
Miami did a lot of that sort of stuff. Noah's reacting to that, but they're...
Keep in mind, this was only the first quarter, so the refs were definitely in for a long night, and we didn't have to wait very long for another altercation. In just the very next quarter, this happened.
And Muhammad fouls LeBron James, and then a technical
Oh,
foul on
yeah.
James, and Muhammad, for some reason, shoves James, and we're having it again. Players losing their cool.
As you can
Oh
see,
man, I'm enjoying this. I'm just enjoying this. Just to see him get thrown around for a change, man. Those Bulls didn't give a damn.
Nazi Muhammad deliberately fouls LeBron in
intentional
transition,
foul.
which led to LeBron swinging Nazi around.
That should be a technical on LeBron, because he's allowed to do an intentional foul there. But then he pulled like a little hook wrestling move to throw him down,
pulling him down in the process. And after that, Muhammad understandably was pissed, so he immediately popped right back up and had to release some of that anger, which caused James to fly backwards
Didn't even
and
shove him
continued
that
to
hard.
slide on the court, ultimately leading to everyone getting involved in a massive scuffle. Now LeBron received a technical foul, mainly for his overreaction and disbelief to the call, but Nazi's involvement in this situation got him ejected from the game.
Okay, before this goes any further, chime in below. Have you ever been two-hand shoved like that? I have. That's nothing out of that I have not experienced. All right. Have you ever been two-hand shoved before? And if you have, chime in below. Did you ever fall back like that? Or did you like do a little trot and regain your balance? Because I've never been thrown to the ground by being two-hand shoved. And if we go back, LeBron doesn't even, LeBron's not even going to like try to have his balance. He's going to straight up just let himself go with 2 feet.
Which led to LeBron swinging Nazi around, pulling him down in the
shit.
Come
on. There you go. See?
This happened.
And Muhammad fouls LeBron James, and then a technical foul on
See?
James.
Yeah, he took it just like you would take a charge. That's not what you do when you're getting shoved. He took a charge. He flopped.
To fly backwards and continued to slide on the court, ultimately leading to everyone getting involved in a massive scuffle. Now LeBron received a technical foul, mainly for his overreaction and disbelief to the call, but Nazi's involvement in this situation got him ejected from the game, and many of his Bulls teammates strongly disagreed with that decision. Okay, it was a pretty hard shove, and you can definitely tell it had a good amount of force behind it, and you can say that James was caught off guard because he was in the middle of arguing with the referee, but it's obvious that LeBron put some effort into exaggerating his fall.
By the way, can we just get some laughs for the fact that finally, one time when LeBron is complaining to the refs, somebody checks his ass? Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, if anything, double tech. No one should have got ejected. Double tech. Let's move on. It's the playoffs. You know, LeBron committed the crime first. And then was responded.
If LeBron James does not fall on that, Nazi Muhammad is not ejected.
Yep.
That's my problem.
And
that's why I like Stan. The guy tells it as it is. That's why they got rid of him.
There was one player in particular who didn't like seeing his teammate being forced to go back to the locker room. So right there in the same exact game, he decided to go get some revenge. So in the very next quarter, Nate Robinson did this.
Here's James, drives past Bellinelli.
Oh.
Blocked from behind by Robinson.
Oh, blocked by the little man.
Gets it cleanly
Get up
from
there.
Right. I remember when he blocked Yao Ming's turnaround jump
Bang,
shot at the
clean.
If you look closely, you can even see D Wade attempt to get in on the flopping.
Yeah.
Because he saw that.
I know LeBron had such a bad impact on D Wade.
That it worked for LeBron earlier. By the end of the game, emotions were high, and Miami came out on top to get another victory in the series. Later on in the locker room, many people in the Bulls organization had this to say about what happened with LeBron. Coach Tom Thibodeau said, "From my angle, I just saw a guy flop."
Yep.
Taj Gibson said MJ would get fouled and he would just keep playing.
Yes, sir. That right there. Wow, what a quote. He gets it. He gets it. That's the truth. We've seen, remember the Reggie Miller shove on Michael Jordan, and then Reggie hits a game-winning shot in the playoffs? I think this was, 97 or 98? I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's 98. Two-hand forceful shove, and MJ does the same thing that I was just describing earlier. You're a little off balance, so it shakes you up, but you do a little trot, back trot, 2 steps, and you got your balance. But by then, Reggie Miller had enough clearance. He hit the shot. So not only is this a quote, but it's actual fact. Like, we can prove it because MJ did get shoved all the time, and he wasn't on the ground. He wasn't on the ground unless he was up in the air and somebody threw him on the ground. You know, I'm looking at you, Detroit, and I'm looking at you, New York. But outside of that, no, he held his freaking ground. And even if he did fall, he'd get right back up. You know, just keep playing.
You know, Nate Robinson had to chime in as well. Quote,
Nate Dogg.
You see LeBron in a lot of commercials, a lot of good acting. Besides the unfair and lopsided punishment, the Bulls were also upset because in their last series against the Nets, Nazi was huge for them as their backup center and felt that what he did not warrant an ejection. But regardless of LeBron's embellishment on the play, even if he didn't flop and just managed to stand still on his feet, a shoving gesture like that is guaranteed to get you tossed out anyway. Also, that was sort of a weird play in the first place. 3 Bulls players already got back in time to defend LeBron, and any one of them could have taken a charge, so there was no reason for Nazr Mohammed to intentionally foul. He certainly isn't the only player to step to LeBron, but he's probably the only one to actually put hands on him. Eventually, Muhammad did quickly apologize by saying, "No hard feelings." And of course,
Nice.
you know Skip Bayless had his own opinion on the matter.
But come on, LeBron James is 6 feet 9 inches, 260 pounds. And for him to go sliding back across the floor like he got hit by a Chicago bus, I'm not buying it, Stephen A.
Dude, he perfectly took a charge. Like, I'm looking at it more and more just to verify my statement. He plants himself and takes a charge like this was still in game.
Like he got hit by a Chicago bus? I'm not buying it, Stephen A., because I think he helped propel himself backward just a little bit. So I'm going to qualify this as a flop.
Yep.
Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed the video.
I did.
If you did, make sure to comment down below. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
Damn.
When it comes to LeBron James JJ Redick podcast, for really the past month and a half, it's been non-stop false narratives, revisionist history, and just constant BS and lies.
100%.
And their latest episode, they discuss Kyrie Irving.
I'm playing like so fucking happy and so proud and to watch him and continue his growth and whatever the case may be. And at the same time, I'm so mad at the same time that I am not his running mate anymore.
Yeah, you cursed him with that comment, by the way. Thanks.
So I'm like, I just remember those times.
So LeBron right there giving Kyrie his praise and his props, as he should. And at the very end right there, LeBron James, he said, quote, "I remember those times."
Yeah, even a comment like that, he can't even give Kyrie praise without making it about himself. You know? So now the media stir is, ooh, you know, LeBron's saying he misses playing with you. I loved that they brought this up to Kyrie, and then Kyrie's reaction was as simple as, "Oh man, yeah, that's LeBron James. You know, he definitely knows how to create a media storm out of thin air," and he just laughed it off. You know, but it's true. That's it. He's a drama queen.
Now, funny you mention that, LeBron James, because those times they were ended because of you. And some might say, well, what are you talking about? Kyrie's the one who demanded a trade, and the one who left Cleveland and went to Boston. Well, my young grasshopper, you have much learning to do.
Let's
as the
do it.
2017
Let's do it.
offseason went much deeper than that one singular trade demand. As going back to the 2016 finals, after that finals and that championship.
There it is. Man, I missed this. LeBron James wanted the Cavs to trade Kyrie for Chris Paul after 2016. Damn.
Kyrie Irving back then was in trade rumors for LeBron's buddy, Chris Paul.
That Kyrie found out that after they won the championship, LeBron wanted Kyrie traded for Chris Paul.
Kyrie sees a situation here where LeBron is uncommitted past 2017. That he has and there's a team around him here in Cleveland that is built to play with LeBron.
Yep.
To play slower, to play in the half court. I think right now that if LeBron was committed going forward and he knew LeBron would be here, that this probably wouldn't be happening right now.
That's the actual real key right there, and I'm glad he said it, because the team was built for LeBron, not Kyrie. Just like in Miami, the team was built for LeBron to succeed, not Dwayne Wade. So Kyrie didn't want to get stuck with a team that makes no sense for him because he's seen it happen. He's seen it happen already.
And looking back at LeBron's podcast comments, listen to them one more time.
I'm playing like so happy and so proud and to watch him and continue his growth or whatever the case may be. And at the same time, I'm so mad at the same time that I am not his running mate anymore. So I'm like, I just remember those times.
So hearing that for the second time, what did you pick up on differently? LeBron James in this clip, not only praising Kyrie, but dissing Anthony Davis, his current teammate.
Yeah, that goes without saying. That was the first thing I thought of. Well, yeah, this is a good picture. No, AD was the first dude I thought of because I'm like, oh, great. Yeah, now you just diss your current running mate. You know, that's like telling your current girl, like, oh, man, I really miss my ex. I wish I was still with my ex because my ex is so successful. You know, and I'm so pissed off that I'm not still with my ex. Yet you know the person you're currently dating hears every word you just said. He's doing it for a reason. If I were AD, I would just be like, give me a trade. Get me out of here. Fuck this. You know, fuck this guy. I'm done. That should have been my finals MVP anyways.
And the funny thing is, Anthony Davis, Clutch Sports colluded with the NBA to get him to Los Angeles. That's the irony in all this. LeBron James, Clutch Sports, they make very calculated moves, 2-3 years at a time, with no guarantees, no promises, and really no loyalty. Even LeBron James in Miami, with Pat Riley, Spoelstra, his so-called friend Dwayne Wade,
so-called,
didn't tell him once that he was leaving.
Nope.
And Kyrie, unlike D. Wade, wasn't caught blindsided off guard, LeBron James leaving Cleveland like he left the Heat. And if you think I'm making this all up, I'm revising history. Adrian Wojnarowski, the biggest NBA insider at the time in 2017, made it very, very clear. Kyrie demanding a trade wasn't a betrayal of LeBron James. And why it wasn't a betrayal is LeBron James, the Cavaliers, numerous times tried to trade Irving themselves.
Yeah, that's so sick. It's so sick. I'm sorry, I know I've said it already. It's just so sick to do that to a guy who just brought the first championship to Cleveland. Like, we're just going to get rid of him. It's sick. If he's an owner of a team, oh my God, it's going to be insane. And I'm pretty sure he is going to own a team eventually. And he's just not going to have any loyalty to anybody. He's going to be the most savage boss we've ever seen. One bad game, trading block.
Again, put yourself in Kyrie's shoes. You win a championship in 2016, hit the biggest shot of the 21st century, and all of a sudden your co-star wants you traded for a Clutch Sports teammate and Paul George.
Yeah.
How would that make you feel? And Woj, back in 2017, in his own article, made it very clear LeBron James going to LA before the season even started was almost a done deal and the biggest open secret in the league.
At that point, yeah, he asked, how would you feel? I feel like I'm being cheated on, and I found out, but, you know, in this case, it would be a he. LeBron doesn't know that I know. What am I going to do? I'm going to end this shit before it goes any further. And that's what Kyrie did, and that's why I respect it. He was like, I'm not putting up with this crap. I didn't deserve this. I'm out of here. You know? Go be in bed with your Chris Paul or Paul George. Have fun.
And according to Woj and his sources, LeBron James wouldn't resign with Cleveland even if they got Paul George to pair with him. Again, going to prove LeBron James going to Los Angeles was a done deal.
Wow. Yeah, if LeBron commits to some years going forward, then I might be willing to commit from Paul George. That's nice. Good for you, PG.
You had Paul George, Kyrie, Chris Paul, or even Eric Bledsoe. And ask yourself the question, why was Kyrie post-2018 painted as the villain and the problem in Cleveland? Well, it's because ESPN, Clutch Sports, the quote-unquote La Media,
yep,
they have tons of influence and can push their narratives 24/7, 365. No single player superstar can overcome the entire media. And look at the past 7 years of Kyrie's career. The media hating on this dude has been a constant theme every single season.
Another quick tidbit, Kyrie also said during it was not a podcast, but a live stream on Twitch, that he really regrets now going to First Take, because he didn't even get called by Stephen A. He called Stephen A. and said, I want to be on First Take to explain myself. And now, you know, he said in hindsight, he was like, he should have known the media was going to be against him, so he just walked into a trap. But he said he was a young kid, so he thought he was doing the right thing, but he learned a lot about the world at that point, like how the world works. And it's a lot more sinister than he thought it was back then. You know, it wasn't as easy as just coming clean and telling the truth and then, you know, everything is cool. No, they attacked him, and they continued to attack him for years after that. Hell, they still kind of are. You know, he's getting a tiny bit of praise right now, but if he fails, you know, if he makes one bad move, the media is going to crush him all over again. It's just the way it goes. It's sick.
Now, looking back at LeBron James, one more comment he had about Kyrie Irving was calling him a wild card and the ultimate teammate late in games.
To have a guy like Kyrie Irving as the ultimate wild card, that's like having it's like having a draw four in your hand every time someone deals you cards in Uno. Like every single time, because he has the ability to...
Kyrie should have been MVP, finals MVP. And then I watched the entire 2020 finals. Anthony Davis should have been the finals MVP there.
Which were close games in the fourth. Like we saw in 2016 with the Cavaliers, and of course now in Dallas. Kyrie Irving in the clutch is an absolute killer and a game changer. And still looking at that 2016 Cavaliers team, much like 2024 in Dallas, Kyrie in the second half is debatably the team's best scorer and just best player in general.
Second
As
half
back in
stats.
2016, 12.8 points, the leader of the team, on 47-44 and 86 split.
That free throw percentage, man. This is something that a lot of us have been talking about for many years. That's why he avoids going to the line, everybody, in the fourth quarter, because this is real. It's not quite as bad as Shaq, but it's pretty freaking bad. I'd rather have this guy at the line. That's more like Michael Jordan numbers, you know? And he's got the clutch gene. So, yeah, send that guy to the line. Keep the ball out of his hands.
Now, to LeBron's credit, he still averaged 12.4 points a game in the second half, but from 3 and the free throw line was pretty subpar. Which once again shows you guys Kyrie Irving, the more efficient player in the clutch, and just better player in the fourth quarters. So that right there is the end of the video. And once again, LeBron James revising history, changing the narrative in real time. As this dude back in 2016 and 2017 had a prime Kyrie Irving and tried to move him for Clutch Sports clients.
Yep.
So, as always, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time.
Watched the whole game. I seen the whole game. I was at home watching the game. And,
LeBron on Kobe dropping 81. I remember this. Okay. So this was in response. They asked him about Kobe scoring 81 points.
I said he was going to, before the game even started, when I seen, I said he was probably going to score 70 tonight. I don't know what made me say that. And my friends was with me, and they was like, okay. So when he got to like 70, I was like, well, he might as well go for 80 now. So, I mean, I'm a fan of the game, and to see that performance was unbelievable.
I'm listening to
Okay. Now, real quick, I used to be in behavioral health, and I'm like a psychology freak. You notice how he's just staring down until he's at the end of each statement. That's how you know this dude is capping. Look at him.
He might as well go for 80 now.
Yep.
So
end of statement.
I'm a fan of the game, and to see that performance was unbelievable.
There you go. Every single time he just raises his eyes to meet the interviewer's eyes right at the end of each statement. All right, let's see. That one's so stupid. That one is so stupid. Saying, oh, I don't know how I knew, but I knew he was going to do it. You know, I was going to go for at least 70. You know, like who the hell says that?
Listening to those guys for so long. I was listening to those guys when my first year with the Heat in 2010. And you can ask any one of my teammates back then, they had no idea who the Migos was. They were like cursing me out when I would play it throughout the weight room or play it throughout the locker room. I was like, I'm telling you, these guys are next. I'm letting you know right now these days, like, turn this off. I don't want to hear this. And just fast forward, I mean, just knowing,
take off personally and send my condolences to Quavo and the family and the whole QC family and everybody.
All right, you guys are going to have to fill me in on that one. What's Amigos? What am I missing out on?
Of Liverpool. How does that come about?
I read about the franchise and how amazing it is, and I actually made a trip over, to Liverpool as well and see all the sights and the arena and everything. So it was pretty unique.
Yeah, Crouchy is actually a Liverpool legend. He used to play there. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I knew that. I didn't get an opportunity to see him play when he was with the club, but I definitely knew that.
The current captain, Jordan Henderson, just scored his first goal for England the other day. It was amazing to see. Are you a fan of his?
No, absolutely, and I saw a clip of that too. I didn't get an opportunity to actually see the game live, but I saw that he was able to score one in the match the other day, and I thought that was it's pretty unique, the fact that he would do that and then also be with Liverpool Football Club.
It is a question.
Okay, yeah, it's just I haven't seen that one either, but man, yeah. He's just lying with a big old smile on his face. Okay, this one I know about.
It's pretty unique, the fact that he would do that and also
funny.
be with Liverpool Football Club.
It is a question not related to the game, but since it has been a lot of publicity yesterday and today about Godfather Part 2, which is the scene or the moment or the phrase or the quote you like more from the movie?
Yeah. So LeBron was talking about the Godfather, how he recently is watching The Godfather and stuff. So the media is asking him, "What's your favorite quote or scene from the movies?" And then you're gonna watch him just dance around in his he's pooping his pants. Check this out.
Oh, from The Godfather. It's too many different phrases and too many different lines in that movie to just categorize one.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's so ridiculous. Same way he recently did with JJ Redick when he was talking about Kyrie, and he says, "I have so much to say about Kyrie that I have nothing to say." This is the exact same. This is the same strategy. Oh, there's so many that I can't even think of one.
But which is the one?
Which is one?
Inspirates you, represents you more.
I mean, each movie is 9 hours long. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Now he's distracting away, trying to move the conversation in a different direction. Just say one line, dude. Just say one line. Like Fredo, you broken my heart. Just say one freaking line.
I mean, there's so many. I don't know. I'll let you pick one and I'll roll with it. It's a great
coach.
Yeah. So he just avoided that whole thing, but he's lying. It's lying. Pathological liars lie even when it hurts themselves. So in this case, he lied about The Godfather to try and be cool and relatable. But the fact is, he didn't think about when he was going to be asked about The Godfather what he was going to say. So he hurt himself because he's a freaking pathological lying idiot.
And he used to say, put yourself in situations where you're not comfortable.
Oh,
Play
yeah,
outside
that's my
of your
favorite
comfort
saying.
zone.
That's my favorite saying. I think Coach McVay been looking at my playbook on Madden. Because I play the dime coverage and I put him on the inside. Yeah. I put him on a blitz, but then I hit the switch where I could just put on just a QB spy, and I just roam him all over the field.
So you're holding the autobiography.
Oh no, this was the one where I realized that this guy's next level evil. All right, he's got a book in his hand. Let's find out what it is, and then notice what page he's on. So all those things. All right, let's watch.
Of Malcolm X along with Alex Haley. I don't know how far you are into the book, but what's your biggest takeaway so far?
I kind of just started a couple days ago, but I've read and a lot of notes over the years. This is my first time actually reading this from start to finish. But just a very smart man.
That look, that caption. All right. So this was during COVID time, and he was trying to make a political statement by bringing in the book. You know, this is in the middle of the playoffs and stuff, and he's bringing in the Malcolm X book while he sits down to do his press conference. And once again, like an idiot, he didn't prepare for people asking him about Malcolm X, considering he's promoting the fact that he's reading a book about Malcolm X.
Very smart man.
Yeah, that's all he had to say.
Smart man. And basically, his words in the 60s and what was going on is actually what's going on today still.
What? His words in the 60s and what was going on is exactly what's going on today. Like, can you be more vague? I bet he doesn't know one thing that Malcolm X did.
This fool always lying, man.
Why are you always lying?
Why is he always lying? Now, he talk about when he ran over there for the beer, he said, oh, my momentum took me there. Let's listen.
My momentum just took me to the sideline, and I'm not going to run over our beer lady, you know.
Your momentum took you over there, and you ain't want to run over the beer lady. That what happened? Okay, let's see if LeBron's momentum took him over there. Let's see if he's telling the truth. Okay, he's fouled there. He didn't make it.
Yeah, he should be
play
able to stop
his
right
momentum
there.
is stopped.
Yeah, it's over.
He's
jumping.
over there.
He's jumping.
He jumps over there, and, hopping, skipping, and jumping, and goes over there to the drink lady and does that little fake move. So why is he lying?
Yeah, because he's a pathological liar. Oh, my God.
My momentum just took me to the sideline.
His momentum. Yeah, man. He nailed him perfect. Play was over, and he starts skipping. Like a horsey. Like, why is he got to lie? Why can't he just say, oh, I was trying to be funny? You know? He can't stop lying.
Now, bro, you know what they saying on Twitter right now? They say you be capping.
Oh.
We just talked about this the other day.
I always speak the truth, baby.
I always speak the truth. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Narcissist LeBron James.
Hold up.
Well, tone-deaf narcissist LeBron James continues his never-ending quest of talking about himself, infusing himself into every conversation, and making literally everything in the world about him. And this week, as the NBA Finals are set to get underway...
Is this going to be about him talking about how he wishes Kyrie was still his running mate? I'm betting that now.
Bron sat down with his newest bestie and propaganda podcast co-host, JJ Redick, who, by the way, breaking news, was sniffing around a finalized deal to become LeBron's latest scapegoat, head coach. But in a stunning turn of events, the Los Angeles Lakers are preparing a massive offer to Dan Hurley, who of course just became the first coach in nearly 20 years to defend a championship at the collegiate level. Now,
quick thought. What happened to the sound on Scap's videos? Like, his voice doesn't sound the same anymore, and the music isn't there. It's like barely audible in my headphones. Wonder what's going on with Scap's channel.
Now, I know what you're thinking here. Why the hell would that guy turn down a budding dynasty in college and a shot at a historic three-peat to go insinuate himself into that clown show circus in LA? A lose-lose situation with an aging, self-obsessed egotist about to draft his own bum son onto a roster that lost in 5 games of the first round of the playoffs. Why? Well, how do I put this?
Show me the money!
Best guess, though, is this will be much ado about nothing, and Hurley will ultimately turn down the mega deal to remain in Storrs, Connecticut, resulting in that poop heap of an organization genuflecting to their king and giving him his BFF with zero coaching experience at any level as the new head coach.
I hope he stays in the NCAA or goes to any other team, but LA at this point. That's imagine this being your first NBA coaching job, is to coach this version of LeBron, like this toxic version of LeBron. That would suck.
But before they team up on the court, they sat down on their Mind the Game pod for a little discussion where LeBron could breathlessly drool over Kyrie Irving in what can only
here it is.
Be viewed as some kind of an attempt to diminish Luka Doncic's accomplishment of getting into the NBA Finals.
To have a guy like Kyrie Irving as the ultimate wild card, they might be able to win the whole thing because of that wild card.
I agree. I've been saying it all season, but it's, you know, it's whatever happens, you know, by next season, if they run it back, I think this is a real dangerous duo, and it is Kyrie being the absolute wild card. That's what's made this so magical this year, because Luka is gonna be Luka pretty much every single game, and then you got every other game or so, Kyrie's gonna come in and explode as well. Like, it's a hell of a dynamic.
But instead, what we should be doing is diminishing LeBron's own title in 2016.
Oh, for
Look,
sure.
Not diminishing it. The Cleveland Cavaliers became the first and are still the only team ever to overcome a 3-1 series deficit in the NBA Finals round, and they did it against a team that season in the Golden State Warriors that won a regular season record 73 games. It is undeniably LeBron's best and realistically only good ring. But many in the mass media, and of course LeBron himself, have gone way too far in calling it the best ring ever and insinuating, check that, outright declaring that it in fact made him the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, I still can't let that one down. I can't let it down, man. It's not like he hit the clutch shot, you know? Kyrie did it. And then he calls himself the GOAT afterwards.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
And their
playoff run in the putrid Eastern Conference consisted of beating the Detroit Pistons, whose leading scorer that season was Reggie Jackson, then the Atlanta Hawks, who were led by Paul Millsap and Jeff Teague, before beating the Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan-led Raptors in the conference finals, who, by the way, took the Cavs 6 games.
Yeah, that might have been the weakest East we've seen, but we've seen a lot of weak East just divisions when it comes to LeBron's career. It's been the weakest era of East.
And excusing the Draymond Green flagrant foul, where he was suspended for Game 5 in the finals for grabbing a handful of LeBron's man region. Andrew Bogut getting hurt.
Draymond recently said he missed, by the way. And he was kind of pissed off because he got punished so much and he didn't even get a good shot at the nuts.
Hurt and missing 2 games of the series, and the obvious outright gag job perpetrated by injured Steph Curry. Yeah, removing all of that and just looking at the support LeBron had on his way to that title is and always has been extremely underrated. LeBron James averaged 26 points per game, 9.5 rebounds, and 7.5 assists for that entire playoff run, while Kyrie Irving averaged 25 points per game, 4.5 assists, and 3 rebounds. And perennial all-star at the time and likely Hall of Famer Kevin Love was averaging 15 points and 9 rebounds as LeBron's third option. For comparison, Kyrie in this current playoff run is averaging 22.8 points per game, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds. This while Luka Doncic is leading the NBA postseason in points, rebounds, assists, and steals, dropping per-game averages of 29 points, 9.5 rebounds, and 9 assists.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Oh yeah, and his third scoring option is P.J. Washington. And look, Doncic wasn't beating teams led by Paul Millsap and Reggie Jackson. He beat 3 50-plus win teams to get here. More on that in a minute. Also, while LeBron is lavishly praising Kyrie Irving,
listen, I will call Kyrie the wizard. There was nothing on the basketball floor that Kyrie couldn't do.
I think it's...
Oh, is that why you tried to get him traded for Chris Paul and Paul George? Habalko?
probably pretty important to bear in mind just who the hell Kyrie's mentor was.
Yeah, it was Kobe.
I don't know if anyone in here has ever lost a mentor. I miss him every single day, just alongside the rest of the world and all the Kobe supporters around the world. Every day he walks with me in spirit, and I feel his presence every day.
Who Kyrie absolutely emulated, and undeniably he himself has above LeBron all time.
Yeah, this is not the first time he said it. It's just the first time I believe he said it to the media. I checked out some of his Twitch streams, though, and he talks about Kobe all the time, mentoring him. Like, the two used to call each other and text each other all the time.
Yeah, that would be the one and only Kobe Bean Bryant.
He's the most gifted player the NBA has ever seen.
So LeBron, don't get it twisted. Kyrie isn't the most gifted player the NBA has ever seen. That would be Kai's big brother. Also, hilariously enough, in LeBron's latest verbal diarrhea session on his podcast, where he was waxing poetic over Kyrie.
I have so many words to praise Kyrie that I end up with absolutely none.
Wow, that's profound. That's profound. Wow. Wow. I had so much to say that I got nothing to say. Oh, shit.
Also managed inadvertently to bash his own running mate, Anthony Davis.
I'm so mad at the same time that I am not his running mate anymore.
Davis, who was second-team All-NBA this season and first-team All-NBA defense. The only player in the league to make both teams. Speaking of him, by the way, AD averaged 28 points, 16 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1.5 blocks on 63.5% shooting from the field in the playoff series against Denver. Also, LeBron could ride that gentleman's broom right out of the first round in 5 games. Luka, meanwhile, just beat the Minnesota team in 5 games that beat that Denver team. In fact, Dallas just became the 5th team in NBA history that will play 4 50-plus win opponents in the course of one NBA postseason, joining the 95 Rockets, the 2001 Lakers, the 2008 Lakers, and the 2010 Lakers.
Wow.
Yeah, speaking of Kobe, he was on 3 of those 5 teams.
Damn. Yeah.
And now Kyrie, the Kobe disciple, will be seeking to win his 2nd title, one every bit as challenging, if not more so, than his first in 2016. And Game 1 will get underway finally at long last tonight, so it should be interesting to see just how LeBron can manage to make us all look at him over the next 10 days. I suppose hiring his next scapegoat right in the middle of this series will be a great step in the right direction.
And I'm pulling for Kyrie here. It's not looking good. As I record this, Game 2 just ended, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Okay, so that was the first thing I wanted to show. But as far as like being exposed, I think this does a great job. This is one of our viewers and commenters, people in our comments. This is Lawrence August. He shot this video over to me to check out, and I did. It's very short, so check this out with me. It's just catching a lie.
I've had teammates that's like, oh, what do you mean? Coaches always, in practice, we only ran it from this side. Yeah. I could flip a play when I was 8 years old.
8 years old.
No matter if it was just pass and cut, no matter if it was, let's run flex, but let's start on the left side. No matter if it was just, let's DHO, DHO driving kick. The last one, all right, now let's just drive the baseline drive, drift. I could do that. I was doing that stuff when I was like 8, 9 years old, and my coaches would just be blown away, and I wouldn't know where it came from.
Okay, so there's so much in here that, okay, it wasn't just a slip up. He said it multiple times, 8 or 9 years old. Not only was he playing by this time, but he could flip a play like it was nothing. So reverse a play. And his coaches were blown away. So he had coaches back then, right? 8 or 9 years old, all that established. All right, let's move forward.
I have no idea.
You know what the thing is, a lot of people, kind of hear the story of, where you were good at basketball, so a lot of people helped you. I didn't start playing basketball actually until the 5th grade.
I could flip a play when I was 8 years old.
I didn't start playing basketball actually until the 5th grade.
When it comes to the extremely polarizing LeBron James, he knows that whatever little move he makes will be forecasted on every major sports media outlet on a moment's notice. So sometimes he uses their obsession with him to his advantage. Don't you think for 1 second that he doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to playing the media? He knows exactly how to manipulate them like a puppet. But some people, like myself, rarely ever takes what he does at face value. And
same here. He's always manipulating.
Here's why you shouldn't either.
This should be good.
The date was April 27th, 2010, Game 5 of what was a first-round series between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Chicago Bulls. With about 7 seconds left in the game, LeBron heads to the line with his team up by 3.
7 seconds? Yeah, him at the free throw line and clutch time is like his worst nightmare.
He calmly sinks the first one with ease, but for some reason, he decided to switch to his left hand to shoot the second free throw.
Wait, really?
19 points, 10 rebounds, 9 assists. James has shot it lefty.
Which predictably led to everyone asking why. Well, it turns out that his right elbow was supposedly injured. And I use the word supposedly for a reason.
What the hell? But he just sunk the previous one. Guys, did you know about this?
It just didn't add up. Literally just a minute earlier, he shot a pair of right-handed free throws with no problem at all. Why wasn't he grimacing during those? And also, he seemed perfectly fine the entire series. It was only until the very end where we found out that he was injured. And I believe that was on purpose. You guys might be thinking, what if he just so happened to injure his elbow like the play before or something? Well, no, because he literally admitted after the game that his elbow had been banged up for quite a while, but just didn't bother telling anyone.
And in the middle of the playoffs, in a game-clinching moment, you're gonna clink a left-handed free throw? What do you think, you're Kobe Bryant? Like, you can't just switch lefty like that. Or Larry Bird. Most people can't do that.
You see, first and foremost, his main priority was to obviously make it a 2-possession game, so he shot it with his right hand. But then, now that it was a 2-possession game, he could now go ahead and show us that he was injured, since his team had a 4-point cushion anyways.
What a little shit.
I believe he realized that that was probably the last opportunity to show us viewers watching at home that something was wrong with his elbow. So he seized that opportunity by shooting with his left hand instead.
It's crazy. All the old guys and then all the other legends that we talk about, they hide their weaknesses, you know, because they don't want to get exploited. They want to win, but that's the difference. They're there to win. So LeBron knows he's going to lose. It's inevitable. Whether it's this round or it's next round or whatever, he knows he's not going to win a championship. So now, yeah, Cosgrove is right. And LeBron does this still to this day. Now he's got a built-in excuse for why they're going to lose. because ow, my elbow hurts.
Knowing that the media would eat it up, the headlines would be everywhere, and it worked, because that was what everyone was talking about immediately after the Cavs eliminated the Bulls to advance to the second round.
James has shot at lefty.
Yeah, something's wrong with that right elbow. He's going to take that left-handed.
There it is,
The one
yeah,
that
established.
is most important.
I'ma make
Reggie
this
Miller
clear
established
one
it.
more time. This was a potential closeout game, meaning that the Cavs would go on to face the Celtics if they were to hold on, which again they did.
So that was it. That was it. I forgot. Yeah. So he was going to go face off against the Celtics, and he knew he was going to get his ass kicked, which he did. So now he had a built-in excuse for as to why it happened. You know, we did a video on this series recently. He shot a whole bunch of right-handed jumpers, clanking them, you know, throughout the Boston series. So apparently his elbow wasn't hurting that bad.
Are you guys starting to see where I'm getting at here? Okay,
Absolutely.
let me make it simple. The Cavs were basically set to face the Boston Celtics in the next round at the time of that left-handed free throw, which they were seen to be a more challenging opponent than Chicago was. And what better way to take some pressure off than for him to establish that he's injured by shooting with his left hand right before they advance, knowing that that's all everyone would be talking about heading into the Boston series. He now had a built-in excuse just in case he's not able to pull it off.
Yep, that's just like I said. Now he's got a built-in excuse. I didn't know it back then in his first stint with Cleveland that this is who he was. But it became clear in the second half of his career that this is just who he is. All the time. All the time.
Like I said, after the game, he went on to explain that he had been dealing with some discomfort in his right elbow about a week before the playoffs even started. Well, that's just odd to me. I mean, how convenient that he decided to let us know about his elbow just as he was now set to face the Celtics in the semifinals. No one even knew that something was wrong until that awkward left-handed free throw. Now get this, the x-rays and MRI that were taken shortly after showed no structural damage at all. Interesting,
Big surprise.
But that still didn't stop LeBron from always bringing it up every chance he got.
It reminds me of his second stint in Cleveland when he got angry after a game and supposedly punched a chalkboard or something like that and broke his hand. And nobody cared. But then in the press conference when he gets eliminated, he puts in that excuse. I was basically playing with a broken hand. You know, he always does this crap. Always built-in excuses. And in fact, every single time I see him now in the playoffs, like falling over and acting like he's hurt or acting like his face is on fire or any of the pathetic crap that we see him do all the time, I'm like waiting for him to go into the press conference and use it as a built-in excuse. Well, we weren't full power, you know, and blah, blah, blah. We had injuries and blah, blah. You know, he did it even this year, but then he blamed his coach and got him fired. What an ass.
Doesn't it seem like we've been talking about LeBron's elbow forever?
Yes, just how bad is it?
After the Cavaliers took Game 1 of the series versus Boston, people thought that whole elbow situation had to have been just an act because he looked great in that opening game.
Yeah, I think it was.
In fact, even LeBron himself downplayed it. But when the Celtics blew them out in Game 2, that's when he started wincing again. When things didn't go well, only then was his elbow an issue.
Hey, y'all ever play basketball with some people, and as you bust them, like you annihilate them, they start limping, even though there's like no reason for them to limp. But you know, like say you're playing to 11. And the score is like 8-3, and you're just like crushing them. And then you see your guy, you know, your opponent just like limping around, you know, to act like he can't finish the game because he's hurt. That's LeBron James. It's a complete act.
And we all know how that series ended.
Just win
to
like
this day,
lose like a man.
LeBron still gets bashed for his performance in that Celtics series. He got criticized for his mental toughness, but he claimed his elbow is what prevented him from playing his best against Boston.
Owie.
2016 is another prime example.
Oh, let's do it. I think this is the broken hand one.
Of what I'm trying to say here. We all remember when LeBron landed on his wrist following a missed dunk attempt in the closing seconds of Game 7 of the NBA Finals. He was laying there in pain for several minutes, but he still had to get up to shoot those critical free throws. And there you have it. He convinced us that he hurt his wrist right before a pair of pressure free throws.
I've been saying this since he was a rookie, guys. I've been saying it since he's a rookie. His worst nightmare is to go to the free throw line in the clutch time. Or have to shoot a jumper. But the free throws are the worst thing for him. Charles Barkley was actually the one who called him out in his first 2 or 3 seasons. Because LeBron back then even went as far as he wouldn't drive to the basket in clutch time when it was a close game because he didn't want to shoot those free throws. He was scared of it.
Just in case he misses them. As we all know, the Cavs ultimately went on to win the championship. And what do you know? We never heard anything about that injury ever again.
Right.
And I believe it's because they won. I mean, I can't imagine him hoisting the trophy up the way he did afterwards if his wrist was seriously injured.
Yeah.
And lastly, remember when he showed up to the post-game?
This is the one I was talking about, guys.
Press conference wearing a freaking cast after getting swept by the Warriors in 2018? Only then did he reveal that he'd been playing with a hand that was pretty much broken. Apparently, he punched a whiteboard out of frustration after Game 1 of that 2018 finals, which was obviously the game where J.R. Smith messed up big time. Many were skeptical about him showing up to the media wearing a cast, especially since he was seen dapping up his family with the same hand right before.
He's a pathological liar and he's not even good at it, but so many people are so gullible that they eat this crap up. Man, good luck in the real world, man, because there are actual people like this in all of your jobs, everywhere you go, that are ready to manipulate people that'll fall for stupid crap like this. You guys got to be able to spot a liar, especially one that has such a pattern of it. So, yeah. All of his fans are the most gullible people I've ever seen.
And on top of that, James was spotted without the cast only about a week later when he showed up to his kids' AAU games. So to recap, he went out of his way to make it apparent that he was injured the whole time after getting swept in 2018. But since he won in 2016, there was no need to sell us that narrative.
No, but he did build in that narrative just in case he did brick those free throws. Just what he does. It's all strategy. Can you guys imagine Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or Bird or Magic or somebody like that thinking about this in the clutch time during a championship or in the playoffs when you're facing, elimination or whatever? In the biggest moments in basketball, could you imagine them thinking about this, planning this kind of stuff? Just in case I fail, I better build in this excuse. Ow, my wrist hurts, or ow, my elbow hurts. And show the camera and show everybody. It's the difference between a killer and whatever the hell Lebowko is.
Alright, let me know if I'm overthinking this too much. Or do you think I'm actually onto something here? Make sure to comment down below and don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
Does LeBron have a toxic relationship with coaches?
Yep.
Causing people that have coached LeBron James to coincidentally have chest pains from anxiety, all their players turning on them.
Really? The challenge is coach's face and staying in top. Oh. Damn. Ty Lue.
Public displays of humiliation, and even complaining to NBA executives behind the coach's back to try to deliberately get them fired. Yes, allegedly LeBron James coaches have experienced all of that and more. So remember to like and subscribe to stay max optimized, and let's start off from the very beginning to see if LeBron and their coaches have a toxic relationship.
Let's do it.
Going all the way back to a Cleveland Cavaliers team led by coach Mike Brown in 2005 to 2010. Mike Brown led
he did the thing he did to Spo. I never saw that. He just bumps right into him. Look at his face. Look at this guy. Man, you don't do that shit.
Cavaliers to the playoffs in all 5 seasons with LeBron James on the roster. James was named NBA MVP in his final 2 seasons under Mike Brown as coach. Head coach Brown was let go before James's pending free agency in the summer of 2010. While Mike Brown's coaching legacy didn't have too much issue with LeBron due to partly that he was still coming up and considered a rookie, he, although may have been fired partly in hopes of keeping LeBron James's interest for someone new, despite making the playoffs every single year, I'm sure Cleveland's top
coach of the year. So LeBron's gotten coaches of the year fired. Tried to get championship coaches fired. Has gotten championship coaches fired like Vogel. Go to the conference finals with Ham, fired.
brass and David Griffin wanted to do anything to try to re-sign LeBron James and prevent him from going elsewhere. Either way, we can look at some instances during this time to see how LeBron...
There's one time I kept it steady, so we go and we start talking, and Mike's like, hey, we got to do this offensively. I said, whoa, no. We ain't fucking with LeBron right now. Shit, of course. We're going to sit right here, and we're going to wait until the buzzer is about to sound, and I'm going to go in there, say my 1, 2, 3, and let them get back out on the floor. That's sad.
LeBron interacted with his coach. Mike Brown commented on how LeBron would take over as coach on some plays even early into his career.
Mm-hmm.
Brown said, and so I went back in the huddle and LeBron was saying something. And I just stood there and listened.
Shit.
So while there wasn't too much explicit controversy, many can see this as writing on the wall for what was to come with how LeBron treats his coaches and decision-making.
That's messed up. That's young LeBron. First stint in Cleveland, LeBron. He was always this entitled. Oh, yeah, he bumped Spoelstra on purpose, and then he went into Pat Riley's office and tried to get the guy fired. And now the guy's one of the greatest coaches of all time. What an idiot. Props to Pat for saying for him to
Moving
fuck
on
off.
to Eric Spoelstra. This was probably one of his best runs with a coach. From 2010 to 2014, this is when he moved over to the Miami Heat. Another seemingly great coaching stint with LeBron. Miami Heat went to the NBA Finals in all 4 seasons coaching LeBron James. They won it all in 2012 and 2013, in which LeBron won NBA MVP for both of those seasons. However, early on, many don't realize, LeBron literally tried to get Eric Spoelstra fired.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time he tried to get a coach fired. And this was very early on into the season.
Oh, this is the first time that we know about, but we know. We know what happened in Cleveland.
LeBron allegedly went all the way up to the chain to Pat Riley after only 17 games into the season. Only 17 games into the season. I'm not making that up. Pat Riley said they talked about how they weren't feeling it, and LeBron even positioned Pat Riley to coach again. While Spoelstra and LeBron had a great run, it is yet another example of LeBron trying to undermine his coaches and find someone he approves.
Pete run. Like, they were laughing, having a good time. They were dominating. Like, the spirit was so high. Phoenix Suns, Steve Nash era, same thing. Spirit was high. Everyone's laughing, having a good time. Everywhere I see LeBron James go, the whole bench, players, coaches, everybody. It's like you own a restaurant and you're serving the mob, you know, and you're just trying not to piss the mob off, you know, even though they're going to like steal the meal. They're not going to pay for the meal. You're just trying to make them happy so they don't shoot up the place. Like that's the impression I always get.
Ironically enough, there is even a video of LeBron stepping over Ty Lue just like Allen Iverson infamously did.
Oh, God.
Virtually LeBron recreating one of Lue's most embarrassing memories from guarding Allen Iverson. Not only does he humiliate his present coaches on the court, he also humiliated one of his coaches before they were even his coach. That's pretty impressive.
That's pretty funny.
Moving on to Luke Walton and his first Los Angeles Lakers coach from 2018 to 2019.
Okay, yeah, this I don't know about. I'm not going to lie. When he went to LA, I was so disgusted by basketball. And honestly, I had some personal stuff going on during that time. I pretty much skipped an entire season of basketball because I was just disgusted by all of it.
This is where it really starts to escalate and gets personal between LeBron and his coaches. During the Walton era, LeBron James did have some injuries, and he was shut down late in the season as the Lakers were expected to miss the playoffs for the first time since the 2004-2005 season and ended with a 37-45 record. Lakers and Coach Walton mutually agreed to part ways after the season. Notice how the word is mutually. Isn't it weird when a star player is caught ignoring the coach's play calls and no one is surprised? What message do you think that is going to send the rest of the team?
Yep.
No wonder the Lakers teams have been so bad as of late. Players literally only have to have the respect to LeBron and can seemingly ignore the coach. LeBron's agent even complained to the NBA commissioner about Luke Walton. Not even the Lakers executives, but they went all the way up to the commissioner to try.
What the hell? What's the commissioner going to do? He doesn't own the team. He doesn't make decisions. How disgusting. What a backstabbing piece of shit.
To get Walton fired, allegedly. Make it make sense.
Sorry, what a backstabbing piece of shit. Allegedly.
It makes it even worse that Walton actually had a better season with no AD and an injury-prone LeBron than Darvin Ham did with both AD and LeBron relatively healthy.
Huh.
So maybe it shows that Luke Walton wasn't the problem.
Yeah. I don't think the coach has ever been a problem. Vogel wasn't a problem. Walton wasn't a problem. And Ham wasn't the problem. You know, but they might get their new golden child, JJ Redick, in there or whatever now. But soon he'll be the new problem. But he's really not. It's LeBron. It's freaking Lebauco, man.
Either way, LeBron would still do disrespectful things like turn his back to the huddle and blatantly ignore coaches' plays.
Yeah, he did that to Ham,
This
too.
is also right around the time Magic Johnson quit and basically said the Lakers were full of snakes with Rob Pelinka at the helm, too.
Yeah.
Magic literally said he wanted to go back to having fun.
Yep.
That's a weird choice of words to describe the Lakers with LeBron James.
Yeah, there is no joy. So good. Yeah, I do remember Magic Johnson saying this as well. And he's dead on. He poisoned the organization. So Magic dipped out and got the hell out of there. I haven't seen Magic say one nice thing about LeBron James in the last 5 years either. Like he's like avoiding it. I'm curious when LeBron retires, what's going to be said. Frank Vogel.
Let's go to the Frank Vogel era.
This is criminal.
From 2019 to 2022. Another very experienced coach where Vogel and James had the Lakers at 49-14 record and on top of the Western Conference before the COVID-19 pandemic suspended the league. When games started up again, Los Angeles won the NBA championship. This was the infamous and only Lakers championship so far that continues to have an asterisk next to it in the eyes of NBA fans as not a real championship with so many issues surrounding the playoffs at that time.
I still wish they would have just shut it down. Shut it down and come back in 2021. This Mickey Mouse championship, what a stain. What a stain.
Unfortunately, the team would go on to have less success in Vogel's final 2 years, advancing as a play-in team in 2021 and missing the playoffs entirely in 2022. Vogel was deemed the issue and was fired subsequently after that. While Vogel didn't end the best, it seems like coaches get all the blame when things go south.
How could it be the coach if he just coached them to a championship 2 years prior? How could it be the coach? Do you know? They blew up the entire lineup and they blame the coach for it. But before you blew up the lineup, he won a championship. It's not like he changed all of his philosophies and he changed who he was. He's still the same coach doing the same things. So it was good enough before. Now all of a sudden you blow up the whole team. You bring in Westbrook and, Dwight Howard's out of there. You get rid of your point guard. I can't remember his name right now. You just change the entire team and you miss the playoffs. And, okay, let's just blame the coach. Fire your fucking GM.
And LeBron gets all the credit during the COVID championship run and the upcoming in-season tournament.
Yep.
When your star player doesn't play defense and has his own teammates even push him to try to get him to guard his man, and then portrays to players around him that it's okay to disrespect the coach, no wonder no one wants to be LeBron's coach. That is simply just impossible to coach. And you'll always get the blame and none of the reward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Lastly, we have Darvin Ham. From 2022 to 2024, Darvin Ham and the Lakers' first 2 seasons together were average at best, until they rallied as a 7th seed in the playoffs to reach the Western Conference Finals. They also had their first in-season tournament win in 2023. In the 2024 season, the Lakers got beat in the opening round by the defending champion Denver Nuggets. The team then decided it was Darvin Ham and announced his firing recently after that.
Yep.
Again, another coach that starts off strong, getting to a hard Western Conference Finals, an in-season tournament win, but then trails off after trying to compete to coach with LeBron James.
Yeah, and the writing was all over the wall, because you can see in the playoffs when they matched up against Denver, LeBron just stopped. He stopped listening. He stopped paying attention. He was just constantly, he was talking over Ham. Like, it was just the most disrespectful shit I've ever seen. I've never seen anybody do this kind of stuff. And the players don't know what to do because they know LeBron's going to be there next year and Ham's gone. So the players are like in between and they're listening to LeBron because they don't have a choice. If they don't listen to LeBron, they're going to get traded, Then they got to move their families to another team. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting. This guy doesn't care about anybody else's family, anybody else's career, just himself.
We literally have leaked videos of LeBron trying to humiliate Darvin Ham, ignoring the coach to run his own plays, and also voicing any frustration LeBron has with his coaches to the media.
Yeah, look. Ham is still writing. He's still writing up a play. Austin Reeves is still young, so he doesn't know what to do. He's like, okay, I'm there. But look at your leader.
Team execs, or even previously with league commissioners. LeBron literally yells at Darvin Ham during live games.
Look at that. And now Austin doesn't know what to do either. He's like, okay, I guess I gotta disrespect you too now.
Making this up,
Look, the guy is he's still writing the play. He's still doing it. That's leadership. It starts with your leader, and he demonstrates what to do. And Austin Reeves doesn't know what else to do. He doesn't want to get fired. So he leaves too.
Literally yells at Darvin Ham during live games. Think about what that says to your other players.
People who don't understand why I can't have LeBron in my top 5, these are some of the reasons.
Will they respect a coach after they see the star player not taking the coach seriously? Anyone that plays a sport knows that you keep your emotions to the locker room, as it doesn't help during the game and will create a media frenzy. LeBron, having another bad season, continues to play the blame game and try to get the coach fired or not stick up for the coach behind the scenes. That's why many people view Michael Jordan as the GOAT, due to his ability to take accountability when the going gets tough. This was agreed upon by many media analysts. You tell me though, do you think LeBron is a cancer to coaches, especially this late into his career and athleticism? With one coach having to leave due to anxiety, multiple coaches complaining that he would ignore their plays, public displays of frustration or humiliation on the court,
what a legacy you've left behind.
And countless reports of LeBron trying to fire them behind the scenes. Let us know in the comments, and remember to like and subscribe to stay max optimized.
Definitely
with more
liking this
easy
video.
To digest sports content.
I'll subscribe to your channel, Max. That was good stuff. The GOAT. Le choke. Yeah, let's do this.
Which player faced tougher opponents in the playoffs? Which one faced more legendary players? We don't just want to look at the finals. We want to see the whole picture. This is from an unbiased perspective. All I'm going to do is give you what the numbers say. The stats will reveal the shocking truth of this heated debate. The first stat that we're going to start with is the number of games that Jordan and LeBron have played in the postseason.
Nice.
This will help contextualize the numbers I'm going to present to you all. Michael played in 179 playoff games, or in 37 playoff series. LeBron has played in 287 playoff games, or in 54 playoff series.
It's right off the bat.
That is 108 more playoff games, and in 17 more playoff series that James has played over MJ.
Yeah, that many more, and he only won 4 championships.
Just to put this in context, Carmelo Anthony has played in 83 playoff games and 16 playoff series.
Wow.
The difference in playoff games and playoff series between Michael and LeBron is essentially an entire career of a top 75 player and then some.
Yeah.
In theory, LeBron should dominate in all the categories.
Not only that, but he should have like freaking 14 rings.
But he didn't. It's a lot closer than it should have ever been. Let's start with the number of teams that won over 50 games that they played against. Before I reveal these numbers, there's one thing that I have to mention to even the playing field. There were 2 times when the NBA needed to shorten the season during LeBron's career. That's in 2012 due to a lockout, and in 2020 due to the pandemic.
Oh yeah, and somebody pointed this out in my comments the other day. Cool stat. 2 of LeBron's 4 championships came in those shortened seasons. Huh?
I wanted to be as fair as possible, so I decided to look at the win percentage. That'll help give an accurate estimation of how many wins a team would have had if they played in a regular 82-game season. For example, the 2012 Miami Heat won 69.7% of their games, so they were on pace to win about 58 games.
It's crazy that Derrick Rose's Chicago Bulls still won more than these 2 guys combined. These 3 guys combined.
Of their games. So they were on pace to win about 58 games. That's the concept that I used for those 2 seasons. With that in mind, LeBron James played against 30 teams that won over 50 games. 7 of those teams also won over 60 games. That includes one 73-win team. Now let's look at Michael Jordan. He played against 27 teams that won over 50 games. And 9 of those teams won over 60 games. If we look at the average number of wins, LeBron's playoff opponents averaged 51.1 wins. Jordan's opponents averaged 53.5 wins. In my opinion, the 3 best teams that LeBron ever played against in the postseason were the 2017 Warriors, the 2014 Spurs, and the 2018 Warriors. For Michael Jordan, it was the 1986 Boston Celtics, then the 1980. For Michael Jordan, it was the 1986 Boston Celtics, then the 1989 and 1990 Detroit Pistons. Let me know in the comments which of those groups you think is the top.
I'd like to add the 93 Suns to that, and the 98 Utah Jazz to that list, because those were some disgusting teams, like teams that are at their peak.
Now let's look at the other side. LeBron played against 4 teams that had losing records. Those teams were the 2009 Detroit Pistons, the 2013 Milwaukee Bucks, the 2015 Boston Celtics, and the 2020 Portland Trail Blazers. Michael played against 2 teams with a losing record. Those teams were the 1991 New York Knicks and the 1992 Miami Heat.
Okay.
This is what the numbers say. Overall, the teams that Jordan faced in the playoffs were stronger. Now let's look at the players that they played against. We're going to look at the number of players that made the All-Star team throughout their careers. For LeBron James, the number is 77. Here's a full list of players if you want to go through it.
God damn, he really did his research. Like and subscribe over there at Basketball Universe. He's pumping out great content all the time. All the time. Did I do my job? I didn't do my job. There you go. Okay. Here we go.
Michael Jordan, the number is 74. Here's a full list of players for MJ as well. Overall, LeBron only faced 3 more All-Star players than Jordan. This may lead to this next question.
Yeah, but and the key is the way he's showing this, how close it is, even though LeBron has played so many more playoff games and so many more playoff series, yet Jordan faced such tougher competition.
What about players who were All-Stars in the same season they played against them in the playoffs?
Yeah, good stat.
Just because Michael played against Chris Mullin in the 1998 playoffs isn't as impressive as if he was in his prime, and that's true. So let's modify those numbers. If we look at each playoff series of LeBron's career, there are 92 total All-Star appearances. If we look at each playoff series of Jordan's career, there are only 59 total All-Star appearances. This now tips the scale in LeBron's favor.
It
but hold
levels
on.
it out, yeah.
Let's keep digging deeper into their competition. How many times did LeBron face a player who won an MVP? It's 9 times. He faced Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Dirk Nowitzki, Derrick Rose, Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Steph Curry, and Nikola Jokic. How many times did Michael face a player who won an MVP? It's 6 times. He faced Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, and Bill Walton. I know that the last one shouldn't count, but he did play a vital role in the Celtics' success that year.
Yeah, that whole team was, I mean, what was it, 5 or 6? Six Hall of Famers, I believe. By the way, shout out to Big Bill. Rest in peace, sir. Rest in peace. That's a man who is a wild animal out there on the court. And had he been physically healthy throughout his career, he'd be one of those guys we're talking about as one of the greatest, you know, one of the at least top 15 players of all time. Bill Walton was a beast.
What about Hall of Famers? How many has each player faced? In Jordan's case, we have a definitive answer. It's 27, and we have the list of players who are currently in the Hall of Fame. LeBron's case is a little different, since many of the players that he has faced are either still playing or not currently eligible to get nominated. In this graphic, we have 2 different groups. We have the players who are in the Hall, and then we have a separate group of players that I believe will make it once they retire.
Let's take a look. Potentials. Dwight Howard, yeah. I mean, he deserves it. The NBA seems to hate him, though. Yeah, he should get in. Kawhi will get in. Steph will get in. Clay will get in. Draymond, yep. KD, Harden, Tatum, Paul, Jokic, Melo, Westbrook, Lillard, Butler. Yeah, I'm with him. Basketball universe, you were telling the truth. Those guys are all going to be Hall of Famers eventually.
In total, he has faced about 26 Hall of Fame caliber players. Next up, how many top 75 players did MJ face in the playoffs? There are 17 total players, and here's a list of players that were included in the 75th celebration back in 2022. How many has LeBron faced? Officially, it's 14, but for this discussion, we're going to add Nikola Jokic to the list, so it's 15. Let's break it down even further. How many players who are in the discussion for the top 25 players of all time have they faced? Let's start with Michael Jordan. He has faced 7, in my opinion. Those players are Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Shaquille O'Neal, Isaiah Thomas, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, and John Stockton. In LeBron's case, he has faced 6 players who are in the discussion. Those players are Tim Duncan, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Nikola Jokic, Dirk Nowitzki, and Kevin Garnett. What is Michael's record against those top 25 players? He's 10-6.
Nice.
What is LeBron's record? He's 6-12.
Yeah, that's about that makes sense. At least that's a little bit better than his 40% success rate in the finals.
It's those players in the playoffs. So what is the conclusion that we can come to? As far as the quality of the teams and players that they have faced, the numbers indicate that Michael Jordan faced tougher competition in the playoffs. It's not by a lot, I admit that. But when you consider how much longer LeBron has played, you would think that the numbers would favor him by a large margin. That's not the case. In many instances, it favors Michael Jordan. That's not my take, nor my opinion. That's simply what the numbers say. But what about you all? What is your take on this debate? Which player faced tougher competition in the playoffs, and why? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
Well, as we sit on the day of Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals, awaiting the second contender that will be joining the Boston Celtics and vying for the 2024 NBA Championship, LeBron James, who has won just 2 playoff series total in the last 4 years.
Damn. That's for real, yeah. And it was all last year. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, because they made the conference finals last year, and that was it. Okay.
Continues to work behind the scenes at his last grand masterpiece.
Yep.
The final paint stroke of the narcissistic, self-obsessed super team building maestro. While it remains unlikely, to me at least, that James leaves LA this summer, there are some interesting smoke signals being sent up in the air from Bron's camp that might just be indicative of one final stab at a super team coming in the most utterly obvious of locations. If LeBron James is the father of the modern-day super team, his greatest disciple is none other than the Slim Reaper Kevin Durant, who has been slithering his way in the path blazed by LeBron for years now. Durant
Okay, real quick. If this does happen, we know that there's been a power shift in Phoenix because Booker is not a LeBron guy. Booker loves KD. He's always loved KD. And KD has always looked up to LeBron. So if this happens, we know that they're prioritizing Kevin Durant over Devin Booker, which I think is a huge mistake. But yeah, I just hope this don't happen.
Actually was born into the NBA on a super team, privileged enough to find himself on a roster with 2 other future league MVPs in Russell Westbrook and James Harden. As we know, though, that simply wasn't enough. And damn it, why should it have been? If KD's principal foil and main counterpart during his prime, LeBron James, was gallivanting around the league, hopping from super team to super team, why couldn't Durant do the same? And now, all roads have led us to this.
I'm just avoiding the inevitable. That's why, a lot of us always give more crap to LeBron about it. I know a lot of people jumped on the bandwagon of just hating on KD because of the Warriors thing. I'm one of them. But at the same time, I always held the stance of, look what LeBron has created. This is normalized now. This is okay to do for everybody now. Just go join a team that's on the brink of winning a championship. And it's no big deal.
KD in Phoenix with 2 other superstars in Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, while LeBron sits in LA with that looming player option he can opt out of on June 29th. And all indications remain that he intends to do just that on June 29th, which is coincidentally a few days after the NBA's pending draft, which will be held on June 26th and 27th.
Interesting. That part I didn't know. So did you guys catch that? So he's got that option right after the draft takes place. So he intentionally did that so he could see where Bronny goes and then he can go to that team. And if the freaking Suns are stupid enough to draft Bronny, I don't think I'm watching next year. I'm not watching the Suns, at least. I'll watch the rest of the league, but I'm not watching. And it's no offense to Bronny. It's because I don't want the LeBron circus coming here. LeBron and Sun circus now. I can't watch that. I'll feel sick all season if I'm watching that. I can't be a Suns fan if that's going on. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. My dad has the same stance, too. He was like, I'll just stop watching basketball for a year. No big deal.
Oh, and this news breaking yesterday via Bronny James's agent and his daddy's best friend Rich Paul that Junior James will officially be remaining in this year's NBA draft.
Yeah.
And despite his wholly undeserving resume, he does figure to be drafted. That is in no small part thanks to Daddy opting out of his contract with the Lakers and pressuring them to use their 55th pick on Bronny in the June 27th second round to assure LeBron doesn't decide to leave LA when he opts out a few days later on the 29th. And then there is that tiny little looming decision on just who will be the next Lakers head coach. You know, the decision LeBron is reportedly leaving up to the front office, yet...
Yeah, so this would be the reason why they have not hired a new coach yet. Because they don't know if LeBron's going to be there. So if LeBron's going to be there, they're going to get him the coach he wants. Possibly this guy on the screen right now. But they're not doing it because 50-50 odds LeBron is about to bail on him. So why get LeBron the coach he wants when he hasn't even committed to the team? I understand. You know, like the Phoenix Suns, we fired Vogel over here. And immediately, within a couple of days, we hired our next coach. And the Lakers are just in limbo with this. But that's because this is the LeBron James effect. You know, organizations don't know what the hell to do with him because they never know if he's going to stick around or not. And he has all these demands.
JJ Redick, the co-host of LeBron's propaganda podcast and general all-around LeBron sycophant, has mysteriously surfaced as the favorite to secure that job. It is so obvious the Lakers are in a desperate full-court press to court LeBron into accepting a max contract and ending his career in LA. But if LeBron does indeed follow through with his plan to opt out of his contract, this will mark the 5th time in his career he has done so. Of the previous 4 times, twice he has signed new deals to remain on the same team, and twice he has taken his talents to a new city.
There's that. There's, like I said, 50-50 odds. He's going to leave. 50-50 odds he's going to stay. I would not make a single move if I were them. Honestly, if I were, that's BS. If I were them, I would just refuse anything he's asking for. That way he does leave and just stamp it and say, hey, we're not drafting your son. Do what you want to do. You know, go ahead. We're going to move on without you. You know, they'll have plenty of money free so they can get some free agents and actually draft somebody who's qualified to be in the NBA next year. But yeah, I wouldn't want him around, but that's not what Jeannie is going to do. So Jeannie is probably saying, well, let me know when you're ready, you know, and then we'll make those moves for you if you decide to stay.
And there is some suspicious maneuvering underway pertaining to Bronny James, as despite Bronny receiving requests to work out for 10 other teams, agent Rich Paul has canceled all but the Lakers and the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, this is where it comes in. If that's not suspicious, I don't know what the hell is. And not in a good way. Why are we even humoring this is what I want to know. Why are we having Bronny work out here unless we want LeBron? And why would we want LeBron? We really want our lineup to be LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Beal, and Booker? With one ball to share? Like what kind of is he going to be our point guard? Is LeBron going to be our point guard? Is that what it's going to be? Or is it going to be with IT? Then who's going to play center? So LeBron has to play freaking oh my God. What the hell are they even thinking?
Yeah, because what they desperately need there with their 22nd and only pick in the draft is another undersized combo guard that didn't even break a 5-point per game average on a bad college team. Of course they don't, but they sure would like to add to their super team that embarrassingly got swept out of the playoffs in the first round with the king of super teams himself. And current Phoenix Suns general manager James Jones sure does know a thing or two about super teams, as he was a teammate of LeBron in both Miami and Cleveland.
Yeah, he was. Before that, he was a Phoenix Sun. during the Nash era. Hell of a wing shooter. But yeah, he did. He did play on those super teams with him. No wonder why. No wonder why he's doing this kind of shit. Oh my God. He's got loyalty to LeBron, doesn't he then? Scap, I didn't realize that. James Jones, our GM, has loyalty to LeBron. This shit might really happen. What am I going to do? I'm just going to be a Dallas Mavericks fan next year if this happens.
So while the Lakers humiliatingly continued to trip all over themselves to do whatever LeBron wants, which in addition to trying to draft Bronny and hire Redick, also includes bringing in a list of players that could consist of DeMar DeRozan, Tobias Harris,
over me?
Or even the bloated corpse of Chris Paul. Do not be surprised if somehow, someway, Phoenix is LeBron's actual endgame. If not this season, perhaps in an upcoming one. After all, a pairing of these two league-destroying, super-teaming snakes is almost just too perfect to pass on.
While LeBron James's GOAT status will always be debatable, there is zero doubt about one thing. He's the most scrutinized NBA player ever. From the time LeBron was 16 years old, he was dealing with enormous expectations.
LeBron James has captured the attention of fans, scouts, and opponents.
Nobody endured more media pressure, and nobody had so many of their jerseys set on fire. And unfortunately, that scrutiny spills over to everyone around him. Having LeBron on your team is great, but it comes with tons of pressure because
yeah, KD did say being around LeBron was toxic.
You are immediately expected to win, and if you don't, you're torn to pieces.
Honestly, it's a gift and a curse with playing with Bron. Like, I love Bron to death. I love playing on this team because for me, I feel like I thrive more under the pressure, but a lot of guys don't like it because, so it's always going to be that supporting cast of who's not doing what or who, you know, and if you're not built for that, you're not made for that, it's going to eat you alive.
And while a lot of difficulties of having LeBron on your team comes from the fans and the media, some of it comes from LeBron himself. Coaches getting fired, cryptic tweets aimed at management, and the danger of getting traded by the GM are always a possibility when the Kings' expectations are not met.
Yeah, that's the stuff I'm always pissed off about. Like, that's why I wouldn't want to be a teammate of his. You just never know. If he gets pissed off at you, he's going to smile at you and joke around with you and pretend to be your friend. But really, he's working on the inside to get rid of you. Coaches included.
But are the downsides of playing with LeBron greater than other superstars? Is James really a bad teammate? Or does this just come with the territory of playing with an all-time great? Well, it depends on who you ask and who you compare him to. Michael Jordan once punched Steve Kerr in the face during practice. Kobe was constantly berating his teammates if they didn't perform and refused to pass them the ball. Shaq wasn't really a sweetheart either. These guys were not saints. Yet people rarely questioned their teammates' skills because people from that era didn't care about teammates being nice to each other. And those anecdotes of heated practices only fueled the legend of Kobe and MJ as perfectionists and basketball killers. But when it comes to LeBron, everything is under a magnifying glass, especially after the decision.
But he set it up that way. And this is the perfect example, him doing the decision. He's set up every single thing to draw a ton of attention around him. He loves the media, man. He loves the attention. He's doing it again right now. Every day I'm seeing all these videos and articles pop up about where LeBron's going to go next, you know? Where is he going to sign a deal with? You know, where's Bronny going to go? And it's just like, okay, I knew for sure in the playoffs, I believe it was the first round. After the Lakers got eliminated, LeBron shows up in Cleveland to watch a Cavs game. Why? To get the media talking about it. Is LeBron coming back to end his career in Cleveland? Blah, 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 blah. Like, that kind of stuff, I don't feel bad for him for being scrutinized because he wants it. He wants it. My problem is the fact that he's trying to control what people say about him. That's where we come in.
During his first stint in Cleveland, LeBron was universally loved by everyone.
Gets it to LeBron for three for the win. Yes!
I thought he was a badass, man, those first couple of years.
and he was viewed as a savior for the city that hadn't won anything in over 40 years.
I always let LeBron know they love you right now. They love you right now. But please believe me, the first incident, the first time something happened, they are waiting, man. They're waiting, man. They're waiting. They're waiting, man.
But as the seasons went on and a championship wasn't won, the first haters started to appear.
He's the fake MJ. He can't stand up to the pressure. The higher the expectations, the worse he performs.
And then, when the King decided to take his talents to South Beach,
in this fall, man, it's very tough. In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
It was like he opened the gates of hell.
Well, yeah. Imagine if Michael Jordan signed with the Detroit Pistons in 1988 or 1989. Take your pick. Or Kobe Bryant signed with, I don't know, who would it be? The San Antonio Spurs after the Spurs stopped them from their four-peat. Like, it's a chump move.
Within seconds, he went from one of the most loved to one of the most hated athletes on the planet.
Yeah,
there's no way that you could possibly prepare for something like
crazy.
And it all coincided with the invention of the smartphone, the rise of social media, and the popularity of the debate shows. The NBA news cycle was running 24/7, and the main target was LeBron. The 2010-2011 Miami Heat were arguably the most hated team of all time.
It's sad, too, because I really like the Miami Heat. And I love Dwayne Wade, and I really like Pat Riley. And then this happened, and it was like I couldn't cheer for the team anymore. I'm still conflicted about it because those two championships that Dwayne Wade got, like, it doesn't even feel like those were real championships. The only one I really consider him getting was that first one he got before the Big Three happened. Like, that was a real championship.
And the Kings' first game back in Cleveland was complete horror.
I would never forget the Cleveland game, the first time we went back to Cleveland. And that was the time where I looked at LeBron and I was like, hey, this guy's he's not normal. He's really not normal. I've always said it, but I really felt it. But the hatred that I heard in the locker room, and it wasn't just boos, and it wasn't just I hate you. It was the look on people's faces.
Yeah.
It was the things that was coming out of their mouths and like how raged they were, like in anger. That I said, I will never forget this moment a day in my life.
For the first time ever.
I mean, he turned his back on Cleveland. Yeah, eventually he went back with Kyrie and they won and all that stuff. But, yeah, he betrayed them. They felt betrayed. And when you feel betrayed, you act out. So the fans lashed out. Honestly, like, I wanted to see him stay in Cleveland and then eventually grow until he won a championship there. If he would have won one championship but stayed in Cleveland his whole career, I would have respected him 10 times more than his 4 Mickey Mouse championships that he's gotten by ring chasing and super team building. Just one. It would have been like Dirk. You know, I respect the hell out of Dirk. I respect the hell out of Giannis for all the same reasons. You know, you did it the right way.
It seemed like LeBron wasn't equipped to deal with the pressure, and his unhappiness led to one of his first Le GM moves. After the Heat went 9-8 at the start of the season, LeBron didn't trust their young and inexperienced coach, Eric.
Yeah, nice guy, Bron. Just go try to knock over your coach in the middle of a game. It's really respectful.
Spoelstra, and the King wanted him gone.
Yeah.
James went into Pat Riley's office and asked the Heat's president if he would fire Spo and take over the team, but Riley refused, believing that Spo was the best guy for the job.
We got a great young coach here, and I want to support him. Hope that he can grow like I did.
And on top of getting booed in almost every arena, and James questioning the coach's authority, LeBron's teammates had to get used to the fact that every bad pass, every missed shot was overanalyzed. Professional trolls such as Skip Bayless are something that athletes have become accustomed to now. But back in 2011, this was still viewed as serious journalism and something that should be addressed. Bayless kept calling Chris Bosh Spice, and it got so bad that Chris even went on Bayless's show to confront him.
My thing is, my family, we take a lot of pride in our name. I don't like it being made fun of.
Bosh used to...
I didn't know that happened. I don't remember that. Wow. I mean, if Bosh... Listen, there was no reason to be making fun of Dwayne Wade or Bosh in that scenario. LeBron was the one. You know, LeBron was the one. So, yeah, Skip, man, you didn't need to make fun of him. He was doing his job.
dominate the paint and was a 20-10 guy on the Raptors. But when he teamed up with LeBron and D-Wade, he was forced to adjust and play in a limited offensive role.
Yeah, he pushed him to the perimeter, which was bullshit, by the way, because Chris Bosh was dominant down low when he wasn't playing with LeBron. But you play with LeBron, you got to play the LeBron James system. So he got pushed out to the perimeter. Dwayne Wade got pushed back to being a 20-point-per-game player. And then LeBron got to be the star, and it was horseshit. It was just horseshit.
Which is not easy for a star player. Still, the Heat made the 2011 finals. But LeBron played the worst basketball of his career.
Yup, we've covered that one.
Down to 7. James, that's a travel.
JJ and the Jet.
To the
those
delight
two
of
calling
Skip
at you.
Bayless and all the online haters. And as the pressure mounted, some of his teammates started to feel the wrath of LeBron. And nobody had it like Mario Chalmers. Rio was a constant target of LeBron's yelling.
Oh, we've covered the Mario Chalmers thing too. Damn, man. That video was funny. Yeah, Mario Chalmers don't give a shit. Yeah, I told him to stop playing like a little bitch.
And it seemed like as soon as he made any mistake, LeBron would yell at him or raise his arms in disbelief. But Chalmers wasn't the only one who needed to adapt. Bosh and Wade had to change their game the most, completely transforming to adapt to LeBron. And thankfully for the Heat, it worked. After 2 consecutive titles, the pressure decreased. They weren't booed anymore, Chalmers wasn't yelled at all the time, and nobody was calling them bums on a daily basis. However, as soon as the Heat lost in the 2014 finals, it all came back with a vengeance, and Bosh and Wade were called washed up after only one bad series. And that's the burden of playing with LeBron. If you're not shooting the ball well for 2 or 3 games, it's enough for people on social media to start calling you a bum and saying you can't play. And while Bosh and Wade were all-stars accustomed to criticism, some of the younger players had never had that type of attention before LeBron's arrival. The LeBron James effect multiplies everything. And while your social media following may increase tenfold because you made an alley-oop to LeBron, so will your haters. But after 4 finals appearances in Miami, LeBron decided to right the wrong, vowing to bring a championship to Cleveland. And
you know, a big difference between LeBron and Michael Jordan? MJ walked away from the game twice after winning 3 championships in a row. LeBron, he keeps traveling to different teams. Why? Because he's losing. You know, he couldn't win in Cleveland, so he left. And then he went 2-4 in Miami, and he left after that fourth season where they lost. And that's why he's a ring chaser. You know, if he had been winning titles and he was like, you know what, guys, I need to go back to Cleveland and right my wrongs, that would have been a whole different scenario for me. I would have been like, damn, this dude's serious, you know? But no, he was like, he saw Kyrie and then Kevin Love and then they built this team around it. And he was like, yeah, I have a better chance of winning there. It was nothing to do with being loyal to Cleveland. And if you want to argue that, then if that's the case, how come when they were losing again, why'd he leave? You know, he's not loyal to Cleveland. He's not loyal to anybody.
And before he even announced that he was returning to the Cavaliers, the GM was already in full effect. I'm excited to lead some of these talented young guys. I think I can help Kyrie Irving become one of the best point guards in our league. I think I can help elevate Tristan Thompson and Dion Waiters. You'll notice that LeBron never mentioned Andrew Wiggins or Anthony Bennett in that PR statement, and that's because he already knew they would be traded for Kevin Love, a move orchestrated with his blessing. However, when the 2015...
Man, I know I've said it before, but do you guys remember Kevin Love before he got stuck with LeBron? The guy was fantastic. Fantastic player. Then he went to Cleveland, and same thing that happened to Bosh happened to him. You know, he just... That's it. Just kind of get out of the way and clear the lane. I felt really bad. I really liked. I mean, I liked Chris Bosh, but I really liked watching Kevin Love play before he went to Cleveland.
Season started, the Cavs struggled the same way the Heat did when LeBron arrived. The new pieces had to get accustomed to playing together, especially Dion Waiters and Kevin Love. Waiters never figured out how to be effective without the ball.
Oh, he hit him in the face.
He got traded very early in the season. Love wasn't in tune with LeBron both on and off the court, and that's when James posted one of the most infamous cryptic tweets of his career, aimed at...
Really? Stop trying to find a way to fit out and just fit in. Be a part of something special. Just my thoughts. Dude, no wonder why. Like, dude, say that to his face. Say that to his face. Don't post that on social media. and then get 1,000 people chiming in with their opinions. What a dick move, dude. What a dick. Man, Kevin Love has come out over the last couple of years and said he had to go into therapy. It was like partway through the first season, I believe, playing with LeBron, because he hit a massive depression. Like, what the fuck?
At K-Love. But other than the misfit with Love, LeBron also never got on the same page with head coach David Blatt. Throughout the season, James was the one who called timeouts and made substitutions. He openly barked at Blatt after decisions he didn't like. He huddled frequently with assistant coach Ty Lue, often looking at anyone other than...
Hey, Blatt, is that the it's a complete crap guy? I might be wrong. That might not be the face. Looks like him, a little bit.
Blatt. Still, despite all the turmoil and the injuries to Kyrie and Kevin Love, LeBron was by far the best player in the league. And other than Durant, nobody was even near his level. The Cavs made the finals, and surprisingly, they even won 2 games with Timofey Mozgov and Matthew Dellavedova as some of their key contributors. But even with 36, 13, and 9 from LeBron, the Warriors had too many weapons, and they finally overcame the shorthanded Cavs in 6 games. After that loss, both LeBron and the Cavs knew they needed to make some moves. First, they fired head coach David Blatt mid-season, despite Cleveland having the second-best record in the East. But Blatt had no authority over LeBron, who openly disrespected and disobeyed him, while Blatt kept...
Sounds familiar? Same thing happened to Vogel. Same thing just happened to Ham.
Silent. Eventually, he lost the locker room and had to leave. In his place came Ty Lue, who was LeBron's guy all along, and who James wanted to become the head coach for months. And while the GM David Griffin wasn't especially keen on trading for Iman Shumpert and J.R. Smith, LeBron gave him the assurances that he would keep J.R. in check. On top of the superstar power LeBron already had, at the time, he made an unprecedented habit of signing one-year deals. All athletes wanted the long-term security of a multi-year deal, but LeBron wasn't all athletes. Like a queen on the chessboard, the king was
Queen indeed.
Controlling and manipulating everything, deliberately signing shorter deals to give him flexibility, earn him more money, and, maybe most importantly, give him leverage. At any given moment, LeBron could say that he didn't want to stay in Cleveland, and that he'll leave as a free agent again. The threat of him leaving...
And it's happening in LA right now. Jeannie Buss is literally trying to do whatever she can in order to make him happy. She even said it. She even said that out loud. Like, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. He's holding people hostage.
Was such a powerful tool that GM David Griffin had no choice but to make moves like LeBron wanted. And at first, it proved to be a good thing. The GM got it right, because both J.R. Smith and Iman Shumpert played key roles in the Cavs' route to the championship after they became the first team to come back from a 3-1 deficit in the finals. But after the 2016 finals, LeBron signed another one-year deal with a player option, and he had more demands for his GM. He first pressured the team to sign Tristan Thompson, and later J.R. Smith to long-term deals. His stranglehold on the Cavs resulted in them forking over more than $130 million to pay Thompson and Smith, which hurt the team tremendously. Thompson averaged just 7 points and 8 rebounds in the 3 seasons after receiving his extension. And after averaging 12.4 points for the Cavs in the 2015-16 season, Smith recorded just 8.4 points per game in his next 2 years with James. And after they lost the 2017 finals to the Warriors, Kyrie decided to leave because he didn't want to live in LeBron's shadow.
Yeah. I never blamed Kyrie for that either. Like, you're young, you were tearing it up without LeBron, and then like the circus comes into town and everything is all about LeBron. They even asked him if like LeBron is like a father, like a mentor to him. Like it was so disrespectful, man. I'm really happy that Kyrie's happy in Dallas right now. I hope that works out between him and Luka for a long time.
Cavs quickly traded him for an injured Isaiah Thomas and Jay Crowder, in a move that LeBron was never happy about. To make it up to the King, the Cavs also added Dwayne Wade and Derrick Rose, but neither of those moves really worked. So, at the 2018 trade deadline, trying desperately to improve the team and please their superstar, the Cavs spent several draft picks and mortgaged their future, as nearly half the roster got traded. And even though LeBron did his part on the court, playing maybe the best basketball of his entire career during the playoffs,
James up and under, throws it off the backboard. Oh, what a perfect pass.
they couldn't get past the Warriors in the finals. JR forgot the score in Game 1.
Hill misses. Rebound goes to the Cavs. J.R. Smith brings it back out. Throws it to Hill. Hill shot blocked.
And LeBron's 51-point game had gone to waste.
It shouldn't have, but he shut down. He shut down after this. There was another video I did where it shows footage of him on the bench after this happened. You know, we're about to go into overtime. It's anyone's game. All you got to do is win the overtime. But he shut down. He wouldn't look at anybody. Wouldn't talk to anybody. You know, he was in crying mode. So no, that 51-point game didn't go to waste, man. Play a couple more minutes, win the game.
After which,
Lead
it was
team.
clear that this team was already past its peak. LeBron had pretty much held the franchise hostage for years, with the unstated threat that he might leave. And as a result, the Cavs made desperate, short-sighted decisions.
It's funny. Am I just old school, or if somebody was trying to hold me hostage like that, I would just say, get the fuck out. Go on. You know? Because, I mean, the pattern is you give up all your draft picks, you trade off all your assets that you've been, you know, all the good players you've been drafting and trying to build with. You get rid of all these guys just to make this guy happy. And at any point he chooses, he's going to bail on you. You know? Guys out there, would you be with a girl like that? You know? If every little thing that happens, she says, do this or I'm walking out. Do this or I'm leaving you. I'm going to dump you if you don't do this. At a certain point, you go, yeah, go ahead. We're all good. Have a good life. Fuck that.
And to add insult to injury, in the offseason, LeBron left Cleveland again.
There it is.
Relocating to LA.
Yep.
And when he
you do everything that he asked for to make him happy, and then he's gonna leave you anyways. That's the moral of the story. That goes in relationships too. That goes in sports. It works all across the board. And he's doing the exact same thing to LA right now, holding them hostage, holding Jeannie hostage. And they've done everything he asked for, and it hasn't been working out, and he's blaming everybody else, even though it's his decisions. And he's about to leave them. He's probably going to leave them right now.
To Hollywood, LeBron put on his GM hat yet again. For the entire 2019 season, LeBron knew the Lakers wouldn't contend for a title. And the entire time, the King had been flirting with Anthony Davis, sending cryptic messages through the media and on Twitter. The locker room vibe was noticeably off, because Bron's teammates knew they could be getting traded at any moment. Also, the King's engagement on the court had been below par, especially on defense, where his effort and body language was disgraceful at times. At one point, Kyle Kuzma had to push LeBron to play defense.
Look at him.
See what they get.
Yeah, look at that. He had to literally push him. Oh my God. Wow. I mean, I'm acting like I'm surprised. I'm not surprised, but just shit. That's embarrassing.
See what they get.
He literally set a pick on his own guy.
In and out.
In what was a perfect example of a spoiled and uninspired superstar, and the microcosm of the entire Lakers 2019 season. But then, the GM finally got what he wanted, and Anthony Davis was traded to the Lakers. And just like that, LeBron started playing defense, and his body language improved. In their first season together, LeBron and AD led the Lakers to a championship.
And that's another difference, by the way. When Jordan was, year 2, and had zero chance of beating the ultimate Boston Celtic team, coming off of an injury and everything, everybody knew there's no way in hell you're gonna beat Larry Bird's Lakers plus 4 or 5 Hall of Famers. He played his ass off. LeBron James, if he doesn't get everything his way, like it's not all just like scripted for him to win, he's like, yeah, fuck it, I'm not even gonna try. What kind of leader does that? That's a terrible leader.
And the best general manager amongst players was proven right once again. However, James would soon make the biggest mistake of his GM career. After injuries to both AD and LeBron knocked them out of the 2021 playoffs, the Lakers felt they needed a roster upgrade. And even though they had the best defensive backcourt in the NBA in Alex Caruso, KCP, and Dennis Schroeder, they decided to move them all to acquire Russell Westbrook, because LeBron wanted to play with him. Russ on the Lakers proved to be an abomination.
Russ, nearly loses it with 5, with 4. Russ drives. It's underneath, and the Lakers are gonna lose.
Yeah, it's as simple as this, and this is why everybody knew it wasn't gonna work. LeBron is a ball-dominant player, therefore he needs to have the ball, and so is Russell Westbrook. he's a ball dominant player. Same idea if like Brunson would have stayed, if they didn't trade Brunson in Dallas, Luka and him, there's only one ball. So they're both ball dominant players. That duo would not work together. It's not going to work out. You're going to ruin the potential of two players. And in LA, it was just Russell Westbrook had to take a back seat, and it was expected to change his entire game and be a spot shooter because LeBron James wanted to play point guard, even though he's a small forward or power forward at this point, whatever the hell he wants to call himself. He wants to play point. And same thing's going on with D'Lo right now. He's getting blamed for all this crap, but it's just LeBron taking these guys' jobs, not doing a good job of it, and then blaming them for not doing the job that they no longer can do. I think it's stupid. I think it's really stupid. And it makes me more impressed that like Kyrie has found a way to make it work with Luka, and Luka's the ball dominant guy. But Kyrie has shifted his game in such a way that it's beautiful to watch those two together.
He took the ball out of LeBron's hands, killed floor spacing, and played the worst defense the NBA had ever seen from the highest paid player. During the 2022 trade deadline, LeBron took a shot at GM Rob Pelinka for not making any moves by praising other general managers.
Yeah, I remember this.
But it wasn't like Rob
What a
could
dick. Just what a dick. So many things in this video. What a good vid. Man. So many things in this video just make me go, what a fucking asshole this guy is.
do anything. Westbrook's contract was untradeable, and the Lakers missed the playoffs, after which coach Frank Vogel lost his job.
Next scapegoat right there, Vogel. You just won a championship with him. But nope, you know, LeGM made some bad moves. Let's just fire the coach. Fuck that guy. That way, that way we got somebody we could blame.
Fast forward to the 2023 trade deadline, when the Lakers were heavily linked to Kyrie Irving, who was seeking a trade out of Brooklyn. But after Irving signed with the Mavs, James posted 3 words that were aimed at Los Angeles' inability to get the deal done for Irving.
Whoa. It is you, bro. It is you. I'm so happy Kyrie didn't go to LA. Dude. Man, that would have sucked. That would have sucked to see him get stuck with LeBron James again, because LeBron is even more toxic than he was back then.
Then, after a year and a half, the Westbrook saga and suffering was finally over, and Rob Pelinka produced a miracle that actually made the Lakers into a title contender. However, during the 2024 deadline, LeBron was at it again, posting subtle and not-so-subtle messages. By tweeting an emoji of an hourglass on January 30th ahead of the February 8th trade deadline, he created another tsunami of rumors. Does James want to be traded? Is he twisting the Lakers' arm to make a big move? Is he implying he might opt out of his $51.4 million player option for the 24-25 season? Unbothered, James seemingly enjoyed the drama. When asked if he wanted to clarify the tweet, he simply said no.
Another difference between him and Michael Jordan. Jordan got pissed whenever his players got traded. He'd put up a fight for them because he felt like what he had was good enough to win. They just had to figure it out. And LeBron James is the other way around. You don't feel safe around him because he's literally pressuring the organization to trade people that he wants, to get traded. There's just no loyalty there, man. MJ, I was just watching it yesterday. Sorry for the rant here, but it applies. I was watching his video yesterday of Michael Jordan's press conference after he won the 4th championship. This was against the Supersonics, and it was somebody asked him in the press conference, like, what do you feel about like Scottie Pippen? Like if he goes, if he stays, and blah blah blah. And he was like, if they trade Scottie, I'm out of here again. I'll retire again. Like he made that hard of a stance. Like if you trade my teammate Scottie Pippen, I'm out of here. And then he backed it up, by the way, because in '98, after they won that three-peat, and they were going to go through dismantling the team, like they said, and they fired Phil, and it was just going to be Jordan all alone. On a rebuild situation. He said he was going to retire if they did it, and they called his bluff. And then guess what? He said, "Fuck you, I'm out," and he retired. Totally different character. Totally different character.
because James is the king of using cryptic messages to his advantage. In fact, just a few days after his hourglass tweet, James poured gas on the rumors, responding to a tweet of an apple emoji with a crown and the Statue of Liberty, leaving people wondering if he wanted to play for New York. Then he wore a Knicks towel in a post-game interview the next day.
What a dick. What a dick. Just go. Just leave. Just leave.
But unlike the previous years and past GMs, Rob Pelinka didn't want to budge and tether around LeBron anymore. For better or worse, LA didn't make a single trade at the 2024 deadline, deciding to keep their assets for the future.
If you can handle, LeBron coming to your team, then it works out for you and it can be successful. The problem is everybody can't handle it. When LeBron comes to your team, there's winning expectations. Ain't no 4 or 5 years process. Ain't none of that. The pressure is on, and if y'all don't win, he ain't the one that's gonna be out of there. It'll be you.
Yeah, that's a big problem. That's a big problem.
During LeBron's career,
because it goes against like what real great teams are. They grow, they build. They have trials and tribulations, and they keep coming back stronger every year until eventually they win. Those are the greatest teams of all time. Were built this way. But LeBron, it's like it's my money and I want it now. But for him, it's like it's my freaking ring and I want it now. Like he doesn't want to put the work in to build a team the correct way. He's just trying to use these cheat codes.
Career on 3 different teams, the organizations have traded 118 players and first-round picks, which is a whopping 83.
Yeah, look at that difference. Look at that difference. Because this guy stuck up for his teammates, and this guy freaking just stabbed them all in the back. And the draft picks, dude. That thing is sick because that ruins a team after he leaves, which he inevitably always does. Damn, look at that number.
More than Michael Jordan. Some of it is due to longevity, as LeBron has played 5 seasons more than Jordan did. And some of it comes down to the modern age, where picks and players are traded much more frequently. But like any great player in NBA history, LeBron will do whatever it takes to win. He puts his teammates on the biggest stages of their career and gives them every opportunity to be great. But that comes with a lot of pressure, which doesn't suit everyone. Thanks for watching Nonstop.
Man, what a good video.
As an avid NBA fan, I'll never forget the intensity in LeBron's eyes during Game 6 of the 2012 Eastern Conference Finals. That night, he didn't just play basketball. He dominated, tearing through the Boston Celtics and paving his way to a showdown with Kevin Durant in the finals, ultimately clinching his first championship. Since then, LeBron has added 3 more titles to his name.
I don't remember what happened 2011, 2012. Why he missed 20 games that year.
Eclipsed Kareem as the NBA's all-time top scorer, and even now, at the age of 39, he's still dropping impressive averages, 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, while shooting stats that are off the charts. Unreal is the word most used to describe LeBron, and it's hard to disagree. The man's a phenomenon in terms of physicality, strength, and speed, a true wonder of the NBA.
That's all his blocks, by the way, right there. Chase down from behind.
And when it comes to living up to the hype, there's no question. LeBron has exceeded every expectation. But when the conversation shifts to the GOAT debate, things get interesting. Aside from a few loyal fans and supporters, nobody thinks LeBron is the greatest of all time.
Well, it's a bunch of young people. And then anybody who's getting paid by Clutch Sports in the media. Outside of that, like anybody who really watches basketball and knows basketball won't dare to say LeBron as the GOAT. Like, unless all you do is watch highlights and play 2K. There's no way.
Why is that, you might ask?
I'll tell you. That's because no one respects him. Hopefully it's going to get into it, but the flopping, the temper tantrums, and the lack of getting down on defense, and then the cherry picking, and because it all goes together. He complains, then he doesn't get back on defense, then he cherry picks for an open dunk, and then these kids see the highlights and they see that open dunk that he has, and it's a nice looking dunk. Don't get me wrong, we've seen it 1,000 times at this point. But the reason he's getting that dunk is because he's not getting back on D. But no one is getting to see the entire play because they only clip out the dunk. but they don't show him complaining and not getting back on D. So yeah, it's a matter of respect. Us old heads can't even consider him as like top 5 because we can't respect a guy who performs like that at work.
Well, today we're taking a deep dive into this intricate narrative, and let me tell you, it's not just about the number of rings on his fingers.
Comes up to get it. Deflected by James.
That's the flopping. That's the flopping. Look at that. It's one of these times I want him to actually injure himself because of the damn flopping.
And an offensive foul called on Jokic.
Yep.
Flopping, often described as the art of deliberately falling or stumbling in order to give the appearance of having been fouled, stands as the primary reason why NBA players hesitate to label LeBron as the GOAT. Because the reality is, LeBron has been known to flop, a tactic that's generally frowned upon by fellow basketball players.
Oh, come on, Trey. What the hell is that? By the way, what could have been? I love Kyrie and Luka together. And they do work. They work pretty good together. Luka and Brunson wouldn't have worked together because they're both ball dominant players. So I understand why they had to trade. It's one or the other. Anyways, back to the video.
What I'm referring to here isn't just exaggerating a bit or trying to sell a foul.
Yeah, look at Dylan Brooks looking at him like, what the fuck? The fuck is he doing?
I'm talking about flat out flopping, like how a fish flops, just like in the play we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Even the commentators watching this game were in disbelief at what just unfolded.
Wow. What he's actually doing here is shoving this guy in the back. So it looks like there's, when he releases and pushes backwards, it looks like he's getting hit. But actually, he's the one who's fouling here.
Even
Watch
the
this.
commentators watching this game were in disbelief.
He was shoving him in the back, and then he pushes off of him to fall down. What kind of weak shit is that?
What just unfolded before their eyes.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I did owie my elbow.
Are you kidding me, man? You got this is getting out of hand, man. This is getting out of hand.
Props to the commentator there for that. It is. I noticed about a week ago when I was playing 2K with my buddies and having some drinks, they pointed out that there's a flopping button. We were playing street mode, and they were just like flopping all over the place for fun. So now we have actual, like it's an actual part of the game. Thanks, Bron. Thanks, Bron, for introducing that. We needed that in video game form.
Maybe LeBron was rehearsing for his role in Space Jam.
Right.
Or something along those lines. But whenever reporters question him about flopping, this is how he responds.
Oh, no.
The conversation in the last 48 hours has been, from the Warriors' standpoint, has been gamesmanship on your team and flopping. Do you feel like that affected anything in terms of the way the game was dealt with tonight on the court?
And that's what I'm talking about, respect. Can you believe they had to issue him a warning because of the excessive flopping he was doing and tell him if he doesn't stop, there's going to be, it was either a fine or something like that, I think. They threatened him in some way. None of the people who are on my top 10 list ever cheated the game like this. Because he's lying. It's a lie. He's lying to the ref, trying to sell something that's an illusion to cheat and get a call in his favor. So yeah, it's just, I can't respect him.
I just know that we, our coaching staff and us players, we don't work on flopping.
The ironic part of his claim of we
don't work on flopping, by the way, that's not really answering the question. That's just saying we don't practice that. So we don't practice it. It's not saying that they don't flop. It's saying we don't practice that.
Don't work on flopping is that the league actually had to issue him a warning regarding it.
Yeah, there it is. There's Kawhi.
Even more amusing is the fact that if you search up LeBron James flopping on YouTube, a mountain of evidence pops up immediately.
Hey, there's Scap, man. Shout out to Scap Attack. That takes me back to the beginning of my channel. Shoot.
I mean, look at these. LeBron flops from level 1 to 100.
Ooh.
The last flop.
LeBron
James flop compilation, high definition. and even LeBron James with a very delayed flop.
Oh.
I wonder what this delayed flop video is about.
Yeah, let's check this one out. All right. D'ing up,
James
D'ing
has
up.
been guarding Butler, too.
Okay. Oh. Oh. What the hell happened there? Hold on. Hold on. Okay.
James has been guarding Butler,
Okay. All right, so they're face to face at this point.
2.
Okay. Little body there. But okay, he's not falling down. Okay, so he's going to go around he's going to go around him. And okay. Nothing there, just some arm contact. He's actually hooked his arm around him now. Oh, he's going to do this to try to sell the call. All right, here we go. It's about to happen. Boom. It looked like looks like he got shot in the ass or something. It's like an imaginary freaking sniper just went peek and shot him right in the butt. Oh, man. Makes you think of Forrest Gump. Got right here in the buttocks, sir. Man. Yeah, Kawhi, I'm laughing too. That's embarrassing.
That was too funny.
That's embarrassing.
And to think, he actually said with a straight face,
We don't work on flopping. That's not even a part of our game.
That's not a part of our game.
We don't work on flopping.
Yeah. Ow, my forearm.
We don't work on flopping.
Uh-huh.
We don't work on flopping. We don't work on flopping. We don't work on flopping.
Good loop.
ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed was just the tip of the iceberg.
I swear, man, the damn Kawhi Leonard laugh inserted into these videos is genius.
And this stands as the first reason why it's challenging for NBA players to call LeBron the GOAT. Now, the second reason revolves around incidents like this.
The drive gets in the paint, layup, missed it.
Oh, yeah, the complaining. Dude. Yeah, man. Hoop Reports. You're on the money. You are on point on this video. Yep.
LeBron is telling him, look at my feet.
Yeah, it's on the line.
Crying.
On the
The
line.
second reason why it's tough for NBA players to consider LeBron the GOAT is his tendency to overreact and become visibly upset when situations aren't in his favor. And when I say situations aren't in his favor, I'm just talking about him not getting a whistle and him not getting the calls he feels like he deserves.
Oh, man. Yeah, they can literally happen in the first, 15 seconds of a game. If he tried to sell a foul and he didn't get the favorable whistle, he'll freak out just like this. And then, like I said earlier, then he won't get back on D because he's complaining to the ref, and he's going to get an easy 2 points dunk and highlight as a reward for his bad behavior. Shit makes me sick.
As you can see in this clip, he would literally go up to the refs and start throwing tantrums.
Okay, this is a whole nother thing too. A guy this size going up at the ref face to face, approaching him aggressively, physically aggressive and verbally aggressive, yelling at him. You guys know anybody else in league history would be thrown out and probably suspended and maybe fined. You imagine Rasheed Wallace doing this, or Dennis Rodman, or even Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan or Magic Johnson. They'd all get thrown out of the game. You can't do that. But he gets away with it every time without even a freaking technical.
Then it ain't over yet either, because he would go home and post about it on Instagram.
What's this? Good block. Good block on okay, where's the contact? I don't see any contact here, man. So what are you even trying to say, King James? I don't see anything. Shoot.
Then the ironic twist behind all this is, even in the cases where LeBron gets his chance at the free throw line after complaining long enough, he frequently misses the critical game-changing free throws.
Okay, to be fair, this is a game. Yeah, they're down by 2. They need to get the rebound in and make 2 points. So the one free throw. No, I understand what he's trying to say. LeBron is a terrible free throw shooter, especially in the clutch. So that's 100% true. However, in this case, I'll be fair. He actually that was a good brick. He needed to do that. Oh.
What?
Oh. Did you guys see that? Dude. Shot a surprise good clip. All right, get ready for this.
He misses the critical game
All right, get ready.
free throws.
Okay. Gonna get the rebound. Okay. Now watch LeBron. Watch his forearm. Shoves him right down to the ground. Right down to the ground. Could you imagine if somebody did that to LeBron? Like how much he'd be flailing around, freaking out about the no call? I can't believe he gets away with so much crap, dude. He just shoved a dude in the back on the ground. We saw what's his name? Pat Bev do that to Chris Paul. It was like 2 years ago or something in the playoffs when he played on the Clippers. When Pat Bev played on the Clippers. And yeah, man. Oh, he got punished. He got really punished. LeBron James does it? It's all good.
What adds another layer of irony are the situations where his team benefits from the referee calls. Take, for example, that fourth quarter victory against the Raptors, where the free throw disparity was a staggering 23-2 in favor of the Lake Show.
Yeah, 23-2. Like, they're not even trying to hide it. And then 3-point attempts. They actually attempted one more three than the Lakers did. And I know that that's one of the excuses that the Lakers, they try to push the narrative. The reason that they get more foul calls than opposing teams is because they drive the ball to the basket and they don't live on the perimeter. Well, that's one more three and 21 more free throws. Explain that.
In situations like this, LeBron's reaction is a complete 180, and he pretends the refs are doing a good job.
Their coach was absolutely irate about the fourth quarter discrepancy in free throws, 23-2. How did you see did you see it called fairly?
Oh, this is it's a complete crap game.
In the fourth quarter?
I felt like they fouled and we didn't.
See how calm he is, by the way? That's how you know he's just a pathological liar. He's kind of zoning out. He calmed himself down, and he's believing this lie right now.
Can you imagine if the Lakers were outshot 23-2 from the free throw line instead? If that happened, LeBron would have dramatically fallen on the court, then vehemently cried to the refs, pointed towards a monitor, and even taken to Instagram.
Yep.
He would have made such a big deal that all of ESPN would be on that story for a week. Now, all these factors combined paint a rather bad image of LeBron in the context of being the GOAT. It's more than just a few isolated incidents. It's a pattern that, over time, begins to chip away at his image.
Yeah.
When you consider the essence of what makes a player the greatest of all time, these aspects don't just create a dent, they raise some serious questions.
Yeah, because he does these things every single game.
LeBron's
man. Again? God damn. Let's check
they
it out.
raise some serious questions.
Hold up. Okay. Boom. Yep. And now he's going to act like his face is broken for the 10,000th time. Holding his face, pretending like it's on fire. Jeez. This is basketball.
LeBron's actions and reactions when it comes to flopping and crying for fouls are increasingly seen as detracting from the qualities typically attributed to GOATs. I mean, we never saw Mike cry after a missed call.
Nope.
Or Kobe.
Nope, they
and
get
the
back
truth
up.
is, LeBron is losing respect because of it. Like, for example, when Dylan Dynasty Brooks recently swiped down on LeBron James, pay close attention to the commentator's response during the replay.
Was this a foul or was this a flop?
It's gotten so bad that every time there's a significant LeBron reaction where his arms are flailing in the air, we gotta rewatch the footage to see if it is a genuine foul or another case of flopping.
Yeah, it's the boy who cried wolf. And he actually did get fouled on that play. He did get hit. Dylan did hit him. But the point is, with the boy who cried wolf, is when you're somebody who lies all the time and you're used to somebody, okay, we all know that person, somebody who just lies to you all the time. Right? You all know somebody like this. So if they pretend like they're in trouble, like every single day, and then all of a sudden it's just another day and they're saying they're in trouble, well, you don't believe them because they've lied to you 1,000 times at this point. They might actually be in trouble, but that one time that they're actually in trouble and need help, no one's going to be there to help them because you lie all the time. So that's the case. That's what the commentator is saying there. Like, is that a flop or is that a real foul? Like, we have to question these things now with him.
Then there's also the matter of how long LeBron remains on the ground after these incidents.
Oh, geez, yeah.
It feels like he's there for eternity.
Yep.
In fact, he often spends more time on the floor than it takes Giannis to complete his entire free throw routine, which is saying something. Now, compare that to Kobe Bryant's reaction when he was
Raja Bell clotheslined to Kobe, and Kobe gets right back up. I think he even laughs it off. He's like, yeah, because he knows he's going to get him back. He's going to get him back on the other end. Raja was a hell of a defender, by the way, for our Suns, but this went too far. Like, even though I hated the Lakers at this time, this went too far. But Kobe, man, he did what MJ would have done. He got up, and he's like, okay, because he knows within the game, I'm going to crush you now.
Clotheslined by Raja Bell. The man just got right back up almost instantly and even smiled.
There it is. Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong.
I watched that crap live, man.
LeBron is undoubtedly one of the game's all-time greats. In many ways, his accomplishments stand shoulder to shoulder with Michael Jordan's. Yes, Jordan has 2 more rings, but LeBron is the all-time leading scorer and has faced tougher competition in the finals. I mean, he's gone head-to-head with 2 of the most formidable modern NBA dynasties, the Spurs and the Warriors. Not to mention, his historic comeback from a 3-1 deficit in the 2016 finals is nothing short of legendary. LeBron's skill set is also undeniable. Those who claim he lacks a bag are simply mistaken. He's proven time and time again that he has an effective arsenal of moves on the court.
Yeah, I can't say it. Okay. He has a pull-up 3. He has the running back barrel into the lane, getting, basically not getting called for offensive fouls and then getting bailed out move. He doesn't have like a pull-up jumper, like mid-range. He's pretty bad at layups. And his post game has never been good. So, yeah, I do have a problem saying that he's got a hell of a bag. When you think of players like AI or Kobe or Jordan or Bird, like, they have a real freaking bag. T-Mac, like, they can get you in any way they want. Luka, even Devin Booker, like, so many freaking players. They can just get you in so many different ways. LeBron is either going to make a wide open 3 or a wide open dunk on a fast break while he's cherry picking. That's literally like 70% of his points.
But in saying that, he does too many things on the court that negatively affects his image when it comes to the GOAT debate.
Yeah, we don't respect him.
Ray Allen himself pointed this out in a recent viral video.
Mid-range dribbler. So you're saying the GOAT, and he ain't even as great in all them categories.
Damn, let me play that back one more time for you guys.
Debate. Ray Allen himself pointed this out in a recent viral video.
Mid-range dribbler. So you're saying the GOAT, and he ain't even as great in all them categories.
Yeah, he is not the greatest in any single category. So how can he be the greatest of all time? The complete game. How can he be? Not the greatest scorer of all time. Yeah, okay, he's got the most points, but that's because of longevity. He's only got 1 scoring title in 21 seasons? So obviously, 1 for 21 is not good odds. That doesn't show that you're dominating in scoring at all. He's never the leading assist man. He's never leading in rebounds. He's never leading in blocks, steals, anything. How about anything? There's not one category that he leads in. Maybe free throw attempts, but that's not something, So how can he not excel in any of these categories, yet be considered as the greatest of all time, when he can't even be the greatest in any of these single categories for 1 year, for one season in his era, let alone all the other eras that came before him. I think it's disrespectful to call him the GOAT. Like, it's just not cool.
Even LeBron's former teammate, Mario Chalmers, has gone on record stating that players aren't afraid of LeBron like how they were of Michael.
For real.
Which is completely evident in the way Dylan Dynasty Brooks confidently trash talks him after getting a bucket on him. Then there's Isaiah Stewart, who didn't hold back in physically bullying LeBron in the paint.
Oh,
and
shit.
let's not forget the moment where Coach Ime Udoka bluntly told LeBron to stop complaining in rather colorful terms.
Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah, he called him a bitch.
Sheesh, guys. It's hard to imagine players speaking to or confronting other legends like Jordan, Kobe, or even Steph Curry in such a manner. The respect and fear they command on the court are of a different caliber. It's these elements, these interactions and attitudes that ultimately contributes to why the vast majority of NBA players and fans refuse to crown LeBron James as the GOAT.
In case you haven't figured it out, this is supposed to be right after they get eliminated, right? Or is this... Oh, no, okay. They're going to cover the whole series. So this is after Game 2. So after the Lakers lose by 2 points, Game 2.
This is what y'all trying to do, huh? Y'all trying to get me swept again!
Man, watch out, LeBron. I got this, because this is ridiculous. Man, me, AD, and LeBron, we can't keep carrying y'all like this.
Is that D'Lo?
Game, Spencer. 0 points in a playoff game? Man, I didn't think that shit was possible, man.
Yeah, you did, D-Lo. You knew it was possible last year.
No. I'm talking about the D-Lo now. The D-Lo that's hanging with y'all. That's what I'm saying.
D-Lo, you not hanging with us.
I don't remember D'Lo. Did he do it again last year, where he had a scoreless game?
Where are you getting this from?
See, that's why I like LeBron. He's calling me out. Accountability. I needed that. You see now, next game, boy, I'm about to go stupid, boy. I'm about to go crazy. Boy, the dog about to come out. They're about to be like, why is there 4 players in a dog on the court? Meanwhile, the whole time it's me, D'Lo. See, man, D'Lo on 3, y'all. Come on.
Oh, man. Are they going to do it?
All right, D'Lo.
Yeah, let's go. Come on. 1, 2, 3, D'Lo.
I better hear that, too. 4 players and a dog on the court.
Dog.
This guy's so good at playing LeBron James. He just comes in like a freaking bully all the time. Okay, so now we're at Game 3. Lakers lost 105-112, and this was a scoreless D'Lo game. I remember this well. It's when everybody was calling out to get rid of D'Lo. Then he came back and lit it up in Game 4. This is going to get good. Oh, shit. He's running. Waiting for it.
Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's D'Lo at?
Hey, chill. Hey,
Where's D'Lo at?
Hey, calm down.
0 points? Where's he at?
I know.
When I get my hands on that
Let it go, bro. We got like it's the last game. Chill.
The last game? What you talking about?
You know what I meant like that.
No, I don't, AD. I don't. You know what? Forget that. Where's Rui at? 5 points? Where's Rui at? Where's Rui at? You see Rui? Where's... I gotta get my hands on something, because I don't understand. AD, I don't understand. How is Michael Porter Jr. hooping like that? He ain't never hooping like that against nobody but me. How?
Wait, what did he say? What did he say?
How is Michael Porter Jr. hooping like that? He ain't never hooping like that against nobody.
Against nobody but me. That's true. Gordon lit him up, too. Gordon lit up LeBron, too.
But me? How? Come on, man. This don't make no sense. I know the world see what's going on here. I know they do. We keep losing leads, AD. Marvin!
Oh, no. That's him with his boys.
Oh, no, I'm not the one playing basketball.
Darvin. Why is Spencer and Gabe with you?
Oh, I just feel like these my boys.
What can you tell them niggas? Why do they keep forgetting the hoop?
Why do y'all keep on forgetting how to hoop?
Darvin!
I mean, I'm just saying, you just told me to ask.
All right, hey, LeBron, I gave it everything I got.
Austin Reeves.
Okay, Austin. And they still won. Thanks, Austin. I appreciate it. I'm starting to think they're just too good. There's a chance if you ask me. Nobody asked you, Austin! So shut up and shoot the damn ball for once!
God damn. Hey man, Austin played pretty good that series. He was smooth and steady.
Are y'all serious? Is this team serious? This team full of comedians. That's why we can't win. They hopeless, and we the kings of goddamn comedy over here. You know what? If I get swept up, show up and figure it out. And when y'all see D-Lo, when y'all see D-Lo, I swear to God.
Yo, are they filming this in a hotel room? Or is this an apartment, or what is this? 'Cause that looks like a hotel.
I swear to God.
All right. So, next game. Game 5. Lakers lose 106-108.
Hey, man, good shit out there, man.
It's really locked this
Man, I
season.
thought so, too.
Trying to tell you.
Hey, Bron, man, you just can't be mad at us this time, man.
I'm not mad at y'all, D-Lo.
Yeah, I'm saying you can't, because we all had like 10 points. We was all hooping out there. We was really doing our thing. I mean, you might as well just say that we just not good enough no more. We just got to leave it up to Ant and the Timberwolves.
And it's cold.
That's what I'm saying. He hooping like Michael Jordan out there.
Oh, shit. Dude, that look in his eyes. I think your time just up, LeBron.
I think your time just up, LeBron. I'm just saying, bro.
Oh, shit.
I'm just saying, man.
Enter the violence.
Man, Murray was going crazy. He hit 2 game winners on us.
Bro, facts. And he just dunked on LeBron, too, bro.
He just dunked on LeBron, too. Yeah, he dunked on you, Bron.
Dunked on you, Bron. Come on, man. That's not supposed to be happening. Yeah, who is that?
Oh, that's probably Bronny, bro. You know him.
Oh, yeah, tell Bronny what's up.
Was he going to call D-Wade again? D-Wade's retired this time, buddy.
He's such a good daddy, bro. I aspire to be like
Steph, KD.
Oh,
I figured it out.
Steph and KD.
I know what y'all thinking out there in Cancun. Y'all thinking we old. It might be time for us to give it up. It's not us! It's not us, man! KD! You know what this nigga D-Lo just told me? He said that they was hooping because they got 10 points. And I can't say nothing to them. 10 points? You know what they would do to us if we had 10 points? Steph, KD, we not passing the torches to none of these niggas. Hold on, Steph.
Oh, no. Coach
Hey, where's
Ham.
everybody? Where the lights off? Why the lights off?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
What the hell?
Dude, this is what they did after the series. This is what they did to him.
Sorry ass rotation. Learn how to call it. Time out.
Goddamn, why you jumping me? What I do?
What did you do?
Man, just tell me what I did with that y'all don't like.
Your rotations? You ain't never called timeout. You wasn't listening to me when I said y'all multiple calls. And why you keep playing Gabe and Spencer?
Gabe's a good man.
What they got to do with basketball, darling?
I'm just saying, you just said it's just basketball, so, you know, I took it upon myself to give Gabe and Spence some minutes.
Oh, shit. That's perfect right there. Yeah. If you're setting the precedence that it's just basketball, then no need to take this shit serious. What a dumbass.
You need to listen to the coach.
See? That's a good man.
Yeah, that is.
It's just basketball, Brian. That's all he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's just basketball.
You know what? It is just basketball. Gabe, it's good basketball.
Yeah, sir.
It's just basketball, Tori.
Yeah.
It's just basketball.
Oh man.
It's just basketball.
Just basketball.
It's just basketball.
Just basketball.
It's it's just basketball. Y'all ain't gotta worry about me no more. You know I need me like that. It's just basketball.
I love how violent they make LeBron in this. Okay. Oh shoot. Now we're gonna hit me. Now we're gonna hit me. So this is game 4. Suns just got swept by the Timberwolves. Oh shit. Man. All right. If I'm pouring the salt in a wound for the Lakers fans, I'll have to pour it in my own wound too. Let's be fair. Wait. Oh no. Yeah. Bradley Beal. He had to go about and say some crap like this after game 3 loss. I've never been swept a day in my life. I'll be damned if that happens. Oh, and then Booker did do this. I didn't like that either. Respectfully, I don't know how teams are going to guard us. Well, they definitely figured out a way to do it. And do it damn well. Ant.
Hey, KD, I know we just got off the court, bro, but I was walking to the locker room and something hit me, bro. After we swept your old ass niggas, I said, bro, my nigga KD got cheated, bro. Like,
What?
how come there was only 3 niggas on your team, bro? it don't make no sense, bro. Like, y'all don't even have a...
Bro, KD, why you let him talk to you like that? You don't think he really is MJ, right?
It's Book.
He is MJ.
What? All right.
He is MJ.
To you, nigga. Oh, God, niggas weak. I'll be damned if I let nigga talk to me like that. Hold on.
Oh.
Oh, here go hand right here. Hey, pay attention, niggas. Hey, what's good, little nigga? And I'm gonna tell you right here, you ain't no MJ to me.
Man, ain't you supposed to be in hell, nigga?
Yeah, he did say I'll be damned. You're supposed to be in hell.
What you talking about?
Bro, I'll be damned if I had 9 points to foul out.
Hey, KD, bro, you see how this nigga talking to us? You gave that nigga too much power on the court.
No, brother, Bill, you did.
What? That nigga cashed you out the whole series.
You cashed all of us out, brother.
Damn, I'm not gonna kill this nigga.
Ain't that why you fouled out?
Hey, D-Buck real quick, you a bitch.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man.
Shit.
Hey, D-Book, you still think nobody can guard us? We got swept, so somebody was guarding us.
Bro, KD, I'm not about to deal with this shit no more, man.
You know what? I think my offense just don't fit this team. What you think, Coach? Still not saying nothing, just like the whole season. I think I'm going to take my talents elsewhere.
Oh,
Man,
no. Dude. Who out there thinks that KD's gone? Because I think the experiment is over. We can't get rid of Beal. Booker's going to stay. We need to free up some money. I think KD's gone. The experiment's over.
Nigga, bro.
Oh,
What's
man.
up, y'all? RDC World here. Now, as you probably can hear a little bit, I lost my voice. That is what's
Dude, I'm actually not surprised. I'm not surprised with all that screaming. Man, he really goes at it.
taking so long for these videos to come out. I'm talking about the LeBron video. I lost my voice like 3 days ago, y'all, and I've been struggling to get it back.
Man, listen, let me say something to you. The C's, we didn't give a fuck about LeBron. We didn't fear LeBron, and we didn't think that he can beat all 5 of us. And that's
I'm sorry. Right off the bat, look at Adam Sandler. Oh, dude, cool. Slice the low.
how I felt.
We normally don't see this type of performance out of you in a big game like this.
I think, of course, their defense had a little bit to do with it because they're on the court and they're very aggressive. But I just missed a lot of shots, missed a lot of open shots that I'm capable of making. And just like you said, we don't see it out of me a lot. So when it happens, it's a big surprise, you know. So
That's funny. So back then, he was a little more accountable. I stand by it. I didn't give up on him until 2011 when he built the super team and then he choked the way he did. But if he's talking like this, you know, it sounds like a guy who's going, yeah, I played bad. I could play better. You're used to me playing better. I'll play better. That's good enough for me. I wish he stayed like this.
I'll go over the film, but they played me the same way they played me all series. and I just wasn't able to knock down those shots that I was able to get some good looks at. I play according to the game and see how it's flowing, and we had a great flow.
In 1989, through one of the most important games of his career, Michael Jordan is turned into a passive facilitator by his nemesis in the Bad Boy Pistons. His team ultimately falters in this Game 5, and although they have one of the greatest players of all time, it's proven that no one man can be greater than 5.
Agreed.
21 years later, there's a kid taking his own shot at the throne, and he runs into the exact same problem. Only in the months after the failure, he is heavily accused of quitting with the rise of social media and a salty dickhead owner. Yet 2 years later, this is still known as the game that LeBron James quit. The series.
From what I remember, he did quit though, so there is a difference. There is a difference, but let's
that
see.
LeBron James quit, but did he? Yes. Both he and Michael Jordan actually did eventually go on to lose a significant portion of their hair. It's too bad they weren't working with Keeps.com. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of male pattern baldness by the time they're 35.
Okay. If you guys need help with male pattern baldness, you know where to go. Let's see if I can get past. Okay, here we go.
Going to turn you into the GOAT. So before we actually dive into what
is it?
Letting it all go like MJ is not going to turn you into the GOAT. So before we actually dive into what happened in Game 5, I want to set a frame for the breakdown with quotes from Dwayne Wade, who was actually responding to accusations that LeBron James had quit in Game 5 of this series.
Well, he didn't know that he was a quitter until the next year. And you can see that look on Dwayne Wade's face. Game 4 of that NBA Finals in 2011 against the Mavs. You see it in his face like, oh God, what have I done? I'm stuck with this guy.
Wade said, quote, LeBron, Kobe, and I, guys like that understand what Boston's defense was about. Their defense was built on not letting one player beat them. You either settle for the outside shot or you pass to your teammates. LeBron had one bad game in the playoffs. Other than that, he did what he could do with the defense all watching him. I don't see where you can get where he quit. It happens. Kobe had a bad game in the finals. They won. It didn't matter. LeBron's teammates didn't help him out that game, and it made the way he played even worse. But he's not a quitter. He didn't quit. To which Mo Williams later responded on Twitter, "Come on, D Wade, watch your mouth. I read your article." So I figured D Wade.
Damn. That's fair though. That's fair. D Wade, man. D Wade's my guy, but I have a feeling he got manipulated when it comes to LeBron James. He felt bad for him, which is why he teamed up with him and all of this crap is history. I don't think he feels bad for LeBron anymore though. Not these days.
Wade a credible source here, considering the fact that he also had to play Boston in the 2010 playoffs, and despite Miami never having been expected to be competitive in that series, he still had experience with being singled out by Boston's defense. And his remarks serve as a framework here because not only was Boston able to single LeBron James out in Game 5, but the entire Cavaliers team, including LeBron James, made it extremely easy to do so. What you found in Game 5 was that Cleveland's offense was being very poorly run. Guys were in the wrong place, they weren't making the extra pass, and a good way through the shot clock in many possessions the offense would just flat out become stagnant, in which they resulted to just giving the ball to LeBron and trying to let him create something. Now, the problem with that against the 2010 Celtics, who in that year's playoffs allowed the second fewest points per game amongst teams, was that it was their literal wet dream to have
open shoot. Oh no, okay.
one superstar trying to play hero ball in a stagnant offense. Now, in a moving offense with other guys hitting shots, well, of course, that's difficult for any team to match with. But in one in which the Cavaliers produced in Game 5 of this series, as Kevin Garnett said, we didn't think he could beat all 5 of us. And
yeah, it's fair. That is literally what the Detroit Pistons did to Michael Jordan back then. Try and beat all 5. It's not going to happen no matter how good you are when you have a solid core. And it's not supposed to happen. No one player is supposed to beat 5 good players. It's never going to happen. But LeBron did have help. Yeah, Shaq was older, but we had Shaq here in Phoenix right before this. And in our system, he was still putting up like 20 points a game. He was still doing okay. So that's a good second man. Mo Williams got you. I don't know. I think they could have put up more of a fight. It's not that I would have expected them to win per se, but they should have put up more of a fight, and it shouldn't have been 1-on-5. You know, they could have figured something out.
especially not with LeBron primarily being a jump shooter, which is what the Celtics defense produced often in this game.
Yeah.
As you can see here with Mo Williams setting a screen for Shaq, who in turn sets a screen for LeBron, Pierce is more than happy to go under the screen, and with the lane being fairly congested, LeBron is going to settle for a long 2, yet it's open and it's a shot that he could knock down. But also, if you're clogging the paint and allowing LeBron James jumpers in 2010, if that's how he beats you, then that's just how he beats you.
Agreed. Yeah, he's just now getting that jumper going. He's just figuring it out.
The Celtics played the odds here, and it worked in their favor. Along with a jump shooting LeBron, you would rather have a facilitating LeBron than an attacking one. Here, the Celtics practically force that situation, pushing him baseline, and as he draws the defense in, he makes the correct pass down to Shaq, who they're more than happy to foul and put on the line. Not that LeBron should have tried to force anything here anyways, but you'll also notice on this play absolutely nothing else is going on the floor for the Cavaliers, and practically every Celtic has his attention turned towards LeBron. This play is hilarious. LeBron commands nearly total attention from 3 Celtics on the floor, and as they again push him baseline, he sees the rotations and cuts a nice pass to a wide open Anthony Parker, who hesitates shooting the 3. After pump faking while being wide open, he bricks it, yet it's LeBron with the rebound in traffic,
double dribble, because he just dribbled it with 2 hands.
A beautiful pass to Shaquille O'Neal for the wide open slam.
There's Shaq.
I'm not seeing much quitting here yet, but I am seeing the Celtics take full advantage of a very stagnant offense. LeBron is able to cut off a rondo here, and off the pass makes the correct decision. Could he have forced his way in the paint right here? Yes, probably into a triple team. So he bullets a pass to a wide open Anthony Parker.
I mean, it was just him and KG, right?
He bullet
right here. Yeah, that's a 1 step for him. Back then, I mean, freaking LeBron could dunk it from about here. So for here, that's just a 1 step, and he can go to the rim. He's probably going to get fouled by KG, but that's great. That's what you want.
It's a pass to
especially
a
in
wide
the first
open
quarter.
Anthony Parker, who does not hesitate this time.
No, that was a soft move. Good shot, though.
Alright, that's probably enough to paint the picture for what was going on earlier in the game. Stagnant offense, LeBron running into plenty of bodies, being pushed to a certain part of the floor. Yes, the Cavaliers' offensive game plan was shit, and because of it, in most cases, the Celtics were able to completely shut off LeBron's lanes of attack. So when it became clear that the game was beginning to slip from them, and that lanes weren't really open, LeBron tried to get into his jump shooting bag, which was the best possible thing that could have happened to the Celtics around 2010. The offense is generating absolutely nothing here. LeBron flings a pass to Antoine Jamison, who is not going to create on KG, and Pierce is even able to step in to help. Again, give LeBron the jump shot.
For those basketball lovers out there,
who is not going to create.
He had him right here with that step. He could have just went whoop
on KG, and Pierce is even able to step in to help. Again, give LeBron the jump shot. As Pierce recovers, James takes a step in and lets one fly. Why didn't he just try to attack the rim and draw a foul, you say? Well, where was he going? The Celtics already proved that if LeBron would have taken the screen that Antoine Jamison looked like he wanted to set, they were going to be more than happy to trap him baseline, let Antoine Jamison get the shot. Was he going to drive down the middle and try to draw a rondo? Sure, swing the ball out to Mo Williams, Anthony Parker, try to get a shot there. Well, they tried that. They tried that in the first half. They're down 12 here. As Dwayne Wade said, guys were not hitting their shots that night. So rather than quit, LeBron did try to create, and he tried to create.
Yeah, but with the jump shot, see, early in his career, Charles Barkley used to call him out all the time on this, and I noticed the same thing too, especially down the stretch, when he would just rely on an outside shot or pass it away. He's saying, you're LeBron freaking James. Look at your body. Get to the basket. Draw a foul. I don't think he wants those free throws, though, guys. I've been saying it since he was like second year in the league. I don't think he wants those free throws. I don't think he can handle that pressure. It's a lot of pressure to hit, the free throw after free throw in the playoffs. I don't think he wants that. He doesn't want that heat. But yeah, so first quarter he was penetrating. So far in the second quarter, all we see him do is take jumpers. And that was the worst part of his game back then.
Out of what was left of Cleveland's shambled offense and Boston's amazing defense. Shots like this one was exactly why Boston was so content to just let him sit out there and chuck. Nobody else is doing anything on the floor here.
He's just bricking. He's bricking jumpers. Here, let's go back to this one real quick because I let that one kind of fly.
It's exactly why Boston was so content to just let him.
Bang. One-on-one situation. I'm not saying, I mean, if the guy's got a good jumper, then take it. But it's LeBron James, and he's ice cold from taking jumpers today. This is just not a shot.
sit out there and chuck. Nobody else is doing anything on the floor
went
here.
to the basket.
Antoine Jamison gives the screen. Paul Pierce actually covers Jamison enough time for Kevin Garnett to recover, giving LeBron James the wide open three and clink. So
yeah, I would treat him like Ben Simmons back then. Hell, I still might do it these days. That way he doesn't drive the ball to the basket and draw these Mickey Mouse fouls. But especially back then, I would just play off him, just like Ben Simmons, or what they're doing with Russell Westbrook these days as well. Just play off him, let him shoot, dare him to shoot.
By the time this is all said and done, LeBron James is just 3 of 14. That's 21% from the field, and he's 0 of 4 from 3. 9 of his 15 points.
Yeah, charge. Yeah, so it looks like he's just going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it, and the lead's going to get worse and worse.
Come from the free throw line, and 2 more from a fast break dunk. Mo Williams shot 3 of 8, Antoine Jamison shot 4 of 10, Daniel Gibson 1 of 3, Delonte West 1 of 3. The only person who even had a remotely good night from LeBron James passes going out to the...
He's scared. He thought about it again, but he chucks up another jumper. We're going to shoot jumpers, give it to Mo Williams. He can hit those.
The perimeter was Anthony Parker, and yeah, he was 2 of 5 from the three-point line. So what really happened here is the Cavaliers
Look at that. Why is he... Oh, man. Why is he shooting a fadeaway 3? This is how you know he gave up. This is how you know... So I'm disagreeing with Dom 2K here, honestly. Thank you for the video. There's a fantastic video. Just showing all these plays. But third quarter... He had plenty of opportunity to turn the game around, but he just kept going with that jumper. He was scared to bring the ball into the basket. People have a hard time with my take on Dwayne Wade when he won the NBA Finals with Shaq and Pat Riley coaching him against the Dallas Mavericks. Yeah, I know he got a lot of calls, but the reason he got a lot of calls was because he drove the ball to the basket. And if LeBron James was doing the same thing in this game, he would have got to the free throw line over and over again. Difference is LeBron doesn't want that. He doesn't want to take those free throws. D Wade did. He was ice from the line for the most part, and he was getting everybody in foul trouble and tiring the hell out of them. But I saw something in Dwayne Wade that I hadn't seen in anybody since MJ or Kobe, and that was that ultimate will of not giving up. He pushed himself to the limit. I know it's controversial because a lot of people hate that series and don't like Dwayne Wade because of it, but I respect the hell out of what he did because that took a lot of effort and it took a fearless attitude to just keep going to the basket, especially with Dwayne Wade because he's, 6'4"? And LeBron's like 6'9"? Big difference.
Passes going out to the perimeter was Anthony Parker, and yeah, he was 2 of 5 from the three-point line. So what really happened here...
So there it is again. Just chucking a 3. This is the air ball, right? Yeah, so he just airballs a 3.
Totally outplayed, and Mike Brown got totally outcoached. You could have asked LeBron James to drive or attack more, but where was LeBron going with the offense doing absolutely nothing, and Boston's defense sending him exactly where they wanted to as a result? Was it better for him to continue passing to people who weren't knocking down shots, or to try...
Well, he's one of those people who aren't knocking down shots, so yeah, move the ball around, play a little off the ball, and you might get an easier shot. Or somebody else might get an easier shot. But even just if he's being selfish and he wants to be the dominant scorer, yeah, get the ball in the hands of the point guard and move off the ball. Look like what Steph Curry or Reggie Miller or a ton of guys have done. Rip Hamilton, a ton of guys have lived this way. He couldn't change his strategy. He needed the ball in his hands. That's the LeBron James way. But if you played off the ball, moved around, went through some picks, he could have got some easy shots.
Try as he did in the second half to knock down his own. While LeBron James had improved in jump shooting a bit since...
What did he do? He just gave it down to Shaq in a double team.
First finals appearance by this time, it wasn't to the point where you just knew he was going to make you pay. Therefore, Game 5 was just waiting to happen. This isn't even so much different from how the Mavericks made him passive in the finals the very next year. His offensive game was simply...
By the way, I got to point one more thing out. I think he gets the call here and then he complains.
From how the Mavericks made him passive in the finals the very next year. His offensive game was...
Hold on.
It wasn't to the point where you just knew he was going to make you pay.
All right, so yeah, he did get fouled.
Therefore, Game 5
was just...
is waiting to happen. This isn't
Okay.
even so
Sorry,
much
my bad,
different
my
from
bad.
how the Mavericks
That's
made
just
him
a reflex
passive
for
in
me.
the finals the very next year. His offensive game was simply a lot more limited until around 2012, so before then teams figured out that you could make him passive if you were going to show him early on that he had to be a facilitator. And the fact that the Cavaliers played right along in Game 5
yeah.
just did not help matters, as Dwayne Wade said.
Nah, he's still just chucking the ball, though. Dwayne Wade wouldn't have just kept chucking jumpers, but he's defending who he thought was his friend at the time. He found out later on that wasn't really the case, but he thought he was defending a homie. So, yeah, it wasn't really authentic or genuine. Dwayne Wade himself knows he wouldn't have just kept shooting a jumper. He didn't. He was in that situation himself. He did very different things. Michael Jordan wouldn't have done it. Kobe Bryant wouldn't have done it. Larry Bird wouldn't have done it.
So Dan Gilbert did not just accuse LeBron of quitting in Game 5, he specifically said Games 2, Game 6, and he had another one in there.
Man, how many wide open bricks?
Hell, it might have just been every game that they lost. However, in Game 6, he was much more aggressive as the offense made some adjustments, and that was a much closer game all the way through. He still didn't shoot that well, and by the very end, Boston was still successful in singling him out. However, quitting is not the word I would go to in any of these games. He just wasn't good enough yet, and his teammates definitely weren't good enough. He basically had a lot of shooters that didn't knock down shots, and when that happened, it was very easy for Boston to look at him and say, now we're going to take away your lanes, and you're going to have to join them. And he really didn't want to do that, which is why in the first half of Game 5 he barely shot.
Yeah, he really could have benefited back then from a post game. You know, that's one thing Jordan and Kobe both got. So if their perimeter game's not on the money, put him down in the post, and it's butter. It's easy money.
In the case of 2010 Eastern Conference Semifinals Game 5, Celtics vs Cavaliers, was there other stuff going on off the court with LeBron and his teammates that have caused people to say he mentally checked out? Hey, who knows? Those have never been confirmed or denied.
15 points at the end of the game. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
By a lot of people. However, you can see pretty clearly on the floor that no amount of driving would have made this any better. It probably would have resulted in a lot of turnovers and offensive fouls, or just more missed shots from his teammates, to which he could have responded by just not shooting at all. I think that would have been the real quit there, but instead he used it as a last resort. So no, I don't think LeBron quit. I do think Dan Gilbert was salty though, and that leaves us with just one more defendant. LeBron and Jordan have been cleared. What about Kobe? If you want to find out, make sure to hit the like button, comment, and sub.
This is Charles Sebastian, and welcome you guys to another episode of the Dreamers Pro Show. We cover everything from sports, hot topics, classic debates, entertainment. We give you guys a fresh perspective on things and how we see them. And today we got a crazy show for you guys, an absolutely crazy show. But before we get into it, please make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, we're trying to hit 200,000 subs this month.
Damn.
We appreciate it if you supported the channel and subscribed and help us hit our goal. We appreciate that. Anyway,
good job, guys.
Let me get into this to this damn topic. This seems to be the hottest thing right now in sports, at least for us, to talk about. So what happened? Day before yesterday on ESPN First Take, Stephen A. Smith, Kendrick Perkins, and these guys went on a complete onslaught on LeBron James. Like a total onslaught on him, and they were just getting in his ass, man. They were really just going at him, and we produced a bunch of shows. And we still
it's about freaking time, right? It's about freaking time. I have a feeling this was led by Stephen A. Smith, too, because I've noticed Perk wasn't really doing it, but Shannon Sharp, ever since he's been on ESPN working with Stephen A., he's become slightly more critical of LeBron, a little bit at a time. But after this news broke, like that was it. Like he shifted his tone.
We got more stuff to talk about today. Obviously, depends on the order in which you're seeing these shows, so you want to stick around the channel. One of the reasons you want to subscribe and hit all notifications so you don't miss anything. So we're going to be talking about that. But there was something that was sent to me by one of our viewers yesterday. So he sent me a clip, and I saw the clip, and I was looking for the full clip, but I couldn't find it. But he sent me a clip of something that was very, very revealing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And what was more revealing was Keyshawn Johnson's reaction.
Okay.
Essentially what happened was there was a clip.
Keyshawn works for Fox Sports now, I believe.
He was able to find of Rick Bucher on Undisputed. And on this day, it was Rick Bucher, Keyshawn Johnson, of course, Skip Bayless.
Okay.
And they were talking about the Lakers' offseason chances and all of that. And then Rick Bucher says something that I was absolutely like, I was so surprised, but not even surprised. I was shocked by this because I didn't even know that this is what takes place.
Well, let's be real. We're not, well, I'll speak for myself. I'm not shocked this is happening. I'm shocked this has come to light, is what I'm shocked about. Like, we I don't know. I'll speak for myself again. I've been seeing for years how Clutch Sports is owned and operated and how it's run and how they're pushing so hard to shift the narrative. Hell, I even believe that the we done with the 90s movement was probably paid for by them. But what I am shocked about, Charles, is this has now come to light. And it's glorious.
Behind the scenes. So Rick Bucher's talking. And essentially he says that at a certain points in the season, he received an email. Get this. An email.
Yeah, this is it, guys.
From the Clutch Sports Agency. Basically asking him to vote for LeBron James for MVP.
Now stop right there. Okay. We know. I'll speak for myself again. Shit. I knew this kind of stuff was going on. But the funny fucking thing about this whole thing, Bron was really trying to win another MVP last year. Like this season, he was who in the world would have considered LeBron James for MVP this last season? Nobody. Like, that's the most ridiculous shit to push for. You're not going to, like, maybe try to push for, like, all defensive team or some shit, even though he doesn't deserve that. But maybe you can slip that by. But can you imagine if LeBron James actually won MVP this year? Nobody would believe it's real. So the fact that they're pushing for something so unbelievable, that's the shocking part to me.
And after he said it, I wish we could show a still of Keyshawn Johnson's face. Keyshawn had this look on his face like he knew.
Oh, shit. Yeah. He's like, we ain't supposed to talk about that.
That would be true, but he was like, why are you saying this out loud?
Good.
Kind of thing.
Good.
And I was like, wait. What?
Yeah, kick the fucking wall
What's
down.
going on here? That's what we want to get into. But before we even get into that, this video is brought to you by...
Looks like a Prize Picks one. Hey, man, get your money, Charles. Get your money. I don't even know how sponsorship works or anything like that. I'm still a newbie. That's a long sponsor spot. Damn. Doot. All right, we done? Okay. All right, here we go.
$. And remember, whenever you support this sponsor, you're supporting this channel.
Yep, get that money, bro.
Thank you. So what we want to do is want to quickly play what Rick Bucher had to say. It's only about a 30 to 40 second clip. And then we're going to come back and really get into the meat and potatoes of the show. Take a listen to what Rick Bucher had to say here on Undisputed the other day.
A year older. Anthony Davis, if anybody's going to lead them, it is Anthony Davis. I was actually shocked that I got a text or an email from the Clutch Agency that was promoting LeBron James for MVP. I was like, wait a minute. He's not even the MVP of his team.
Yeah, no kidding. He's not even the best player on the team. Sorry, I won't interrupt this anymore. Let's go back.
I was like, wait a minute. He's not even the MVP of his team. This team doesn't have the record that it has, isn't where it is, isn't the dangerous opponent that it is without Anthony Davis being healthy. I was...
AD's a clutch player.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Believe me, a lot of freaking flags went up when I read that. But that said...
I didn't know... Well, of course AD is with Clutch. No wonder why he hasn't left L.A.
So you heard what Rick Bucher had to say there.
Here, just in case y'all didn't hear it, in case you were scrolling through some shit on your phone or something, here, because this is important.
The other day.
a year older. Anthony Davis, if anybody's going to lead them, it is Anthony Davis. I was actually shocked that I got a text or an email from the Clutch agency that was promoting LeBron James for MVP. I was like, wait a minute. He's not even the MVP of his team. This team doesn't have the record that it has, isn't where it isn't the dangerous opponent that it is without Anthony Davis being healthy. I was.
AD's a clutch player too.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Believe me, a lot of freaking flags went up when I read that. But that said.
Now the ironic thing about this entire thing is that he says all this thinking that the breaking news is going to be that they were pushing for LeBron James for MVP over AD. No, bro. The breaking news is the fact that they are emailing you and pushing you in that direction to do this. That's the breaking news. Like I think he broke this without even realizing it, unless he's just a genius. And he disguised it this way, which is very possible as well.
So you heard what Rick Bucher had to say.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did, buddy. Yes, sir, we did. We heard it twice.
I see.
Yep, do it, man. Do it.
Folks, Houston, we got a problem.
Oh, yeah.
We got a very, 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 very serious problem on our hands, folks. You know, just yesterday.
Real quick. I've never known another athlete to control the media like this. Never, ever. I'd have never imagined it could be possible. But here's the proof that it's happening.
And we produced a show about this. Less than 24 hours ago, we produced a show on our channel that I suggest you guys go watch of Stephen A. Smith saying on live television on ESPN First Take with a panel of Kendrick Perkins, Molly Karam, and Shannon Sharp, where he essentially said that LeBron allowed people to approach Kendrick Perkins because they did not like the narratives that he was putting out there because it did not align with their views and the message that they wanted disseminated to the public.
Yeah.
And we were like, what? You got these guys secretly confronting media members to say things that they want?
Here, let's extend this
Wait
video.
a minute. So basically, if they're not expressing the views you want expressed to the public, then you're going to tell them to say otherwise. What? Is this what really goes on? Hey, what's up, everybody? Is this what happens when you really decide to be, hey, man, I want to make the big dollars and make the big bucks? This is
hold on. Let's stop right there, and we'll let him wrap it up. But let's see. Shocks and ESPN panels by including Michael Jordan. Nope, that's not the video I was looking for. Hold up. Okay, when was this video? This video was from 3 days ago. Okay, so we're looking for about 4 days ago. And shocking info, Kendrick Perkins removing LeBron James. I think this is it.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Removing LeBron James from GOAT debate. I think this is it. All right. I'm going to try to get right into the soundbite after the ad. And, okay.
What we want to do right now is want to play exactly what Stephen A. Smith had to say on his show about Kendrick Perkins. And I want you guys to listen carefully to what he had to say there. And then want to come back and continue on. Take a listen to what Stephen A. Smith had to say here.
Say no more. Because at the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to. By the way, even Kendrick Perkins is rethinking his position on calling LeBron James the GOAT.
Ooh.
Because with GOAT status comes accountability.
Right.
This is not a ninth coach that LeBron James has had in his 21-year career. He's going to be on his 10th coach.
Yep.
Now Shaq had 13. Kobe had 10. You know, Jason Kidd had 9. We get all of that. Okay? But look at this right here. LeBron James, Cavaliers, Paul Silas, Brendan Malone as an interim, Mike Brown for 5 years, Heat with Eric Spoelstra. If it were up to LeBron, one could argue that wouldn't have happened because LeBron wasn't high on Eric Spoelstra when he first arrived.
Yeah.
Pat Riley just let him know, no, bro, you ain't running this organization. I am.
Yeah, he tried to get Spo fired.
Spoelstra ain't going no damn place. And sure enough, Eric Spoelstra has proven to be one of the great, great coaches in the history of the game. You got Cavaliers coach David Blatt. Well, David Griffin, the GM at the time, didn't really want Blatt. Ownership wanted Blatt, but they wouldn't have picked Blatt if LeBron James had spoken up and fought for Ty Lue, which he didn't do. So you had to deal with Blatt for a year and some games before they ultimately got rid of him and inserted Ty Lue in there, and then they won the championship. Then you got the Lakers with Luke Walton, who LeBron James did not, he inherited. He didn't pick him. But then you had something to do with Frank Vogel being there. You had something to do with Darvin Ham being there. I'm not going to even get into the fact that I don't like the fact that he didn't speak up for the brother. That would have been nice. Darvin Ham, in 2 years, take you to the Western Conference Finals. I mean, you would think you go to the Western Conference Final last year. This year, you get bounced out in the first round. But both losses were to the Denver Nuggets, who's universally recognized up to this point, up before Saturday, as the best team in basketball.
And he won a championship with Frank Vogel. Imagine that.
So I'd have done that. All right, I'd have fought for Darvin Ham. But we knew from the time that Anthony Davis spoke out about how discombobulated and disorganized they were following their Game 2 loss in Denver. We knew the days were numbered for Darvin Ham. We knew that. That's what Anthony Davis did on purpose.
So you heard what Stephen A. Smith had.
Okay. Is that all? Is that everything? Expose LeBron James secretly confronting media members. Kendrick Perkins check Charlotte on live TV. I think.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Charles Sabanis. Want to welcome you guys.
We're marathoning this shit. Okay. Here we go.
That LeBron James can't.
Had to say here on ESPN First Take yesterday.
We're going to make sure that LeBron James camp doesn't get to pull off what they will try to pull off. Because you see, the narrative is already we're blaming LeBron James for the firing of coaches. That's not what this discussion is. What this discussion is us debating that another firing that has occurred under his watch, whether or not that compromises quote-unquote GOAT status in the eyes of a Shannon Sharpe or Kendrick Perkins or Stephen A. Smith and others. That is what the debate is.
Yeah, at least be accountable for it. I never heard LeBron say a damn thing about Vogel getting fired. I never heard him say a damn thing about Darvin Ham getting fired.
See, they'll leave. And what they'll say is, oh, LeBron James is getting blamed for the firing. We're not saying that. What we're saying is that you're not as innocent and you're not some just mere spectator in this whole scenario the way you try to pretend to be. That is what we're saying. We're not going to let LeBron James and his camp get away with that. We're not blaming him for the firing. What we're saying is you can't be as great as you proclaim to be, as we know you are, in today's NBA game, and be completely innocent and oblivious and distant, having nothing to do with the firing of yet another coach. That is impossible. That's all we're saying. But having said all of that, while acknowledging that that's a reality that he has to live with, there's a bigger narrative to touch on. And that is the fact that LeBron James has brought these debates on himself, Shannon, because of this insatiable appetite he has
to control the narrative.
It's what he does. Nobody, I repeat, nobody, no star in the history of sports has gone about the business of methodically, systematically, continuously trying to control the narrative. Yeah. And I have proof.
Yeah, and anybody who thinks that podcast he's doing with JJ Redick is really just to talk about basketball, y'all are fooled. It's not. It's a way for him to blame shift everything that has happened in his career. Every single episode, they have a new topic that they do. They just slip it in. Like the 2011 finals, how he's now blaming the minimum pay players. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to go on a rant here. But, that's just another method of him controlling the narrative. That's all it's for.
podcast that him and JJ Redick have.
Okay.
Let me be the first to say, it's a great podcast. You want to learn some basketball.
Yeah, watch the first 10 minutes of every video if you want to learn some basketball. It's actually very interesting. JJ Redick breaks down a lot of cool stuff. He should be a coach. I just hope he doesn't coach the Lakers.
You listen to them brothers. I ain't throwing no shade on them. I love JJ and the job he's doing.
Yep.
I appreciate LeBron, his greatness, and his cerebral approach, educating us about the game of basketball. But why would you choose to do that in your 21st season approaching age 40? Because you know why? You want to make sure that you're the guy that gets to put your fingerprints on narratives. Because you have proven throughout the years that you care about that. Well, we're here to say, yo, you got your approach, we got ours. You got your penchant for control of the narrative, we got ours. And oh, by the way, you're talking about you. So therefore, you ain't going to be but so objective. We, on the other hand, are going to be very objective. Shannon, you and I disagree. But we don't fail to acknowledge the greatness of LeBron James and how he's on the Mount Rushmore of basketball. Kendrick Perkins, you are a friend. You've known this man for decades, which is why you repeatedly will tell people to kiss your ass when they come to you trying to tell you how you supposed to be talking to and about LeBron James.
Wait. This is what it is. This is what we're here for. Okay, listen to this.
Which is why you repeatedly will tell people to kiss your ass when they come to you trying to tell you how you supposed to be talking to and about LeBron James. Who the hell are they? Because you know them. You see what I'm saying? But you've had to do it. Why did you have to do it, Kendrick Perkins? Because that man allowed people to approach you to try to infiltrate a narrative he may have disagreed with that you, me, Shannon, or somebody else has put forth. This is what he does. This is what he has done, and there is no escaping that.
Yeah, we're gonna play that back just one last time. Okay, just that last part. Okay, because it's really important. Because it's saying like, okay, the email's the email, cool. People are approaching Perkins because he's on a panel with Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith, and they're telling him how and what to say about LeBron James to the mainstream media on ESP, on ES freaking PN. Okay? So we're going to do it again. Okay? And Perkins, I saw this. Perkins does not dispute any of this. He shakes his head.
Because you know him. You see what I'm saying? But you've had to do it.
But you've had to do it.
Why did you have to do it, Kendrick Perkins? Because that man allowed people to approach you to try to infiltrate a narrative he may have disagreed with that you, me, Shannon, or somebody else has put forth. This is what he does. This is what he has done. And there is no escaping that.
It's literally disgusting. Like, this is beyond politics at this point. Like, it's embarrassing, too, to care this much about what other people think of you. Like, LeBron James is literally the most insecure athlete I've ever seen.
What Stephen A. Smith had to say. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. When he said that, I was floored. I was actually floored, and I'll tell you why. There's been this kind of running joke in the NBA community, especially among fans, that certain voices in sports media are bought and paid for by clutch.
Oh, yeah, we've known. We've known.
And whenever you see somebody, to use the word, glazing super hard, people begin to speculate like, yo, they must have got to him. They must have got to him, right?
And that's how I feel about JJ Redick now. He used to be way more open-minded, but now he is actually actively pushing these narratives. And on one podcast, he'll be trying to, promote LeBron James. On the next podcast, like he just did with Shaq the other day, He's trying to diminish, again, the 90s. Diminish the 90s. You know who's paying him. You know. Now he's homies with LeBron James. Guess what? Now you got to do and say what LeBron's camp tells you to fucking say. So JJ Redick it's unfortunate. I was, over the last year, I've been a JJ Redick fan because he had his own podcast and he was speaking his own mind, and kind of an inspiration for a guy like me who just wanted a platform to speak his piece. And to see him now becoming a paid freaking shill for LeBron James is really disappointing. The guy didn't need money, man. Come on. He had a great NBA career. He's making money off his podcast. He's got multiple podcasts. But he had to do this damn podcast with LeBron James. And now he sold his soul. And he's compromised. I can't listen to a damn thing that he says about anybody and believe that it's true. Because it's not. If he's just talking about basketball in general, strategy, I can listen to that. I can watch that. But any of his opinions now about any basketball player is completely void and null. And it's sad.
And it seems to be like a running joke, but then it's not a joke. Because there's some truth to this. And I believe that there are a few people out there that you can attribute this to. I remember a number of years ago on Undisputed when Shannon Sharp used to be there. And this was when Joy Taylor used to be the moderator. And it was her, Skip Bayless, Steven Jackson, Shannon Sharp. And Joy Taylor said something. She said the quiet part out loud. She said, I know why all of a sudden Shannon became a LeBron guy. And Skip was like, what was going on here? He was like, I heard they got to him. And Steven Jackson was like, yeah, I heard that too. So the question is who? Who is the they?
Clutch Sports.
Who is the
Clutch
they?
Sports.
Because if you listen to a person like Shannon Sharp, in 2011, he was saying the only people that are ahead of Michael Jordan and Kobe were God when it comes to basketball. Fast forward years later, now all of a sudden Jordan ain't the GOAT. Now all of a sudden Kobe went from 2 to 9. And you're like, bro, what happened?
Yeah.
What's going on here, right? But I believe this is true. Of course, Nick Wright, he's represented by Clutch Sports. And you have so many other guys out there. And it makes total sense. The problem I have with what Stephen A. Smith said is, for whatever reason, LeBron feels he can't win on the merit. He can't do it based off of merit.
They gave up on it. He can't be the GOAT outright. There's nothing he could do to actually be the GOAT. Factually, numbers, accomplishments, he could never pull it off. It's over. He blew it. So now the only possible method is to diminish everybody else. Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, JJ calling everybody plumbers and firemen or whatever the fuck he did, electricians. That's the only method that they have left, is now diminish everybody else in his path to make him the only light available, the only option available for the GOAT. That's their method. That's why I say it's political, because that's what you would do in politics. You get elected by crushing everybody who's in your way, destroying them, destroying their character.
What do I mean by that?
And to say, where's this coming from? I mean, LeBron James owns a media company called Clutch Sports. So that right there is the most telling thing you could. I mean, after that, I already knew what was going on. What kind of active player would own a media agency? Why would you do it? Why else would you do it except for to push your narratives? It's the only reason why anybody would do it.
And you can't convince people that you're the GOAT with your play, your accolades, and all of those things. So since you know you can't do that, you now have to take the sneaky route, which is to get the people to then go on TV to promote you.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to burst the bubble for people out here. The vast majority of what people feel about who's the greatest player in this, a lot of it has to do with the people talking about these people on television. If you notice now, the new player that's being promoted is Anthony Edwards. They keep saying Jordan, reminds you of Jordan, reminds you of Kobe, reminds you of Jordan. They say it enough. Next thing you know, you're going to be asking, well, does he remind me of Jordan? Well, does he remind me of Kobe? Does he really? I don't know. That's what's going to happen next. But this is damning. This is damning. But Stephen A. Smith has always subtly referred to this. He said he will go out here and say something, and then Rich Paul approached him. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? It's like, well, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, this has happened. Where Stephen A. basically, all right, Rich Paul came up to him and was pissed off and saying like why won't you say LeBron is the GOAT? And he was like, I have him at my number 2, but MJ's my GOAT, but LeBron's my number 2. And the guy's like, well, that's disrespectful to LeBron. And Stephen A. Smith is like, the fuck it is, Jesus. Like he has to, it's bully ball is what it is. It's a bully tactic. So Stephen A. Smith is not a fan of Clutch Sports. I'll tell you that much. And I'm not the biggest Stephen A. fan, but ever since he's had a YouTube channel, he is fucking spouting out some truth on there, man. So I might just not like Stephen A. Smith, the ESPN analyst. I might actually like Stephen A. Smith, the dude, though. It's still up for debate.
Are people not allowed to have their views unless it concurs or aligns with the views you want them to have?
That's what's going on.
Are they not allowed to have their views? And it goes to show you. That's why I said the entire Jordan versus LeBron debate, and I got LeBron in my top 5, I think is made up of a bunch of smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
It's a magic show.
Is.
It is a magic show.
So many of you guys have been fooled to think that this was real. LeBron James never belonged in a conversation. There's some of my friends that I'm going to need them to watch this video when I put it out, because talking to them about it, they don't understand. They've been brainwashed.
I don't believe it's based more in reality. I think it's based off of people on television that are bought and paid for to go out there and twerk it up all over the place, knock over people's drinks, run up and down the hallway
Gyrating.
hollering and screaming while slapping each other with honey, talking about go James, go James, go James. Yeah, that's him. That's what I believe. I don't believe it's based on anything that is tied to reality. This is my personal view. And the reason I say that is because all of their arguments, for the most part, are nonsensical ass backwards. But to hear Stephen A. Smith say that, and trust me,
deal.
They're going to try to get, why'd you say that? Why'd you, like, yo, bro, let the truth speak.
Oh, Stephen A. don't give a fuck anymore.
Let it speak. For Stephen A. Smith to say this, why do I give his words credibility? Because he knows all these people.
Yeah, and I got the distinct, when I watched the original ESPN footage of this with Perk, I got the distinct impression Perk told Stephen A. about this and didn't know what to do with it. Because Perkins was probably sick. He got fed up. He was sick and tired of being told what to say. And for a good couple of years there, he was compromised. It was obvious. He would goat James, goat James, goat James. That's all he would talk about was goat James. He was totally compromised. I'm sure he was getting paid pretty well. But I think he got in too deep and he went to Stephen A. Because it's his show. It's Stephen A's show. So I got the distinct impression that he was like, bro, what do I do? And so Stephen A. spoke for him. And he spoke for him right in front of Perkins. And Perkins did not object. And if all he did was confirm everything. So that's why I have that impression. Was Perk was probably actually a little scared. That's how disgusting this is.
They've been on his shows. He knows all of them. But I was shocked. I didn't know LeBron took it that far. Him and his camp took it that far where they meet people. Why didn't you have this view? Why don't you have that view? It's like, why isn't your play enough?
Yeah, it's mafia style.
Why isn't it enough? I remember the time Shannon Sharp called out LeBron for his Miami Heat comments at the Miami Heat didn't do anything. And then Gilbert Arenas, person I'm friendly with, got mad at Shannon. Why are you saying stuff about? He's like, he's not allowed to say. He only supposed to say positive things. Is that the rule?
Mm-hmm.
Man, nah. These are my thoughts. Whatever you guys.
Man, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Game you have to play. This is what you have to do? Is this what it entails?
So now we've gone full circle, okay? So that's where it started, was with Perk. And this is where we are now. So now it's like we've got multiple sightings or sources confirming all of this. Very similar to we all saw the signs that LeBron was trying to get Spo fired, but it wasn't confirmed until D Wade came out and talked about it. Okay? And then after that, Pat Riley just nailed it in and confirmed it all. You know? So once you get those two confirmations, it's like, okay, this shit's real.
A bunch of journalists up there twerking it up all over the place, slapping each other with honey, running up and down the hallway, hollering, "Go James, go James." Is that what it is? Is that really what it is?
That's what it is.
Why are y'all sending emails to ask people to solicit votes for you for MVP? My argument is, why can't it just be based on merit? You do the work, we observe the work, we scrutinize the work, and say, hey, listen, you deserve it, or he deserves it, or the other guy.
That's how the real world works.
Why do we need to go into all of these extracurricular activities to get people to do that? And let me tell you something interesting that happened. I noticed it this morning.
Hey, can't get a promotion? Can't get a raise? Eliminate everybody who's better than you at the workplace. Eliminate them. Now you're up for a raise, aren't you? That's the LeBron method.
Control narratives at ESPN. And it's how they fool a lot of you boo-boo the fools out there.
Boo-boo the fools.
Kendrick Perkins went on ESPN yesterday, and he said, and said he thinks LeBron should retire, and he thinks that the more he plays is hurting his legacy. Guess what happened?
Yeah.
They brought up the exact same question, and guess what Tim Legler said? No, I think it's helping his legacy. ESPN got to be a joke.
Yeah,
man.
so Legler is probably paid off. And then just the other day, even though the whole thing's humorous to me, LeBron fans made a big fuss about Perkins making a top 5 all defensive players list. Put Michael Jordan on there, left LeBron James out. Not a surprise. Actually, I don't know if I'd have Michael Jordan on there. That's a whole different conversation. Top 5 all time. I don't know if I would have done it. But the point was that he didn't have LeBron James on there, which is funny because of course he's not on there. He's not even like a top 1,000 defenders of all time. But once again, the whole point of this is 6 months ago he would have put LeBron James on there. You know he would have. So I think Perkins is now broken free.
They're so transparent. These are the people that are giving us sports.
Yeah, that's why.
The question I have is,
go to YouTube.
Who do we know out there in sports media that's actually saying what they actually think?
That's why I don't watch mainstream media when it comes to sports anymore. I stopped for quite a while now. I only watch some clips on YouTube just to get caught up with what the bullshit is. But I stopped. It was disgusting. It made me want to throw up. And this is why. It's all been confirmed now. And I'm really happy it's all been confirmed. I wasn't crazy. This shit was all real. But I've been going to YouTube because of this. That's how I got into this game, was because I was going to YouTube to get the reality, the real views, what real humans with real opinions who are not being paid by, they're not being whatever, they're not getting a paycheck from Clutch Sports. And eventually I decided to add to it, add my voice to the game. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what Charles was doing too. He got sick. He got fed up with it.
This needs to be the new challenge. The new challenge is say what you believe.
Yeah, no shit. How hard is that?
Who are the people? I think they're very, very few. Very few.
They won't last
long. The rest
long.
of them are busy playing the political game. These guys should go into politics.
Straight up, Charles.
They talk about politicians. Y'all should just join politicians.
Yeah, me and Charles see
y'all are not concerned with the audience. The audience is just people to just watch them up there, basically shake each other's hands in front of cameras and do all of that other stuff. They're not up there to really say what they did. There are a few people that used to call it like it is, and I'll say some of the names. That's from my personal view. Steven Jackson used to.
Stuart Scott, I miss you.
I haven't followed Steven Jackson much recently, but he used to keep it funky on TV, especially when he was on the show Speak for Yourself that's now turned into Speak. Go back and watch some of Steven Jackson's old clips. He used to keep it real.
He talks about it now, though. That's why he moved to YouTube. Was it All the Smoke? I believe is their company with Matt Barnes. Yeah. You couldn't get away with it. You couldn't get away with speaking the truth
on those shows. Like real. He used to call it exactly like it is. Matt Barnes used to do it on ESPN First. Not ESPN First Take. On ESPN a few times.
That's why they
used
joined
to
forces.
Who does it now? Today, in my personal view, Charles Barkley does it.
Yeah, he does.
Charles Barkley is saying what he truly
the
believes.
TNT guys, all of them. They keep it real.
The rest, I can't really call it. The rest, I just cannot call it. There's some people, you look at them, they look like they're about to say what they really think, and they'll hold back. Nah, let's not say it like that. Oh, let's not say it that way. Nah, we don't really want to say that. We don't really want. That's why Rachel Nichols was getting so uncomfortable yesterday with Paul Pierce when he was talking. We did another show about that. You should go watch that. This is what sports media is all about. This is it. This was it. This is it.
The sad thing about Rachel Nichols is she's been fired over this before, so she's afraid she's going to be fired again. I would like Rachel Nichols to just do your own YouTube channel. Say it how it is. Coffee? Please do so. All right, here we go.
Caldwell Pope. First, James was mad at the officials, but he was even more upset with his judge.
Yeah, it's a temper tantrum. All right, normally I would skip the intro, but take a time.
Hey guys, this is Dominique Wilkins.
Hey, this is Sean Kemp.
This is Gary Payton.
Hey, this is Pau Gasol.
NBA fans, what's up? This is Vince Carter here.
Hey, what's up? This is Matt Barnes. If you're an old school NBA fan like I am, make sure you check out the Basketball Time Machine with my man Sean David.
Yep, Sean David. Let's do it.
Hey guys, good day. How's everybody doing? Welcome back to the Basketball Time Machine. My name is Sean David. Let's talk some old school NBA basketball. Now, as you know, in the past couple of years, more and more people say that LeBron James became the GOAT in their eyes, and for a very long time, I actually considered him to be the second greatest player of all time.
Yeah, me too.
But I changed my mind. In this video, I will explain to you why he is probably not even in my top 5, and it has nothing to do with him recently losing in the playoffs. But before we start with this episode, let me ask you guys. But before we start with this episode, let me ask you guys first.
What a funny couple of seconds this must be for you guys watching the video. I just had an equipment mess up, and then right after I fixed it, so did Sean David. All right, let's keep going.
Small favor, please subscribe to the channel and like the video if you enjoy the content.
Absolutely. Check out his stuff.
Let's do it.
It's good stuff. Man, everybody has a better intro than me. I'm going to have to do something about it someday. All right, here we go.
So, as I said in the beginning of the video, for a long time, LeBron James probably would have been my top 2, top 3 player of all time. And there were a lot of reasons why I thought and felt that way. But, and this is, I don't want to say it's final, but I have to be truthful to you, the basketball fans around the world. For me to be not only the second best or the third best.
Goddamn, we all feel the same way about this play, don't we? It's embarrassing. That's all. That's the only word I can use for it is just embarrassing that he would do this.
Player, you have to have certain qualifications that are very important to me, that I consider that this is GOAT material.
Me too.
And it doesn't always have to do with, oh, he's a sensational scorer or he can do this well or that well. There are also some qualities about your character that I need to consider you the greatest player. If it was only, for example, offense, then then James Harden probably could have been in the top 10. Why? Because he's probably one of the top 10 offensive players of all time.
I felt the same way about Steve Nash. Yeah, he was one of my favorite players of all time, but he doesn't belong in the GOAT debate. You know, he only played one end of the floor. So you're disqualified already. But I'm with him already, and I think I know what the direction he's going. Because this is what I've been saying all along, everyone. It's not just about stats. How many points you could score 50,000 points. It doesn't all of a sudden make you the best. There's little intangibles that you have to look for to make you the greatest of all time. And a lot of it is attitude, the winning attitude, and to not cheat the game as well. So LeBron has done both of those cardinal sins. He cheats the game all the time by flopping around and then yelling at the refs, complaining to refs, bullying people. And then also on the flip side, he doesn't get down on defense to help his team. So he's a bad leader. He sets a bad example. And anytime he has adversity on his team, if they lose, either he's leaving the team and abandoning everybody, or he's getting people fired. Can you imagine? I mean, it's like being on a pirate ship with this guy. There's no sense of stability wherever he goes, and that's just not the GOAT. So anyways, I'm sorry. That's just my 2 cents. I had the feeling he's going that direction, and yes, there are things outside of statistics that you need in order to be the GOAT. It's not just stats. You have to be the best winner, the best winner. And by being the best winner, I mean you have to actually know how to lose with grace as well.
Traveling, yes, different story, but his back and all the stuff, how he penetrates and stuff, he was unstoppable for a long time. So, yes, he could be in the top 10, but does he belong in the top 10 overall?
Nope.
Not a chance. You know what? Let me show you some clips.
Watch this whole sequence. Look at LeBron.
No way.
He barely finishes with his pouting tantrum.
Oh my God, Sean Davis, welcome. You found Angry Old Hoops fan. My whole YouTube basketball journey is just like gone in a full circle now. Cause holy shit, wow, he's watching Angry Old Hoops. Wow, that's awesome.
Before he gives the other team the ball. That's just terrible. Oh, and what's he gonna do? Who's he looking to blame?
Yeah, he was looking to blame.
Have a hard time making shots. Horton Tucker comes up short. Booker with a rebound.
Hey, we've covered most of these.
Cuts to the basket. Underneath Timberwolves.
Minnesota's field percentage has been plummeting. Getting down there with the Lakers. Lakers are just under 40% shooting.
So after you guys watching those clips, to me it's very important. Like, I'm not criticizing LeBron James as a human being. I don't know him, so I cannot tell or say anything bad about him as a husband, as a friend, or so.
I'll do it for you, bro. Okay. Yeah, the guy donates a lot of money, and he donates to charities and all that stuff to prop up his image. It makes him look good. Yeah, hell yeah. Cool. And I'm glad. I mean, no matter what, that money's going to a good place, to a good cause. That's awesome. I mean, the purpose of him doing it is to, like, improve his image. However, so I won't take that away from him, even though the intentions are sour. What I will say is, as a man, I wouldn't want to be friends with him. I wouldn't roll with him. The reason is, when shit gets tough, he's going to bail on me. He's going to disappear. And I'm going to be left all alone, getting my ass kicked in a situation that he probably started. He's that guy. So I'll say it for you, man. He is not a guy that I would trust. I would not want to be around him. Chaos surrounds him. And yeah, if push came to shove, he wouldn't have my back. Not only he wouldn't have my back, but then somehow he would blame me for getting my ass kicked. You know what I mean? He's that dude.
I don't know him. From my outside look, I think he seems like a nice guy. The one thing, though, that really bothers me is that, isn't it that when you are considered to be the greatest of all time, that on the checklist of all the qualities that you must have, that you should basically have almost everything, and especially when it comes to character, that you need to qualify in certain aspects?
100%.
Like, how can people call LeBron James the greatest player of all time if he is not willing to run back on defense all the time?
That's why Ant-Man right now is getting so much attention. Does he have the credentials and, like, the accomplishments? No, far from it. But everyone is paying attention to him right now because he has the mindset. So if he has the mindset already, which LeBron never had, well, that's already a one-up. So now it's just a matter of, can he follow through? Can he check his ego enough to accomplish amazing things while keeping enough of that ego in order to drive him towards that greatness? We'll find out. I'm watching him. But yeah, as far as LeBron goes, he never had that mindset, and that's a big criteria you need. Kobe had that mindset. Bird did. Magic did.
Like everybody of you who played old school basketball, like in the 80s and 90s, you know what we were taught. Like if you don't go back on defense, you are a terrible teammate.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not your bro at that point. You're not going to help us. We're on the front line in a war, in a battle. You're not going to come and help us. Fuck you, buddy. Like we're not cool anymore after that. And in professional sports, what that would mean in the 80s and 90s is sit your ass on the bench. Think about what you just did. You might play tomorrow. We'll see if your attitude shifts. Not this. Shit's changed.
Terrible. Why? Because you are sending the wrong signal to your teammates. You're basically telling them, hey, well, I can't be bothered. You're basically you're leaving them hanging. Like, I know it's a bad comparison when players say, I went to war with this guy playing against those guys. War, of course, is a very serious thing and should not belong on a basketball court. But if we're speaking about basketball war, you got to rely on your teammate that they're doing whatever it takes to be on your side. And you never can leave your teammate hanging.
I respect exactly what he's saying there and how delicate he was about it. The best way I would put that is, the comparisons to war. I totally understand. It's kind of insensitive, but what professional sport was, like think about the Olympics and everything, is like, it's kind of a, FIFA soccer. It's kind of a representation of war. It's a battle. It's a battle simulation with rules in place to keep things kosher, so we don't people don't get seriously hurt. And that's kind of what it is. So it's simulating a battle, and your soldiers on two sides, and LeBron James is like the captain who turns his back and abandons you when the battle starts. This is why we don't respect him.
And there are so many videos and incidences where LeBron James does not go back on defense. That is terrible, terrible. Alone that tiny thing, to me, already disqualifies you as the greatest player of all time. And this has nothing to do with that Michael Jordan is my favorite player of all time. Any other player, like for example, a Larry Bird or Kobe Bryant, for example, I bet you they also probably had one or two incidences where they didn't run back. But one or two times to me is excusable, but not with that amount that LeBron James has. It's terrible. Then another thing which really bothers me, that guy complains all the time. All the time.
I'm loving this. Oh, you are awakened, sir. You are awakened. Welcome. There's no turning back. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Oh, no. I'll give him 6 months, and then he'll probably be where I'm at, where about 6 months ago, I was at top 5 LeBron, or like maybe in a top 5. Then I was in top 10, and now it's hard to justify. I think I got him around 11 or 12 now.
Seriously. Why are you complaining all the time? Everybody
why are you complaining all the time?
On the basketball court has reasons to complain. But why are you, if you are the greatest player on the court, why are you the one who always complains the most? You shouldn't be that guy. Again, sending out a wrong signal to your teammates. Terrible.
Yeah, Michael Jordan, in fact, used to reel his team in. And I think I've covered this. And in the post game, instead of complaining about the refs, he's talking about how we gotta not focus on the refs and just get our job done. And we can complain about the refs in private in the locker room afterwards, but don't let it distract us from the game. Stay focused on the game. That's a freaking leader.
Well, example. Then the traveling situation, that he is struggling with the fundamentals of basketball. Another reason why he can't be in my top 5. I know the NBA doesn't care about rules anymore. But when we're talking about the essence of the game, there is a rule book. And everybody should follow the rule book. And if you telling me that you, as the greatest player of all time, can't follow the traveling rules, while I see players on low division basketball who are more fundamentally sound than you.
Little background: he does coach. I think he coaches high school, something like that. But he probably sees players with better fundamentals every day, following the rules. So yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
You cannot be the GOAT. It just simply does not work. And the video that I want to show you now, that is a very good example why I also really can't see him as the GOAT.
How disappointed are you? Well, I just hate losing. It's a tough loss. They played extremely well. You have to get ready for the off season. Next season for us starts right now.
Can you assess exactly what went wrong? Was it too many injuries? Was it Shaq's foot at the beginning of the year?
Okay, so he's setting him up for a whole bunch of different excuses, right? I don't remember this interview, but I can just tell you how this is set up. So he's set Kobe up for any series of excuses. Take your pick, Kobe.
To assess why you lost this series?
We have a million and one excuses that we could go to. Fact of the matter is, we're not going to make any. They played better than we did in this series. We had opportunities to win it. They didn't go for us.
I'm sorry. I just noticed this. Shit.
So we just have to regroup. Like I said, next season starts right now. And,
yeah, that's it.
Come back next season.
Next season starts right now.
How much harder will you work in this offseason now to get back to the championship?
I'll push myself to exhaustion.
Kobe, we thank you for your time.
That's what it looks like when somebody lays it all out on the court, by the way. Like, really. This must have been, what was that, 2004, I believe, when the Pistons beat them. It's got to be, because the guy is exhausted here. Correct me down below if I'm wrong about that one. That's what I'm assuming at 24 years old. But he's exhausted. He left it all out on the floor, and he's devastated that they lost.
Our season has been derailed all season with just like injuries and guys in and out. And, I talked about it all year. If he was around us all year, I said, I don't know.
Okay, injuries, guys in and out, that's two.
It's hard to say who we are, what we can be.
It's hard to say who we are, who we can be, that's three.
Because we have yet to be whole. I think
we have yet to be whole, that's four.
Whole maybe one or two times this year, and I know.
We've only been whole one or two times this year. That's a sick five. But that's also not true because I saw the injury reports and everybody in the starting five played pretty much every game this year.
One of them was during the in-season tournament. We got whole and we showed what we was capable of doing. But we was just hit with injuries after injuries after injuries. And
no, you weren't. I don't even want to keep counting. I'll just leave it at five. He at least has five excuses in like the matter of 30 seconds.
It's hard to come back from it. And it's just basketball.
Oh, God.
At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
Look at the face. When a pathological liar lies so much that he doesn't even believe it himself, that's the face right there. That's the face that's made. He's not even really trying anymore. See, it's like, I'm out.
Look, now, obviously, when you compare LeBron James with Kobe Bryant and you place two clips next to each other, it's easy to say, oh, you took LeBron James's worst moment and Kobe Bryant's best interview together. And no. If you are a true old school or a true basketball fan, then you know that LeBron James always has excuses.
100%.
Always excuses. And Kobe Bryant never was that way. Kobe always took responsibility. Was he the nicest?
We actually look forward to it now. Scap and Angry Old Hoops kind of messed me up in this way, where any time that they lose, I'm actually excited to go watch the press conference, and I'm already guessing. It's like playing, it's like a drinking game or something. But I'm already having fun guessing what excuse he's going to use. And 9 out of 10 times I'm right, but sometimes I'm wrong. That's my dog freaking out. I think LeBron James is at the door. We better keep going.
Teammate? No, definitely not. I mean, I spoke to so many of his former teammates. He also had some things that I did not appreciate. But when it came to winning attitude and leading by example, there's nothing that you can say against Kobe Bryant. Which is also a reason why Kobe, for me, and this is a mistake that I made, Kobe should be ahead of LeBron James.
He is.
Why? Because Kobe would do whatever it takes to win a basketball game. And Kobe would, and this is what I loved about what he just said. Preseason already started right when he lost, and I believed him. I believed him that he would go back to the gym, work on his game, try to get better, do whatever it takes, no excuses, and that is what a winner should be like. And LeBron James is simply not that guy. Is he one of the most skilled basketball players of all time? No, not even a question. Does he have the perfect basketball body?
Yeah.
Not even a question.
My God. Just imagine for a second if Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant had LeBron James's freaking body, what kind of just hell they would have unleashed on the NBA.
Did he do a lot for basketball in terms of making it popular around the world? Not even a question. But
He also inherited all the work from Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan, and then after that was Kobe Bryant. And then LeBron James came around when the game was at its peak already, popularity-wise. So viewership numbers and stuff like that aren't doing that great, but he inherited a working product, a successful product.
when we talking about the greatest, listen again, the greatest of all time. So the best that has ever existed.
Yes.
How can we play somebody who is lacking some very, very vital attributes of the game? How can we rank him in the top 5 when we know that we have guys like Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Kobe Bryant, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson? It just
good list.
I cannot do it. I don't want to hate on the guy. I don't want to hate on the guy. So.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You're just scared. I'm not saying you're scared like a bad thing. You're my boy. You're my boy. I get it. I know your channel is way more like politically correct than mine, and I don't mean politically correct like, you know, I'm not breaking barriers as far as like, you know, groups or cultures, but as far as like you want to keep the peace is what I mean. I get it. You're keeping the peace. I think you did enough. Like I would stop right here too if I were you, because half of your audience is gonna hate you for this one, but the other half, like me, we're gonna be more loyal to you than we ever were. So you did it perfect, man. You did it perfect. Let the rest of us do the hate.
Oh,
we'll keep
try to believe
the facts.
Me. But we have to be objective here. He cannot be in the top 5.
Yes, sir.
Too many players who had more from a character standpoint and the leading by example standpoint.
Yeah.
People say that LeBron James is a great teammate because he's nice and he speaks out for his teammates. That
lead by example is such a big one. By the way, yeah, he's nice to his teammates until he decides he doesn't like them anymore and he's blaming them and then he gets them fired. I don't want that kind of friend. I don't want that kind of person being nice to me. Like, stay the hell away. You know, the closer I am to that person, the better the odds that I'm going to be the scapegoat.
It's a good quality to have. But if you are on court, not running back on defense, complaining all the time, sleeping on defense, not willing to guard the best player on the opposing team, and I'm not talking about old LeBron James, even prime LeBron James in his late 20s, not willing to guard the best player on the opposing team throughout the entire game, sorry, not the GOAT in my book.
Yes, sir.
Not in my top 5.
Yes,
I know
sir.
you LeBron James fans, you will hate it, but I got to speak my truth. What do you guys think?
I wonder what his comments look like.
Hopefully, I'll see you next time.
I wonder what his comments look like, because I sure know what mine look like and the kind of nonsense I hear. Let's see. Top 5 crybaby and narcissist in basketball history. Saying it's just basketball and getting paid more than... Yeah. They discredit Kobe shit. Oh, man. No, he's not pissing anybody off. People have been saying this for years. Blah, 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 okay. When LeBron loses, it's everyone else's fault. Dude, look at that. Look at that list. Wow. Oh, man, dude. Do we have some of the same subscribers? I've never seen a Kobe or Michael Jordan flop highlight reel. I've seen comments just like that in mine, too. Queen James. Yeah. Wow.
Naysayers and basketball savants that don't know nothing about basketball and telling me I should have shot that shot in Miami instead of passing to Cam Reddish. Well, I did the same thing tonight because I trust my teammates and I make the right play every single time.
I wonder if Michael Jordan had any idea when he was recording the documentary how often we were going to use that clip of him laughing. It's so funny. Still to this day, it still gets me.
Defender falls, LeBron 3.
I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. I said it. I think I said it this year or last year, or whatever. D'Lo clearly gets hit in the face in the drive, and it's just basketball. At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
Look at the expression on his face. He doesn't even believe it. He knows how ridiculous it is. Yeah, dude. Uncut. 30 seconds in, you already got me like, man. What a good mood you put me in.
It's just basketball.
Well, maybe. You just making excuses.
Yeah.
Caldwell Pope. First, James was mad at the officials, but he was even more upset with his bench.
Stop it.
Get some help.
Gotta go. James, a bump, a feed, a Prince shot.
Oh, man. Wait.
Zero's on the clock.
I've been meaning to take a closer look at this real quick. Bear with me for a sec. All right, question is does LeBron James land with the ball in his hands and travel before he passes the ball? Here we go. Let's find out.
Stop it. Get some help.
Gotta go. James.
Oh, did he do it? Hold on. Bear with me. The Michael Jordan thing has got me. Okay, wait. Okay. Ball's in hand. Feet off the ground. Okay. Is the ball still in his hand? Because he's on the ground there. Travel. Not like it matters, but I was pretty sure this whole time he traveled.
Get the fuck out of here. Go fucking anywhere, but you out of here.
But we were just hit with injuries after injuries after injuries, and it was just hard to. It's hard to come back.
Excuse.
It's not about excuses. You got a job to do. You got to go out there and do it. You have to be effective. Yep. Find a way to be effective and not make excuses, but just man up and play.
Yeah.
When it comes to LeBron James and losing,
I mean, that's how the GOATs talk, that we all respect. You know, that's just how they talk. They take accountability. No excuses. We got to go out there and play. Blah, blah, blah. I like that.
over the past 21 years, they've become very, very close friends. And when LeBron James loses, what's one thing you can always count on? The patented excuse.
Yeah, built-in excuse.
Continue to tell you guys we were undermanned. Pretty much played the last 3 games with a broken hand, so that's what it is.
Uh-huh.
In this series versus Denver, he just unloaded the clip with numerous excuses. After Game 2, the Lakers lost. What was the problem?
Oh, we covered the hell out of that one. Hell, I made a whole video just looping that brick, Jamal Murray's game winner, and then LeBron making excuses and blaming the refs and in the press conference just to make a point, because this is literally what he does over and over and over again throughout his entire career. It's okay to fail, but don't blame shift. That's bullshit. You know, you bricked a shot. Jamal Murray didn't. Suck it up. You know, try to win the next game. Don't go out and blame the refs. And not even acknowledge that shot you missed, because he didn't even acknowledge the shot he missed at all in that entire press conference. All he did was just blame the refs. It's pathetic.
It wasn't LA blowing a 20-point lead, him bricking a game winner.
Brick.
The person to blame was the referees.
Yep.
After Game 3 going down 3-0, you know, basketball, not a big deal. Doesn't really matter. Then after Game 5, what do we get? The old, my team was hurt, we had no chemistry, we were injured, that's my excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever LeBron James loses, it's not a question of if, but when he'll make an excuse.
Yeah.
It's hard to say who we are, what we can be, because we have yet to be whole. I think we was only probably whole maybe 1 or 2 times this year, and I know one of them was during the in-season tournament. We got whole, and we showed what we was capable of doing.
If the media had any credibility, a shred of...
Showing Michael Jordan just triggers all kinds of things. That last championship they won in 98, man. The first couple of months of the season, he didn't have Scottie Pippen as number 2 guy because of surgery. Then after Pippen came back, Dennis Rodman goes off the rails, and he goes to Vegas for about a week. And then, you know, you don't know if he's dead or alive or what the hell's going on. He's still just trucking along. And then once you get all the way to the finals, which was crazy that they did it, you got Scottie Pippen, who's busted up, man. His back is hurting, and he can barely play. But Jordan still overcame. He didn't make any excuses ever throughout the entire thing. He just stepped up. Even when Pippen wasn't on the floor, he was still expecting the team to win. No excuse. No excuse. Dennis Rodman kind of went off the rails again, by the way, in the finals, and Tony Kukoc had to kind of step up into a more role. But the point is, just in one season like that, how much adversity did the Bulls and Michael Jordan especially have to face? But they overcame and they won anyways because they weren't making excuses. There was no built-in excuse. You know, they wanted to win.
Self-respect. Davis stopped LeBron James on the spot and corrected his lies. As looking at the in-season tournament, the teams Lakers were playing a combined win percentage of 42.9%. Congrats, LeBron James. Over the first 20 games this season, you beat the Jazz, Grizzlies, and Portland Trailblazers numerous times. And the funny thing is, looking at LA's team, their core six.
Nice layup,
and most of these guys were healthy all season long. Anthony Davis, 76 games.
Damn. Especially the AD. Props, man. You played 76 this year. LeBron played 71. Yeah, so we're looking at all of their best players, and they pretty much played the entire season. So what's this injuries excuse? What's that all about? I'm not seeing it.
The most since his Pelican days. LeBron James, 71. The most since 2018. D'Lo, also 76. Reeves, 82. Prince, 78. And Rui, 68.
Huh.
The Lakers this year were fairly healthy, and despite that, only won 47 games and finished the 8th seed in the Western Conference. The only two players for LA that were actually hurt this year were Jared Vanderbilt and Gabe Vincent. But here's the thing. Those guys were hurt the entire season, including the in-season tournament. Once again, I'm going to show you guys LeBron's excuse backfires right in his face. And when it comes to past NBA superstars, whether it be themselves or their team being hurt, I don't remember those guys in the past making excuses, giving caveats or asterisks for their team not winning.
Nope.
I don't remember that.
Not at all.
Physically, we may be a little tired, but we got the hearts. Our heart is not tired, and that means a lot more than the physical in some respects. We can complain and we can do whatever we have to say about the referees, once we get into the locker room, but out there on the basketball court, we can't control the game. The referees control the game, and every time we may mouth off or say something, we're giving away free points.
Yeah.
I mean, players like Kobe.
You guys hear that? That's the 100% 180 opposite of what LeBron James is doing. He's literally disrupting the game over and over and over again, play after play, by complaining to the refs. That's how he's leading by example, is by complaining to the refs the most on the entire team instead of just focusing on the game and winning. And MJ is the leader, and he's leading by example by not complaining to the refs and telling the rest of his team, don't blame the refs, don't complain about the refs. We'll talk about that in private. In the game, focus on winning. There's a difference in leadership here. So one of these guys have better leadership skills than the other. It is what it is. One's a captain. One is something else.
Iverson and Jordan. They actually conceal injuries, keep them secret for years at a time. I mean, imagine Jordan's excuse in 1993. He could have said, I had a bad sprained wrist, I was fatigued, we're going for a three-peat, we just didn't have it.
Dude, even when he played for the Wizards at the end of his career, the guy had a broken wrist and a busted up knee, and he never made an excuse. He just went out there and played hard. No, it's so different.
1998, he could have blamed his age, being 35 years old, having the oldest roster, and with Robin and Pippen breaking down. He could have blamed that. Or Kobe in 2010 having a broken finger.
Yeah.
He could have blamed that for not winning the championship for 4 Hall of Famers in the finals. My overall point
look at that take.
The playoffs, the finals, are about adversity. And the truly great NBA legends, they use adversity as a stepping stone to becoming even greater. Not as a crutch for excuses when they lose. And looking back at the NBA media, when it came to this Lakers versus Denver series, I mean, heading into it, they were just giddy, overjoyed, with the slight possibility the Lakers could win this series and win a championship.
If LeBron knocks this guy off in the next couple of weeks at this
That's the one. This is oh man. This takes me back to the origins of my channel when I did the LaFlop video. I'm gonna have to redo something like that. That was so much fun. But this was my favorite one. He gets touched in the wrist. The forearm, and then he flies back about 100 feet. Here we go. Watch this.
Off in the next couple of weeks at this age and goes on to win.
He grabs his wrist or his forearm, like, ow, my forearm, and then he flies.
A championship in the league. I think it does influence the conversation. It is a huge factor.
Laker Nation, we got to stand up.
Oh, my Lord.
As a matter of fact, probably about 5 o'clock this afternoon, if you look up in the sky, that ain't the bat signal, it's the crown.
If
Shannon,
LeBron James
what the hell?
beats Denver, I don't know how strong my argument's going to be on behalf of Jordan moving forward.
Now, seeing all that...
Seriously, Stephen A. So if what the hell is wrong with mainstream media? So if LeBron James got out of the first round of the playoffs this year, that alters your view on his greatness? Out of the first round. The hell is wrong with these analysts?
That hype, all that build up. Now that the series is over, I mean, where's that gone? If those were your expectations, that was kind of your standard you're holding them to, now these lost. Any retractions, any edits, any, I was wrong, any of that? ESPN every single year hypes LeBron James up possibly as being the GOAT if he does blank.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, to be real, I'm complaining about it, but it's all just for views. That's why you see these analysts, they never really take a hard stance and stick with it because that won't generate traffic. So they're trying to say something ridiculous to get more eyes on the video or whatever you want to call this because it's ESPN. But nowadays it is kind of in video form on YouTube and other places. So that's all they're trying to do. Make a clickbait title, get somebody in, even though they probably don't even mean half of the things that they're saying. I know a lot of YouTubers that also do that. Gilbert Arenas, I'm looking at you. I won't be doing that around here. I have my stances, and I'm going to stick with them unless I'm proven otherwise. But then I'm not going to flip-flop back and forth on my stance. If my stance changes, and I'll move forward from there. But I'm never going to be flip-flopping like that. I don't respect it. And even if that would generate more clicks or views or whatever, man, that's not me. That's not something I ever want to be a part of. The whole idea of it makes me sick anyways. It's clickbait. It's fake. I thought the whole idea of people being on YouTube to begin with was that you have a platform to be real and honest, your real self. And you don't have to do these things that companies like ESPN or Fox Sports or whatever, they force you to say certain things that go against your true beliefs. I thought that was the whole point of YouTube, was so you get away from that. But people do some crazy things for money and fame. It's not for me.
Usually when it doesn't happen, the slate's wiped clean, rinse, repeat, do the same thing next year when he eventually makes the playoffs.
Yep.
And you might say LeBron James, he's 39 years old, season 21, you're holding him to a very high standard, which I guess is true. But looking at someone like Nick Wright,
we did that to
when it comes
MJ
to
too.
Michael Jordan, Nick Wright till this very day holds Jordan's years in Washington against him very, very much.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're going to bring up the Wizards years? Well, I don't know, guys.
Look at that block. Look at that block. It's one of my favorite. Dude, so many of you in my comments feel the same way, too. So many of you have brought up this two-hand pin against the glass block from Old Man Jordan.
Years?
Bang.
Well, I don't...
Real quick on Nick Wright. Out of that same dirty-ass mouth of his, he'll talk about how important it was that Jordan didn't succeed in his eyes during the Wizards years. And then in the next breath, he'll talk about how we shouldn't be holding anything against LeBron in his old age because he's old. So it's a double standard.
No, guys. Was he playing? Was he younger when he started with the Wizards than LeBron is right now?
If Nick Wright's making the rules, and Michael Jordan's years in Washington, he was 38, 39, and 40, count on his resume are held against him. I mean, let's do the same thing for LeBron James in Los Angeles. When LeBron
okay, real quick. If you want to just erase the Wizards years and then erase the Lakers years for LeBron, even though that's not even fair because he's just now getting to that age. But okay, let's be fair. Let's erase the last 2 years of LeBron with the Lakers, and then let's erase the Wizards years for Jordan. Jordan still wins the GOAT debate every single time. So what's the point of all of it? You know, Jordan already accomplished what he needed to accomplish before the Wizards. Difference is LeBron hasn't. He's still chasing Jordan's shadow.
LA, he was 34 years old. Now he's approaching 40. That first year, 2019, missed the playoffs after activating playoff mode. 2020, the bubble championship. 21, first round exit. 2022, the biggest super team blunder of all time. 2023, made the West Finals.
Yeah, this was the big one. That's what got Vogel fired. Oh, boy. And how crazy is it that they went from winning a bubble championship to losing in the first round, and then the year after that didn't even make the playoffs? Another difference between these guys, once Jordan won, he stayed on top of the mountain, and he won 2 more times. And then once Jordan won again, he stayed on the mountain and won 2 more times. LeBron's only defended his title once, and that was in Miami. Outside of that, he just had a one-off in Cleveland and a one-off bubble in LA. Not the same. It's like a heavyweight fighter just winning, you know, the title bout once in a while, but then gets really, really overweight or out of shape and loses the next person up. You know, he gets knocked out. Like, we wouldn't call that the greatest fighter in the world or the greatest of all time.
Got swept, and of course 2024 got beat 4-1 in the first round by that same Nuggets team.
They've won 1 playoff game. Oh no, never mind. I'm just gonna stop right there. All right, let's keep going.
That is LeBron James' resume in Los Angeles in his really post-prime. Now looking at Jordan, only played 4 years from 34 to 40, but still accomplished much more than LeBron James in the same time period. As of course 97.
And it's funny, we shame MJ for this. Hello, 2022. And who did you have on this team? He had Anthony Davis, Austin Reeves, Westbrook, Carmelo Anthony. Like, come on, man. Who did MJ have here? Rip Hamilton this year. And then, what's his name? Stackhouse. Stackhouse this year. That's all he had. Yet the record is still better than this. I don't know. And he was older. MJ was older.
Was an NBA champion, as was Finals MVP. And then of course 98 at age 35, won the MVP, the championship, and the Finals MVP. We're playing by Nick Wright's rules of holding Jordan LeBron James to the utmost standard of a quote NBA GOAT. And of course, when you do that, Michael Jordan's years in his post-prime look far superior than LeBron James. And speaking of Nick Wright, being the slimy weasel he is,
he is a weasel.
After Game 5 versus Denver, this guy with a straight face said this game in this series has an asterisk because Anthony Davis got hurt.
I hate this
Say
for
what?
Anthony Davis, and I hate this even more for Kevin
No.
Love.
Did he do it? I tried my best not to ever watch this fucking slimy weasel. Did he do it? Did he blame the loss on AD? Let's find out. Oh, Jesus. Dude, don't.
Wilds, because this should be an asterisk-free Category 1, and instead now I guess we'll just never know.
Never know.
I mean, it's hard to... I mean, they were up 8.
Yep.
They went AD...
6, actually.
I'm sorry, they had been up 8.
They were up every single game at halftime. Didn't stop them from losing the other 3, Nick Wright.
optics when AD got hurt. It felt like a thank you.
Now look, I disagree with that take completely.
Completely, me too.
But if we're gonna do this, I mean, we're opening up Pandora's box for LeBron's career. If you want to talk asterisks, look at the 2016 finals.
Shit.
LeBron's crowning achievement. That year in the finals, Andrew Bogut hurt, missed all of Game 7. Draymond Green suspended for Game 5. Steph Curry injured ankle, hurt MCL.
Yep.
And Andre Iguodala had a back injury.
This is why I love this channel. He just goes at it with facts. Yeah, well done, Uncut.
The 2020 bubble in the NBA Finals. Bam Adebayo Game 1 hurt his shoulder. The next two games
Dragon
was completely out. Goran Dragic, the exact same thing. Game 1 got hurt, missed 4 consecutive games after the East Finals.
Yeah, that's huge, by the way. For all those who don't know who Dragic is, yeah, he was their point guard. So that's kind of a big deal, isn't it?
Been the second leading scorer on Miami, behind Bam, who was first. I'm not saying those series have asterisks, but I mean, let's be real, some of them do. But if we're going to say Game 5 in Denver has an asterisk for sure, I mean, keep that same energy for LeBron James and his finals opponents. Long story short, LeBron yet again, age 39, year 21, was hyped up to the moon and came crashing down in the first round of the playoffs. And like I showed you guys earlier, LeBron never can take a loss on the chin and just own it. Whenever he loses, it's the refs, his teammates, his coach, it's someone else besides him.
Yeah.
That's why when comparing him to someone like Jordan or Kobe, I can't go there. There's mentality, an overall approach to the game, and attitude. So that right there is the end of the video. As always, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time.
Well, with the chosen one, his inner circle, and the inept fan base still reeling from the latest chapter of his underwhelming playoff exploits.
Last thing, if Ham is gone, I have to assume maybe they hired JJ Redick because that's LeBron's boy now.
A gentleman's sweep at the hands of Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. Yeah, there needed to be some changes made, as the Lakers were once again spanked and humiliated by LA's daddy, Michael Malone, for a second consecutive season.
You know, you put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
And now, less than a week since Jamal Murray hit the second game winner of the series to put the finishing touches on that first round appearance for the Lake Show, LeBron has done it. Well, one of the things LeBron actually does do at an elite all-time level.
I thought they'd wait for the offseason or something. I can't believe they did it already. Like, shit, they didn't hesitate. I mean, I called it. I mean, D'Lo and Ham are the two scapegoats. But, I don't know. Shoot, that's fast. I'm kind of disappointed in the Buss family. You know, I was hoping they wouldn't cater to LeBron like this. I don't know.
Axe his coach, as the King Coach Killer is now set to move on to his 10th head coach during his NBA tenure.
Shoot.
Unless, of course, he recycles one of them like, oh, I don't know, Ty Lue possibly, after what looks to be an inevitable divorce coming his way when the other LA team craps their pants in their first round matchup against Dallas.
Dude, if they fire Ty Lue, that's ridiculous. Ty's a hell of a coach, and like I said, I don't blame Ty Lue. That's a James Harden issue. Yeah, I would not. Like, okay, Darvin Ham, I wouldn't fire him either, but Ty Lue, hell no. But I mean, if they do, and Ty Lue's looking for a job, I'd love to have him here in Phoenix.
But the Lakers likely have a short list of a few other possible candidates to take the next head job in Tinseltown after they made it official Friday afternoon and sent Darvin Ham packing after just 2 years.
Crazy.
And of course a run to the Western Conference Finals in his first season a year ago. LeBron, of course, being the petulant baby that he is, threw a couple of temper tantrums in the direction of Darv throughout the course of the series against Denver, and the writing was pretty much on the wall when the Lakers flamed out, winning just one playoff game in the process. See, Bron has to have a fall guy.
Yeah, or multiple. It's sad to see that owners are still falling for this crap. Like, Pat Riley's the only one who didn't fall for this. You know? LeBron is the one who had to leave. Pat Riley always stood his ground. It was like, no, dude, it's my team, not your team. You know, like, you play here. You get paid a lot. You know, go out and do your job. Let me do my job. But, yeah, it's sad to see, especially a seasoned group of owners like the Buss family. You think they know better than this.
One of the principal staples of every LeBron James stop he has made throughout the course of his career is, well, aside from hilarious playoff failures, of course, a plethora of scapegoats for said failures.
Mm-hmm.
And in many instances...
Yeah, as we all know from the JJ podcast, whatever it's called, they, for the 2011 finals, he blames the role players, the minimum players. How stupid is that?
That designation has fallen squarely on the shoulders of the head coach. And many pro-LeBron jock-sniffing pundits and apologists will have you believe James never played for a great head coach, but he has played for two-time Coach of the Year Mike Brown, the aforementioned Tyronn Lue, who the Lakers would be clamoring to try to hire and repair with LeBron, and a surefire Basketball Hall of Fame head coach in Eric Spoelstra,
yeah,
who, of
Spo's
course,
the real deal.
LeBron famously wanted fired.
Yes, he did.
But don't take my word for it. That is according to Heat team president Pat Riley himself, who said as much on record in the Ian Thompson book, The Soul of Basketball.
Yeah, Pat Riley's not a liar either. He's not a liar. And D. Wade confirmed this too, so this is fact. First year, it's crazy. He goes to the Miami Heat for help, and D. Wade for help, and Pat Riley, etc., for help, because he can't get it done in Cleveland. And in the first year, he's trying to get Spo fired, his coach. That's who LeBron James is. He's that guy.
And now the sycophantic losers helming the once great Lakers front office are acquiescing to the every whim of this sulky little brat who,
Damn
mind
shame.
you, hasn't even committed to returning to the Lakers.
I'm not going to answer that. Appreciate it.
As he is expected to tip his toe in the free agent waters this summer. But who are we kidding? LeBron has found his latest team to hold hostage, and they have shown their proclivity to bend the knee and genuflect to the fraud king at any twist and turn of his meandering set of demands, which at this point was to cut their third head coach loose in the last 6 years.
What?
Yes, you heard that right. The Lakers are now setting out to hire their fourth head coach in the soon-to-be 7-year tenure of LeBron James.
Yeah, that's disgusting. I'm still waiting for the statement, though. Like, where's the statement that they fired him?
And all of that is for 2 total playoff wins since the 2020 postseason.
I know.
It's a complete crap.
It is a complete crap.
And again, it will mean lucky number 10 for LeBron unless he decides to run it back with Lue in the event the Clippers break him off. Also
Doubt
rumored
it.
to be in the running because, yeah, you can't make this stuff up, is JJ Redick.
I think
who,
he is.
Of course, has no coaching experience whatsoever at any level. But he and Bron are close friends and just so happen to be running a propaganda podcast together currently.
It sure is.
And that sounds like a perfect candidate.
To be fair, I really like the first 5 minutes of every video of theirs because JJ just breaks down terminology, basketball terminology, writes up, draws up plays, demonstrates. I enjoy that part. The actual podcast part between LeBron and him, not so much.
Actually, for the Lakers. And with his total lack of experience, JJ sure would make for the next perfect fall guy.
I still didn't see a statement. I don't know. Is this clickbait? Did I get clickbaited here? I don't want to think Scap would do that, but... Oopsie. Darvin Ham is out as head coach after 2 seasons. 4 hours ago, they fired him. Okay. Nope, this is not clickbait. Damn. Wow. Okay, so they did it. Oh, you're going to start out with MJ.
Go down and make their
All right, let's see what's going on here. Against my Phoenix Suns, they're down. They're getting killed. Okay, series tied 2-2. Oh, is this 2021?
THT short. Taken by Devin Booker. 3.5 to play in the quarter. Craig down the middle. Where's the defense?
Where is the defense? Here. Sorry for the quality, guys. It's not on my end. Let's see what happens here. Where is LeBron? Oh, LeBron's down the court, isn't he? Hold up. Yep, there's LeBron. And he's walking. Yep.
Booker, 3.5 to play in the quarter.
Good catch. Thanks, Bron. Where's the defense? It's down the court. Mr. Defensive Player of the Year, my ass. Where is he? There he is. Good D, LeBron.
Dominating, in control.
Good leadership. What's he doing? There he is again. Same old thing. Hey, shout out to whoever is recording this. Oh my God, he's gonna complain, isn't he? Now he's complaining to the team. Like he's upset at the team, even though he's still at the top of the key on the other side of the court. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. How can you respect this guy? I mean, if you're not going to do it, don't do it. But then a bitch at your team after you didn't get down to court? Who the fuck are you? What kind of a role model is this guy? He's still pouting. Yeah, everybody else ran. Not you, buddy. At this point, he's not even 39. Dude, when MJ was 39 and 40, the dude was running up and down the court with all the young bucks. He was playing harder than everybody. Look at Braun, man. Take more Balco, buddy. Oh, catch and shoot. Oh, head down sad. Okay, what's going on here? Again against Phoenix. All right. Okay. Let's see. Lakers are they're not down that much, down by 7. All right. First round. So it looks like same series.
Schroeder rushes down the lane, layup shot, no good.
Okay. Got our eyes on LeBron here. Let's see what happens. There you go. Who is he doing? He's looking down? He's looking at the ground? He's looking at the ground. What do you see, Bron? What do you see down there? What is it, buddy? What's down there?
Hands it off to Booker. 17th rebound for DeAndre Ayton.
Once again, thanks for not getting back on D.
Out to Crowder. Crowder for 3.
Man, I miss our old team so much. Not so much Crowder.
Jay Crowder from downtown.
Thanks, Bron.
And the Suns take a 10.
Thanks for looking at the floor. Here we go. Same series. Oh, he's walking off the court. Why is he walking off the court? Because they're getting blown out? Oh, I remember.
There goes LeBron walking off the floor.
Yeah, what a sore loser. I think he did that again tonight. It's not like I was actually looking out for it. And yeah, after the game, I was watching close. He was nowhere to be seen. He's not shaking anyone's hands. No congratulation. No nothing. He's just a sore ass loser. And in this case, like, this is the ultimate sore loser thing. So you're down by 32, 5.5 left, and you're just going to walk out on your team. If they got to be out there, you should at least be, sitting and supporting your team, man. What kind of leader?
5:40 to go.
He's like the anti-GOAT. Chris Paul, bro, we miss you.
And the Phoenix Suns will give it to Kuzma, triple.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
And the Phoenix Suns will
Oh, there's LeBron. There's LeBron. Just coming up the court, slowly walking down the court.
Kuzma, triple.
All right, LeBron again, standing.
6 of them. Down court.
Guys are going to run away from Joakim Noah, who's going to
yeah, I love this. I see him do this all the time. He did it again tonight. I showed that one in a highlight. But yeah, look at this. Okay. You don't expect him to step up, do you? He's obviously gotta go guard the perimeter. You're right there in the middle of the paint, bud. What are you gonna do?
Joakim Noah, who's going to dunk this basketball. Been on the
50,
81
bro.
tape.
I mean, honestly.
Now, look at LeBron. Watch his effort right here. Now, he turns it over.
Watch his
He's
effort.
still not in the play yet.
Oh, good
the other
breakdown.
3 guys, there's been really no communication with the exception of JaVale McGee, who's pointing saying, look, somebody stop my man.
Oh,
Jay,
man.
you started playing basketball at maybe 7, 8 years old. You learned how to stop the ball first. LeBron misses a layup right here. Now.
Dude, props to whoever this is for calling him out. I've never heard the mainstream media call him out like this.
Kyrie is further back than LeBron.
Yeah.
Watch how this play ends up, Jalen.
LeBron at least wiped his chest.
First of all, LeBron's not even in the picture yet.
Jordan already had his 6 rings by that point, so he wasn't failing. That was just like dessert. That was a bonus round, Like, let me come back and then fuck around for a couple of years just to compete and have some fun. LeBron James he's chasing the GOAT. He's chasing MJ, and he's never going to catch him. That's why this is all different. But this little shill right here, man, I loved watching you play football, bro, but, dude, you are all over LeBron's nuts, and it's embarrassing, the arguments he comes up with. Help this video perform and help my channel out so I can keep going. And also, if you want to see the original video without my commentary, it's going to be in the description down below. But for all those of you who are going to stick around, here we go.
The All-Star Game in Salt Lake City is widely regarded as one of the worst in NBA history. It garnered the lowest viewership since at least the 1990s, and the consensus among fans and coaches alike was overwhelmingly negative.
Yeah.
But that is the worst basketball game ever played.
I got to say, I think the 2024 one was even worse.
To be honest, as a hardcore NBA fan, the 2023 All-Star Game didn't leave much of an impression on me. If I had to describe it, it felt like 48 minutes of a glorified layup drill, interspersed.
Yeah, I'd rather see like some high school kids play. So at least they'd be like appreciate the fact that they're on the stage and they have something to work for. But a bunch of people who are getting paid like $50 million, $50 million a year, they don't give a shit about this game. They already won.
First with a strange kind of three-point contest.
I hate that. I hate this stuff.
Here's what I mean. Since the NBA first introduced the three-point line in 1980, over more than 40 years and across over 40,000 regular season games, a player attempting more than 17 three-point shots in a single game has happened only 168 times. In the playoffs, this number is even more stark, with just 15 instances in over 4 decades. This rarity underscores just how unusual it is to see so many threes attempted in a typical NBA game.
Yeah, no
Yet,
kidding.
in the 2023 All-Star Game, the unusual became the norm, as not just one, but 3 players each attempted over 17 three-point shots, all within the same game. This turned the game into a farce. To add to the disappointment...
It's funny, because back in the 90s and even like the early 2000s and the 80s, this was a chance to see your favorite players play hard, go head-to-head, and it wasn't about chucking threes. There was nothing special about that. We wanted to see you take it to the paint, dunk it on someone. We wanted to see Jordan dunk on David Robinson, that kind of stuff. Not this here, we'll just open up the lane and let you go on by and do a fucking windmill junk, non-contested, or not guard you on the three-point line and let you just chuck threes. It's not fun. There's no competition anymore.
The shooting accuracy of these attempts was nothing remarkable either.
No. Kawhi.
But anyway, let me explain how this NBA All-Star Game was structured. LeBron and Giannis were to pick teams in a way designed to spare any player the embarrassment of being chosen last. And to do that, they selected the reserves first, saving the starters for the end. The idea was that even if you were picked last, you were still a starter, supposedly a win-win situation where no feelings were hurt.
Oh,
or
okay.
so they thought. While this seemed like a harmless draft strategy, it unexpectedly set the stage for complications that would trouble LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers well into the future.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just saying it right now. I bet LeBron doesn't choose Joker. Yeah. So this is 2023, right? 2023. Okay, so this is the same year. Yeah, it's last year. So last year when Denver swept them, and that began 11 straight victories for Denver over LeBron James. Okay, this is getting interesting.
Brace yourselves as we dive into the exact moment that marked the end of the LeBron James era. This is a list which includes every player who was drafted into the 2023 All-Star team and was healthy enough to participate. And as I mentioned earlier, the reserves were selected first, leaving 8 starters to be picked. Among them was Nikola Jokic, the reigning 2-time MVP, who had just completed a season where he achieved the highest player efficiency rating in NBA history,
Dude, that is
surpassing
cool.
a record that the legendary Wilt Chamberlain himself set more than 50 years ago.
Whoa. Giannis is there too, twice. Wilt Chamberlain again. Michael Jordan. LeBron James. That's cool.
Now, this is where things got not only ridiculous, but disrespectful.
I think I might be
LeBron
right,
opened the
guys.
starters draft by selecting Embiid, followed by Giannis choosing Tatum. LeBron then picked Kyrie, with Giannis responding by choosing Morant. Next, LeBron opted for Luka, and Giannis selected Donovan Mitchell.
Okay. More importantly, why is Giannis not picking Joker?
Strategy against the Warriors in the second round, setting the stage for a showdown with the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals.
Yep.
In the opening game of the series, Anthony Davis exploded for 40 points. LeBron James, on the other hand, flirted with a 26-point triple-double, complementing his team's impressive shooting performance, 55% from the field, 46% from beyond.
0 for 4 from the 3. AD's crushing it. Jesus Christ. Look at all those free throws. God damn it. I can't not see this anymore. It makes me sick. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to move on from there.
On the arc and 89% from the free throw line. Moreover, they kept their composure by limiting turnovers to just 7 for the entire game.
AD. Hold up. AD going 11 for 11. What a beast.
They kept their composure by limiting turnovers to just 7 for the entire game, a performance that could only be described as near perfect.
Off the dribble, can't get on the ball. James, the rebound. Oh, what a pass. Barely touched it.
But when the final buzzer sounded, however, imagine what LeBron James felt as the Nuggets took a 1-0 lead in the series. In Game 2,
yeah, it's
the
gotta be
Lakers held the
frustrating.
lead for most of the game and were up by 12 points early in the third quarter. However, Jokic and his team had a different plan, saying, "Psych," as they mounted a second-half comeback, took the lead, and secured a 2-0 series advantage.
Dude, it's just like this season. It's happening all over again. This playoffs, I mean. They were down all 3 games so far that they won.
Jokic stacked
Denver, that is.
Another three-pointer. It's good. Jamal Murray red hot.
Game 3 mirrored Game 2 in many respects, but with a twist. The Nuggets maintained the lead for most of the game. Then, just as LeBron and the Lakers tied the score in the fourth quarter, Jokic unleashed another psych moment, spearheading a surge that propelled the Nuggets to a commanding 3-0 series lead.
The dribble spins into the paint, kicks it out. Porter puts it in. Porter knocks it down.
Yeah, I like that kid,
In
Porter.
Game 4, the final matchup of the series, Jokic faced a choice. He could have taken it easy and allowed LeBron to win one game in front of his home crowd for a gentleman's sweep. However, down by 15 at halftime, something clicked for Jokic. Perhaps the
Down
memory
15
of being
again.
picked last. He exploded.
Trigger alert. No, it's same thing. It's the weirdest thing. LA comes out hot, and then Denver owns them in the end. it's worked out 7 out of their last 8 meetings, at least that I know of now. Not sure about the regular season. But I know Denver was winning, but I don't know if they were coming down from behind. Let me know in the comments if you guys know. This season, when Denver and LA matched up, was it the same situation? Was Denver down at half and then come back and just crush them?
Being picked last? He exploded in the second half with 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists, not only defeating LeBron in a playoff series, but sweeping him. A rare feat that has occurred only 3 times in LeBron's career.
Yeah, that's when LeBron clanked it on the side of the backboard and complained to the refs about the layup that he didn't quite take. It was like a lay up jump shot right by the basket. He never quite got the ball off. That was pretty nice.
After that series, LeBron told reporters he had a lot to think about.
Yeah, I know. Joker made him flirt with fucking with retirement after that one. It was so embarrassing. And it's about to happen again, except for just no sweep this time. But it looks like Denver's going to win this in 5, hopefully.
I had a lot to think about, to be honest. And
while Jokic didn't make his thoughts public, it's easy to imagine him thinking, think about who you draft next time.
Right? Watch out who you disrespect.
Since LeBron selected Jokic as the last pick in the 2023 All-Star Draft, this playoff series was the first occasion where Jokic took revenge on LeBron for his selection.
Okay.
The second instance came during the 2024 regular season, and it was arguably even more devastating.
Okay, the video might answer my questions.
On March 2nd, 2024, having already suffered 2 defeats to Jokic earlier during the season, LeBron found himself once again facing off against the Joker. And although it was technically just another regular season game, everyone in the basketball world understood that this was
Look at this guy.
but ordinary.
Look at this guy. Look at this plumber. Whooping the hell out of the baby goat. Look at this guy. I love it. What is this guy?
No NBA player has ever surpassed 40,000 career points. But on this day, LeBron was merely 9 points short of setting this unprecedented record.
Okay, so this plays into the whole, every time LeBron breaks a record, he loses. I almost feel bad for him on this one. He knows it. He's going to break 40K, and Denver's going to whoop his ass.
This wasn't just another game. It was a historic moment in the making. Right from the start, it was clear that LeBron was in it to win it. He burst onto the court with intensity, speed, and focus that was unmistakable.
James drives, goes down the lane, layup is good.
Then, during the second quarter, LeBron unleashed his signature spin move and accomplished a milestone not even Kareem Abdul-Jabbar reached. He scored his 40,000th point, setting a record many think won't be challenged for decades.
I don't know.
By halftime, the Lakers were ahead 66
People scoring
to 58.
a lot these days.
It wasn't a large lead, but
there it is again. I mean, this time it's less, down by 8, but the freaking pattern is there.
Saying goes, it's better to be ahead than behind. During halftime, Jokic might have been weighing the Nuggets' strong position in the Western Conference, momentarily considering granting LeBron the win for his milestone. But then a different sentiment obviously took hold of him.
Yep. He disrespected Jokic first. So, yep. He started the fight.
Get that, he thought. Remember how he dissed me in the 2023 NBA All-Star Draft? Not happening. With that defiance fueling him, when the second half began, Jokic stormed back onto the court with an intensity that spoke volumes. The Lakers' lead evaporated in the third quarter thanks to Jokic's partner in crime. From then on, Jokic himself dominated, scoring 19 points in the second half, shooting 8 for 11 from the field, 1 for 2 from three-point range, and going 2 for 2 at the free throw line.
I'd crack up if he just whispered into LeBron's ears afterwards, like, I am your daddy.
Big offensive board. They go inside the Jokic, and he banks it in.
God damn.
Ultimately, the Nuggets claimed victory with a 10-point win, once again stealing LeBron's spotlight and glory with a stellar performance from the Joker. The ongoing tormenting of LeBron James by Nikola Jokic has continued into the 2024 NBA playoffs, and the extent of LeBron's struggle is evident.
Yeah.
In Game 1, despite the Lakers' 19 free throws, which wasn't remarkably high.
Yeah, I pointed it out before. I'll point it out again. Here it is. 19 to 6. Thankfully, at least Game 3 and Game 4 has been called a little better. But this is how the series started, and we had all the attention on it. More than triple the amount of free throws, guys.
It still exceeded the Nuggets' mere 6 attempts. Despite this advantage, Jokic's outstanding performance with 32 points, 12 rebounds, and 7 assists proved insurmountable for LeBron and the Lakers, even with the referees seemingly trying to sway the outcome.
Yep.
Golden opportunity missed. Jokic, that's a slam over James.
This marked the 8th consecutive defeat for LeBron against Jokic, a streak that began after LeBron selected him last in the 2023 NBA All-Star Draft. The 9th encounter came just days later, and it
Hold up. I just want to check that real quick. There it is. Okay. Okay, so they won by 6. They blew them out by 11. October by 12. Oh, my God. By 10. Now we're in May. 5 points. Barely beat them at that next time. Crazy. Man, pure ownership. And it looks like 120. No, okay, the scoring's kind of all over the place. Yeah, it's crazy to see it just put up like that.
23 NBA All-Star Draft.
That's pure
the 9th
ownership.
encounter came just days later, and it hit LeBron James hard, shaking him to his core. In the first half, with Anthony Davis scoring 20 points on an impressive 11 for 12 shooting, D'Angelo Russell lighting it up with 6 for 7 from beyond the arc for 18 points, and LeBron adding 10 points on just 6 shots. The Lakers looked unstoppable, leading by 15 at the half.
Yeah, they were killing them game 2. They were crushing them. This is the game, though. I'll wait for it in case in case you guys are caught up and you don't know what's coming. This is a hell of a game.
Even in the second half, with LeBron leading the Lakers with 16 points, victory seemed within reach. But then, Nikola Jokic once again pulled a psych, tearing apart the Lakers before his partner in crime dealt the final blow, leaving the Lakers stunned and defeated.
Bang. Look at AD. Look at AD. AD's about to get mauled. Poor guy. He doesn't deserve it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for laughing at AD, but he's a Laker right now, and I have to. I hope you get out of there so I don't treat you like this anymore, bro. But this is so fucked up. Okay, let's start out with Denver because they had a lot of surprising players like Porter Jr. with 20 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists. Not bad. 2 turnovers, but I'm very curious about his shooting percentage was 50%. Okay, 8 for 16. I mean, not bad, man. Not bad. Aaron Gordon put up 29 points. So we asked how many. Damn, man. Yeah, he really delivered. Who would have thought? Aaron Gordon, just because Joker and Murray, they know how to find him, ended up being the high scorer for Denver tonight. And 12 for 18, 67% shooting. That's phenomenal. Did great. He actually he drew some fouls too. Joker, let's see, he had a quiet 24. Oh wow, look what I missed with Gordon. 15 rebounds. Good lord, way to do your job, man. They ought to buy him a beer tonight. Joker with a quiet triple-double. Triple-double. Real quick, personal fouls. So he got 2 real quick in the first. And then he only got 2 more for the rest of the game. Mike Miller was smart to trust him. Oh, no. So he didn't get a triple-double. My bad. He was 1 assist away from a triple-double. So 24, 15, and 9. Shooting 70%. My God. Look at this guy. That's phenomenal in 39 minutes. Yeah, he's sick. He's going to average like a 20-something point triple-double this series. Caldwell Pope 5. Jamal Murray's the last one I wanted to really look at. 22 points. 9 assists and 5 rebounds. Played great. He did not shoot very well. 8 for 21. But honestly, it's not showing up in the stats here other than the assist. But, dude, he led the team in that second half. Like, actually, the last 3 quarters, he really drove that offense. Let's take a look at the Lakers now. Let's not waste our time there. Let's go to LeBron. He put up 26 garbage points, 2 steals and a block, 9 assists, 6 rebounds. Okay, shot 60%. He did not shoot enough though. I mean, if you watch the second half, like he was non-existent. Yeah, I was close. I thought I was 1 for 7. So you saw that 1 3 that he made. They didn't show the 6 bricks, and almost all of those were in the second half. He got tired and lazy, like he always does, lazy, and his Lebowka wore off, and all he did was just sit back and shoot bad threes. It was kind of embarrassing. 16.7%. So while the media focuses on this and this is what I see. 16.7% for threes, and you shot 6 of them. The most of your entire team. Other than D'Lo went 0 for 6. Oh my God, D'Lo, what happened? All right, let's switch up to Anthony AD. AD put up 33 strong points. All right, 15 rebounds. Those are strong rebounds as well. A couple assists, no big deal. He shot 61%. Did not shoot a 3 today. Good for you. Good for you. Now, AD was the best player on that team by far. By far. Austin Reeves, he was the second best player on the team by far. Let's see what he put up. 22 points. 4 steals. Austin Reeves. Holy shit. 3 assists, 5 rebounds. Yeah, he's the guy. 4 for 4 from the line. LeBron was 50% from the line. And shot 40% for 3, 2 for 5. While LeBron was 16%. And he shot 47%, 8 for 17. Solid game. Solid game. Austin Reeves, like, you should be the point guard. Honestly. He should be the new point guard, starting point guard of the Lakers. D'Lo, not sure what to do with you. But yeah, if it was my team, I'd get rid of Braun. I'd get Reeves in there. And not sure what we're going to do about the power forward position, but that's their own problem. Spencer Dinwiddie. Okay. Yeah, man. Last thing I wanted to check was just in case I can see some post game, but I don't think it's out yet. No, not out.
Well, the Lakers and LeBron James are still licking their wounds after coming oh so close from getting that much-needed split in Denver, following a catastrophic late Game 2 meltdown, which resulted in the Lakers blowing a 20-point second-half lead.
I loved it.
LA was still clinging to life, though, late, and in fact, the chosen one had the ball in his hands with 14 seconds remaining.
Okay, I got to give a little context here. So I'm watching the game by myself until the fourth quarter. Then a couple of my homies come over. And so we're watching the fourth quarter together. I tell them, hey, man, you know, the Lakers were up by 20 and Denver's chipping away at it. But, like, LeBron's actually playing pretty good, blah, blah, blah. And we're watching. And when it came to this play, I called it. I called it ahead of time because just, I know his tendencies. So I was telling him, I'm like, all right, he's going to just chuck a 3. He's going to chuck a 3 early in the clock, and he bricked it, and he choked it, and that was what blew the game. So I loved it, man. I loved it. The guys were in doubt when I said it. He's just going to chuck a 3 and brick it. They're like, no way, man. He fucking did it. I loved it. It was so good. It was like Christmas.
For a wide-ass open 3-point shot.
And he got away with the push-off foul.
But predictably, in a tale as old as time, LeBron James soiled himself in yet another clutch time situation in a pivotal playoff game.
I got poopy. Yeah.
And following the miss by James, Jamal Murray would come down and walk it off with an epic game winner for the ages.
All right, context. LeBron James was guarding Murray and then immediately switched off. And Murray ended up freaking nailing it right on AD's head. Oh, man. But, I mean, think about back in the day. Think about Kobe or Jordan. If they were guarding Murray, they would not switch off of him. They want that job. But LeBron's just, he doesn't want that heat. He can't play defense. So he didn't want that heat. He switched off immediately without hesitation. And, yeah, that's what you get when you don't have a leader. Jamal Murray hit a hell of a shot.
over Anthony Davis at the buzzer.
The Nuggets have won!
Needless to say, the Lakers were stunned and still searching for answers following the game. And in quintessential LeBron fashion, it obviously had to be someone else's fault. They blew a 20-point second-half lead in a game that was still a 6-point advantage at the 3-minute mark for the Lake Show.
Blame the
But
refs.
herein lies the major dilemma. Anthony Davis, principal LeBron James scapegoat, had a game-high 32 points and 11 rebounds.
Yeah, he was killing it in the first half. He was 10 for 11, I believe, in the first half. So he only got 8 shots in the second half. Like, what the hell's up with that? I saw LeBron chucking a bunch of threes in the second half, and it looks like they should have kept feeding AD.
On 14 of 19 from the field, while LeBron's second scapegoat option, D'Angelo Russell, had 23 points and 6 assists on 7 of 11 from the three-point line. And ultimately, herein lies the rub.
Yeah, he blamed D'Lo for the loss of Game 1. D'Lo's doing his job. AD's doing his job. Where you at, Bron?
None of them had a wide open shot with 14 seconds remaining in a tie game that would have evened this series. That was all LeBron. But as we know, the LeBron paradox states that no matter what, absolutely nothing can ever be his fault.
Blame shifter.
Nor can we credit anyone else, like, oh, I don't know, the historic triple-double Nikola Jokic posted, the incredible clutch basket Murray knifed in the face of one of the best defenders in the league.
Oh, man. Yeah, Joker's something else. Because I was watching the game and not looking at the stats for until the fourth quarter, and it looked like he was having a bad game. And then me and my guys, we looked up the numbers because I was telling them, I'm like, Joker's not even playing that good. And then we look up the numbers, and it's ridiculous, man. Got 20 rebounds, yeah, triple-double. Like, Joker's something else. It reminds me of Duncan because, like, I would never think Duncan is playing that good. And then I look up his stats, and I'm like, son of a bitch, how'd he pull all that off?
Now, we can't possibly give them any credit, nor LeBron any blame. So, searching for answers, LeBron did the unthinkable in the post-game presser and blamed the officials.
Yeah. Boom. It's not enough that he got over triple the amount of free throws in the first game. So it was the count was 19 free throws for LA to Denver 6. So that's triple plus 1. That's not enough. And it's also not enough that he got away with a push-off offensive foul before he bricked that 3 at the end of game 2, that the clip that we keep showing. He's still got to blame the refs, even though he got away with it. And final thing before we play out the rest of this video is the reason I released that video last night, that loop of him bricking it, Jamal Murray hitting the game winner, and then him blaming the refs in the press conference, is because I went to the official NBA YouTube channel yesterday. All I was trying to do was watch the highlights for the game. So I bring up the highlights for game 2, and they show Jamal Murray hitting a shot, and then they show Jamal Murray hitting the game winner, and they completely cut out the LeBron James brick. They just start out with Murray having the ball. So I was like, these freaking bastards. I was like, on the official NBA YouTube channel, they're covering for LeBron James. So I immediately just made a quick edit, and I figured I'd loop it just to kind of make a statement, because I'm like, on my watch, we're going to cover this shit, honestly. You know, if you would have hit the shot, I would have covered it. And he bricked it, so I'm definitely covering it. So, yeah, that's why I made that loop last night. Turns out it was kind of a hit with y'all. It is kind of funny. It was just something stupid I thought of doing, like, on the spot. But that's what you get, NBA. That's what you get. You try to hide it. Hey, man, the rest of us got this covered.
In an outright stunning display of sheer and utter hypocrisy, James is biting the hand that has fed him for the last 2 seasons.
I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. What the fuck do we have a replay center if it's going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. What What are we doing?
What are you doing, Bron?
The Lakers aren't getting any calls. That's why they blew a 20-point second-half lead.
Bitch.
Because of the replay center, of course. Now, LeBron hasn't had much to say.
Yeah, that's why I made that headline or that title. The refs bricked that shot, not me. It's basically what he's doing. He's not taking any accountability. He can't just go up there and say. I remember Game 6, Michael Jordan in the playoffs against Indiana. I think it was 1998. And he had a chance to win the game with a final shot. And he bricked the three. And he went up there and he was laughing about it on the press conference. He's like, yeah, everyone thought that was going in. The whole stadium was quiet for a second there. It was cute, you know? He's like, but it didn't fall, blah, blah, blah. He just takes accountability. He's like, we'll be out there in Game 7. And then LeBron is just blaming refs for shit. And that was the same game where MJ got shoved by, two-hand shoved by Reggie Miller. And Reggie Miller hit that game-winning three. He wasn't bitching. MJ wasn't bitching. He didn't blame the refs. He was like, yeah, I should have hit that shot.
Say on the foul call discrepancy the Lakers have enjoyed in unprecedented fashion since the start of last year's regular season, when they have shot over 1,000 more free throws than their opponents. Likewise, mum on the word for Braun last postseason when the Lakers outshot their opponents 397 to 276. Easily the highest differential of any playoff team, and they played only in 16 games.
What are we doing?
What are you doing, Bron? You got to pay the refs more. You got to pay the replay center more, apparently, because it's not enough. Maybe they're getting tired of cheating for you.
Yeah, when the whistles are benefiting LeBron, which they mostly always are, we get pensive and coy LeBron. Like during a January 9th game against the Raptors, a 1-point Lakers win behind a 36-13 free throw differential and an unimaginable fourth quarter that saw the Lakers outshoot Toronto 23-2.
That's disgusting.
A complete crap. Following that game, LeBron had a little...
You guys heard that? Fourth quarter, 23 free throws for the Lakers and 2 for the Raps. And mainstream media is never covering this topic.
Hypothesis as to why that was.
I feel like they fouled and we didn't.
Well, I guess that's what happened last night, was you guys fouled and Denver didn't. So stop bitching.
But when the Nuggets shoot 4 more free throws in Game 2, LeBron loses his mind.
Well, then everyone loses their minds.
Cue the petulant little baby's meltdown postgame.
Well, baby.
Makes no sense to me. It bothers me.
I mean, the whole thing he's doing here, it's not even that there's an ounce of him that believes it's the ref's fault. It's the fact that he clanked that shot. He took a bad shot, he bricked it, and he wants all the attention off of that. And instead they want it on this, or he wants it on this, talking about the refs instead of talking about Braun. And it's a smart thing for an evil fucking bastard like LeBron James, but it ain't gonna work. Not around here. It probably worked with the media, the mainstream media. They were probably talking about the refs, but no, man, we all saw what happened. Nice try, buddy.
Sorry I didn't answer your question, but that is like...
The Lakers, mind you, tripled the Nuggets in free throw attempts in Game 1, a game the Nuggets did not attempt a single free throw in the entire second half.
Yeah, if you combine the first 2 games, the Lakers still have a lot more free throws than Denver, because that first game was 19-6.
You didn't hear Denver and company melting down like a bunch of little bitches.
Nope, they didn't bitch.
Makes no sense to me.
And quite frankly, it isn't really all that clear what blown calls LeBron is even referencing.
Yeah, I don't even know what play that was. I didn't see it.
One sure call that certainly could have been made and wasn't was the extension of his arm and push-off that freed him for the final wide.
And I'll be fair. I was hoping Scap would point this out. You know, back in the 90s, this wouldn't be a foul. But in 2024, this is a foul. And I wouldn't have brought this up. I wouldn't have cared to bring this up. Because it's playoff basketball. I want some contact in playoff basketball. Until he started bitching about the refs not giving him calls. Well, he got away with one. He got away with a wide, obvious one. Look at this. Look, he's watching. He sees it. He got away with it. And it's BS. So, yeah, I wouldn't have brought it up, but he got away with one, and then he's bitching about not getting the calls. You got a freebie, buddy. Whoever that guy is, he should be complaining.
Wide open three-point look with 14 seconds left.
It bothers me.
And I think I see what is going on here. Braun is calling the officials out for not calling him for the offensive foul there and bailing him out.
Probably.
Makes no sense to me.
Instead, he had to once again diarrhea himself.
Yeah, okay. So I was talking about this with the guys when we were having some drinks after the game too. This reminded me so much of was it the Miami Heat versus Spurs? Was that 2013? I think it was 2013. The one where Ray Allen saved his ass. So same exact play, except for Braun didn't shoot it from here. He shot it from here, clanked it all the same, and then you had what's his name? Chris Bosh came up with the rebound. And then you had Ray Allen backtrotting back. Chris Bosh feeds him, and Ray Allen saves the day. But not this time, buddy. I know why you shot it so early. You knew you were going to miss it. But you were hoping that scenario would play out all over again. Somebody would get the rebound, AD, and then this guy would save your ass. But it didn't happen, buddy. So sorry.
Worldwide television.
It bothers me.
And this is all starting to come together now. Ultimately, the frustration is understandable, as the Lakers will likely never get a better look at a game than that one against this Nuggets team. But is it asking too much for a little accountability?
Makes no sense to me.
Not him, man.
Of course it is. We're talking about the most self-obsessed egotist the world has likely ever known.
He might be beyond. I know a lot of narcissists. I don't think he's a narcissist. I think he might be like a freaking sociopath, this guy.
No, not just the sports world, the entire planet in general.
Yeah.
But the Lakers now face a daunting prospect of having to beat a team 4 times in 5 games that has beaten them 10 straight times. Which means LeBron is facing the possibility of either missing the playoffs altogether or losing in the first round in 4 of his 6-year tenure with the LA Lakers.
I love it. I love that. You can't hang in the West, Bron. The East was easy for you. The East sucked. That's why you got to the finals all those years. And you lost all the time because the West is for real. That's where the real shit's happening, is in the West. So now that you're in the West with the Lakers, welcome to reality, buddy. This is what it's like. You can't even make it to the finals.
Time for honoring.
Barely make the playoffs.
Luckily for his delusional inner circle hype men, the ignorant fan base, and James himself, winning has never really mattered that much to them. I suppose that is why the self-proclaimed king has done, relatively speaking, so little of it throughout his career.
Hats off to Scap as usual. I got a little bonus for you. Consider this early Christmas for all of us. No one's talking about this, so I brought it up, figuring Scap would miss this. So here we go. Here's AD in the press conference after the game. This is freaking hilarious. Here we go.
To kind of piggyback off that one, can you take us through that last play and just what happened and what unfolded? What was, I don't know if you were screened or what happened on that last play.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
When it comes to the LeBron James podcast, virtually every single episode, every single clip I see, some egregious take and outlandish lie. As in their last episode, LeBron James went on record saying the 2011 Heat weren't a super team, and why they lost in the finals wasn't because of his play, but the play of his other players and the complementary pieces.
Yeah, talking about minimal players and all that. It's so insulting, man. It's so insulting. And I'm glad I just recently covered their first title run in 2011. Because it's complete BS. That team was stacked from top to bottom. Like, we all knew it. So him coming out and saying, like, I don't know, man. I've been watching that podcast, and like I really like the breakdowns from JJ Redick. The beginning of the episode where he's talking basketball strategies and like play lingo. And then whenever LeBron starts talking, man, I watch it, but it is it's disgusting to see. According to him, he's done nothing wrong ever. He's always got a built-in excuse for everything.
Now those claims right there are just obvious lies, falsehoods, objectively not true.
Yep.
And now a week later, Eddie House, former teammate of LeBron James.
Oh, Eddie House. Yeah, he's one of those guys, like, you don't even talk about being on the Heat, but it was a hell of a sharpshooter. He played for the Suns, too, before that, and fantastic shooter. Amazing shooter from deep.
Remember the 2011 Heat is calling LeBron out on his BS.
Call him out, Eddie.
So there you go. But all these years later, almost 15 years later now, Eddie, and to think that you guys didn't win an NBA championship, not because LeBron didn't get the job done or Wade didn't get the job done or Bosh didn't, but you didn't.
Okay,
that's what he's saying.
What I would say is this.
Yeah.
If we're going to point the fingers.
Let's point it.
We'll point the finger at the fourth quarter collapsed every game that we had. Actually.
Oh, he's doing it. He's freaking doing it. Yeah. Want to point the fingers at the role players, point the fingers at the stars, and then after that you go, well, D. Wade did his job. Chris Bosh did his job. Who fell apart in the fourth? What do you have? A total of, was it 6 points, 8 points in total in the fourth quarter in the finals? Who did it? Who's the one who had 0 points, went 0 for 1 shooting, and had a total stat line of, was it 1 rebound in the fourth quarter of Game 4 in the 2011 finals? That was you, buddy. That was you, GOAT. We covered it. We seen it.
You know what? It was 1-1 Game 2. We were
All right,
up.
Hold up. I don't want to mess this up. Okay, let's hear him out.
Game that we had. Actually, you know what? It was 1-1 Game 2. We were up. We collapsed in the fourth quarter. They tied it up. We win Game 3. We go up 2-1. Right. We didn't win another game. So if we're gonna, we're gonna play the blame game.
Let's play it.
I wasn't out on the court.
Right. Who was on the court?
Yeah.
The man saying that the other guys wasn't getting.
Was LeBron on the court in the fourth quarter?
Oh man.
I don't know. You know what? He was, but he was. Hey, he was, but he wasn't.
He was, but he wasn't. He was, but he wasn't. Holy shit! It's coming out between Mario Chalmers and this. It's happening, guys. He's not even retired yet. It's coming out.
Yeah. Eddie House right here speaking the absolute truth and clapping back at LeBron James. And when it comes to former LeBron teammates, I guess Eddie House wanted a few LeBron teammates who didn't sign an NDA or do a deal with Clutch Sports. And looking at the actual argument, Eddie House brings up the fourth quarter numbers and LeBron.
So what I'm guessing here, did Eddie House only play with them that 1 year? I'm thinking that's how it went down.
Fourth quarter meltdowns. And we've looked at these numbers numerous times, and every time you look at them, they look fake, quite frankly.
Let's do it again. It's fun.
3 points per game on 33% shooting. Ranked 5th on his own team and 7th in the series for fourth quarter scoring.
Oh,
and in terms of overall impact, plus minus.
Oh, and he played pretty much the entire fourth quarter of each game. Averaged 3 points. LeGoat. That's the king. Oh, man. Kids, there's a difference between losing and choking. This is what choking looks like, okay? When the pressure's on, this is the kind of crap that your star puts out. Now, losing is still putting up good numbers, still trying hard, not shrinking, and actually, like, standing up to the moment, but losing. Someone's got to lose, all right? But this is called choking. This is what it looks like, everyone.
LeBron on the court was a minus 2.3. Out of every player in this series, only JJ Barea had a worse plus minus in the fourth quarter. Those stats, undeniable facts, are just extremely damning for any player who's an all-time great. And looking past the fourth quarter numbers, which are a pretty broad spectrum, look at the clutch time numbers in the final 5 minutes. These numbers, you're going to think they're fake. Points per game,
wow.
0.0.
Wow.
Field goal percentage, 0.0. 3 percentage, 0.0.
Oh my God. I think we found my thumbnail for the video. Look at that. Look at that. I love it.
Overall plus minus, a minus 16.
Sweet.
And for some perspective with the clutch time numbers, LeBron in terms of minutes played in the clutch, tied for first in the series with D. Wade and Jason Kidd. And despite that, in the clutch moments, a whopping 0.0 points per game. If you don't believe in the basketball gods' basketball karma, the 2011 Finals is a perfect example of them
D-Wade.
existing. Because the Heat in that series, by all accounts, should have mopped the floor with the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, yeah.
And someone like Dirk Nowitzki, who in this series was dealing with the flu.
Yep.
For him to beat D. Wade, LeBron, Chris Bosh, and company, still one of the greatest upsets in sports history. And looking at Dirk versus LeBron James head-to-head in fourth quarter scoring.
Oh,
Game
yes.
3, Dirk, 15-2. Game 4, 10-0.
Damn, yeah, that's the one we covered right there. And this game had Dirk really sick. Like, we saw it. He was really sick, hacking up a lung. And he actually played like crap, but he still played better than Bron.
Game 5, 8-2. And then Game 6, LeBron James finally showed up.
Oh, wow.
But still outscored 10-7.
That's how he got that average up to 3. He must have known it. So it's like, oh, man, I can't go out like this. I'm averaging like 1 per game in the fourth.
What this series came down to in essence was Dirk Nowitzki, a 34-year-old German guy on his last legs, outplaying LeBron James in the clutch.
Yep, he did not choke.
As looking at Dirk's fourth quarter stats, this is what you expect from an NBA superstar and an all-time great.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
fourth quarters, 10 points per game.
Look at that.
Impeccable shooting splits. Clutch.
This one tells me a lot. 100% free throws. The man is ice.
Time to play the final minutes, 5.2 points per game on even better shooting splits. The audacity of LeBron James to blame his teammates and supporting cast, the quote-unquote others, when he couldn't stop Jason Terry in this series, is just downright disgraceful. And looking back at LeBron's podcast with Redick, that on its own is an awful podcast with numerous lies and narrative-based takes.
It is, yeah. It unfortunately is. Excuse me. First episode, I didn't think it was going to be that. I thought they were actually going to just talk basketball. No, it's not. It's not that.
But I'm just now learning LeBron James has another show, another podcast called The Shop. And this podcast, in its intro clip, LeBron James already lying, complaining about an award he lost in 2013.
Is there an award you haven't won that still stings?
Yeah, Defensive Player of the Year.
Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah. I mean, that's the only award that I don't have in my house. That kind of stings. I talked about this before, like, it don't make sense.
Yes, it does.
It's almost like what Jay just said about B. How can she have the most Grammys?
Yeah.
But never won Album of the Year?
Yeah.
So the year I finished second in Defensive Player of the Year award, the guy who won Defensive Player of the Year didn't even make first team all defense.
Yeah, that's the crime, that he didn't make first team. The crime wasn't that he won Defensive Player of the Year. Marc Gasol earned it. We did a video on that too. We broke it down. Marc Gasol earned it. LeBron's full of shit. He's just disrespectful, man. You don't disrespect that. That's just disrespectful to Marc Gasol. And it's petty.
That doesn't make sense. That's not even possible.
So LeBron James, the self-promotion king, with his pre-scripted questions, has to whine and complain about awards that happened over a decade ago. And I like how LeBron James in this clip refers to Marc Gasol as just the guy. Now, this guy, Marc Gasol, didn't rob you of your award.
Nope.
What actually happened is Marc Gasol was robbed of first-team All-Defense.
All right.
And
We
first
agree.
up, looking at the voting by the media on the Defensive Player of the Year, Marc Gasol, 31st place votes.
There it is.
LeBron, 18. Ibaka, 14. Joakim Noah, 13.
Yeah, so I mean, we should. LeBron, dude, it's disgusting. You know he's seen these numbers, but he went with that other narrative. Oh, he didn't win first team All NBA defensive, so I got robbed. No, you didn't get robbed. He got robbed the first team All NBA, all defensive team. You didn't get robbed for shit. He destroyed you in voting. He crushed him.
14. and Tim Duncan 11. So I mean, those guys right there, Ibaka, Noah, Duncan, even LeBron, I mean, they're all in the range of the low teens, high teens. But then Marc Gasol gets 31st place votes. That's pretty convincing. And of course, the media, the voters, even the coaches used to vote, don't get every award exactly right. But looking at the overall stats, the numbers, comparing those 5 players, in this instance, I would say they actually did. As in comparison to LeBron James, Gasol and Duncan, a higher defensive win shares, defensive plus minus. Gasol, Duncan, and Noah, higher than LeBron James. Individual defensive rating, Gasol, Duncan, Noah, and Ibaka, all higher than LeBron James. Teams defense.
Real quick, just to show how much of an asshole this guy is. Okay, LeBron is saying this is the only award he hasn't won. Okay, digest that real quick. Now this guy Marc Gasol, if I think of it correctly, and I'm remembering this correctly, this is the only award he's ever won in the NBA. So LeBron, being a little petty asshole, who's won all of these awards, has all these accolades, is trying to claim that this guy's one award that he's ever won wasn't earned. What kind of an asshole does that? Like, that's such a dick move.
Defensive rating, Memphis, San Antonio, OKC, and Chicago, all higher than the Heat. And look at those teams' defensive ratings with the players on the floor. Gasol, 98,
Stats don't
higher
lie.
than LeBron James. Duncan, 99, higher than LeBron James. Joakim, 101, higher than LeBron James.
Hell yeah, Noah was a better defender.
And Ibaka, 102, again, higher than LeBron James. If you want to go off the pure raw numbers, who was more impactful defender, more valuable defender, I'd say Marc Gasol and Tim Duncan. Those are the 2 guys who are the top 2 defenders in 2013. And when talking about defense, looking at Marc Gasol doesn't fit the ideal picture of an elite defender. And even Tim Duncan in 2013 really passed his prime. Not the ideal picture of some defensive menace. But if you watch both these guys play, their presence in the paint on the boards far superior to any player in 2013. And just speaking about the Defensive Player of the Year award in general, it goes to centers. As from 2013 looking back, the previous 25 seasons, only 2 players who were non-centers won the award. I think Ron Artest and Gary Payton. For a non-center to win this award, it's virtually impossible.
Yep.
And when talking about defense in general, I mean, the bigger players close to the rim, the majority of times have the most impact on defense. And I want to add some very important context, because back in 2013, the media, they voted for the Defensive Player of the Year award. The coaches did all defensive teams. That's why the discrepancy in 2013, Marc Gasol being second team all defense, but winning Defensive Player of the Year award, that's why that exists. And for LeBron's sake, let's just argue, well, the media back then had no idea what they were talking about, what they were watching, or what they were voting on. Okay, let's say that. But still, looking at all defensive voting,
look at the stats.
Among the coaches, the player who had the most first-team votes, most votes overall, was Tony Allen at 53.
So
Whatever
Tony
way you
Allen
slice
got
it,
robbed.
coaches voting, the media's voting, the defensive metrics, LeBron in 2013 did not deserve the Defensive Player of the Year.
And to be real, Tony Allen didn't either. I mean, all of the stats prove that Marc Gasol earned it. But if you're gonna go with that stupid narrative, LeBron, then apparently you didn't get robbed. Tony Allen got robbed. Jackass.
And the last thing really quickly I'll touch on, the previous year in 2012, Tyson Chandler. The same thing happened. He was second team All-NBA, but won Defensive Player of the Year. I'm not saying that's right, it should have happened, but I mean, there's kind of a precedent and a history in the early 2010s of that exact same thing happening. And is any players, coaches, fans 15 years later saying Tyson Chandler didn't deserve that award? Of course not. It happened, over and done with. We got past it.
Yeah, no one's bitching about it because only LeBron would do something like that, right?
Word of advice to LeBron James. It's been 10 plus years. Get over it.
Yeah.
So that right there is the end of the video. And once again, another example of LeBron James, his narratives being cut down by the cold hard facts. So, as always, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time.
Yeah, pass.
Well, LeBron James has done it. He has won yet another play-in game, bringing his mark to an impressive 3-0 in the annual season-end Adam Silver Invitational event. And
seriously, all these new things, the play-in tournament and the whatchamacallit, the in-season tournament championship. Of course, they're having LeBron win all of every single one of them until he retires, just so he could rack up these stupid accolades that don't even matter. They don't mean anything.
And if only the self-proclaimed king could have extrapolated that win percentage out over his NBA Finals appearances throughout his NBA career, the LeBron jock sniffers would really be on one then. Unfortunately for him and them, this was but an opportunity to get into the playoffs, and one that the Lakers are lucky to have seized, since due to the Kings' demolition of the Warriors in the second game last night, LA would be facing the prospect of playing a Kings team that went 4-0 against them head-to-head this season in a winner-take-all game just to get into the playoffs. But luckily for LA,
man, it is really pathetic. Okay, the most pathetic thing out of all of this is, how are the Lakers not just in the playoffs? You see the talent on that team. How are they not getting into the playoffs without cheating? Well, without this bullshit, you know? It blows my mind. They had to go through the play-in tournament to get into the playoffs. This stacked roster. It's insanity to me. That's a failure in itself. Like, if I was a LeBron stan, like, I would be embarrassed at this point.
The Lake Show was able to ride their commanding 18-point lead with under 7 minutes to go in the third to an easy win in New Orleans. Well, not exactly, as this was a 1-point game with 1 minute remaining in the fourth quarter. Not to worry, though, the Lakers did what they do best.
Yeah, shoot free throws. Shoot lots of free throws. And then D-Russ and Austin hit some clutch shots. But, I mean, even with that, New Orleans was going to win. But the refs bailed them out with all these fouls.
Namely, get bailed out by a series of puzzling events, and most prominently, as is always...
That's not the stats from last night. LeBron shot... Man, I hope I see his stats. Hold on. Let's wait for it.
Free throw discrepancy. First, we had Zion Williamson exiting the game with an injury. Williamson, who was dominating all night, and...
Sorry, I'm not trying to pause every couple of seconds, but Zion, dude, Zion was playing like a beast, but then Zion did what Zion does. He got hurt. So in the fourth quarter, when it's all on the line, Zion goes down and he never comes back. Like, that's... Man, they really should have won this game.
Easily was the best player on the floor for either team, tied the game at 95 apiece with 3:13 to go, before bafflingly storming off the court and heading into the locker room.
I know.
He would never
he
return
was
and
like a
finish
hip?
the night with a game-high 40 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists.
God damn. Yeah. He was crushing it. And while I have this up here, I pulled up the stats. LeBron shot 6 for 20, 30% from the field. Okay? I don't hear anybody talking about this. LeBron, in a winner-go-home game, shoots 6 for 20, 30%. Okay? That's the reality. I don't care what they're talking about on SportsCenter, First Take, any of that crap. The reality is he choked again. He choked again, but the refs bailed him out, so now the Lakers can make the playoffs. All right, I just wanted to let that sit in. Here we go.
On 17 of 27 from the field. We then had village idiot Pelicans head coach Willie Green opting to bench Brandon Ingram for the majority of the fourth quarter. who albeit was not having a marquee game in just his second game back from an injury which caused him to miss 3.5 weeks prior to Sunday's game against the Lakers. But I don't know. Ingram was the team's second leading scorer this year behind Zion Williamson.
Yeah.
Maybe you put him back on the court at the 3-minute mark when Zion went out.
Yeah, that's some basic common sense, Scap. That's some very simple deduction there. Why not? Go in for 3 minutes. What the hell do you got to lose? This is the end of the year.
I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, Willie. But one thing is for sure, LeBron had himself a night, going 6 for 20 from the field in this one and being defended for stretches by 6', 170-pound backup point guard Jose Alvarado, giving the chosen...
I know, I kept seeing it. I was having flashbacks to all the 2011 Miami Heat stuff with Jason Terry. He had a little guy on him. 90% of the time, I'd look up and Bron had a little guy on him, and Bron still couldn't score against him. Not until he got bailed out. Imagine a monstrous man like LeBron, and then a little dude just trying to play straight up defense, and they keep calling fouls on the little guy. Imagine if Shaq got that treatment back in the day. Because Shaq used to get punched, elbowed, held, all kinds of stuff. Smacked in the head, and it wouldn't call a foul unless it was like so obvious. But nope, Bron gets little ticky-tack fouls by little people. It's cool.
One nightmarish flashbacks to his legendary pants-crapping session against J.J. Barea in the 2011 NBA Finals.
Hey, Scap, man, you got triggered the same way I did last night, huh? You're literally saying all the stuff that I'm saying. Oh, crap. I want to have a beer with Scap someday, man. Me, Scap, Angry Old Hoops. Like, I want to have a beer with these guys.
Finals.
I got poopy.
But thankfully for LeBron, Old Faithful never left his side. His go-to clutch performer that has been there every step of the way over the last 2 seasons carrying him. The officials, of course.
Yep.
It's a complete crap.
That's the real MVP, ladies and gentlemen. That's the real MVP. They made Vegas happy with this one, I'm sure.
As the Lakers have produced an absolutely eye-popping and inexplicable free throw discrepancy since the start of the 2022-2023 season.
Yeah, it was about double last night.
Since the beginning of last year's regular season, and including the playoffs over that time, the Lakers have now attempted 1,104 more free throws than their opponents.
Wait. As if I don't stop, that doesn't get digested. Let me hear it again.
And including the playoffs over that time, the Lakers have now attempted 1,104 more free throws.
Is that for the season?
2023 season.
2022,
where
2023
since the beginning of last year's regular season, and including the playoffs over that time, the Lakers have now attempted 1,100.
Okay, so in the last 2 seasons so far, the Lakers have shot 1,104 more free throws. Let me just divide that within 1,104 divided by 82 games. Times 2. I'm sorry. 82 times 2 equals 164. Okay. 1,104 divided by 164. So that's a gimme 8 points. Or I'm sorry, 7 points. Seven free throws per game. So that's why they keep winning these close games. I don't know if you guys noticed. They keep winning these close games because they'll just give them those extra free throws at the end. I mean, for me, it's cheating. It's fixed.
104 more free throws than their opponents. Over that span of time, the team with the second highest differential is the New York Knicks with just 372.
What?
Yes, the Lakers have not
Insane.
nearly shot 1,104 more free throws than they have given up in the last 2 seasons, but that total is a staggering 732 more than the team closest to them in that metric.
That's disgusting.
It's a complete crap.
Yeah, it is.
And last night was no different. In a game the Lakers won by 4, they would nearly double the Pelicans in free throw attempts, shooting 29 to New Orleans 15, with LeBron James and Anthony Davis getting 10 apiece.
Yeah.
I feel like they fouled and
we didn't. Bullshit.
And now the
Bullshit, Bron.
Lakers and the NBA League Office's officiating team storm into the playoffs, looking to keep this little party rolling. The Lakers' reward for the victory against the Pelicans is the defending world champion Denver Nuggets, who have beaten the Lakers in the last 8 straight meetings dating back to last season. But LA was in 1-possession games late in the fourth quarter in 3 of the 4 games in last year's Western Conference Finals series against the Nuggets before
Clank.
LeBron went all LeBron and took a dump in his pants during clutch time.
Yeah.
Diddly poo. And the Lakers.
The funny thing is even with the referee's help, it still wasn't enough, because he was literally, he was crapping his pants. He went poo-poo. I went poo-poo.
Will be heading into this postseason rematch with what will end up being 2 All-NBA team selections on this roster, with Anthony Davis likely to not just make second-team honors, but will also probably make an All-NBA defensive team as well.
Oh, AD deserves it. This guy. Did he play? I saw some stat, like he played the most games this season than he has any other year as a Laker. Something along those lines. But AD's doing his job right now. Unless he gets injured like he usually does in the playoffs. So far this season, he's held it together. I'm kind of shocked. And we're seeing how good AD is when he doesn't, shatter into glass. Like, this guy he's a freaking beast still.
And in addition to LeBron and Anthony Davis, D'Angelo Russell comes in averaging 18 points and 6 assists per game this season, with LA also sporting.
It's funny, just that one stat line alone was better than Scottie Pippen in his prime. Like, he's D'Lo's given Bron more than prime Pippen was giving Jordan, and it's insane to me because he's just like a 3rd or 4th option on this stacked ass team.
A formidable bench. Of course, though, all we will hear about is what a David versus Goliath matchup this is for Nikola Jokic, who has 0 other all-stars on this roster. And LeBron, of course, will be operating under the same deal he has had in place for over 20 years now and counting. Win and get all of the credit. Lose and get none of the blame.
Yep.
Still, though, a loss in this year's first round will mark the 4th time in his 6-year tenure with the Lakers that he has either failed to make the playoffs altogether or lost in the first round. And one other thing is,
speaking of getting all the credit, I was texting with a buddy last night while I was watching the game, and I was saying it straight up because I was calling out these stats. I'm like, the guy's shooting 30%, he's choking. But the refs are bailing him out. And I'm like, watch. No one's going to talk about the 30%. They're gonna treat him like a hero because he was stat chasing. Even in like the 4th quarter, I was watching him stat chase. So it's going to look like he got a 20-something point, near triple-double. So that's the narrative they're going to go with. And after the game, even though LeBron played like trash, it was him they were talking to. The media was talking to him like, oh, how's it feel, blah, 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 to get into the playoffs? And, like he didn't do shit. He was actually a detriment to his freaking team. Yet he gets all the freaking credit. The whole point is he gets all the credit, even when he sucks. And then when he sucks and they lose, he takes none of the blame. That's some grade A bullshit, man.
Is certain. The stakes will feel a bit higher in this one for LeBron, as he attempts to quell the ever-expanding legacy of the likely soon-to-be 3-time league MVP Nikola Jokic. And we all know damn well who the league offices and the cavalcade of LeBron jock-sniffing, Jokic-hating media will be rooting for in this one. But chances are likely that Nikola Jokic will just go on disappointing all of them.
I hope so.
Well, Bronny James is doing it, just as his daddy has done multiple times in the past. He is taking his talents to? Well, we don't quite know yet, but what we do know is he is seemingly leaving USC. Because, according to LeBron, USC just wasn't winners, and Bronny wants to play with winners.
Wait a second. Is that a real quote?
And while that should then eliminate the possibility of Bronny teaming with dearest daddy, who famously was a big loser in 6 of his 10 NBA Finals appearances,
that's a failing grade. That's a failing grade.
That such pairing does seem to be on the potential list of possibilities as well for Bronny next season. As Bronny hasn't just entered the transfer portal, he has also declared for the 2024 NBA draft while maintaining his collegiate eligibility. And now Bronny will go through the draft process next month, meeting with teams and receiving feedback before his ultimate decision must be made on May 31st as to whether he will remain in the draft. And it is unclear as to just what kind of feedback Bronny might need to receive, as the 6'3" guard averaged just 4.8 points.
Jesus. Yeah, it's about as bad as I thought. And listen, before this video goes any further, I just want it to be known, I'm not dissing Bronny. I got no beef with Bronny. My personal opinion is he needs at least a couple more years in college. He could be a hell of a player. We don't know. But him being pushed to go to the NBA by his dad, like, okay. So say he goes to the Lakers pick him. LeBron gets to live out his dream and play 1 year with his son. Look at these numbers. He's not ready. He is not ready. So Bron gets to live out his dreams and then retire and sail away into the sunset. What happens to his son? Because I'm pretty sure his NBA career is going to be over before it begins. Like, he'll get 1 season, he'll get some garbage time minutes, and that's about it. And then his career might be over from there. You know, they're going to send him to the G League. So, yeah, that's my opinion on it. I got no beef with Bronny. It would be my suggestion to him to say, hey, Dad, I'm not ready. So I got to stay in college for a little longer. But I don't see it playing out that way. And the Lakers or somebody will pick him because that means they get to have stupid LeBron on their team and the freaking Bron circus. Anyways, yeah, this whole thing kind of pisses me off. Not going to lie. This whole thing pisses me off. This is a young kid right here. His whole future ahead of him. Bron's on his way out. Like, it's a real selfish move.
2.8 rebounds and 2.1 assists per game for USC this season. He was just the 8th leading scorer on the team this year, a team that finished only 15-18 and was 9th in their conference for the season, and the Pac-12 had a down year, sending only 4 teams to the NCAA tournament. So Bronny didn't even average 5 points per game for a bad college team, yet he is ready all of a sudden to make the jump to the NBA?
Yeah, he's
of course he isn't. But
he looked more ready in high school than he does now, just because of the competition that he's playing against. He's so not ready, man.
None of that matters now, as LeBron and Bronny are a package deal. And LeBron has been talking about the possibility of teaming with Bronny at the NBA level since his son was in the 7th grade. No pressure, kid.
No pressure.
And he recently this season posted a tweet before later deleting it about Bronny being better than several NBA players are right now.
I remember that. It's so ridiculous. I don't know. I'm so dumbfounded by this whole thing. I can't believe this is reality.
Oh, and in 2022, LeBron went on record with Jason Lloyd of The Athletic saying, quote, "My last year will be played with my son. Wherever Bronny is at, that's where I'll be.
Yep.
I would do whatever it takes to play with my son for 1 year."
It's so ridiculous, man. So yeah, I'm pausing it here because that just clarifies the whole intention. Like, he's been desperately wanting to do this for years now, to play with his son on his final season. And it's looking like next year might be LeBron's final season. If there's one positive that can come out of this whole thing, poor Bronny, I feel bad for him, but LeBron might actually freaking retire. And we might finally get rid of this freaking clown.
Now, what would be best for Bronny, clearly, is to stay in college for at least one more year, as he has recently been removed from the ESPN mock draft for 2024 and added into the 2025 draft as a 39th pick. Yes, according to ESPN's draft experts, Bronny wouldn't even have legitimate first-round NBA value even after next season. And while Bronny has entered the transfer portal, USC head coach Andy Enfield has, in what amounts to a somewhat surprising move, left the school to take the SMU job, while USC has named Eric Musselman as the next...
Musselman? Sorry, man. That's a badass name, man. My name's Eric. Eric Musselman.
Headman. And Musselman has had numerous stints in the NBA, including as the head coach of the Warriors and Kings in the early 2000s.
Oh, I
and
didn't know that.
Seems like a pretty good place for Bronny to work on his game and prepare himself for the next level. A decision that would no doubt give Bronny the best chance of not merely making an NBA roster, but actually staying in the NBA. But who cares? LeBron wants to play with his son.
Yeah.
And while there will be...
That's how you know LeBron's still a child. He's supposed to be thinking what's best for his kid. If he was like a decent father, that is. He'd be thinking, what's best for my child? I know I have these aspirations, but it might not be good for my son. And I want him to have a good career. Nope, LeBron's still a child. I want to play with my son, so I'm going to play with my son. End of story. Can't think of anything else.
Plenty of speculation as to what teams might be able to snag Bronny in the draft and ensnare LeBron into taking his talents to his next NBA franchise. There is no doubt that Clutch will be driving the decision. LeBron's agency, longtime LeBron confidant Rich Paul's agency, who has amassed an immense amount of power and influence around the league, will determine where Bronny is going to be selected.
I'm going to call it right here. Or not call it, but I'm going to predict it right here. The Lakers are going to pick him. They won't get a lottery pick or anything like that, so it works in their favor. They'll pick him whatever draft pick they get. They'll pick him first, and that'll be their thank you to LeBron for whatever, a championship, and also they'll know that it's over after this, so they'll make LeBron happy for 1 year, and then LeBron will go away finally after one more season, and it'll be all over. And the reason I don't think anybody else is going to pick him up is because this isn't 3 or 4 years ago. I don't think any of these teams actually want LeBron anymore. So if that means, okay, say if, I don't know who's going to come before them, like Portland picks him up and they pick up Bronny, I don't think Portland wants LeBron to come around and fuck their team up. So I think it's going to go to the Lakers. Let me know down below what your take is. Who do you think is going to pick Bronny? Because that's where LeBron's going to end up. I'd like to say in a fair world, Bronny wouldn't get picked by anybody. But it's going to happen because that's the power of stupid Lebowko. So anyways, let me know what your prediction is. My prediction is the freaking Lakers. And then the family doesn't have to move for one more year.
And more than likely, no team will stand in their way. And the most obvious and likely destination will be that of the Lakers, as James has made it pretty clear as recently as the trade deadline earlier this season that he is happy with the Lakers and content with continuing their little partnership. And I mean, why wouldn't he be? They have Anthony Davis, who when healthy and actually on the court, is an undeniable top 10 full-court player league-wide. In addition to that, the Lakers are stock full of an assortment of championship-caliber role players.
Yep.
And the Lakers are willing to have their franchise hijacked by LeBron, to acquiesce to his every whim.
Dude, the Lakers are so stacked right now. It drives me nuts. Kobe or MJ, would lead this team to a championship. Easily. Kobe and MJ, they've never had a team this good. And LeBron has a team this good, and he barely make the play-in tournament. It's pathetic.
Which is drafting his son, who is averaging 4.8 points per game on a bad college team. But all of this does make perfect sense. LeBron James, the poster child of this entitled, petulant era of NBA basketball. And nothing screams entitlement more than some good old-fashioned nepotism. Bronny will be taking the roster slot of a much more deserving
Shot clock at 5. Marion's got to make something happen. Drive across the lane. Shot, he banks it in.
Damn, Sean Marion.
Getting it to go. Oh, Sean Marion,
right,
once
let's
again,
see.
Dwayne Wade scored on him, stared him down. This time, isolation makes a heck
Let's
of a
see
play
here.
over LeBron James and stares him down. A lot of trash
Bitch.
talking going on.
Okay, you can see it, though. He just literally looked at LeBron and goes, bitch. Freaking Matrix.
But you love the fact that he's not given an inch playing
I didn't catch that first one with Draymond.
an edge. And then they changed it.
All right, let's see. Against the Derrick Rose Bulls.
Spin move. James throws it down.
Damn.
With gusto.
All right, so he cursed, and he got called for the tech. Oh, my God. You still a bitch, though. Yeah, man, for sure. That's the beautiful thing about that word bitch, is that you can just see it on the lips, man. Damn.
Exchange words. These two have had a history.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman! Watch your mouth, woman! Hey! If I remember your Facebook stuff, you better hold my
Sorry.
Oh, my God.
Bron was.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right, hold up. Let's get rid of that one. Let's go to this. Okay. This seems to be from a couple of years ago. And this was Mario Chalmers talking about exactly what we were covering the other day on the OG's podcast. So apparently this is not a new story. Anyways, let's see.
Bron was chewing you out and then apologized to you for it afterwards, which is the only time that I saw that actually happen, where he apologized to you for doing that to you, and that happened on the sideline. Can you go through a little bit of that? Like, what were you right about and he was wrong about?
Okay, so already out of this, I get that this isn't the first time, nor the last time that he blame shifted to Mario Chalmers, but this is the one time that Bron actually apologized to Mario.
That was just a conversation between me and him. It was kind of like, I felt like he was complaining too much about what was going on. I'm like, yo, you're the star player of the team. Like, stop acting like a bitch and let's just play basketball. And anybody that knows Bron knows that word bitch he doesn't like. And that'll get him going no matter where he at any time of the day. If you want to get in Bron's head, just say the word bitch.
God damn. So there it is, man. This is no secret. Because Haslam, Mike Miller, and Mario were all saying this is the trigger word. You want to light a fire in his belly, like you call him a bitch. Oh shit. Oh man, and everybody calls him a bitch. I thought it was just us. I thought it was just us fans calling him la bitch. Like, I can't. I'm so gonna get demonetized on this video, aren't I? Oh my God. Who cares? Let's keep going.
And that's what happened. So it was that, and he understood what I was saying. It was like, this ain't just about me. Like, stop trying to blame everything on me. It's about everybody. Like, there's 5 people on the court. It ain't just me.
That's sad, man, when you have to convince somebody to stop blame shifting. Stop blaming everything on me, Bron. You're supposed to be the leader. Bron's supposed to be the best player on the team, man. What the fuck?
He understood what I was saying. He knew he was wrong. So
he knew he was being a
I mean,
bitch.
at the end of the day, it was nothing really, but that was the conversation that was being said, and I got benched for that game too. After that, so.
Yeah, he said that on the other one too. He got benched for this. Oh.
So you heard it.
All right, the rest is some content from this guy. I don't want to snag that. Let's see what this is. These video titles, man. I'm just okay. Let's see what this is.
Sometimes teams get a little confused when they come into the
All
arena
right.
because the
Heat
yellow
versus
area
Rockets.
is for college and high school. The red area that's added to the lane is for the NBA, and sometimes
Hey,
you're in the red area and you don't realize you're in the lane.
Bitch. Wait, what? Who is that? Who is that? Oh, what the hell? Oh, man. Hold up.
Sometimes they're in the red area and they don't realize you're in the lane.
What the hell was this? Bitch. Fuck you. Oh, my God.
Sometimes teams get a little...
Oh, my God. Yeah, I think it's going to be, like, universally celebrated in the league when he actually retires. This cockroach. All right, let's see. This is KG calls LeBron. I'm not saying that shit. Let's just see what this is. Punk. Bitch ass. Oh, LeBron heard it. There it is. Hold up. Bitch ass. Yep. LeBron hears it. But just like he does pretty much every time he gets called a bitch, he just keeps going. Look, he's checking to see. They're meeting eyes. They're meeting corner of the eyes right there. Oh, yeah. KG's that guy. I wouldn't fuck with KG either, though. If he called me that, I'd be like, all right, KG. Oh, he just walks away all sad. Sad Braun. Oh, man. Is that... All right, welcome back to the channel. Check this out, you guys. He called LeBron a bitch. He called LeBron a bitch.
I didn't call him a bitch. I said stop playing like a bitch.
Okay. I said stop playing like a bitch. Oh, my God. All right, well, the whole reason I wanted to show this, I was just chilling watching this video, and I saw this part, and I'm like, oh, my God, how's no one talking about this? So that's Mario Chalmers there saying how he was frustrated with LeBron and telling him to stop playing like a little bitch because what LeBron is doing is complaining, not playing defense, playing soft defense and then complaining to Mario, because the guy, Paul George scored, which is the exact same thing we see with the Lakers now. And I can't believe it. So this just like really confirms it from an ex-teammate that this was always going on. This was always who LeBron was. Holy shit. I'll play another like 30 seconds of this because I don't know what's about to come up.
Udoka said he got mad about that. We all know bitches, bro.
Basketball universe. Anyways, as always, I'm going to link the original video down below in the description and check out Basketball Universe channel if you like what you see, and subscribe to my channel and like and comment if you like my content as well. Here we go.
When you think you have heard it all, when you think you have heard every argument and every angle of this ongoing debate, I present to you a new twist, a new line of argument that could put this heated debate to rest for good. Before we get to that, let me first present the premise. Surely, you've heard many of the Michael Jordan supporters point to the 6 titles that he has over LeBron's 4 titles. I'll admit, that's a lazy argument, simply because there are a variety of factors to consider when a team wins a title.
See, a lot of people say like that's the only argument, but it's not. That's the argument that states that he's one of the greatest winners of all time, team player. It's him as an individual that makes him also the GOAT. You combine the best individual player and one of the greatest winners of all time. Like, other than him, you got Bill Russell. But who's going to win in a game on one-on-one? Bill Russell or MJ? MJ's going to win that. So that's what makes Jordan the ultimate. LeBron James isn't the better individual player, nor is he the better winner. So for me, the conversation's very simple. Very, very simple. LeBron doesn't own anything that it takes to be the GOAT.
There's the fact that it's a team achievement. Then you have to consider the competition, the era they played in, and injuries, just to name a few. However, have we really considered why Michael Jordan was responsible for so much team success? Let's put aside their individual greatness, numbers, and accolades for this discussion. Let's analyze their stylistic approach to the game and how much that had to do with winning. At the beginning of their careers, they were both stuck with rosters that did not have players who could create shots for themselves well. So the Chicago Bulls and the Cleveland Cavaliers relied heavily on their star players to win games. At first, Michael's approach was to score as many points as possible.
Yeah, it was.
He had the energy and the skill to score at will, while effectively guarding the other team's best perimeter player. In the middle of the 1989 season, he was moved from shooting guard to point guard. He essentially always had the ball in his hands. That allowed him.
He was basically LeBron James at that time. But yeah, a little more, I mean, I don't want to say more successful. His stats look better. But yeah, he got to play point guard like LeBron usually does up until the last couple of years. He was dribbling the ball up the court. He was making the plays, and he was racking up. I mean, he looked like Michael Jordan combined with Magic Johnson. Let's put it that way.
To average 32.5 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists that year. In LeBron's case, he worked extremely well with Cleveland's read and react offense. He was blessed with excellent basketball instincts,
nice pass,
and he displayed
man.
a great balance of taking over games and getting others involved. The offense revolved completely around him, and they were thriving. They even had back-to-back 60-win seasons in 2009 and 2010. This is where we stop and start to analyze their stylistic approach in the next phases of their careers. In Jordan's case, the Bulls named Phil Jackson as their head coach.
Yeah, another big difference between LeBron and Jordan is Jordan, he proved that he was the greatest individual, so then he became a system, a winning system, and then kept winning and winning and winning. LeBron never fit into a system. He keeps getting his coaches fired, and if he can't get them fired, he leaves. So LeBron's system is to play his style and win or lose. That's basically it. And he goes from team to team, and he plays that style, and that's why a lot of very, very famous and very, very, very good basketball players do not enjoy playing with LeBron James because they have to compromise their game in order to play his style. Not the coach's style, not the system, but LeBron's style. Ask Chris Bosh, ask Kevin Love, ask a lot of guys.
And players such as Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant were starting to progress rapidly. In LeBron's case, he took his talents to South Beach and formed a super team with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
Yeah, and neither of these two guys got to play their normal type of game anymore. They tried for the first year, but then it didn't work, so they went LeBron's way, and they had to take a back seat.
In both cases, they were in win now situations. In both cases, they needed to adjust to make the most of the talent surrounding them. In both cases, they fell short of reaching their goals for the same reason. In part, they fell back to their old habits. In Michael's case, he averaged even more shots per game than the previous year. In LeBron's case, he did not adapt his game to Wade and Bosh well enough, and he deferred too much to his star teammates. The Miami Heat were trying to build some kind of offensive system where they can use their abundance of offensive talents to overwhelm their opponents. That explains why they were the only team to have 2 players that averaged over 25 points per game. says it didn't reach their lofty
Those two guys were a lot of fun to watch for a couple years there.
expectations. Changes needed to be made to their offensive approach. So they decided to play a half-court offense built around floor spacing for his three-point shooters. They decided to put the ball in their best players' hands to direct the offense. The system revolved around him, and everywhere he went, his teams were running some version of that offense.
Yep.
Did it work? Of course it did.
Sometimes.
4 titles and 10 finals appearances are all the evidence we
Did it work 4 times out of 20 years? 21 years? I'm losing track of this guy. Yeah, it works sometimes.
need. But he wasn't more successful than what Michael was doing in the 90s. In his case, Phil Jackson did not accommodate his playing style just because they had a bitter end to their season. The triangle offense that he implemented could only be successful if all 5 players worked in unison.
Yep, they doubled down.
Everyone needed to be involved. The system does not cater to one player. And to his credit, he bought into the triangle offense. Instead of making Scottie Pippen sacrifice his game as Dwayne Wade needed to do, he was allowed to grow as a player. In fact, his scoring and assist numbers went up for the next 2 years. In Jordan's case, his numbers continued to go down as the years went by, with a few exceptions.
Yep. So he did the opposite of what LeBron did. Once again, instead of going the more selfish route, y'all need to play my style. Ball needs to go through me. Jordan decided, okay, what's going to be my role here? And on the offensive end, he controlled the game from the post. And not a lot of people have done that, especially guards. But that's what he did. He controlled the game from the post. And outside of that, it was he was a defensive monster. But he wasn't looking to just beef up his stats, which is the funny thing, because he still ends his career with, it's like 29.9 points per game, something like that, or 30 right on the money. But the majority of his career, he actually held back because winning was more important to him than just, scoring 35 points a game, because he could have done that for the majority of his career.
For example, his assist numbers went down in the late 90s because he was no longer bringing the ball up the court.
There he is.
He would direct
controlling
the
it from
offense
the
from
post.
the post instead.
Hey, I like this guy.
This is more than just a personal preference of which style is better. History says that you could win a championship by revolving your offense through one player. But history also says that you can't be a dynasty that way.
Yeah. You also can't be a dynasty if you jump ship every time you lose, like Braun does. So the Miami Heat could be a dynasty. Who knows? But we'll never know because Braun left, stayed there for a couple years, lost and bailed on everybody. And the same thing in Cleveland, the first stint. If he would have stuck around, eventually gotten over the hump like the Bulls did, he could have possibly built a dynasty with that team if everyone was happy and they wanted to keep going. But that's how it was with the Bulls. Everyone was happy. They wanted to keep going and they kept winning. But you got to stick around for that. That's like rule number 1. Stick around and build.
Russell's teams down to Steph Curry's teams. You have to be a part of a system
Steph did it
for
right
a team
too.
to reach immortality. For that to happen, you need certain pieces around you to succeed. That we can't deny. But your star player also needs to give a little to allow the other pieces to shine within that system. And it just always seemed like LeBron's teams could never function when he wasn't on the court. Even when they had Hall of Fame players such as Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love, who has had multiple All-Star appearances. For this next stat, we are excluding the 2018-19 season when LeBron missed the playoffs. From 2011 to 2020, LeBron's teams went 15-34 when he didn't play.
It's funny because that narrative is switched. Now he is such a detriment to his own team that the Lakers have a better record without LeBron right now. When he doesn't play, the Lakers are crushing it. Crushing it.
How can a team that has Kyrie and Love go a combined 4-23 from 2015 through 2017 when James wasn't on the floor. How does that work? That is because when you take away a player who is the entire system, the team is going to be completely dysfunctional, even when the team has plenty of talent to make up the loss of one player. But that never happened with the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, it just shows the
when
dysfunction.
Jordan retired in 1993, the Bulls went from winning 57 games to 55. In 1997, when Dennis Rodman missed 27 games, Tony Kukoc missed 25 games, and Luke Longley missed 23 games, the Bulls ended up winning 69 games. And when Scottie Pippen missed the first 35 games of the 1998 season,
yeah, that punk did that because he didn't want to get a surgery in the offseason. So he left Jordan out there all alone. Thankfully, Dennis Rodman stepped it up a bit. Tony Kukoc. But that was a dick move, man.
the Bulls won 24-11, which was the best record in the East.
So without Pippen, Jordan was still doing it. That's awesome. I remember some of those games too. Jordan looked young. Jordan looked like 10 years younger all of a sudden because he knew he had that extra responsibility. So he stepped it up. And then when Pippen came back, he brought it back down until the finals, that is, and the playoffs, because Pippen's his back injuries were just, they were killing him. So Pippen was out there only for a couple minutes in the finals, and it was all up to Jordan again. So once again, Jordan elevated his game and brought him home. But that's the cool thing about MJ. He doesn't need to do it all the time if the system is functioning. But the second he needs to rise up, he's a freaking man.
This team was able to thrive no matter what situation they were in. And that is because Michael Jordan was able to find ways to be himself while playing within a system. It's not out of line to question if that's why LeBron's teams can never be described as juggernauts, except for a few seasons. Just think about this. Michael Jordan was a part of 5 60-win seasons. LeBron was a part of 3. Now here's the crazy part. He only had one 60-win season after 2011 when he orchestrated...
Wow, so the last 13 years, he hasn't won 60 games? Cool stat.
...multiple super teams. Here's another interesting fact. If you were to mention the greatest teams of all time, your top 10 would surely include the 1996 Bulls, the 1986 Celtics, the 1987 Lakers,
Showtime.
the 2001 Lakers, the 1971 Bucks, the 2014 Spurs, and the 2017 Warriors. Players such as Michael Jordan...
Would we include the Bucks though? Didn't they just win one championship out there? I'm wrong. Anybody in the comments? But I'm pretty sure they only won one ring. But I guess that 1 year they're considered one of the greatest teams of all time. Interesting.
Jordan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, Steph Curry, and Tim Duncan were a part of historic teams. Shouldn't it mean something that the supposed greatest player of all time is not included on that list? Not even one time out of 21 seasons? He is not an outlier. He is not a victim of circumstance.
How can LeBron be even on this, in this debate? Because him talking about Tim Duncan just makes me remember Tim Duncan's got 5 rings. He was the leader of the team, a great leader. And he stayed on one team, got it done, built, led, and won 5 championships. Yet we're overlooking him. Just like everyone's overlooking Kobe. Why? Why give it to the ring chaser who's failing miserably while chasing rings? It's embarrassing. Why give it to LeBron?
This is all part of a pattern. There's no other way to explain that. His style of play has to hold some of the blame. If that is the case, his status as a GOAT needs to be seriously questioned. You don't have to believe that Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time. Say what you want about his style of play, but you can't say the same about him. But what about you all? Why do you think LeBron's teams underachieved when he wasn't on the floor? Why isn't a LeBron-led team not mentioned as one of the 10 greatest teams of all time? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
I agree, because
well, it seems like only yesterday when the Lakers last played the Indiana Pacers in Vegas on December 9th for the coveted in-season tournament championship. And we know how that one went. Just another opportunity for LeBron and his entire fan base to humiliate themselves by overreacting to some minuscule hollow achievement. But that
really was pathetic.
Just a culmination of a thinly veiled rig job by Adam Silver and the league offices in cooking the group play pairings to ensure their golden boy had the easiest possible pathway through the sham tournament. Well,
I agree with him so far, because they had no business winning that tournament. Look how crappy they are this season. It was trash.
On Sunday night, the Pacers just rematched the Lakers in what would be a high-scoring affair. And there were a lot of contributions made on the Lakers side of things in this one, as they outlasted the Pacers 150 to 145.
Quick tidbit. It's gonna kind of directly associate with the video subject here. Rick Carlisle came out. He was pissed off because he saw the free throw differential between the Lakers and the rest of the league as well, and he's calling out the NBA, saying, you know, what's going on here? Basically making it very clear that the NBA is doing the Lakers favors, and that's just because LeBron's on the team. So they're getting a lot more free throw attempts. It's something I've covered in previous videos. They're getting a ton more free throws than anyone else in the league. I think it's something ridiculous, like double, compared to whoever's getting number 2.
Austin Reeves dropped 25 points and 8 assists. Spencer Dinwiddie added 26 points, and Anthony Davis poured in 36 points and 16 rebounds on 15 of 21 from the field. But no Lakers player was bigger in this one than the ones wearing the officiating uniforms, as LA produced yet another astronomical free throw discrepancy.
Oh, here we go.
The Pacers from the stripe by a total of 43 to 16.
There we go again. There we go again. Yeah. So it's not just YouTubers anymore. Rick Carlisle is also coming out speaking against this. It's anybody who would look at any stat board could see it.
It's a complete crap.
It is
and
crap.
This has become just a running and pervasive theme, not just this season, but for the last 2 years now. As the Lakers substantially led the league in free throw discrepancy a year ago, shooting 476 more than their opponents, which was easily the most in the NBA.
Yeah, but if LeBron leaves next season, that'll end. It'll follow him wherever he goes, though, unfortunately. A little poster child.
And following Sunday night's free throw fest against the Pacers, they are now up to 420 more than their opponents so far this season, with
disgusting.
Still 12 games remaining.
See, the league is cheating to help LeBron win, and he's still not winning. You know, LeBron is ring chasing by going all over the league trying to rings. So in my mind, that's a weak move. And then the NBA is actually helping him win, and he still can't win. This is your guys' GOAT? For real?
The Milwaukee Bucks have the second largest positive free throw discrepancy in the NBA this year so far at only plus 222. So for the Lakers, in back-to-back seasons, a team that is barely over 500 now for the second year in a row, has shot well over 400 more free throws than their opponents, which is nearly twice as much as the team with the second most.
It's a complete crap.
In all, the Lakers have outshot their opponents this season in 55 of their 71 games.
I know, if LeBron could improve his free throw percentage, now would be a good time, because the league is trying to give it to you, you know? All he do is make his free throws, but he still can't make his free throws.
in those games, they are 32-23, a win percentage of 58%. In the 16 games they did not win the free throw battle, they are only 7-9, a win percentage of just 43%. But simply winning the free throw battle hasn't been enough.
No, man, you got to make it, bro.
Still just in the 9th spot in the NBA Western Conference standings currently. That would mean the unfortunate prospect for the NBA league offices of having LA play off in a play-in tournament against the 10 seed in what would amount to an elimination game. A game which looks to be a collision course against the Golden State Warriors. And well, we have already seen that script play out in last year's Western Conference playoffs in a 6-game second-round matchup where the Lakers outshot the Warriors for the series by a total of 160-80 from the free throw line. And in 3 regular season matchups so far this season, the Lakers have outshot Golden State 82-45.
It's a complete crap.
It's disgusting.
So there's really no telling just how many free throws LA might get in a potential winner-take-all game against the Warriors in that play-in tournament. The Lakers would then have to beat, on the road, likely either Sacramento or Dallas. The Kings, of course, have owned the Lakers this year, sweeping them in the regular season series. But again, there is no accounting for how desperate the league offices will be to pull their bloated cash cow into the postseason for a 2nd year in a row.
Oh, they're going to find a way to get LeBron into playoffs, or at least to play in. The league will figure it out. Man, I hope it's not a play-in against between him and the Warriors, because the refs will probably fix that crap and knock out the Warriors. I'd much rather see the Warriors in the playoffs. You know, they're actually capable of doing something in there. They're exciting to watch still. I know their record sucks, but at least they're fun to watch.
As the Lakers are at their very best when they are not merely winning the free throw battle, but are just shooting a lot of them. 31 times this season, the Lakers have shot 25 free throws or more in a game, and they are 21-10 in those games, a winning percentage of 68%. Extrapolated out for an entire 82-game season, and that would be the 4th best record in the league this year. Yeah, so I would take the over on potential free throw attempts for the Lakers when they hit the postseason. Because when the stakes are at their highest and the Lakers really need a victory, we know the officials will be there waiting to bail them out. But just as with last season, and mostly every season in his entire career, it simply won't be enough. All of the advantageous whistles, the stacked rosters, the pitifully weak conference he was in for 15 years. All to win less in more time than virtually every other all-time great in NBA history. Well, the LeBron propaganda machine has been working overtime as of late, likely as some thinly veiled tactic to distract us all of the very credible-looking ongoing reports pertaining to the stories connecting James to performance enhancers. Quick, everyone, don't look at those reports over there. Instead, look...
Real quick, it just shows how the mainstream media is protecting him, because they haven't brought it up once. Not once. And if this was any other player in the league, with all of the allegations, especially on the Kevin Garnett, Chris Paul podcast, you know, a guy like KG calling him out for it and saying he's on Lebauco, like... Yeah, ESPN and all the major sports networks would be all over this topic because it's like a big conspiracy. That's clickbait. Like that's good media. But it's LeBron James, so they won't even bring it up. They won't acknowledge it exists, and instead they're going to try to distract us with some other crap.
Look over here at this "we done with the 90s" trending bit of nonsense. But one thing this latest trend has fanned the flame of even more so in recent days and weeks is the ongoing, seemingly never-ending debate between LeBron James and Michael Jordan. And one such thing that has been highlighted as of late is the glaring absence of a Defensive Player of the Year award on
That's worse than DeAndre Ayton defense.
the Kings' resume. Of course, as we know, Jordan won both the Defensive Player of the Year and League MVP in the same season, in which he also led the league in scoring. Yeah, LeBron never did that. But according to his rabid jock-sniffing attack dogs throughout both the mass media and various social media platforms, James totally deserved the award in the 2012-2013 season. A year many claim James was at his very best and was cheated out of the Defensive Player of the Year award.
Okay, definitely wasn't Defensive Player of the Year, but I was actually hanging out with the boys a couple nights ago. And we were talking about it. We're talking about what was the version of LeBron, and I said this: it was the Miami Heat LeBron, and simply for the reason that he was forced to actually play some defense. Like, he didn't play great defense, not Defensive Player of the Year. Like, don't be crazy. That's insane. But he actually did play some defense. Like, it was reasonably solid, but it didn't last long. And now we see what he's doing with the Lakers. He doesn't even get down to court half the time.
Costing him the perfect season. Yeah, this is a claim that many have just accepted to be canon, but taking a closer look into this season really begs the question of how this vote was even close in the first place. Of course, it was Memphis's Marc Gasol who ultimately won the award in what was a fairly tight vote, as he received only 212 of a possible 1,089 points, including just 30 first-place votes from a panel of 121 sports writers and broadcasters. LeBron finished second with 149 points and 18 first-place votes. And in case you were wondering why that might have been, there is really only one viable answer. The pathetic push to pack LeBron's resume with undeserving accolades was already well underway by the 2012-2013 season, as LeBron had practically no case whatsoever for that award that year.
No kidding. I know. Other than the fact that they just wanted to give him one, so it would, make it look like he had a career, or I'm sorry, a Jordan-like year, where he just dominated both ends of the floor. But it was not the truth.
He was, after all, on the Miami Heat super team juggernaut. So while they did have the top record in the league, posting a 66-win campaign, the only remaining question is, so what? That's exactly what they were supposed to do. Memphis, on the other hand, had a 56-26 record with about as limited of an offensive roster as you can possibly imagine. The Grizzlies' leading scorer that season was Rudy Gay, who averaged only 17 points per game, but he only appeared in 42 total games on the season, making their qualified leading scorer that year Zach Randolph, who averaged just 15.5 points per game.
Wow.
What?
Yes, you heard that correctly. A team won only 2 games fewer on the season than the Parker, Ginobili, Duncan, and Kawhi Leonard Spurs, with Zach Randolph leading the team in scoring at 15 points per game. And you might be wondering just how exactly they did that. Well, their defense, of course.
Yeah.
The Grizzlies led the NBA in points allowed that season at only 88.7 per night. Can you wrap your heads around this premise?
Wow, I didn't know that stat. Damn, that Memphis D was no joke. 88.7 is what they were giving up that season. Damn.
Kids, a team holding other NBA teams in the 80s per game for an entire 82-game season. Hell, that's basically a halftime score these days.
Right?
Anyway, it was Marc Gasol who anchored that defense. Memphis had a plus 7.5 score differential with Gasol on the court versus a minus 3.9 when he was on the bench. In addition to that, Gasol ranked very highly in the advanced metrics on the defensive end, as he finished 5th in net defensive rating, 2nd in defensive win shares, and led the league in defensive box plus minus. And LeBron, you might be wondering? Yeah, well, he finished 8th in defensive win shares, 5th in defensive box plus minus, and 49th in defense.
Yet the vote was close. Good proof, Scap. Good job, man. That's some bullshit.
Defensive rating. Yet we are routinely inundated with the lie that LeBron got cheated this season. And piggybacking on that one is the age-old tale that LeBron was an elite defender throughout the course of his entire NBA career, and that he could defend all positions 1 through 5. While LeBron was a high-level defender for a portion of his career, it was during a limited segment. As the same jock-sniffing media obsessed with padding LeBron's resume as much as they possibly can, you know, the same group that tried their damnedest to give him this Defensive Player of the Year award, yeah, they were the same ones that vote on all NBA defensive teams every season. And
wow,
you
nice
know,
closeout.
if they were only able to get LeBron 5 first-team selections and 1 second-team selection in 21 years, his defense was wildly overrated.
Wait, what was that? 51 teams. 1 sec. Oh, I'm sorry. 5 first teams, 1 second team, and 21 years. Wow. Yeah, that's actually not good. But I'm actually surprised he didn't get more of those when he was young, between the his first stint with Cleveland and his stint with Miami. Yeah, I mean, I just saw a clip of his second stint in Cleveland on his video where he was doing the same thing he's doing now, which on a fast break, he just stands there and watches the action on the opposite end of the court. So I guess it's not a new thing.
Defense was wildly overrated for the vast majority of his career. Oh, and all 6 of his selections came in a consecutive 6-year span. He was named to the first team for 5 straight seasons, beginning in 2008-2009 and running through 2012-2013. With the very season he was robbed of that Defensive Player of the Year award being his final on the first team. He was then named to 1 second team the next season in 2014, and then never again after that. As the remainder of his career over the last decade now and counting has been spent with him resting and loafing around the court on the defensive end so he can continue.
It's embarrassing. If anybody but LeBron should get benched for this.
Defensive end, so he can continually stat pad his all-important hollow box scores on the other end. And yet, his ignorant stan base continues to eat it all up, including the fact LeBron was 3 votes away from winning Defensive Player of the Year award that season.
I know, I swear. Nowadays, you know, you see a clip of LeBron blocking the shit out of somebody, and everyone says, "Oh man, he's an awesome defender. Did you see that block?" Like that's what it means to be a great defender, is to get 1 block. You know, it's stupid. If you actually watch him play defense throughout an entire game, you'll see who this man really is. Like he does not put any effort into that end of the floor. And now it's weird. He's only selectively putting effort into the offensive end of the floor. But I never see him put any effort into the defensive end. So how are they supposed to win any rings like this when their leader doesn't play defense, but he expects everybody else to play defense? Like the leader's supposed to lead. So if he's not playing defense, everyone's going to fall in line and be like, fuck it, I'm not doing it either, man.
Where, despite the narrow margin of differential for Gasol, it wasn't that close. But gee, I wonder where this idea came
Creepy
from.
eyes.
And he was 3 votes away from winning Defensive Player of the Year.
No, not just the media. This narrative got
another consolation prize. Why do we celebrate all of LeBron's almost? He almost won those championships, but he didn't. He lost 6. He almost won Defensive Player of the Year, but he didn't. Marc Gasol did. What is this consolation prize participation trophy bullshit?
percolating in the first place from the source itself, the undisputed king of narcissism.
Like, y'all know that, like, Michael Jordan, basically his entire career was either MVP or, runner-up for MVP. We don't celebrate runner-ups, because if that was the case, he would have had, like 12? You know what I mean? We would be like, oh, yeah, well, he was either one or two every time, so he's got to be the greatest basketball player of all time, blah, 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 blah. But we don't talk about his almost wins. We only talk about his actual wins. But why is it okay? We celebrate all of LeBron's almost wins, his participation trophies. Oh, that midseason tournament this year, I feel like that was his participation trophy for the year. Let's give him one. Let's give him a trophy because he's LeBron James. And we love Lebauco. Lebauco is such a cool guy. Let's give him one because there's no way he can win an actual championship. So let's give him a banner and a medal and a trophy. So Lebauco feels like a good boy. Good job, LeBron.
And self-aggrandizing. Yeah, he was very disappointed about the voting. The following is an excerpt from an article by Ben Golliver from April 25th of 2013. Quote, Thunder center Kendrick Perkins publicly championed teammate Serge Ibaka, who finished third. Spurs guard Manu Ginobili stood up for teammate Tim Duncan, who finished sixth. And now, one of the league's most influential voices has spoken up on behalf of himself, of course. Ooh. And LeBron went on to be quoted in this article saying, as it pertained to the voting, quote, it sucks, it sucks, it sucks. And we saw as recently as 3 years ago, the self-proclaimed king and GOAT, who has been giving himself undeserving titles for years, was still harboring some ill will towards Gasol.
Mark has my Defensive Player of the Year trophy at his house.
So,
oh, dude, how disrespectful is that? What? I never heard this clip.
Some ill will towards Gasol.
Mark has my Defensive Player of the Year trophy at his house.
So,
man, I would like Lebauco a lot more if he just didn't talk. I swear.
So just be sure to put all of the fairy tales of this perceived elite defense that LeBron has played throughout his career in the proper context, like all of the other wildly overrated and embellished accomplishments in the Kings' treasure trove, which, as has always been the case, will remain light on the hardware that really matters.
The video is called Reporter Asked LeBron What His Job Is After Hawks Game. I've had a lot of people request that I check this channel out, and I understand why. About 30 seconds into this video, I just stopped it, and I'm going to save it for this reaction because I was already laughing. So I went ahead and gave him a subscribe, give him a like, check out his channel if you like what you're about to see, and let's go ahead and check this out together.
I don't have any message for my teammates. Just go out and do your job.
What is your job, LeBron?
My job? I'm the supervisor. I keep a close eye when my team needs help. I don't help, I just keep an eye on it. Sometimes I hang out at the top of the key until I get a wide open three-pointer and I blow it after my team worked hard to get me open. It's a lesson.
Can you imagine Kobe or MJ being that wide open ever in their entire lives?
I'm teaching a lesson. It's an important lesson for them to deal with challenges like playing 4-on-5. Sometimes I'll come across just to watch how they do. It's a lot of work. I get tired, sweaty. I don't think people understand how exhausting it is to sit in judgment all day long from afar. I mean, look at this. I'm out there watching. I'm out there coaching. I'm out there giving them encouragement, and they couldn't even score. It's just discouraging, you know? So I think maybe I was a distraction, so I'll go deep into the corner where they can't even see me. Sometimes I'll try and sneak off without them noticing, just so that they can learn how to play 4-on-5.
Oh my God.
This one I saw
He's just
coming
walking
from a
off
mile
on the play.
away. I was busy resting, but I was sure yelling at Reeves. I was like, hey, come on, man, do better. I'm always there to encourage them.
Dude,
you know, I'm floating around in the hell, sure yelling at this one I saw coming from a mile away.
All right, so he's the weak side D. He's supposed to be helping. So Reeves, Jesus Christ, Reeves. Okay, you blow by Reeves, help side defense, right? What's LeBron gonna do with that?
I was busy resting, but I was sure yelling at Reeves. I was like, hey, come on, man, do better. I'm always there to encourage them.
It just
I'm floating
watches it
around in the
happen.
help position here, and there's no way I can help.
Okay, right now he's not guarding anyone. He's got a lot of space between him and his guy.
I'm guarding Sadiq
What's he doing?
Bey.
Okay, so if he's cheating, he's supposed to be help side D, because that's what he's doing. He's cheating basically, leaving him open to help out. So what's he gonna do? Because he's not him. So is he gonna commit?
He attempts nearly 1.5 threes a game. On a crazy day, he'll even make one. It's very important for me to always guard the worst shooter on the other team. What do you want me to do here? Raise an arm? Next thing you know, the league will start playing defense again. Not on my watch. How else would I continue to make layups? I mean,
He's literally just floating in between people and not committing to anybody. While like real help side defenders like Kobe, Jordan, Dwayne Wade did it. Lots of people did it. What they would actually do is they're guarding technically 1.5 people constantly. They got their guy, but then they're cheating off their guy, knowing they're fast enough to get back to him, if they have to, but they're gonna cheat and help to make sure nobody gets an easy layup. Like LeBron's doing neither. He's guarding no one.
What does help defense even mean? How am I supposed to float and play help D at the same time? Now, here's an important lesson that people don't appreciate. When you're fouling the shit out of the other team, act like you're the one that got hurt.
Oh, yeah, man. LaFoney.
It confuses the refs. Sometimes they'll even call it on the other team when you're the one doing the fouling. It's important to keep a sense of humor.
Dude, LeBron gets his face broken every single game, like 5 times. It's so stupid.
Sometimes I'll hit the other side of the backboard on a shot just to give the guys a laugh, You'll notice that I'm keeping a close eye laugh,
Was he even contested?
It's important to keep a sense of humor. Sometimes I'll hit the other side of the backboard on it.
Mild contention, but still, man. That's a pretty typical move these days. Dribble, step back 3. Then he clanked the board.
A shot just to give the guys a laugh,
That's why people are leaving him wide open now. They're giving him kind of the Westbrook treatment a lot of times, just daring him to shoot.
You'll notice that I'm keeping a close eye on D'Lo this whole time. That way, if he misses the shot, I'll be there to tell him what he did wrong. But he made it. I don't really like that motherfucker. Sometimes I'll throw a shitty pass just so that he has to fall down on the ground to make up for what I did.
Oh, God.
In this case, I was trying to teach D'Lo to adjust to an underthrown pass.
Another turnover. Hey, man, king of turnovers right here. This is why. But he'll blame poor D'Lo. That's 2 times in one game. Oh, man. D'Lo's probably getting yelled at. He's getting the disappointed look, the glare, when it's totally LeBron's fault throwing crappy passes.
I'll never hit D'Lo for a lob. I'd rather just miss the layup. Sometimes I try to hide from the cameraman. See, you didn't even know I was out there, did you? I don't believe in offensive rebounding. Now, Jackson didn't.
Yeah, LeBron hates his point guards, man.
Set a good enough screen for me here. I wasn't open enough, so I went ahead and missed just to teach him a lesson. Sometimes, even when a ref bails me out, it's important to yell at the ref. Keep him in line. Make sure he knows that he didn't blow that whistle.
He does that, dude. Okay. It was bad enough back in the day when somebody would bitch after not getting a call they wanted. LeBron will get the call and then still be pissed off. I don't understand it.
Whistle in time. Now, if I could only get them to shoot the free throws for me. Anyway, it's an important lesson.
Wait, what's this? Wait. What the fuck is a jackrap? 329, huh?
Now, if I could only get them to shoot the free throws for me. Anyway, it's an important lesson for the guys to see how to treat the refs. You know what else is funny? Sometimes I'll guard a ghost, and it'll really mess with the guys. Like, look at Austin.
I was too busy laughing. I was too busy laughing. Shit. What'd I miss? All right. Who's LeBron? Let me do a still frame. Who's LeBron guarding? Looks like he's guarding out here. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Sometimes I'll guard a ghost, and it'll really mess with the guys. Like, look at Austin. He doesn't know
He
what's
doesn't
happening.
know what to do. Yeah. Which assignment does he take? Because like LeBron's nowhere. No man's land.
He's like, wait a minute. Who am I supposed to be guarding? Who's LeBron guarding?
Yeah.
They can't see the ghosts. Only I can. It makes it funny. Yep. I'm always there to watch. Keep an eye on things.
Yep. Good. Yeah, now he's pissed off. Yeah, good help. Good help.
Them know that they're screwing up and that I don't approve. Okay, thanks, LeBron. You know, the craziest thing about making these parodies is that I don't have to go hunting for the footage. I look at the very most recent game, the very game that the press conference was taken from, and I just hit play. You know, just from opening tip until whenever I'm tired of editing. I don't have to search for a specific part of the game. I don't have to look for a specific part of the season. It's just endless with this guy.
Oh my God. Okay.
In this, his 20...
Hold up. There we go.
Well, LeBron James continues to impress on the court in this, his 21st NBA season, while he continues to spark controversy off of it in just how exactly his body is continuing to hold up at unprecedented levels. And sure, the level of defensive effort from a league-wide standpoint has lessened substantially throughout the course of LeBron's career.
You know, what's the story behind this clip? I see this all the time. And what the hell was James Harden doing? Why did this happen? Was it literally just because he checked out and he wanted to get traded? Is there nothing else to it?
Throughout the course of LeBron's career, with nightly scoring averages in LeBron's rookie season of 2003-2004 at just 93.4 points per game, while it has risen all the way to 115.4 today. 22.
Like that's a level of inflation that I just can't get behind. That fast. You know, I can get behind about 100 points a game. That's a good number, you know.
Full points higher. So while James's stat line from, say, his final MVP season in his aged 28 year, way back in 2013, of 26.8 points per game, 8 rebounds, and 7.3 assists, might look a lot like his line this year at nearly the age of 40, where he is posting nightly averages of 25 points, 7.9 assists, and 7.2 rebounds. Rest assured, these averages are not the same. All stats are not created equal. But
absolutely.
But even just using the cursory eye test tells us the longevity king is not aging normally, with the level of athleticism and durability he is displaying at this stage and age. As James has missed only 8 of the Lakers' 59 games thus far this season, while playing in 34.9 minutes per...
Hold up. How many games?
This season, while playing in... As James has missed only 8 of the Lakers' 59 games thus far this season.
Damn, I didn't know that. Okay.
While playing in 34.9 minutes per game, which is roughly the same as players like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and De'Aaron Fox, who are nearly 15 years younger. Something just isn't adding up here. And Kevin Garnett went on record recently in what he thinks might be going on.
You seen his dad? His dad on that balcony. He on that new juice.
And perhaps the most damning...
Wait. What? What?
And what he thinks might be going on.
You seen his dad? His dad on that balcony. He on that new juice.
And perhaps the most damning bit of this clip isn't that Garnett is alleging LeBron is using PEDs. It's how matter of a fact he is in making that statement.
He is. His dad on that balcony. He's on that new juice. Fucking KG. That's why I love KG being in the media, and Paul Pierce too, for reasons. But the similar reason between the two is just you don't know what the hell's coming from these guys. They're unhinged.
The dismissive tone as if it's virtually common knowledge. And KG, of course, is not the first to make extremely public allegations about LeBron's, training methods. As former MMA fighter and admitted doper, Chael Sonnen also accused LeBron of not only using performance enhancers,
But he knew his dealer.
but he went into great detail with it.
If the world understood what LeBron did, we have the same drug guy, if you will. I know exactly what he's doing. EPO matters. It's
There
the
it is.
reason LeBron takes it. It's the king of performance enhancers.
Yeah, that is extremely specific, and to this day, there has never been any official or unofficial response for that matter from LeBron or his camp. No denial, no legal
That's true. And LeBron is quick to get on Twitter, X, whatever.
actions, no demands for a retraction.
I don't believe, I don't want to get into a word or sentence feud with.
Sonnen, meanwhile, has never been disciplined in any way for making these comments and is still employed by ESPN. And while Garnett is just the
An ESPN employee said that. That I didn't know. Shit.
most recent to come with some form of accusation against LeBron specifically, he is not the first high-caliber NBA player to discuss steroid use in the NBA. As way back in 2011, ESPN The Magazine did an interview with then league MVP Derrick Rose and asked him about the use of performance enhancers in the league. And while Rose did later issue a retraction through a team spokesperson, the question posed was if 1 equals what are PEDs and 10 equals everybody is juicing, how big of an issue is illegal enhancing in your sport? Rose's response was, quote, 7.
Wow. 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 Okay. So we're not just talking LeBron. We're talking the league is getting away and has been getting away with performance enhancing drugs for a long time. Time to kick the door down like they did in baseball, man.
It's huge, and I think we need to level the playing field where nobody has that advantage over the next person. Now, keep in mind the timing of that interview in 2011 and the MVP Rose won that season, as LeBron won all 4 of his league MVP awards in a 5-year span, back-to-back in 2009 and 2010, then 2 more in 2012 and 2013.
Damn, did he really? 4 out of 5 years.
LeBron at the time, of course, had taken his talents to South Beach, and in his 4-year stint in Miami, Bron's physique would see some significant changes in terms of some pretty substantial lean muscle growth. It would also be during his tenure with the Heat, coincidentally, of course, in 2013 in Miami, where the biogenesis scandal erupted, linking several Major League Baseball players to PEDs, including Alex Rodriguez, Ryan Braun, and Nelson Cruz, among several others.
Yeah, that was the second phase. Years before that came Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa. That was all through the Jose Canseco chronicles, basically, because he was the one juicing all these guys up.
In recently unredacted federal documents pertaining to that case, LeBron James's longtime friend and business manager Ernest Mims, as well as his former personal trainer David Alexander, were both implicated as biogenesis clients. Alexander, by the way, wasn't only LeBron's personal trainer, he also served as LeBron's wife's trainer. So will some retraction be forthcoming by Garnett in the wake of all of the attention his
KG doesn't work for mainstream media. I don't think he's retracting shit.
Comments have garnered like Rose did?
With Showtime or whatever it is? Not Showtime, the channel, but I forgot what the YouTube channel is.
In 2011? Only time will tell. But as LeBron's level of durability continues to impress and more players obtain massive platforms in this social media age, it is only a matter of time before we hear more allegations that will likely come with little definitive proof, but plenty of circumstantial evidence, of which there will never be any formal denial coming from the king of longevity.
You know, I got to be real. I don't think the evidence is going to come out until LeBron retires. I think the NBA is going to. I do believe he is on PEDs and has been for a very long time. Do I have proof? Hell no. Does KG have proof? Probably not. But the allegations are out. But I don't think this is really going to get confronted until he retires. Then his shit's going to come out. But by then, mainstream media and the NBA, they're going to have a new guy that they're going to call the next Jordan or whatever, the next GOAT, so they can forget about LeBron and just destroy his legacy. Wow. Scap bringing it like always. KG, I'm shocked. He actually said that. You know, his dad's on that new shit, the Balco shit, that new juice. I'm shocked that he actually came out and said that, but that's the cool thing about KG. He's totally unhinged. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Shoot me a like, subscribe, all that good stuff if you enjoyed the content. And let me know how this microphone worked out. First video with it. I hope it's an improvement. And yeah, I'll see you all in the next one. Peace out. All right, welcome back to the channel, everybody. We're going to do another Scap reaction, and this one just popped up and looks right up my alley. And knowing my subscribers, right up your alley too. So let's do Jordan owns LeBron, a complete playoff destruction. I am looking forward to this.
Amid this preposterous, ongoing debate pertaining to who is the NBA's GOAT between LeBron James and Michael Jordan, a conversation which has been perpetuated by the shameless LeBron jock sniffers and ratings pigs populating virtually every corner of every mass media platform in a desperate attempt to feed their obedient Gen Z flock who eat it up and pledge their allegiance to the self-proclaimed GOAT.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
It is.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Why Scap got to bring that up? Why has he got to put that clip in every fucking video? It kills me, man. Don't do it.
It's time to reset this conversation in an attempt to illuminate the undeniable truth that it doesn't matter how long LeBron James continues to play, how many hollow stats he continues to accrue amidst the rapidly expanding pace of play and lack of actual defense in this current iteration of the NBA. When it really mattered most, Jordan owns LeBron. Yes.
Yeah, and I've been fighting about this in the comments. Not so much with Jordan. It seems like he's getting the respect, but when it comes to Kobe, how people are bashing Kobe in my comment section, and I don't really get it, but their whole point is they start throwing out numbers from LeBron. But I just come back with the simple argument. Kobe was a better winner. When it came to the playoffs, he elevated his game. He delivered in crunch time. Not as much as Jordan. Jordan like escalated his crap to a whole nother level. But Kobe, the more pressure, the better he played. LeBron, opposite. So this is going to be a fun video. And go ahead, LeBron lovers. Go ahead and argue all you want in the comments. Fight against the army.
Yes, the primary point of contention, inevitably, in LeBron's fabricated GOAT case are the many failures he has incurred throughout his playoff career, winning just 4 titles in 21 seasons and counting, while the counterpoint in recent years has become the tried and trusted plumber defense.
Oh, well, you know, he was being guarded by plumbers and firemen.
To call out the perceived lack of competition Jordan faced along his way to a sterling 6-0 record in the NBA Finals, in what amounted to only 12 full seasons. In order to fully comprehend the totality of Jordan's complete obliteration of LeBron, you need to be able to grasp the competition these players faced as well as the supporting casts they had around them. And in the first title run by Jordan's Bulls in the 1990-91 season, his playoffs began by sweeping the Knicks, then beating the 76ers, before reaching the Detroit Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals.
2 Hall of Famers.
Who just been to 3 consecutive NBA Finals and won the last 2 straight titles. The Bulls would sweep them.
Yeah, everybody acts like there was no competition. Barkley, Hall of Famer. Who was next? Knicks. Patrick Ewing, Hall of Famer. After that, got the Detroit Pistons. At least 2 Hall of Famers. Joe Dumars, Isaiah Thomas. Yeah, he played against nobodies, right?
Them on the way to Jordan's first finals appearance, where he would meet the
Dennis Rodman, Hall of Famer. That's 3 on the Pistons. Sorry. Let's watch.
58-win Los Angeles Lakers, who, yes, no longer had
Hall of Famer,
Kareem
Hall of Famer.
Abdul-Jabbar, but they did have 31-year-old Magic Johnson, who finished that season second in league MVP voting, as well as 29-year-old Hall of Famer James Worthy, who along with Magic made that year's All-Star game. Who did not make the All-Star team that year was Scottie Pippen, or any of Jordan's other team.
I put that argument in comments in another video too. James Worthy was, all time Michael Jordan's favorite team. But, he's got to say Pippen because the 6 rings. But he loves James Worthy. James Worthy was awesome. So the argument was, if Jordan had James Worthy instead of Pippen, he would have at least been exactly as successful. I wholeheartedly believe it. Not dissing Pippen. At the same time, I'm not dissing James Worthy. People just don't know.
Teammates on the Chicago Bulls that season. No problem though for Jordan, as he would beat the Lakers 4-1 in the finals, while easily being named finals MVP, as he led the team in points, assists, steals, and blocks, averaging 31.5 points, 11.5 assists.
God damn. All right, so his first time in the NBA Finals. Did he choke? Nope. 31.4, 11.4 assists. Good God. 0.4 assists? Son of a bitch. 6.6 rebounds, 3 steals a game, 1.4 blocks, and he shot 56%. Oh, man. Talk about the best player on both ends. And, he rose to the occasion.
6.5 rebounds, nearly 3 steals, and 1.5 blocks per game on almost 56% shooting from the field.
Insanity.
The Bulls were 15-2 during that postseason run, while Jordan beat Patrick Ewing, Charles Barkley, Joe Dumars, Isaiah Thomas, Dennis Rodman, Magic Johnson, and James Worthy throughout the playoffs. 7 top 75 players who are all in the Hall of Fame. And
damn, so I knew they were all in the Hall of Fame, but they're all top 75 too. Shit. Yeah, he had it easy, didn't he? Real freaking easy.
And this playoff run is typically referred to as one of Jordan's bad or easy runs. Meanwhile, in LeBron's first NBA Finals appearance against the San Antonio Spurs, he not only lost, but did so, dropping per game averages of 22 points, 7 rebounds, almost 7 assists, nearly 6 turnovers.
Wow, look at that, nearly 6 turnovers. So Jordan had more points. More rebounds or matched him on rebounds? I can't remember now. Assists, less turnovers. Jordan never got more than 1.5, 2 turnovers a game. Oh man. And his shooting percentage. Fuck. Yep. A little different. I'm not saying the Spurs were not a badass team, but I mean, LeBron could have at least played good himself, right?
On just 35% shooting from the field, 20% from 3, and 69% from the free throw line.
It's garbage!
And despite the Cavs' defense being
Did he break down his percentages?
3 and 35% shooting from the field.
35% shooting from the field. That's what I wanted to hear. Wow.
20% from 3 and 69% from the free throw line.
It's garbage!
And despite the Cavs' defense being fantastic that season and postseason, holding the Spurs to just 86 points per game on 44% shooting from the field for the final series, LeBron was humiliatingly swept. Oh, and he got all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals that season without even beating a team that had a winning record, as the Wizards and Nets, the Cavs' first and second round opponents, were both just 41-41 that year. And in the Eastern Conference Finals, finals, he beat a Pistons team that no longer had Ben Wallace, their defensive anchor. Nor did they have a single player that averaged over 20 points per game in that season. Despite all of that, LeBron's first finals appearance is routinely painted as a sterling example of him single-handedly carrying a team to the finals.
Yeah, that was a walk in the park then. Up until he got to the Spurs, because obviously the Spurs were going to whoop his ass. I mean, that team was stacked.
Of course, because as the narrative goes, LeBron just never has enough help and is constantly playing superior opponents.
He's still crying about help.
Jordan played 16 50-win teams of the 24 opponents he faced during his 6 finals runs. Thus, 66% of his competition across all playoff fields were 50-win teams. Comparing that to LeBron, who in 4 title runs faced just 7 50-win teams, or in a shortened season, a team that had a winning percentage, which would have paced out to 50 wins in a full 82-game year. That is 7 of his 16 total opponents. So while Jordan played a 50-plus win opponent 66% of the time during his title runs, LeBron only played a 50-plus win opponent 44% of the time in his championship run.
Hold on. Sorry, I missed that by a second. All right, title runs, 50-win opponents. All right. So, okay, wow. Man. Okay, so LeBron's got 10 title runs, and only 7 times he's matched up against a 50-win opponent. And Jordan, he went to the finals 6 times, and he matched up against 16? Am I reading that right? Yeah. Damn. That's night and day. Oh. And the series amount, 24. Oh, wow.
LeBron only played a 50-plus win opponent 44% of the time in his championship runs. But I know, the reason LeBron didn't win many more titles is just because he played such drastically more difficult competition than Jordan. And since the LeBron fan base likes to talk up his 10 finals appearances, let's expand our examination to all 10 of those playoff runs.
Real quick, 10 finals. Okay, I've got friends who argue this too, that 10 finals appearances is more impressive than 6 and 6. Okay, remember all those gold medals that Michael Phelps won? You guys remember that swimmer? Do you guys remember who won silver? I don't. I dare anybody name it. Who won silver? And does anybody care? No disrespect, but you played a game to win. So we remember Michael Phelps as a champion because he stacked the gold medals. We don't remember any silvers he got. Just like, the Phoenix Suns, my team. We've been to the NBA Finals 3 times in our history. We accomplished nothing. We didn't win jack. It just hurt that we made it that far and then we lost. So that's all I got to say about that topic.
Surely, LeBron faced a much higher percentage of elite opponents under these parameters. Of the 40 opponents LeBron faced across all playoff rounds in getting to those 10 NBA Finals, 23 of those teams won at least 50 games, which is good for about 58% of his opponents. Still less than the 66% of the time Jordan faced a 50-plus win team.
Okay. That's another good one. All right, on finals runs, 50-win opponents. On finals runs. Okay, 23 to 16 percentage. Jordan still wins over it. 50-win opponents during finals runs. Interesting stat.
Oh, but LeBron played a way higher level of opponents.
Nope.
Of the 40 playoff opponents LeBron faced in his 10 finals runs, 6 of them won 60 games or more, which is 15% of the time. Jordan played 7 60-plus win teams of his 24 opponents, good for 29% of the time.
Okay, that's drastic. That's drastic. That's the big one in my mind. 60-win opponents. So those are like real title contenders. LeBron in 40 series only faced 6 of them. Jordan in 24 series faced 7 of them. And that's why, I mean, Jordan was the killer of dreams in the 90s. I got a video about that totally busted. But it's the truth. In the 90s, Jordan killed everyone's dreams because we're talking teams that were legit title contenders, and Jordan just crushed them.
60-plus win teams of his 24 opponents good for 29% of the time, nearly twice as much as LeBron. Any way you slice it, Jordan played better teams than LeBron more of the time, in fact much more, during his playoff runs. But who faced the better players? Well, this is impossible to answer in terms of Hall of Fame players faced, as many of LeBron's opponents are still active. He played Kevin Durant and Steph Curry multiple times in the postseason, but they aren't technically in the Hall of Fame at this time. Also, how many Hall of Famers someone faced doesn't necessarily indicate how good that player is the season they faced them. The best way to review this is by looking at the all-NBA players each player faced for each playoff run. There are
who was the best in that year?
Teams selected every year and only 15 total players selected league-wide. This will show elite players faced every year during their runs. In LeBron's 10 finals appearances, he faced a total of 36 players during those runs that made an all-NBA team the year he played them, nearly an average of 1 player per the 40 series he played in. Jordan, on the other hand, played 23 All-NBA team players during his 6 title runs. Also nearly an average of 1 player per the 24 series he played in during that time. By percentage, though, Jordan actually played a higher amount of All-NBA players en route to his 6 finals than LeBron did in his 10 runs. So Jordan played better teams that had better players and actually won more titles in far less time. But
yeah, so the players we can say slightly better, but the better teams, we can say Jordan faced significantly better teams than LeBron did.
Surely, that's only because Jordan played on so much better teams.
Oh, geez.
Actually, this one is
This is going to be the funny part.
LeBron James played with an All-Star 13 times during the 10 years he made a finals appearance. This includes some combination of Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, and Anthony Davis. Jordan, meanwhile, played with an All-Star only 4 times during his 6 title runs, which was just Scottie Pippen 4 different years. But LeBron had to do so much more than Jordan.
Nope.
LeBron James scored 5,911 of his team's 21,008 points during his 10 finals appearances. That is good for
this
just
is gonna
above
be a massacre.
28% of his team's total points. Jordan, on the other hand...
Hold up. Jordan's going to rack in like high 30s in this stat. Maybe low 40s.
And scored 3,776 points of his team's 11,387 total points during his 6 title runs, which is over 33% of his team's scoring. But I know
LeBron of his team
is
scoring.
Such a great playmaker, such a much better passer than Jordan, makes his teammates so much better and gets everyone else involved. So, of course, if we expand this to include points assisted as well as scored to determine the overall amount of team offense accounted for,
no way Jordan wins this
LeBron
too.
will outproduce Jordan
No way.
here.
No
While
way.
it does narrow the gap in the favor of LeBron, looking at total percentage of offense accounted for
Holy
and adding
shit.
in assists.
Hold up. No way. So the pass first guy. Huh? All right. Assisted, scored, totals, team points. And that's the percentage. Incredible. So the guy who's leading the team every single year. Wow. I'm dumbfounded by this one. Everything else is not a shocker. This stat right here is a shocker to me.
years, LeBron produced roughly 42.5% of his team's total output, while Jordan produced just over 44%. There is also the dominance factor of the individual player against their peers. How forcefully did they reign over their generation of player, and how thoroughly did they dominate their specific eras? While LeBron James won back-to-back titles only one time in his 21-year career, Jordan won 3 consecutive titles twice. But that doesn't really illustrate the totality of Jordan's era-specific domination. Jordan played only 6 full seasons in the decade of the 1990s.
Yeah, I use this argument all the time. In the 90s, he played 6 full seasons. He won 6 championships. I'm not even going to get into detail. I don't need to.
Retiring for the entirety of the 1993-94 season and the vast majority of the 94-95 season, before retiring again at the end of the 97-98 season and sitting out the last 2 years of the 90s. But during these 6 full seasons he played, Jordan led the league in scoring every year while being named All-NBA First Team and First Team Defense all 6 seasons and winning the championship every year for 6 straight years. This, while LeBron's most dominant run consisted of him losing more championships than he won and losing 3 of his 4 head-to-head matchups in his era with the other top player during that time frame. And speaking of those Warriors teams, of course, they are routinely bandied about as the reason LeBron doesn't have more titles, or as an example of the kind of opponents Jordan never had to face. Firstly, LeBron never beat the Kevin Durant Warriors. James faced them twice in 2017 and 2018, losing 4-1 and 4-0 in those 2 series. The other 2 seasons he played the Warriors, they had just Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Jordan, meanwhile, played the legendary 80 Celtics in back-to-back seasons himself, including one of the best teams ever assembled in 1985-86, a team that won 67 games, had league MVP Larry Bird, and boasted a roster of players that would include 5 eventual Hall of Famers.
Right.
Yeah, Jordan lost to that team in back-to-back seasons, but Jordan also had 0 other All-Stars on his own team.
Yeah, 5 Hall of Famers versus MJ alone. Real fucking fair.
While in 2016 and 2017, when playing the Warriors, LeBron James had 2 other All-Stars on his squad. Jordan would also then lose to the Detroit Pistons 3 straight years in a row from the 1988 to 1990 postseasons. A Pistons team that had 3 Hall of Famers on it in Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, Dennis Rodman, and had 2024 nominee Bill Laimbeer, which would give them a 4th Hall of Famer from that team. A team that went to 3 straight finals and won back-to-back titles. And in the 89 and 90 playoffs, Jordan lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to that team in 6 and 7 games, while the Pistons would go on to dominate the finals both years, sweeping the Lakers in 89 and beating the Trailblazers in 5 games in 1990. 2 teams Jordan would beat over the next few seasons for his first and second titles. If only he had more help early on, who knows how many more championships Jordan would have had. But he never begged for help, and he never crawled on his hands and knees to another superstar's team to steal cheap rings with them.
And that's the thing I respect about him the most. And that used to be actually common, so it wasn't a rare thing. But LeBron is so different. Excuse me. Because Jordan had nothing but scrubs when he first came in the league. He played his ass off. He never took a year off. He never took a game off. He played hard every single day and tried to win. He was trying to win a title every year, even though he had no help. Didn't complain. Didn't leave. No trade demands. Didn't build a super team. And we got LeBron, who's been crying since day one. And now look at what's going on now. He's still causing trouble with the Lakers, crying about not having enough help and manipulating and doing all kinds of crap, demanding trades, and nobody who plays with him feels safe. It's just, I just don't respect what he's doing. And Jordan, look at him in his last 2 years with the Wizards. I mean, he just went out there and balled out. He didn't care. He was injured. He played hard. He did his job, tried to win as many games as possible, tried to make the playoffs. No complaints. And he played with a bunch of scrubs.
Despite this and the undeniable facts, Jordan faced better teams, better players, had weaker supporting casts himself, and was routinely called upon to do more than LeBron James. Jordan still won 2 more championships, and this is all despite playing in 103 fewer playoff games than LeBron James. Meanwhile, this isn't even factoring in Jordan's collegiate national championship or his undefeated
Olympics
record in international play.
2 and 2.
While LeBron has not one, but 2 bronze medals to his name.
LeBron's.
And while countless ratings hogs masquerading around as basketball analysts, along with teenagers on social media, and even, pathetically, LeBron James himself, will no doubt continue to awkwardly and embarrassingly force-feed his name into these alleged debates. No amount of lies can conceal the fact that Jordan owns LeBron when it really matters.
Yeah, he does.
And he always will.
He really does. Dude, what a video by Scap. Man, that one got the blood boiling. All right, everybody, let's give Scap some love. Like always, I'm going to link the video down below. What should we talk about in the comments, huh? I mean, there's not much to talk about. This was a complete destruction. Let's just goof off and talk about it down below. I mean, what did you get out of this video? Did you get what I did? Because I see a complete massacre, and I've always known it. You know, one guy who went in and just, I mean, his playoff numbers are ridiculous, and he's a winner. Jordan just kept winning. And then another guy, LeBron James, who just keeps losing and making excuses, and his numbers show it. He crumbles. All right, everybody. I'd appreciate a like and a subscribe and some comments. Let's get this thing going. My channel's growing, and I'm having a good time. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. All right, welcome back to the channel, everybody. We're going to do another Scap video here and about my favorite player in the world, LeBron James. And this is going to cover a topic that I love. I haven't seen the video like I never do, but LeBron needs more help, as always, because I love it. He never takes accountability, and it drives me crazy. Because, yeah, we had Kobe and LeBron and, I'm sorry, Kobe and MJ and Bird and Magic, and those guys never complained about their teammates, ever. They just went out and balled out and won rings, got the job done. So let's see what this video is. Here we go.
Well, LeBron James has been doing it at a high level for nearly 20 years and counting, stuffing his hollow stat sheet, one layup and dunk at a time, while bricking and airballing the vast majority of every shot outside of 3 feet from the basket, flopping, flailing, and whining his way to a nearly unprecedented amount of finals losses.
Not 3, not 4, not 5.
But if there is one common element throughout...
Funny thing is, he still don't have 5 total. Forget Miami.
All of the stops of LeBron's storied career that has become universally accepted, it is, of course, his lack of help. A tale as old as time. LeBron can't win shit, begs for more help, or leaves in free agency to amass his next super team, gets every single player and trade he wants, fails again, and repeats the entire process.
And then leaves the team in freaking ashes afterwards every single time.
Started at an early age and stage of his career, when after back-to-back disappointing choke jobs in the Eastern Conference playoffs in 2009 and 2010, as the league MVP with the best record in the NBA and home court advantage throughout the NBA playoffs, James, of course, needed more help. And so he decided to take his talents to South Beach.
In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach
and amass an unbeatable super team in Miami, which predictably got beaten multiple times.
Yeah,
But it was because
50%.
LeBron needed more help. So he rejoined his hometown Cavaliers with first overall pick and ascending all-star point guard Kyrie Irving, coerced the front office to trade their newly acquired first overall draft pick away for a second-team All-NBA selection coming off of a historic season, and promptly lost.
I'm going to say it again. Do you guys remember Kevin Love before he was a Cavalier? Because if you don't, look up those stats. MVP contender for the 2 years going into that trade. Fight me all you want in the comments. I don't give a damn. I was alive. I was watching those games, and he was in the talks for MVP those 2 years before he became a Cav. Plays with LeBron James, and he sucked. Ain't not his fault. Not his fault.
3 of his 4 finals appearances with that team, only because he needed more help. So it was off to LA, where he had his bestie and agent collude with his client Anthony Davis to force a trade to LA. And after winning a fake preseason exhibition tournament disguised as an NBA championship in 2020, the Lakers lost in the first round and missed the playoffs altogether in consecutive seasons.
How embarrassing. They win the Mickey Mouse championship, and then, what do you say, out in the first round the next year, and then they miss the entire playoffs after that? Like, what a decline.
Before finding themselves on the brink of missing the playoffs for a second consecutive year last season as the trade deadline was approaching. Naturally, LeBron again not having enough help, the Lakers needed to trade away half of their team, bringing in key contributors like Rui Hachimura, D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt, all essentially for the expiring contract of Russell Westbrook, who was a programmatic non-fit, to put it nicely. The Lakers were good down the stretch following the deadline deals. Very good, posting an NBA Western Conference best 18-9 record to end the regular season. And the new acquisitions were a resounding success, as the Lakers went all the way from out of the playoffs with less than 2 weeks remaining in the regular season to the odds-on favorite to win the championship at one point during the playoffs, getting all the way into the Western Conference Finals, behind Anthony Davis and a number of big contributions from a number of Lakers role players.
Yeah, AD did pretty good against Joker, but what are you going to do against Joker? Nobody can stop him yet.
LA was squarely within every game in the Western Conference Final Series, as all 4 games were within 1 possession late in the fourth quarter.
That's the jump kick. Dude, that's like classic from like my first video. The jump kick shot. What is this, dude? With 44 seconds left, like I stand by my answer for, because like you got the whole season on the line, right? And what the hell are you doing, man? Just make the 3. Was he trying to draw a foul with the kick? Like, what is this? Look at this.
Within 1 possession late in the fourth quarter.
What was
with
that?
LeBron choking away 3 of the 4 games in the final minute, while shooting just 7 of 23.
Damn.
Overall in the fourth quarters for the 4-game sweep. But it must have been because LeBron didn't have enough help. This despite being in 1 possession games late in every game of the Western Conference Finals round against the team that would eventually win the NBA championship. So of course, the Lakers would go out this offseason and get LeBron more help, making a series of transactions over the summer.
Dude, the Lakers are so good right now. Like, talent-wise, it's insane to me. They have a 500 record.
Would have industry insiders drooling at the prospects of LeBron getting his hands on a 5th trophy. And so he would. Just kidding. No one is really taking that early season LeBron Invitational Cup thing seriously, except of course LeBron himself, his pathetic fan base, and embarrassingly enough, the Lakers for hanging this fake banner to commemorate that fake tournament. But now, here we are, as the calendar turns to 2024, and the Lakers now...
Real quick, you know what would really piss me off? Because the Suns have... I'm a Suns guy, for those who don't know. Because the Suns have never won a ring. we've never won a championship. I hope we don't win an in-season tournament before we win an actual championship, because that stupid banner is going to be up there, and that's embarrassing. Like, what was it, the first quarter of the season? We have a little mini tournament. Like, dude, I don't want to see that in our stadium. That would be pathetic.
Now find themselves under 500, checking in at just 17 and 18. Of course, it must be because LeBron just doesn't have enough help. And in the midst of the Lakers' latest flounderings, the calls by the mass sports media jock sniffers have already started heating up about how to get LeBron, you guessed it, more help.
Klay Thompson in a Los Angeles Laker uniform is special.
So keep an eye on the trade deadline, all of you Lakers fans and Bron stans, because if the past can serve as any precedent, help is on the way. And more than likely, as is almost always the case, it won't end up mattering at all.
And the best thing they can do for themselves is get rid of him. Just get rid of him. He's dead weight at this point. You know, if he showed up to more often, fine. But the guy barely ever shows up to work. So I don't know, man. All right, you guys. Thanks for watching the video. Give Scap some love as always. Give him a like, subscribe if you haven't. Check out his stuff. Check out the rest of my content, and give me a like, comment. I'd appreciate it all. No topic really tonight with today's video. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Does LeBron need more help? I mean, go ahead and answer that. I think the answer should be obvious, but hey, maybe I'll be shocked. Do I think so? Hell no, I don't think so. The Lakers team is stacked as all hell. What do they need? They need LeBron to actually step up and do his job. That's my opinion. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. All right, welcome back, everybody. Today we're going to do a more recent one from Scap. This is a LeBron James video. It's going to be called The King of Juice. I have no idea what it's about. I can kind of assume, and let's find out together. Here we go.
Well, we all know LeBron James thinks he is the GOAT, as he repeatedly goes out of his way to inform us of this extremely questionable stance as frequently as is possible. Whether it's having his wife humiliatingly introduce him as such.
Please welcome to the stage, the GOAT, respectfully, LeBron James.
I've been waiting for somebody to show this because it seemed to slip under the radar, and I'm the only one who's been complaining about it. At the ESPYs, how are you gonna have your wife do that? I would be actually pissed off if my wife did that. But you got to be pretty sure LeBron set her up to do this stuff. But I'd be pissed off if she did that, because I'd be like, I'd get up on stage and be like, that's disrespectful to all the GOATs who came before me. I am not the GOAT. Shut up, everybody. No.
Before he strolled on the stage at the ESPY Awards, presumably fresh.
Look how happy he is about it, though. He's like, yeah, she know I'm the GOAT.
On his heels from the destruction of Toontown. He also seemingly just travels with 2 live GOATs to public engagements. What? And hell, he'll just outright tell you he's the GOAT.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
But regardless of how absolutely laughable these assertions are, and despite what you might think of his obviously long and distinguished career of stat padding.
Well, the list is long but distinguished.
Or his outright humiliating playoff failures, one thing is actually undeniable. This guy has amassed inarguably the most
That's after J.R. Smith blew that game for him in the finals. He didn't know what to say to him.
Impressive career in NBA history in terms of durability and longevity. But amid the news that LeBron's longtime teammate and close personal friend, Tristan Thompson, was being suspended for 25 games by the NBA due to a positive test for HGH, it has reignited the ample amounts of smoke surrounding rampant allegations that LeBron himself is doping and has been for years.
Okay, I didn't know about Tristan, but I've been getting a lot of comments on these videos from people that say that there's like confirmed sources of LeBron James doping. And it's something me and my buddies and stuff we've been talking about for a long time, because you got to assume he's been doping. I mean, look at that big ass head of his and his age. Nothing matches up. But um shit. Let's see. Let's see what Scap found out for us.
But the question is, amid all of this smoke, is there actually any fire? And while it is difficult to truly get to the bottom of this due to the fairly laissez-faire approach of the league's testing parameters,
so thank you, LeBron James, for what you bring to our league,
and the stringent protections afforded to the players by the Players Association, there are some pieces in this puzzle we can start putting together. As former MMA fighter and self-professed doper Chael Sonnen himself recently accused LeBron of not only using performance enhancers, but claims he also knows exactly what LeBron is using.
If the world understood what LeBron did, we have the same drug guy, if you will. I know exactly what he's doing. EPO matters. It's the reason LeBron takes it. It's the king of performance enhancers.
EPOs are natural
EPO. Did you guys catch that part where he said they have the same dealer? So there might be something to this.
occurring hormones that stimulate bone marrow to create more.
Hold on. I want to know what an EPO is.
Natural occurring hormones that stimulate bone marrow to create more red blood cells and thus substantially increases endurance levels, and for purposes of this conversation, HGH, or human growth hormone, boosts muscle and bone growth to promote recovery. And it is, if someone were using, hypothetically of course, the hardest PED to test for. This is because HGH stays in the system a maximum of 2 days. Also, per the NBA Players Association's collective bargaining agreement with the league, players are subjected to random tests for HGH no more than twice during the season and once in the offseason. But is LeBron actually using? It would be extremely irresponsible to take walking mouthpiece Chael Sonnen's word for it, though it is suspicious with the virality of this clip and the—
That Will Ferrell? Staring right into my eyes. I gotta go. I gotta move on.
Those comments that LeBron had absolutely no response whatsoever. No strongly worded denial, no legal actions, no demands for a retraction. But yet, there has been nothing definitively proven throughout LeBron's career. But again, there is plenty of smoke surrounding the longevity king. And in terms of eye test, LeBron's body has undeniably gone through some alarming physical transformations, while his durability has remained at unprecedented levels. And LeBron's 4-year stint in Miami coincided with substantial gains in muscularity, while
Yeah, you guys remember first stint Cleveland, LeBron? Because he was just, he was shredded, but he was lean, mean. And then all of a sudden, the guy's jacked up and buff as all hell. It happened overnight.
Simultaneously getting to his leanest levels of body fat for his entire 21-year playing career to this point. James, of course, played in Miami from the years of 2010 through 2014. And it was coincidentally in 2013 in Miami where the biogenesis scandal erupted, linking several Major League Baseball players to PEDs, including Alex Rodriguez, Ryan Braun, and Nelson Cruz, among others. The mastermind of the alleged health clinic was Anthony Bosch, and in recently unredacted federal documents, LeBron James's longtime friend and business manager Ernest Mims, as well as former personal trainer David Alexander, who also served as LeBron's wife's personal trainer, were both named as clients of Biogenesis. I'm certain this is all just coincidence. But when he went back to Cleveland for the 2014-15 season, at the age of just 30, LeBron seemed to be declining in athleticism and stamina. Thus, on December 30th, 2014, LeBron decided to take a bizarre 2-week leave of absence from the Cleveland Cavaliers organization and—
Yeah, my brother talks about this all the time. And is suspicious too because, especially nowadays with the Lakers, seems to go out and ball out for a week and then he's on the bench for 3 or 4 games. Then he keeps rinsing and repeating. So what the hell's he doing on his downtime? I hear like Shills saying like he's actually injured, but that's bullshit, dude. There's no way. Because then he comes back and he's in perfect shape, like perfectly healthy every single time. You get injured, you get injured. You can't get injured every other week and then have a miraculous recovery. So he's doing something.
And return to Miami, of course, for some R&R. The Cavaliers at the time were only 18-13 and in 5th place in the Eastern Conference. And in the final 8 games before his leave of absence, LeBron averaged just 24.4 points per game, 4.8 rebounds, and 7.8 assists on 48% shooting from the field. Yet in the midst of this personal and team slump, during the middle of an active NBA season, LeBron just bounces for a 2-week vacation in Miami?
What?
Yeah, really.
And when he returned from the 2-week hiatus, his explosion and athleticism had mysteriously returned to form from years prior. And in the 8 games following his return, he averaged 30.5 points per game, 6.6 rebounds, and 6.4 assists on 51% shooting. LeBron's return to form would also, naturally, coincide with the Cavaliers, making a jump from the 5 seed to the 2 seed over the remainder of the season, and of course, getting back to the NBA Finals. Nothing to see here, just more coincidences. Oh, and speaking of coincidences, a teammate of LeBron on that Cleveland.
Real quick, I didn't know what a change in numbers that was after he took that break. That is pretty weird. He didn't say he was taking a break for an injury like he does now. He just needed some time off. In Miami? Yeah, where his dealer is? I don't know.
Team who would play with LeBron for his entire 4-year second tenure with the Cavs? You guessed it, Tristan Thompson. And as Thompson recently told Mark J. Spears in an interview, quote, "Me and Bron's connection go way bigger than basketball. I've known him since I was 17. So I've always had crazy respect for him. There's a brotherhood that's deep."
No, that's a big coincidence.
And that brings us to February of 2023, when LeBron crumpled to the ground and a hot mic picked up an undeniable statement by the King that he felt a pop, following a diagnosis by the team and an admission.
Hey, I just suffered an injury, and I felt a pop. I heard a pop for the very first time in my life. Those who know me out there in the real world, you know exactly what that injury was. And I'm on my 2nd week now, and I still can't walk. I'm still on crutches. I think I'll be able to start walking within another week or so, but gingerly. So to be able to play a basketball game in the NBA, probably 6 weeks recovery. Now let's see what happened with him, because a pop is a muscle tear. Okay? That's what the popping sound is. It's a muscle tearing. So it's funny that this came up because I've got perfect context because I'm literally on crutches right now. So let's see, because I remember him saying this, and then all of a sudden he was like miraculously back perfectly, right? You can't do that shit without some kind of PEDs.
From LeBron himself, he tore a tendon in his foot.
I tore a tendon in my foot.
Various reports indicated that the injury could potentially be season-ending, or perhaps James would be able to return to the team later in the playoffs if they made it far enough.
Yeah,
Yet miraculously, LeBron would return far earlier from the injury than any of the doctors had anticipated, because according to LeBron himself, he was healing faster than any of the doctors had ever seen.
When did you get a sense of you would have a plan to get you back faster than what the normal?
When the doctors told me I was healing faster than anybody I've seen before with the injury.
For an athlete with unusually high usage and wear and tear in, at the time, his 20th season, at the age of 38. Just so many damn coincidences.
No, that's a big coincidence.
Totally feasible, though. Nothing to see here, and likely nothing the NBA doesn't already know is happening.
So thank you, LeBron James, for what you bring to our league.
As neuroscientist Andrew Huberman, who is an associate professor of neurobiology at Stanford University School of Medicine, who was recently a guest on the Joe Rogan podcast, went on record with reports from an active NBA player.
I know someone who's a professional basketball player, and I asked him about steroids, and he said, well, if you get injured, you can take up to 200 mgs a week, which is considered a TRT dose, is allowed according to this player. But that's actually a pretty big dose.
Could the smug interviews with LeBron bragging about his unprecedented healing at the age of 38 be because, in fact, he knows his level of importance to the NBA is too high for them to risk outing him? And this year, right now, at 39 years of age, James is still averaging 34 minutes per game and scoring 25 points per game in a career in which he is already the all-time combined minutes leader when factoring in the regular season and the playoffs. But of course, nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here.
Dude,
no
naked gun.
definitive evidence or proof tying LeBron to a failed drug test. But is it really that infeasible to suggest that a league who has spent the better part of damn near 2 decades manufacturing this guy's fake legacy would go out of their way to protect that legacy? While we may never know anything for sure, one thing is certain. With the amount of smoke
Oh, this shit's gonna come out after he retires. That's for damn sure.
surrounding LeBron's alleged usage of performance-enhancing drugs, the commensurate amount of fire accompanying it would be, hypothetically, enough to burn an entire forest to the ground, or an entire league.
Damn, that was interesting.
Well, this is uncharted territory.
Excuse me. Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
Well, we all
I gotta go and find some PEDs to fix my leg, and hopefully that'll help me feel this shit a little faster, like LeBron does. I'm just totally kidding, guys. But I don't know what to talk about in the comment section other than the obvious. I mean, I've had some people, comment before, but here we go. We're attacking the issue. So, what do you guys know? And what do you guys think? Do you guys think he's been juicing all this time? Because I really do. I really do. I just don't know what the hell it is. And I don't know too much about, performance enhancing drugs other than HGH and like old school roids. So anyways, let's talk it out in the comments. I do want to learn more about this. And thank you for watching the video, everybody. Give Scap some love. Give me some love with some likes and subscribes and comments. I'd really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys on the next one. All right. Peace. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to do another Scap Attack video, old classic. This one's called LeBron James Finally Admits He is a Ring-Chasing Loser. It should be funny. As always, give him a like, subscribe. Give me a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'd really appreciate it. This channel's growing, and I'm having a blast. And I'll link the video down below. All right, here we go.
LeBron James is already in mid-season form, not even a month into this, his 21st NBA season. Remember last we saw him in the 2023 NBA playoffs. He was doing what he does best, namely choking in the playoffs, where LA was in a tight West Final Series against Denver, with LeBron gagging away every chance he had to win that series. Breaking the game-tying 3 with 45 seconds left in Game 1, missing this layup that would have made it a 2-point game with 30 seconds left in Game 2, and this potential game winner in Game 4 that hit the side of the backboard. No, make no mistake, the Lakers weren't outmatched against the Nuggets. They just couldn't overcome the latest gagging exploits of their self-proclaimed GOAT in the fourth quarters.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
where for that series against the Nuggets in the fourth, he shot just 7 of 23, good for 30% from the field.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. I didn't know that. Was that Scap say that was the last game? He did that?
Nuggets in the fourth, he shot just 7 of 23, good for 30% from the field, and in what has been his MO for his entire career, he was even worse in clutch time for the series. 3 of the 4 games of that series were a one-possession game with under 2 minutes to play, and the Lakers won none of them, with LeBron shooting 0 for 3 in those situations and scoring exactly 0 points.
Oh my God.
0.0.
And ultimately, it was another sweep for the Broom King. But he blasted out of the gates in Game 1 of this 2023-2024 season, getting boat raced again by Denver, just where he left off last year. And check this shot out in the opener from this season, looking eerily similar to that game-winning attempt in Game 4 last season.
Man, I really thought the Lakers were going to be a lot better than they are this year. I'm not complaining. I'm not rooting for them. But, yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with them.
But after the game, despite the loss, as always, LeBron was impressed with himself.
I mean, that's not the end of the day we didn't win, but I think for me, my performance and what I did individually and the time that I was out there, I think I was productive.
And why not?
Okay. Now that's something I never heard from Kobe or Jordan. They only cared about win or loss. They weren't out there like puffing their chest like, yeah, I did my job. I did my job. Fuck that, man. You're the captain. Lead the team to victory.
He is in mid-season form and playing like he's 28, not 38.
The guy's a poison. Like he's just like he's toxic for any team he's on. You know, that's not what a leader does. No good leader says, yeah, I did my job, but, you know, basically passive aggressively saying like everybody else sucks but me. Dude, your team is stacked.
As he is shooting 45 of 57 on dunks and layups, good for 79% from 3 feet and into the basket in this early season, while he's shooting just 26 of 70 for 37% outside of 3 feet, which is right on his career average from that distance. LeBron's minuscule bag truly is timeless, as is his penchant for insufferable self-aggrandizing. And LeBron was at that again recently as well, telling ESPN that he'd still be as dominant if he never joined the Heat back in 2011.
Oh, man, now that was so disrespectful. That's disrespectful to my boy Dwayne Wade, you know, and the whole system. You know, you got Pat Riley, Chris Bosh, Ray Allen. Like, it was disrespectful when I heard that. It's like, dude, if you would have been just as great, why the hell did you leave Cleveland then? You should have just got it done there. You know? Why'd you have to go and join an NBA Finals MVP, Dwayne Wade, to get it done?
LeBron then took to his X account to clarify those comments, saying, quote, "You damn right I would still be. I'm chosen. Ain't nothing changing that. Maybe less rings, but dominant from start to finish."
Now, what kind of level of narcissism a guy is like, not only he's got it tattooed on his back, but he's literally saying it, saying it on Twitter. You damn right I still would be. I'm chosen. Holy shit. How does anybody like him?
That maybe less rings, but dominant from start to finish. 21 years in, and LeBron still hasn't learned the ultimate goal of this sport is winning championships. Yeah. And that the one thing that has stopped his quest of becoming the GOAT is that he's only ripped 4 titles in 20 years, despite playing by and large in a preposterously weak conference with stacked super teams.
Hey, if you're taking a test at school and you get 4 answers right and you get 6 answers wrong, do you say you dominated that test? Can you imagine going home to your parents and being like, yeah, I got a 40%. I dominated that shit.
But remember, LeBron was 7 years into his NBA career before he sat down in that Boys and Girls Club in Greenwich, Connecticut for a 75-minute ESPN special to announce the decision, which subsequently burned the NBA to the ground for an entire decade, ushering in player empowerment, collusion, and super team building that destroyed the competitive balance of the entire sport. But as bad as the decision was for the NBA and the sport of basketball, it was unquestionably the right move for LeBron James.
I'll be fair there. He didn't start that shit. That was the Boston Celtics that started the Big Three stuff.
Because without that move, James might possibly have no rings at all. Certainly, he would have less. And it's nice to see LeBron admit as much in his recent tweet. Of course, at the time, the media's obsession with their anointed chosen one and self-proclaimed king had
Freaking
already
chosen one,
escalated
king.
to
Okay, this guy has called himself the king, the chosen one, and now he calls himself the GOAT. This is real. Like, this is real life. This is a real human being. What an ego.
Full-fledged love affair, as they had just given LeBron his second consecutive league MVP award in the 2010 NBA season. And LeBron did have the best record in the NBA that year for the second consecutive season. And for the second consecutive season, he predictably flamed out in the playoffs, while the true best player in the world, Kobe Bryant, was winning his fourth and fifth titles against the very team that ended MVP LeBron's seasons. And Dwayne Wade himself, in a recent roundtable discussion, admitted to contacting LeBron about a possible team-up the moment Kobe Bryant won that fifth title in 2010.
Yeah, I saw this.
I remember cutting my TV off. Soon as Kobe ran and grabbed that ball, I was like, LeBron.
All right,
that was our summer free agency.
Yeah.
They were dominating. Like, Kobe was winning all these rings. I was like, wait, hold on. Now he got 5 and we got 1?
So we saw, in that span of time, 2 models presented for winning titles. The Celtics team up in 2007-2008 when 3 guys who couldn't win on their own teamed up, and the Kobe model in 2009 and 2010.
If Kobe could have heard that, man, he'd probably laughing. He would have been laughing his ass off. You know, this thing. He's like, man, these guys were so freaking scared of me. They had to build a super team just to try to take me down.
Accept every challenge without taking the easy way out. Something that has driven and defined all of the great winners throughout history. And of course, LeBron, in a fit of sheer desperation, had the epiphany that he could never win the way Kobe and mostly every other all-time great player had. So he hit that podium in the Boys and Girls Club in
Yeah, I respect because it just triggered it because I just saw him. I respect Hakeem Olajuwon a lot more. You know, he stayed in Houston all those years, and then he got his 2 titles, and he dominated for those 2 titles. I mean, the entire '90s was impossible to win while Jordan was in his prime, but Hakeem snuck 2 in there, man. And I respect the hell out of him. I feel the same way about Dirk. And if Giannis stays in Milwaukee and wins a couple more, I respect him a lot more too, because you do it the hard way.
Connecticut, and one day later, along with Wade and Chris Bosh, would rise up out of the ground during a goddamn smoke show just before LeBron guaranteed 8 rings in his uniform.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Yeah,
and honestly,
definitely not 5, not 6, not 7, and not 8. And he brought him 2 out of 4 once again. Sound familiar? That's an F. That's a failing grade, man. Oh man, it's not as bad as 40% his overall, but shoot.
This was an easy guarantee to make, as in LeBron's final year in his first stint with the Cleveland Cavaliers, the 2009-2010 season, 10 of the 15 All-NBA players selected that season were in the Western Conference. Players like Kobe Bryant, Kevin...
I know, it was a lot more impressive to make it out of the West into the finals than it was to be in the East and make it to the finals. And I mean, and that's why I lost all those times, man. He lost all those times in the East. For him, it was like winning the championship just to get out of the East and into the finals. But that was easy, man. The real kings were the champ. Were in the West. Like any number of those, like top four teams in the West, all those years, probably would have beat LeBron in the finals.
Kevin Durant, Dirk Nowitzki, Tim Duncan, Carmelo Anthony,
Yes, sir.
Amari Stoudemire, and Steve Nash. The top two players by far in the East at that time were first-team All-NBA members Dwayne Wade and LeBron James.
Yep.
James teamed up with the other best player by far in the much weaker conference. I mean, what realistically did anyone think was going to happen here? Despite this team hilariously somehow failing to win the championship in 2 of their 4 years together, the Heat were, unsurprisingly, able to win the title twice, and LeBron was finally on the board with a couple of stolen mercenary rings. And we have known it for years.
It's like Kevin Durant, went in and stole 2 rings. But I don't know about Kevin Durant, man. I don't know if he's ever going to win the ring.
Years that he was bullied by the Celtics at the time, and primarily the legend of Kobe Bryant, not to mention the ghost of Michael Jordan, into finding a way to steal some cheap rings, because it was always obvious he never could and never would be able to win them the right way, something LeBron himself has finally admitted.
Yeah. All right, this one's easy. Because this is a hard question. So let's put this down in the chat below in the comment section. If LeBron ever left Cleveland, stayed there his whole career, all the way till now, what are we at, 20, 21 years? How many rings do you think LeBron would have had with Cleveland? Okay, never left, stayed there his whole career. Do you think he'd have 0? Do you think he'd have 4, 5? What do you guys think? Put it in the comments down below. Let's talk about it. And thanks for watching, everybody. I'd appreciate it if you give me a like, subscribe, and engage in the comments. It really does help my channel. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the next one. All right, welcome back to the channel, everybody. Hope you're having a good day. Let's do another video comparing Kobe and LeBron. What the hell? Sounds fun. Want to give Kobe some love. I think he deserves it. We're going to cover another scat video as usual. His original link's going to be down in the description below. And let's just get right to this and see what this is all about. It's called King of Clutch. Well, it's actually called Kobe Bryant versus LeBron James, the true King of Clutch. All right, let's do this.
Jordan or LeBron, LeBron or Jordan. A debate that has been waging on at the behest of the fake news media for nearly 20 years and counting. But somewhere along the line, at the tail end of the Jordan era and a few years before the LeBron era got underway, there was this other guy that came along. Yes, of course we're talking about Kobe Bryant, a guy who faced the most difficult competition in NBA history, who had criminally negligent amounts of supporting casts throughout major stretches of his career, and yet still managed to find his way to 5 NBA championships.
One more than LeBron.
And while there have been varying debates for years between the camps behind Jordan and LeBron, the Kobe-LeBron discourse has trailed off in recent years. But one thing that was pretty much universally accepted, even by people taking LeBron over Kobe, is that...
By the way, Kobe went, what, 5 for 7 in the finals? What'd LeBron do?
Kobe was that guy when it mattered most.
Yeah,
that when your life was on the line in do or die moments, there was no one, maybe ever, that you would rather have taking the shot than the Black Mamba.
I mean, straight up, who we got? You got Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Kobe Bryant, maybe Reggie Miller. Who am I missing, chat? Put it in the comments down below. Who else? Who would you want to take that last shot?
Of course, we're talking about this premise of clutch, having proverbial ice water in the veins, the alleged killer mentality. But in recent years, in the never-ending quest to prop LeBron James's legacy up, there has been a massive push on mass media outlets, which has produced a trickle-down effect to every teenager with a social media account to spam us with the reasons as to why LeBron James is the most clutch player in NBA history.
Damn it. So ridiculous.
As a result, Kobe Bryant has been catching strays as of late, and the conversation has been shifting as to why he himself was not clutch, but instead was just a volume-scoring shot chucker. As always, the truth is in the numbers and the context. So let's dig in and see what the actual truth is. And to get to the bottom of this, we need to dial in and define clutch time. For purposes of this conversation, let us begin with the last 5 minutes of a game, regulation or overtime, with their teams in a game where the margin is 5 points or less, either ahead or trailing.
I like it. I mean, it's not just about the last shot, to tell you the truth. It's who's delivering in that fourth quarter when a game is on the line. And I've seen LeBron has fall apart in a lot of big game fourth quarters. I've seen Kobe rise up and get half his points in that fourth quarter. I saw Jordan do the same damn thing.
We're going to further shift the focus to the games that mattered most, the playoffs.
Playoffs?
This will be no small sample size, as LeBron James has played in the most playoff games in NBA history, logging 282 and counting, while Kobe Bryant played in the 7th most playoff games ever with 220. And in these situations...
Yo, did Kobe ever miss the playoffs except for his last couple of years? Because I don't think he did. Even after Shaq left and the team was abysmal, he was still pushing that team to the playoffs. The playoffs?
A playoff game within a 5-point margin in the last 5 minutes. Kobe and LeBron are pretty identical. LeBron James has a 90-50 team win-loss record in those situations, shooting 143 of 353 from the field, which is good for about 40.5%, while he is 162 of 213 from the free throw line during those clutch situations. Kobe, on the other hand, produced a 69-43 team win-loss record in these games while shooting 107 of 270 in clutch time, good for roughly 39.5%, while he was 149 of 179 from the free throw line during that time. As I said, there is not much separation here, but LeBron actually produced a better team win-loss record while shooting slightly higher percentage from the field and predictably a good amount worse at the free throw line.
I want to look at this real quick. 9 for 50, 69 for 43. Okay, field goals. A lot more attempts. All right, what are we finding out here? Percentage is similar. Free throws look in favor of Kobe. Oh yeah, 83%. All right, that's something LeBron always did have trouble with since his rookie year. His fourth quarter free throws.
Nonetheless, what is going on here? Is LeBron clutch?
What?
And is he as clutch or more so than Kobe Bryant? Not so fast. Last 5 minutes within 5 points? Let's ratchet this down a bit more. Make it a bit tighter with less time. We are now going to examine the final 2 minutes of their playoff career with their team in a one-score game.
Yeah, Kobe took those shots. LeBron still to this day, he's passing that shit off. You know, he's just like, I don't want it. It's like a hot potato in his hands.
That's up or down by 3 points or less. And this is where we can start to see things shifting.
All right.
In these situations.
Big game
LeBron
time.
James has a
2
record
minutes,
of
3-point differential.
38, which is still good for about 60% win percentage. But he gets worse in these situations, shooting just 49 of 127 from the field, which drops down to about 38.5%, while his free throw shooting at 56 of 76 for about 73% also drops. By contrast, Kobe actually gets better in these situations, as his team record in these games was 51-30, good for 64%, while he shot 40 of 94 in these moments, which is good for about 42.5%, and his free throws also also rose to nearly 85% on 67 of 79. All of these numbers not only best LeBron, but Kobe gets better when the games get tighter and later, while LeBron gets worse. But
Yeah, I don't know if you guys got to see prime Kobe, but there was a literal fear in the air when the game was on the line and had the ball. You knew who was getting it, and you knew what he was going to do. And you knew more than likely the guy was going to deliver. LeBron, I'm expecting him to pass or fumble the ball the majority of the time when the game is on the line. Completely different scenario. Just a killer gene. You know, Kobe's got the killer gene. And I've never seen that in LeBron. And I'm not just trying to you know, people in the comments think I'm just like ragging on LeBron. I'm not. I'm just stating facts. You know, LeBron is, you know, he's one of the greatest of all time. He's got the best basketball body I've ever seen. He's durable as hell, but he's not clutch. You know, it's that mental shit, that Tom Brady gene. You know, he just doesn't have it.
But listen, these numbers aren't terrible for LeBron, and no one is refuting ultimately that LeBron is a historically great player who has a...
Look at that. Yeah, Kobe's free throws. That's a big thing he would do. Would drive it to the basket, draw the foul. So that's like the ultimate pressure is hitting game time free throws when the game is on the line. His field goal percentage rises up. LeBron's goes down. And yeah, looks like LeBron is taking way less of those shots because of the amount of games the amount of situations where the game was on the line like that. So he's passing it off. 51 for 30. Okay.
Amassed a storied resume, which does include some degree of success in the playoffs throughout his career. Just primarily that he is a complete choke artist when it really mattered most, while other players, such as Kobe Bryant, distanced themselves from him in those moments. And when you add these moments up, those are the things that elevate others over LeBron. These are the moments that invalidate LeBron from the upper hierarchy of discussions like that GOAT debate. It is, of course, LeBron's finals struggles that has depreciated his legacy for years. Because, yeah, it matters. And looking at these two players' performances...
It does. You know, fight me in the comments if you want. If LeBron went 7 for 10 in the finals, he'd be the GOAT. I'm sorry. I love MJ, but if LeBron did that, he pulled that off, even a 70% win record in the finals, he'd be the undisputed GOAT, you know? Because that means he's delivering when it matters most. Getting to the end doesn't fucking matter. Winning the last game, that's what matters.
In clutch time during their vast finals resume, it is clear who the clutchest player is. In the NBA Finals round, in the final 2 minutes of one possession games, Kobe Bryant in his career shot 10 of 20, good for 50% from the field while making 5 of his 6 free throws. While his team went 11-5 in those games, a win percentage of 69%. Again,
yes, sir.
The tighter
70%.
and closer the games are, with the highest stakes, is when Kobe was at his best. In stark and alarming contrast, LeBron James falls off of a cliff in these situations. He has shot just 8 of 29 through his career in the finals during these clutch times. That's just 27.5%, while making 12 of his 16 free throws. And his team in these games went just 10 and 11, 47%.
Ouch!
So
losing
while
record.
Kobe
Once
is
again,
shooting
failing
50%
record.
from the field in these moments and winning nearly 70% of his games, LeBron James was shooting 27% and losing over half of those games.
Holy shit. That's worse than I thought. That's worse than I thought. So what? Kobe's got a 70% base record in this situation. LeBron has a more than just failing record. I mean, 10 wins, 11 losses. That's terrible. 8 for 29 field goals. That's worse than I thought, LeBron. What the fuck is that? And you call yourself the GOAT? What the fuck?
And this is exactly why Kobe was known as the most clutch player of his era for years.
Freaking killer.
Beginning in 2002, the NBA started conducting an anonymous GM survey. And in this annual survey, every general manager in the
Look
NBA
at Jason Kidd's
was
blonde
asked
hair.
several questions, one of which was the player you want taking a shot with the game on the line. This survey was conducted every year for the last 20 seasons. And from the first year it was conducted in 2002 and running all the way through 2012, Kobe Bryant was the answer. 10 straight years. NBA general managers concluded Kobe Bryant was the clutchest player. Since Kobe's run of 10 straight until he ruptured his Achilles and unofficially ended his career, Steph Curry and Kevin Durant have gone back and forth, each being voted the clutchest 5 times apiece, while Damian Lillard was selected 1 year. No player has more than 3 straight. Kobe had 10 consecutive.
Yeah, and if they kept track of that before that, which is funny, it's like literally right when MJ retired the last time, MJ would have won award every single year too. You know, it would have just been a nice torch hand down. You know, clutch player MJ. Now Kobe's the clutch player. And honestly, Kobe was that guy from like probably 1999 on. So that's about when MJ would have passed the torch, was about 99. The Damian Lillard thing is interesting because I consider him much more clutch than Kevin Durant. What do you guys think?
Not only that, look at these last 6 years. No player got more than 55% of the vote. Now, direct your attention to Kobe's prime. While LeBron was winning multiple league MVPs, and yet 90% of the general managers were saying Kobe was the clutchest player. How in the world has this even become a conversation in recent years? But I know what you're thinking. Kobe was playing easier competition. For his career, no one faced more 50-plus win teams than Kobe Bryant. In all, Bryant played 37 50-plus win opponents in his playoff career. Of the 43 series he played in, that is
man. You had the freaking Mavericks. You had the best Suns team. Well, the best Mavericks team, the best Suns team we've ever seen. The best San Antonio teams we've ever seen. Like I hated Kobe back then, all right, because I was a Suns fan. And he made a lot of clutch shots against my Suns in the playoffs, and that shit hurt. But let's be real, man. That's the hardest path to the finals I can imagine. It's probably beyond Jordan's era, in the 90s in the East, because that was tough back then. The East got soft in the Kobe Bryant era, and the West was so stacked. You know, like the 8th seed in the West was literally competing with the top seed in the East during that like 10-year period. It was embarrassing.
Is good for 86% of his total opponents. Comparatively, LeBron James has faced 27 such teams of his 51 opponents, or roughly only 53% of the time. Accordingly, no one has beaten more 50-plus win opponents in the playoffs than Kobe Bryant's 26. But for purposes of this conversation, what kind of defenses they faced really matter the most. And again, this isn't close. Looking at LeBron's 10 finals trips versus Kobe's 7. LeBron played a top 5 defense 15 times out of the 40 series he played in those postseasons, which is roughly 38% of the time. He faced a top 10 defense in year-end net defensive rating metrics 22 times, or roughly in 55% of his series. By comparison, Kobe Bryant faced a top 5 defense in 14 of the 28 series he played in his 7 finals runs.
All right. Top 5 defensive teams. I mean, he's really going into detail with this. He already had me sold, like massively with that with that win percentage and that field goal percentage rise by Kobe and the downfall by LeBron. But let's see what we got. Top 5, 40, top 5D percentage. That's what matters. Totals can fucking eat my ass. I don't care. But that percentage, yeah, once again, someone has a bigger number than the other when it comes to averages.
So 50% of the time, he was playing against a top 5 defense. And 22 of the 28 series were against a top 10 defense in year-end ratings, or roughly 80% of his opponents.
Look at those finals runs. That's what I was talking about. The West was stacked.
Faced ranked higher compared to the other defenses in his requisite era than the ones LeBron faced. But they also just allowed fewer points than the defenses did in the majority of LeBron's deep playoff runs. Average points per game allowed by defenses faced by Kobe in his 7 finals runs was 94.4 points per game, while the average defenses LeBron faced in his 10 finals runs gave up on average 99.6 points per game. Yeah, but Kobe was carried half of his playoff series. Okay, let's take a look at Kobe's worst title run in his aged 21 season when he and Shaq won the championship in the 1999-2000 season. For the playoffs that year, in the final 2 minutes of one-possession games, Kobe Bryant led the Lakers substantially in these clutch moments. In 8 games during that playoff run, the Lakers found themselves in these tight games, and they produced a 7-1 record. In the final 2 minutes of those one-score games, Shaquille O'Neal scored 2 points, going 0 of 2 from the field and 2 of 4 from the free throw line. No Lakers player in that postseason had more than 4 points in those situations.
I mean, because the Hack-a-Shaq, he don't want to go to the line. He's admitted it now. He'd avoid the ball sometimes in clutch time because he didn't want to get fouled and go to the line. A guy like Penny Hardaway, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, he needed that guy. Not, by the way, not dissing Shaq. I'm just facts. That's what a 1-2 punch is. So he knew his role.
From Kobe Bryant, who led the Lakers with 19 points in these situations, shooting 6 of 9 from the field and 7 of 8 from the free throw line. 66%. In a playoff run where Kobe is viewed as an afterthought. Now, for comparison, let's examine LeBron's greatest playoff run ever.
Hot take. I mean, everyone says, Shaq carried him. Yeah, that was MVP Shaq. Shaq did the majority of the work. But if it wasn't for Kobe, he don't have those 3 rings. You need that other guy. But to be fair, Kobe wouldn't have those 3 rings either. So I wish everyone would stop dissing on one or the other and say, it was all Kobe or it was all Shaq. No, man, it's a 1-2 punch. They needed each other.
Kobe's worst versus LeBron's best. The 2015-2016 NBA playoffs, where he single-handedly carried the Cavaliers to a championship and defeated the unbeatable 73-9 Warriors. The playoff run that made LeBron the GOAT in his own delusional mind.
Right there made you the greatest player of all time.
God damn, man, Scap, you got to put that in every fucking video and trigger my ass. Look at Michael Jordan's face. He gets me every fucking Scap.
Yeah, in that postseason, 31-year-old prime LeBron James scored 5 points on 2 of 9 shooting in clutch time during the final 2 minutes of a game within one possession, while Kyrie Irving led the Cavaliers in clutch time scoring with 8 points.
That's it right there. That's all I've been saying about the Cavs freaking finals, man. Who was the clutch guy? Who was that guy? It was Kyrie, man. It's never been LeBron. Who won it in Miami? Ray Allen. Who won it in Cleveland? Fucking Kyrie. LeBron was the guy to get him there, but he needs a finisher, and Kyrie was that guy.
On 3 of 6 shooting in those situations. I mean, who carried who? Kobe Bryant, at 21 years old, was vastly more clutch than LeBron James ever was. What I'm saying is, there's levels to this. Kobe was more clutch against much stiffer defensive opposition, and regardless of what teammates he had surrounding him. When comparing LeBron to Kobe as it pertains to killer mindset and closing ability, keep Kobe's name out of your mouths. Kobe was always the most clutch player of his era and substantially more clutch than the likes of LeBron James. In fact, if we are talking all-time clutch players, Kobe has very few equals.
My
and
shoes.
that is why those people who actually watched his entire career.
That one hurt. That one hurt so bad. And he starts pounding his chest. Man, I was watching that game live. I had such high hopes for my sons during that like 5-year run with Nash. Man, one man on a shitty team broke our heart. That man right there. You son of a bitch, Kobe. Rest in peace. I love you. But at that moment, I hated you.
Rank him so highly because at the end of the day, those are the times and those are the moments that really matter. Many thanks for tuning in as always. And if you have not subscribed yet, what are you doing? I mean, what are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for, huh?
Click that subscribe button now.
Yeah, I agree.
Do it.
Do it.
And join
Do it.
me.
I'm
Until
that
next
guy.
time.
I say do it. Yeah, I'm with Scap. Go subscribe to his channel. Subscribe to mine while you're at it if you like what you see. And, you know, as usual, there's Scap's channel. Give a like, give him a subscribe. In the description down below, I'm going to stick the link to this original video, as always. And what do I want to talk about in the comments? This one. Honestly, I think it's pretty simple. Two things I can propose. One is head to head. Straight up, game on the line. You got Kobe and LeBron on your team. Who you drawing to play it for? Who's got that last shot? And then two, let's go all time. All time. Who's taking your last shot? All time. Even current age. It could be Steph Curry. It could be Michael Jordan. It could be Larry Bird, Kobe, whoever. All right, guys. Let's battle it out in the comment section. I appreciate you watching as always. And I'll see you on the next one. All right. Peace. All right. Welcome back to my channel, everybody. Today we're going to do another Scap Attack video. We're going to do a reaction to it. And we're going to go back to the old classic. So we're going to go on some LeBron material. Got some cool feedback from that Larry Bird video. And the general consensus is Larry Bird is the greatest small forward of all time. So let's talk about the self-proclaimed GOAT again, who's not even the greatest small forward of all time, yet somehow the GOAT. Let's watch the last flop.
Throughout the history of sports, we have emulated, idolized, and admired the greatest of athletes, not simply due to their ability to captivate and wow us, to take our breath away over and over again, but to leave us with those enduring moments. Many of the greatest of greats have had signature moves, something they are synonymous with. Jordan, his ability to fly.
Right on Patrick Ewing.
Kobe, his penchant to make the impossible seem real. Kareem, to be unblockable. And LeBron James,
how do you block
the
that?
master of deception, with a near incomparable ability to bend the officials to his every whim.
What was that? What was that? Nobody even touched him.
Elevating the flop to new and never before seen heights.
What the hell?
But in the wake of his latest playoff
What the hell?
A humiliating...
Hold on. What the hell?
But in the wake of his latest playoff flameout, a humiliating sweep at the hands of the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals, LeBron hinted that he might be at the end of his basketball journey.
Got a lot to think about.
Speculation would only ramp up amid his cryptic Instagram post. Could this really have been it? The final charge of this legend, the last flop. And LeBron James has been wowing.
Oh, this is going to be a good one, you guys, because this is... I'm going to hit play. I can't. You do it for me in the comments this time. I don't want to do it anymore. It's disgusting.
And while LeBron has received some undue criticism for his declining physical abilities in his aged 38 year, he still flashed glimpses during that Lakers-Nuggets series of the same brilliance we have all become accustomed to throughout his career. Look at the execution here, the commitment to his craft, not just flailing around and hitting the ground, but the follow-through, sliding all the way into the sideline.
Oh man, he owes those guys a drink.
So while some pundits may call for his retirement, and LeBron himself might play into this commentary as a publicity stunt to desperately shift the spotlight back onto him, LeBron clearly still has much more left in his tank and should certainly be back in an NBA arena next.
Why'd he grab his forearm, by the way? Like, if he got touched in his forearm, that's supposed to be a foul. So he grabs his forearm and acts like there's nothing anybody could do to someone's forearm that would make them fly back 20 feet, slide into somebody else's drink. I don't even understand what he was thinking on that. Like, he held his forearm, man.
Next year, dazzling
What's that?
With his
wait. What just happened? What just happened? Let's watch both real quick. Just one last time. All right.
Much more left.
Look at him. He's grabbing his forearm. Like,
still has much more left in his tank.
What is that?
And should certainly
it's like
be
his
back
wrist
in an NBA arena next year.
Oh, he got
dazzling
bitch slapped
with his signature
that was a real one.
and most iconic move.
Wait, he's like, my neck, my back, my neck, and my back. Yeah, it's terrible. All right, guys, that was a short one, but man, I needed a laugh like that. That was really good. Scap brought it, as he always does. Give Scap some love, as always. Give him a like, give him a subscribe. I'm gonna put the link to the original video down below, as I always do. And yeah, you know what? This one goes out to everybody, but I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is going to be to those who don't believe LeBron is the GOAT. Do you respect him when it comes to like what you see with all these flops? Like, do you respect the man? And this definitely goes out to those who are claiming that LeBron is the GOAT. Do you respect this? Like, is this a man that these are actions that you respect? Watching him pull this shit off. And tell me why. All right, let's battle it out in the comment section. As always, hope you all are enjoying your January, your new year. Thank you all for the love and support I've been getting on the channel. I'm really enjoying the comment sections every video. Like, I'm getting in there as much as I possibly can. But all right, guys, we'll see you in the next video. Thank you and peace. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Today we're going to cover something that's inspired by the comment section down below that we've been going to war at over the previous couple of videos here. And I think a major factor when deciding who the GOAT is simple. Clutch. And also, if I was on a playground and I had to pick somebody to be on my team, who's going to carry us to the win? And if we're going to compare MJ versus LeBron, let's see. I'm curious what y'all think about that simple question, but let's see what Scap has to, what Scap thinks about it. Let's check it out.
Following the most recent and epic chapter in the chronicles of LeBron James's career failures, he stepped to the podium and pondered if he has in fact left his final indelible mark for all of us to bear witness to.
My God, okay, I just got to stop right there, man. It's so bad already. Oh shit. Scap freaking cracks me up.
I had a lot to think about, to be honest, and just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball.
And the
who else was pissed off at that, by the way? Like he was ever gonna freaking retire. Well, what kind of BS was that? You clanked it against the side of the board. You didn't even get the last layup up against Denver, and I might retire. I don't know. I need to be on a contending team. Maybe show up to your games, bro. Maybe actually get your team there.
Comparisons have been expansive throughout his career to that ghost in Chicago who wore number 23, with virtually every credentialed journalist with a platform tripping over themselves to make some ill-fated GOAT comparison.
LeBron James is number 2 all time, and Michael Jordan is number 1.
all
Yes,
time.
sir.
But when you put the
Well-
magnifying glass on LeBron, he just does a lot more at a much higher level than Michael Jordan.
But for once, you
Does he?
truly cannot help but see the parallels to the way Michael Jordan walked it off in Chicago and how LeBron's career might have.
God damn that clank. Did you guys remember that series against Denver? Because that was a sad way to go out, man. And that last shot of the game, which he's probably going to cover, where he didn't even get the layup off. Man.
Have just concluded in Los Angeles. It has all of a sudden been 25 years ago when rumors and speculation were swirling around the fate of the Chicago Bulls in the looming offseason. But there was still the matter of the 1998 NBA Finals to square away. The Chicago Bulls came limping into the finals after having been just pushed to the brink against the Indiana
that push.
Pacers in
Look at that
being
shove.
taken 7 games in the Eastern Conference Finals in what.
See, anybody who doesn't think that, things were different in that era, like us old heads are just exaggerating, that things were really that physical. Look what Reggie Miller gets away with here.
To the brink against the
Bang!
Indiana Pacers
No
in
foul.
being taken 7 games in
Game
the Eastern
over.
Conference Finals in what constituted one of Michael Jordan's most challenging playoff series. Waiting for them in the finals was a Utah Jazz team with the best record in the NBA, looking to avenge
Yeah, they
their
were.
finals loss to the Bulls a year ago in 1997. And the Jazz, behind Karl Malone's 39 points, 9 rebound, and 5 assist performance in Game 5, would.
That's ridiculous. Dude, Karl Malone, he was so beefed up on steroids. I don't have facts, but I mean, I think he was. But regardless, the guy was so efficient with that jump shot of his. Like that pick and roll between him and John Stockton. Oh man, I don't know if you guys remember Nash and Stoudemire, but this was just better. Like this was the original.
Would force the series back to Utah for a decisive Game 6.
Let's look at that. Hold on. Big 3 comparison. Where Stockton got 6 points, man. I mean, I know he was racking up like 12 assists, but I'm surprised he only got 6 points there. Malone crushed it. Kukoc 22. What is this?
And if necessary, Game 7 to be played out in Salt Lake City. Pressure was mounting throughout the series as Scottie Pippen's back was ailing. He would score just 6 points on 2 of 16.
Look at that. Okay, I got into an argument in the comment section a couple of days ago where, I mean, it's because I'd pick Dwayne Wade as my number 2 over Scottie Pippen. This is kind of the reason why. And it's not just this game. The last 3 championships that the Bulls won, Pippen was, I mean, he was there, but you can get like maybe 15 points out of the guy. Solid defense, but his back was also breaking down by this point, and he was just plagued by injuries. So I would have rather have had Dwayne Wade. That guy can take over at any given point. Plus, he plays defense. And that's not a slight on Scottie, because Scottie was awesome during the first three-peat. But the second three-peat, not so much. I think the duo of Karl Malone and John Stockton was much more powerful. The only difference is the will to win. And Jordan just brought it home.
From the field in that Game 5. And in Game 6 in Utah, he could manage just 8 points in 25 minutes.
So look at this. I mean, what is he bringing in the finals? I know he's toughing it out because his back is screwed up. So I'll give him props for toughing it out. But I'm speaking to the fact that people are glorifying Scottie Pippen to a ridiculous level. Now, even my homie, I was having some drinks with my friend the other day, and we come from different eras, and he kept talking about Scottie Pippen. And I'm like, do you even know the kind of numbers Pippen had? Because I don't think it's what you think. It's just the media that built him up.
minutes, with his back continually seizing up, with it seemingly increasingly likely that Pippen would be extremely limited in a potential Game 7 if he could even play at all. The pressure was on Jordan to seize the moment and close the series out. The Jazz were up 5 at the end of 3, but Jordan would not be denied, scoring 16 of his game-high 45 points in the final stanza. And with only 41 seconds left.
Damn. Okay, so you got a chance to win a title here. Your number 2 guy, your old reliable, is injured. What's Jordan? He freaking puts up 45 points to seal the deal. That's what, you know? That's big time.
Bulls found themselves down 3 after this John Stockton three-pointer.
Cross-court Stockton, a 3. It's there!
Yeah, such a good
Jordan
shot.
would come down the other
Stockton
end
was so
and
good.
attack the basket immediately, cutting the lead to 1. And with 18 seconds remaining, Jordan would display his defensive prowess
Defense wins the game.
other end of the floor.
That's the thing. People don't talk about that. And I don't know why a lot of times when people show this final clip, they're not showing the full play because the play starts here. And if Jordan wasn't the hungry defender that he was, they would have gone to Game 7.
Would display his defensive prowess at the other end of the floor, coming from the blind side to strip Karl Malone and give Chicago one final look at the championship.
And no timeout. No timeout.
Open. Chicago.
So I wish Scap would show that entire play. So he steals the ball, slowly dribbles the ball up the court, no timeout, nothing. He knew what he was going to do, and he freaking did it. And that's like the most memorable shot pretty much in NBA history. He did it all by himself. All the defense, all the offense. He won. He won the damn game.
With the lead.
And with 5 seconds left, Jordan would drill this 17-footer, indelibly freezing the image in our memories for all of time. But not to be outdone. The self-proclaimed king and his posse of media jock sniffers were drooling over LeBron's 40-point game in Game 4 against the Denver Nuggets as the chosen one poured in 37 points through 3 quarters, only to drop a hilarious 3 points in the 4th quarter on 1 of 6 shooting from the.
Wow. So you got Jordan in that example putting up 15 and a total of 45 for the win. And then you got LeBron. Did he just say 3 points? I think he said 3 points. I think he said 3
points in the 4th quarter on 1 of 6 shooting from the field.
1 of 6
but
shooting.
After Nikola Jokic made this shot to put the Nuggets up 2 with 51 seconds left, it was finally the Kings' turn to take some memorable shots deep in the playoffs.
People say LeBron didn't have help. Look at this. Look at the lineup. Okay, to the right, Ray Allen, who saved the game right there, saved the series. Chris Bosh in the middle. To the left, you got Dwayne Wade. It's like an Olympic team right there.
As he has had numerous teammates throughout the course of his playoff career make some iconic shots of their own, LeBron would not be denied in this moment. Coming out of the timeout with under 30 seconds to go, he drilled the side of the backboard, which will assuredly go down in the history books with other various iconic bricks. But the King wasn't done yet. With just 4 seconds remaining and the Lakers still trailing by just 2, he would attack the basket and predictably, again, for the second time in under 50 seconds, not even touch the basket. It is yet to be seen of whether or not the NBA's biggest drama king will truly ponder retirement this offseason, or if this is just his most recent and pathetic attempt to draw all of the attention onto him. But if he does step away from the game, it is certain that this last indelible moment is a fitting foil to the guy in Chicago he could never catch.
Could you guys imagine if that was his last year? If LeBron just walked away just like that? That would have been pretty damn funny with a clank and a non-shot. All right, guys, that's going to do it for this video. That was a short one by Scap, but I got to say that was pretty enjoyable. He took it at the angle of what if LeBron does retire, like he threatened to do. Obviously, he didn't do that. So here's what I want in the comment section today. All right. And we're going to go back to that initial question that I asked in the beginning of the video. And let's just keep it simple this time. All right. You got Jordan and LeBron lined up next to each other. You're at the park playing ball. You need to pick one of these guys to win a game. This is like your life is depending on this win. Who are you going to pick? LeBron or MJ? So stick that down below in the comments. Let's get those comments rolling. And let's see who you guys pick. I got MJ, no doubt, you know. But let's see if we get some LeBrons in there. All right. All right, everybody. All right, everybody, welcome back to my channel. This one is coming due to popular demand. I got a lot of people requesting a video about comparing LeBron and Kobe. So this is the first one that I saw on Scap's channel, and it's called Destroying the Lies Surrounding Kobe and LeBron. And let's not waste any time. Let's just get right into it.
We have been privileged to bear witness to a number of legendary playoff runs by various immortals throughout the history of the NBA. I recently outlined the reasons as to why Kobe Bryant had the best one we have ever seen during the 2008 through 2010 NBA seasons. And Kobe Bryant has been subject to some of the most pathetic and disgusting lies in NBA history, such as he was carried by Shaq to 3 finals, or he was an inefficient, team-destroying ball hog. These narratives, for whatever reason, continue to rise with more prevalence in various social media forums, but were originally fueled by the malicious fake news media in a desperate attempt to destroy Kobe Bryant's legacy. We saw it while he was actually playing, as he was robbed of various MVP awards, all for the...
It's true, by the way. He could have won a lot more MVPs. I'm a Suns guy, so I'm not going to say we should take away Nash's MVPs, but it's kind of the same that we had for Jordan. Basically, every year of Jordan's prime, he should have won MVP. And probably the same thing goes for Kobe.
The glorification of the media darling self-proclaimed king, as throughout NBA history, there have been 6 players to finish top 5 in season-end MVP voting 10 times or more. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had the most such seasons with 15.
15 years? What was that, top 10 voting? Hold on.
Had the most season-end MVP voting 10 times or more. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had the most such seasons with 15. LeBron James has done it 14 times. Bill Russell did it 11 times.
I mean, to be fair, LeBron could still be top 5 in MVP voting even this season. Y'all call me a hater, but I still think he's 3 players of all time. I just don't think he's number 1. That's all. LeBron's blowing me away this year. You know, for an old man, he's doing some things that make me question. I don't know. Is he on like some performing-enhancing drugs, or what the hell is really going on? Because this guy is a freak of nature still.
Michael Jordan had 10, and Will Chamberlain had 10. Oh yes, and Kobe Bryant did it 11 times. While Kareem, LeBron, Russell, Jordan, and Chamberlain.
All right, let's look at that. Most in NBA history. Who actually won? Kareem. Goddamn, Kareem got 6 MVP. It's crazy. I thought Magic was up there too. I thought he had at least 4. He got 5 rings though.
All won the award at least 4 times each. Kobe Bryant was given only 1. For some additional context, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson were each given 3 MVPs of their 9 top 5 finishes. And Moses Malone.
Oh, that's why. That's why Magic didn't win more, because half of those MVPs were going to Bird.
won the award 3 times of his 5 top 5 finishes. Steph Curry, meanwhile, won the award 2 times in his 4 top 5 finishes, and Steve Nash won 2 league MVPs of his mere 3 top 5 finishes. One of those years, by the way, was arguably the greatest scoring season ever.
Okay, I know where Scap's going to go with this, but the Lakers weren't that good that year. So he's probably going to make a case for Nash not deserving MVP. But I don't agree because Nash took a team that was garbage and all they added was him. And all of a sudden they were the craziest team in the league. You know, that era of Suns was amazing. I mean, they were number 1 or number 2 in the West. So, but Kobe, that Laker team sucked. But yeah, he put up numbers that were ridiculous, like 36, 37 points a game.
Put forth by one Kobe Bryant, while he was also named All-NBA Defense First Team. The fact the media hated Kobe Bryant and systematically tried to destroy his legacy.
But it's the same reason why Jordan didn't win MVPs in his early years. I mean, you know, Jordan was putting up things like 37 points a game, defensive player of the year, you know, like just blowing everybody out of the waters. But he didn't win MVP until the Bulls were a legit title contender.
Is not speculation. It's not an opinion. It is an absolute and undeniable truth. The hatred and belittling tactics deployed by the media throughout Kobe's career fuel further fire to the lies percolating around Kobe to this day, including the narrative around that 2008 through 2010 finals run by Bryant. Kobe has been painted to have some kind of super team during those runs, despite having only one other All-Star on the roster and being the only NBA player ever to win consecutive championships without a top 75 all-time player. Yes, he's the only one, and he did it in the deepest, most difficult conference ever. Not only was his conference the best ever, there was also an alleged super team out east with 3 Hall of Famers and 3 top 75 players on it, the Boston Celtics.
That was a pretty brutal time. That West was so stacked. I mean, to think the 2-time MVP Nash Suns couldn't even make it to the finals. Even though they cheated, I'll probably cover that someday, what happened with San Antonio. But, you know, to not be able to make the finals and be that good, unbelievable.
A team that eliminated LeBron James in the playoffs during the 2008 and 2010 seasons. The loss in 2010 of which forced him to destroy the competitive balance of the NBA.
But that's the moment when I stopped liking LeBron James. I was a huge supporter up until this move.
For what would become nearly a decade when he slithered his way from Cleveland to South Beach.
In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach.
He stole that line from Kobe, by the way. Kobe said that when he went to the NBA out of high school, he was like, and I'm going to take my talents to the NBA.
Because, of course, he didn't have enough help. While LeBron gets routine passes for his cowardly super team building move, Kobe's unprecedented playoff run is actually somehow discredited because of his 2010 finals performance against those Boston Celtics.
And it's crazy too. We disrespect Kobe, but Kobe did the Jordan thing. He stayed home. You know, he stayed with the team that drafted him, you know, throughout bad times, and they rebuilt. And then they became champions again.
A series many claim Kobe didn't even deserve the finals MVP in, and he got rescued by Ron Artest, aka Meta World Peace, and Pau Gasol. But as with most things in sports, this requires the proper context. And the media's love affair with their anointed chosen one and self-proclaimed king, had already graduated to full-blown obsession, as they had just given LeBron his second consecutive league MVP award in the 2010 NBA year. And LeBron did have the best record in the NBA that year and home court advantage when they came up against the Celtics team in the Eastern Conference.
That's crazy to think about. So we say LeBron, LeBron didn't have help, yada, yada, yada. How did he manage to get the best record in the NBA? You know, at that point, whoever has the best record in the league, you're expected to win the title.
Semifinals. And the Cavs were up 2-1 in this series when LeBron James absolutely fell apart in one of the most stunning choke jobs of his entire career. In Game 4, 5, and 6, James scored just
Hold on. I want to look at this. Game 4, 22 points, 7 for 18. Not too bad. Not great, though. 15 points, 3 for 14. Terrible. That's inexcusable. Game 6, 27 points, but 8 for 21. That's pretty rough.
21 points per game on 34% shooting from the field, while posting a -37. And the Cavaliers went from a 2-1 lead to not winning a single game the rest of the series. But again, LeBron just didn't have enough help. Oh, and also teammate Delonte West and LeBron's mom, Gloria, may or may not have been getting nice. But let's focus on the not enough help.
What's the story with that? I've heard some bits and pieces, but was that really going on? Like, LeBron's mama was really doing with Delonte?
Part of this. In this series, LeBron James averaged nearly 27 points per game.
Didn't Delonte end up being like a meth addict or something? Like he's homeless right now? You know, I gotta watch some stuff on Delonte. See what the hell this story is.
While the other top 3 scorers on his team in that series were 27-year-old Mo Williams, coming off of an All-Star appearance 1 year earlier, 33-year-old Antoine Jamison, who in his previous 5 NBA seasons averaged 21 points per game and 9 rebounds while making 2 All-Star appearances, and in fact was averaging 21 points and 9 rebounds per game.
Yeah, so Jordan had, LeBron had no help, but Jordan did. Right there, 20 points and 8 rebounds. That's better than Pippen giving up. And we don't even talk about this. And he had Mo Williams.
Season when he was traded to Cleveland, and 37-year-old Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaq don't count. Shaq sucked at that point. Suns got rid of him. You know, and Shaq was washed up at that point.
Who had made his 15th All-Star appearance 1 season earlier. These 3 players, with an average age of 32 years old, with a combined 18 career All-Star appearances, who in this series against Boston combined to score
13.5, 52% shooting. All right, Shaq. That's actually better than I thought you did.
39 points per game on 45% shooting from the field. In the NBA Finals this year between LA and Boston, a 7-game defensive war. Kobe Bryant averaged just under 29 points per game, while his other top 3 scorers were 29-year-old Pau Gasol, who made an All-Star team 6 total times in his career. 30-year-old Ron Artest, a.k.a. Meta World Peace.
The Rib Cracker.
Who made 1 career All-Star appearance 7 years before this series in the 2003-2004 season. And 35-year-old...
Yeah, but, Ron Artest was a defensive machine.
Derek Fisher, who never made an All-Star team in his 20-year NBA career.
Made a lot of clutch
These
threes,
3
though.
players, with an average age of 31, with a combined 7 career All-Star appearances, who in this...
All right, let's look at this. Pau was in his prime. Only put up 18. decent field goal percentage. Ron Artest was giving you 10, hitting those threes back then, but his contribution was defense. Fishhead, damn, dude, only 8 points. All right, yeah, Kobe didn't have a lot of help. He really didn't.
Series against Boston combined to score 38 points per game on 42.5% shooting. So LeBron actually had more help than Kobe Bryant. At 100%. The very least, a very comparable amount of support. To lose in 6 games, a series he had a 2-1 lead in before dropping the last 3 consecutive games.
It's just the only difference is, I mean, they had comparable teams, but, you know, one guy choked and the other didn't. That's always been the thing with LeBron. He's God's gift to basketball, but his mental ain't always there. He chokes.
Kobe Bryant won this series, a series his team trailed 3-2 in and needed to win the last 2 games. A series in which his team, the Lakers, averaged 90 points per game in. Kobe averaged 29, nearly a third of his team's scoring. And
I mean, that's like what Jordan was doing in the 90s too. You know, they're averaging about 90 points a game, and MJ's putting up 30 of them, 1/3 of the points. Now we're impressed with LeBron putting up 25. It's still impressive, don't get me wrong, but they're putting up 120 points now. It's not the same impact, you know? That's what, 1/6 or so? 1/6 of the points?
Yes, many will point to the Game 7 where Bryant shot 6 of 24. He also scored 23 points in a game that he won with a final score of 83-79.
Crazy.
The Lakers shot just...
Game 7. I got to go back and watch that Game 7. Maybe I'll live stream that someday or something, because that's like a defensive grind. 7 in the NBA Finals, they both wanted it.
32.5% as a team for that game. The Celtics scored only 79 points. Breaking news. No one shot the ball well. They actually played defense back then, kids, but Kobe Bryant, in typical Kobe Bryant fashion, found a way to win because he was a winner. He led both teams in scoring for that Game 7. He led both teams in fourth quarter points for that Game 7. For the series, Bryant averaged 29 points per game, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals.
Let's look at that. Okay, so he upped his rebounds, his assists went down, but his steals went down. All right, so you can just see, you know, yeah, he was going against the Celtics, so his points are down just barely, not even noticeably. But the rebounds and the steals, that tells a story. Just like MJ, he upped that stuff in his playoffs too. You know? He wanted it.
In a series that, again, his team scored just 90 per game in. Kobe outscored all players in this series on both teams by at least 10 points, a feat LeBron James has equaled only 1 time in his 10 career finals appearances, which
4 for 10, everybody, 4 for 10.
Was the 2014 series against the San Antonio Spurs that he got absolutely smoked in, losing 4-1 in the most lopsided finals in NBA history in terms of total point differential. Kobe equaled this same feat just the year earlier when he beat the Orlando Magic in the finals.
Y'all remember prime Dwight Howard?
And he is the only player in NBA history to outscore all other players by at least 10 points per game for an entire final series multiple times in their career, other than, you guessed it, Michael Jordan, who did it 3 times from 1991 to 1993. This series should be talked about as one of the greatest final series ever played.
Yeah, it was the closest thing to prime MJ we've ever seen.
Culminating the greatest playoff run in NBA history. Yet instead, it is painted in a negative light, while LeBron choking and vomiting all over himself in those same playoffs against that same team as the league MVP, with similar supporting casts, is routinely excused. Yes, the media gave LeBron more accolades. Yes, LeBron has padded stats in a vastly different system than Kobe played in, and in an increasingly easy league with each passing season since 2016. But
he stole that from Kobe too. The guy steals everything. It's ridiculous. He does the chalk thing from Jordan. You know, he steals Kobe's line, and he did the big balls thing. He stole that from Kobe. Only difference is I think LeBron got fined. Kobe didn't.
as always, if you really care to look closely, you'll find the easy answer as to who the true king of this century of the 2000s really was.
All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna stick the link as always down below, so you guys can check out the video if you like. Shoot him a like, shoot him a subscribe. Same for me if you wouldn't mind. I have a lot more content coming your way, and as we do every video, let's shoot it out down below. I'll be involved too. You know, you got something to say? Let's say it down below. Let's have a talk. All right, everybody. See you in the next one. Happy holidays. All right, welcome back, everybody, to another episode here. We're going to react to yet another Scap Attack video. This one's going to be Jordan versus LeBron, the best playoff comparison. And this is something that not a lot of people talk about. Definitely needs to be talked about. And I'm glad Scap covered it. We're gonna double down on it with him. So once again, check out Scap Attack's channel. All credit to him. And yeah, here we go.
Timing, as they say, is everything in life. And so too is it in sports. What if I were to tell you Jason Kidd had more points, rebounds, and assists in his NBA career than Magic Johnson? That
Real quick, the only reason we don't compare Jason Kidd to Magic Johnson is because one guy had a championship at his old age, and the other guy had 5 titles and just dominated. So stat-wise, stats don't matter. You know, like overall accumulative stats don't fucking matter. Because then, yeah, J Kidd's the greatest point guard of all time. And that's BS. It's like saying LeBron's the greatest player of all time just because he has the most points. Well, he also has the most turnovers of all time. What's that say?
Elvin Hayes has more total points and rebounds for his career and a higher average per game in both categories than Tim Duncan. And did you know that Drew Brees led the league in passing yards a record 7 times in his career? Or that Peyton Manning had 7 first-team All-Pro selections, more than Tom Brady and Joe Montana combined?
I see the theme he's going for here, and it's exactly what I believe. It's about winning. Screw stats. Is Gilbert Arenas the best shooter of all time? No. He just racked up a lot of fucking shots.
Nobody cares.
But when the chips were in the center of the table and the lights were at their brightest, we knew who the peak performers were. And that is what has always driven the conversations of who the greatest players were. But that conversation, as it pertains to the NBA's GOAT.
Anybody else here absolutely hate the fact that LeBron is a Laker? Like, we went from Magic Johnson to Kobe Bryant and Shaq to freaking LeBron James. And it's not even we. I don't even like the Lakers, but I'm embarrassed for him. It's a terrible guy to have on your team.
GOAT has shifted for whatever reason in recent years to LeBron James and Michael Jordan as the ratings pigs at various cash cow major media outlets continue to fuel their obedient Gen Z flock who eat it all up and pledge their allegiance to the self-proclaimed GOAT.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
But
I'm not going to do it this time. I'm not going to go off about the fact that he called himself the greatest of all time. The real greatest of all time doesn't have to fucking say it. He is. All right, I'm moving on. That pisses me off every time. LeBron, that's weak.
A primary point of contention inevitably are the failures LeBron James has incurred throughout his playoff career, winning just 4 titles in 20 full and relatively healthy seasons, while the counterpoint in recent years has become the tried and trusted plumber defense.
Oh, well, he was being guarded by plumbers and firemen.
To call out the perceived lack of competition.
Not Michael Jordan. Jordan was freaking guarded by bulldogs. They were playing freaking wrestling, They weren't basketball out there. They were hitting the hell out of MJ.
Jordan faced along his way to a sterling 6-0 record in the NBA Finals in what amounted to only 12 full seasons. But as with most things in
Can you believe that? 12 full seasons? 6 rings? That's insane.
Sports, to reveal the truth will require us to dig into the context of their runs, both the competition faced as well as the supporting casts they had around them. And in his first title run by Michael Jordan's Bulls in the 1990-91 season, his playoffs began sweeping the New York Knicks, who were only 39-43 for the season. But to be fair, LeBron's final...
How are you going to dunk on people like Oakley and Ewing like that? That's disgusting. As a guard.
Runs in 2007, 2011, 2013, and 2015 all featured playoff opponents without a winning record.
That's important.
Next up were the 44-38 Philadelphia 76ers before reaching the 50-win Detroit Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals, who had just been to 3 consecutive NBA Finals and won the last 2 straight titles. Of course, the Bulls would sweep them and root to Jordan's first Finals appearance, where he would meet the 58-win Lakers, who, yes, no longer had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Speaking of great Lakers.
But they did have 31-year-old Magic Johnson, who finished that season second in league MVP voting.
I still can't believe MJ beat Magic in his first NBA Finals appearance. Beat a dude who has won 5 championships with the same team. Like, Magic was no joke. Magic was a real deal.
As well as 29-year-old Hall of Famer James Worthy, who along with Magic made that year's All-Star game. Who did not make the All-Star team that year was Scottie Pippen or any other Jordan teammate on the Chicago Bulls that season. But no problem for Mike, as he would beat the Lakers 4-1 in the finals while easily being named Finals MVP.
4-1, and if I remember it correctly, they lost the first game. So they lost the first one, then they went out and just whooped their ass and didn't look back.
As he led the team in points, assists, steals, and blocks, averaging
holy cow
31.5 points, 11.5 assists.
Hold on. 31, 11, 6, 2.8 steals per game, and 1.4 blocks. Oh my God. Talk about the best player on the floor, both ends. No doubt. He worked harder than everybody.
6.5 rebounds, nearly 3 steals, and 1.5 blocks per game on 56% shooting. The Bulls were 15-2 during that postseason run, while Jordan would beat Patrick Ewing, Charles Barkley, Joe Dumars, Isaiah Thomas, Dennis Rodman, Magic Johnson, and James Worthy.
Yeah, and everybody wants to say MJ didn't face anybody. Like, dude, the East was tough. And then, I mean, the West was tough too. But he had to beat the greatest, all these Hall of Famers on the East just to get to the championship, And then he has to face a monster like this.
Throughout the playoffs, 7 top 75 players who are all in the Hall of Fame. And this playoff run is typically referred to as one of Jordan's bad or easy runs.
Right.
In all, Jordan played 16 50-plus win teams of the 24 opponents he faced during his 6 finals runs. Thus, 66% of his competition across all playoff fields were a 50-win team. Comparing that to LeBron.
Oh, yeah. We're going to compare that to the East when LeBron was in there. It's going to be no comparison. LeBron played some weak-ass teams.
Who in 4 title runs faced just 7 50-win teams,
Wow.
or in shortened seasons, a team that had a winning percentage, which would have paced out to 50 wins over a full 82-game year. That's 7 of his 16 total opponents. So while Jordan played a 50-plus win opponent 66% of the time during his title runs,
Look at that.
LeBron only played a 50-win opponent 44% of the time in his championship runs. But I know. The reason LeBron didn't win many more titles is just because he played such drastically more difficult competition than Jordan.
Man,
and
it's
since
horseshit.
the LeBron fan base likes
He
to
always
talk
goes to
up
that.
his 10 finals appearances, let's expand our examination.
I swear, all right, when I was young, I was a Buffalo Bills fan. And we never won a ring, won a title. We kept going to the damn Super Bowl, and we kept losing year after year after year. You know, it's where my hatred for the Dallas Cowboys originates. But they weren't the only ones who beat us. The point is, you know, in the 90s, it didn't matter how many times we'd make it to the championship. We didn't win. You know, at that point, I'd rather not make it to the Super Bowl or the NBA Finals than win it.
To all
Not than win it. I mean, I'd rather just not even be there to begin with. So I feel the same way as a Phoenix Suns fan. I have lived to see the Suns go to the finals twice, and I know they've been to the finals 3 times. They never won it. It didn't mean crap. Doesn't mean shit.
10 of those playoff runs. Surely, LeBron faced a much higher percentage of elite opponents under these parameters. Of the 40 opponents LeBron faced across all playoff rounds in getting to 10 NBA Finals, 23 of those teams won at least 50 games, which is good for about 58% of his opponents.
Okay, hold on. NBA Finals runs. Okay, against 50 win opponents. 58. Okay. 23 of 40. 58. Okay. So that's their road to the championship during their finals runs. So Jordan had it harder every time. Basically, that's where we're at.
Still less than the 60.
Not only had it harder to get there, but then completed the job 6 out of 6 times once he was there. No excuses.
6% of the time, Jordan faced a 50-win team. Oh, but LeBron played a way higher level of opponents.
No.
Of the 40 playoff opponents LeBron faced in his 10 finals runs, 6 of them won 60 games or more, which is 15% of the time.
Okay, hold on again. Let's see. This is when opponents. Is this for the actual finals? No. All finals runs. 60 win opponents. Okay, I get it. So, Jesus. In the 24 series that MJ played in that involved him going to the championship, he played more teams that won 60 wins than LeBron did in the 40 teams that he played in his 10 finals appearances. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, that just shows you right there. That's all Scott could just stop right here in the video because it's obvious. Jordan played teams like elite teams pretty much double the amount of time that LeBron did.
Jordan, however, played 7 60-plus win teams of his 24 opponents, roughly 29% of the time, or nearly twice as much of the time as LeBron. Any way you slice it, Jordan played better teams than LeBron James more of the time, much more during his playoff runs. But who faced the better players? This is a tricky question and impossible to answer in terms of Hall of Fame players, as many of LeBron's opponents are still active. As for instance, he played Kevin Durant and Steph Curry many times in the postseason, but they aren't technically in the Hall of Fame at this moment. Also, how many Hall of Famers someone faced doesn't necessarily indicate how good that player is the season they faced them. For example, Gary Payton was a perennial All-Star, was inducted into the Hall of Fame, and named one of the 75 greatest players in NBA history.
Yeah, he didn't win a title in his prime. He won a title with the Miami Heat, actually, his last year. And then I think it goes with that J. Kidd argument. He didn't win a title in his prime. He won a title and then he retired, you know?
He eventually won a championship in 2007 as a member of the Miami Heat, but Payton barely played on that team and averaged only 5 points per game, a far cry from his prime. The fairest way to review this is by looking at the All-NBA players each.
Yeah, Jordan beat Charles Barkley in his prime. Charles Barkley's MVP season, his greatest season ever. MJ beat him.
Player faced for each playoff run. There are 3 All-NBA teams selected every year and only 15 total players selected league-wide.
Y'all remember Sean
This
Kemp?
will show elite players faced every year. In LeBron's 10 finals appearances, he faced a total of 36 players during those runs that made an All-NBA.
But that's something people don't talk about, by the way. I mean, MJ had to, as an old man, had to beat young Shaq, Orlando Shaq, like skinny muscle Shaq, not fat Shaq, you know? Y'all don't remember Orlando Shaq? Go look it up. That dude, holy shit, dude. That guy could run an offense. He'd run down the court, dribble the ball up the court. Like, forget about it. And it had Penny. Prime Penny, pre-injury Penny.
NBA team, nearly an average of 1 player per the 40 series he played in. Jordan, on the other hand, played 23 All-NBA team selected players during his 6 title runs. Also, nearly an average of 1 player per the 24 series he played in during that time. By percentage though, Jordan actually played a slightly higher amount of All-NBA players en route to his 6 finals appearances than LeBron did in his 10.
So MJ
Jordan
wins this argument
played
too.
better teams with better players and actually won more titles in far less time. But
Yep. I mean, that's it right there. Better teams, better players, and he won more. Sounds like a Papa John's commercial. Better pizza, better people. Papa, they're not paying me.
surely that is only because Jordan played on so much better teams. Actually, this one isn't even close. LeBron James played with an all.
Hot take. I'd rather have D Wade as my number 2 than Scottie Pippen. Any day of the week. Any day. Pippen, you didn't know what you were getting out of him. Great defender. Great player. But he's no D Wade. And trust me, I grew up watching it. I grew up watching that era. And I also watched D Wade and LeBron. D Wade's next level. Top 4, top 5 shooting guards of all time.
Star 13 times during the 10 years he made a finals appearance.
And LeBron never had a center like that. I mean, MJ. MJ never had a center like that. Imagine what he could have done. He could have done with an AD. Forget about it. Or even a Kevin Love. He would have dominated. I mean, he did dominate anyways, but they would have just destroyed everybody. He had Luke Longley and an old Bill Wennington, or Bill Cartwright. Like, who the hell? These guys were nothing when they didn't play with MJ. They were nothing without MJ. And he kind of sucked with MJ too. No lies.
This includes some combination of Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, and Anthony Davis. Jordan, meanwhile, played with an All-Star only 4 times during his 6 title runs, which was just Scottie Pippen 4 different times. But LeBron had to do so much more than Jordan. LeBron James scored 5,911 of his team's 21,008 points during his 10 finals appearances.
So like 25%?
This is good for just above 28% of
28?
his team's total points scored. Jordan, on the other hand...
Hold on, let me just predict. MJ, he averaged high 30s, like maybe 35 per game in the finals. Oh, it's going to be good for about 39%, something like that.
And scored 3,776 of his team's 11,387 total points during his 6 title runs, which is over 33% of his team scoring.
Still, man,
but I know. LeBron is such a great playmaker, such a much better passer.
LeBron leads the league in turnovers. I mean, not leads the league. He's the all-time leader in turnovers. And I think he averaged 5 per game in his career.
Than Jordan was, makes his teammates so much better, and gets everyone else involved. So of course, if we were to expand this to include points assisted as well as scored, to determine the overall amount of team offense accounted for, surely LeBron will outproduce Jordan here.
That's an interesting take.
While it does narrow the gap in the favor of LeBron, looking at total percent.
Damn, look at that. Damn. Oh. That's crazy. That's crazy. Screw your assist, LeBron. Going for the kill and win the damn game for your team. You're the leader.
Percentage of offense accounted for and adding in assists. LeBron produced 42.5% of his team's total output, while Jordan produced just over 44%. But Jordan never had to play a team like the Kevin Durant Golden State Warriors in the playoffs. Firstly, LeBron never beat the Kevin Durant Warriors.
That was a 16.
James faced them twice in 2017 and 2018. Losing 4-1 and 4-0 in those 2 series. The better year of the 2 for the Warriors was in the 2017 season, when Golden State was 67-15. That year, they had 4 All-Stars in Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, all 4 of which are presumptive Hall of Famers. The only reason LeBron doesn't have...
Y'all think Klay's going to make the Hall of Fame? And Draymond? I wonder. They were badass in their prime.
More rings is just because he ran up against them 2 years in a row, and Jordan never saw a team like that. Jordan played the legendary 1980s Boston Celtics in back-to-back seasons during his playoff runs, including one of the greatest teams ever assembled in 1985-86. That Celtics team that year, like the 2017 Warriors, were 67-15. And while they only had 3 All-Stars that specific season in Larry Bird, Robert Parrish, and Kevin McHale, they also had that season's league MVP in Larry Bird, the NBA 6th Man of the Year winner in Bill Walton, and what would become 5 eventual Hall of Famers. Yeah, Jordan lost to that team in back-to-back seasons, but Jordan also had 0 other All-Stars on his own team.
Yeah, that was back in the day when all those old hats were in their prime, and all those future Hall of Famers. And MJ was what? Second year? His second year. He was a kid. And he was still giving him the business, but there's no way he's going to win that series all by himself. You know, there's no Scottie Pippen, no Horace Grant, you know, nobody. He had nothing. No John Paxson. You know, he had absolutely no help.
While in 2017, LeBron James had 2 other All-Stars.
No kidding. I swear. Okay, even take a second year MJ. If he had Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving on his team, he would have won a ring. He would have won a title back in '86. No doubt in my mind.
On his. Yeah, so after Jordan lost to that Celtics team back-to-back years, he then lost to the Detroit Pistons for 3 years in a row. A Pistons team that also had 4 Hall of Famers on it, went to 3 straight finals, and won back-to-back titles. Jordan, meanwhile, still 0 All-Stars on all of his teams those seasons. While consensus, perception, and recency bias.
I mean, this was before the time of super teams, far before it. So people didn't trade in and become a super team. They had to draft their team one strategic year after another and try and build a lineup. Couldn't just do this crap that you see LeBron doing now, which is just form a super team, form a super team everywhere you go. No, man. MJ had to wait for help. And eventually he got Scottie Pippen and he got Horace Grant, and he made that enough to win.
Bias can always lie.
To go against a team like Detroit or Boston, I mean, that's hard. They homebrewed amazing rosters.
In actual context can always reveal the full truth, which is Jordan faced better teams, better players, had weaker supporting casts himself, and he was routinely called upon to do more than LeBron James. Despite these undeniable truths, Jordan still won 2 more championships, and this is all despite playing in over 100 fewer playoff games than LeBron James. Meanwhile, this isn't even factoring in Jordan's collegiate national championship or his undefeated record in international
2 for 2
play,
Olympics.
while countless ratings hogs masquerading around as basketball analysts, along with teenagers on social media, and even LeBron James himself will no doubt continue to awkwardly and embarrassingly force feed his name into these alleged debates. No amount of yelling or lies will be able to conceal the fact this isn't a legitimate conversation, and it never was.
Props to Scat for that.
Sport.
Good video as always. Oh, man. All right, guys. Debate it down below. What do you think about it? For me, it's how I felt.
Timing.
This is no surprise. I've always felt that MJ faced tougher competition. And it's just that right now we're at a time where LeBron is facing current stars. So we know about them. We're talking about them. We don't know their legacies yet. Like KD might be a joke 10 years from now when we talk about him, because we're going to talk about how many times he lost. And the only times he won was on a super team with Steph Curry and Clay and Draymond. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with Devin Booker. Are we going to be talking about Chris Paul anymore? So, we don't know the legacies. But with MJ, it's not fair, because we know. We know Karl Malone never won a ring. We know John Stockton never won a ring. Anyways, that's going to do it for this episode. Go check out Scap Attack. I freaking love these videos. He's got 119 of them, so I've got some work to do. All right, everybody. Thanks. Take care. And D Wade tells a story these days that he told LeBron straight up, yeah, you don't want Pat coaching us, because D Wade has experience. He won a championship with Pat. But he was like, yeah, you don't want Pat. Like, you don't know Pat like that. Like, because Pat's not going to put up with any of his shit. Pat's one of those rare coaches, like a Popovich, who would just bench his ass. If LeBron was misbehaving like that and being disrespectful, he'd just say, go sit your ass on the bench. So D-Wade knew. LeBron, he thinks he wants that tough love, but he doesn't. He doesn't at all. David Blatt.
Let's go on to David Blatt in his return to the Cleveland Cavaliers during 2014 and 2016. This is when it starts to get heated in terms of LeBron and coaches. David Blatt was head coach to LeBron in his return to the Cavs, in which they lost the NBA Finals to Golden State. David Blatt, a widely respected coach, after making the NBA Finals, was weirdly fired with a 30-11 record the next season.
Imagine that. And you lost, you lost to Golden State. Like, that's hard. I get it. So why the hell would you fire the guy? They were actually doing better. They were doing better in 2015. They improved. They were on pace for a 60 win, seven more wins this year. They were on pace to continue to improve. You fire the coach. I wonder why. What's the common denominator here?
General Manager David Griffin said at the time, "What I see is that we need to build a collective spirit, a strength of spirit, a collective will." I think David Griffin emphasizing words like collective spirit and collective will speaks volumes, in terms that everyone was not